On the day he acquired the gift of foresight, the beautiful CEO came knocking at his door. Thus began his plunge into a perilous world of antiques, filled with exquisite paintings, enchanting women, and treacherous grave traps. Amidst it all, how would he maintain his composure and turn misfortune into fortune? Chapter 1. A treasure found at the construction site. Under the blazing sun, Yang Fengdou, shirtless, sat heavily on a mound of sand after laboriously loading a truck with sand. He wiped his face with a dirty towel soaked in cool water. Just 20 years of age. His skin was darkened by the relentless sun, blistered and calloused on his hands and shoulders. Having returned to Shia City 3 months ago, he spent his days working as a laborer at the construction site and scavenging for scrap, all in a desperate bid to earn money for his sister's medical treatment. For the sake of his mother and sister, he was willing to endure any hardship. Boss son, it seems we've struck something here. You should come take a look. Suddenly, as Yang Fengdou was lost in thoughts of his family, he heard a worker shouting nearby. What are you yelling about? Did you dig up your ancestors' graves? A middle-aged man in a suit, cursing under his breath, strode past Yang Fengdou. In his left hand, he held a brand-new safety helmet, while his right gripped a bulging briefcase, and a dazzling gold chain hung around his neck. This was Sun Gang, the contractor, known among workers as Sun the Bald, due to his receding hairline. Intrigued, Yang Fengdou followed the commotion. In the freshly dug earth, a basketball-sized black clay pot emerged, already cracked, spilling its contents. Coins? Yang Fengdou's eyes widened as he recognized the glimmering copper coins within the pot. His father, Yang Jinsheng, was once Shia City's most renowned antique appraiser, and Yang Fengdou had begun learning the art of antiquing from him at the tender age of 3. Just one glance revealed the substantial value of those coins. Sun Gang's eyes lit up with greed as he crouched to collect the coins, bellowing, "Everyone, step back. If anyone dares to speak a word of this, it'll break your legs." The laborers, who toiled for their wages, dared not provoke Sun Gang and retreated in fear. Yet, Yang Fengdou inexplicably crouched down. Slap. Sun Gang, noticing him, swiftly delivered a stinging slap to Yang Fengdou's face, igniting a sharp pain on his left cheek. "Damn it, Yang Fengdou, what are you doing?" Sun Gang roared in anger. Momentarily dazed, Yang Fengdou stood up slowly, staring blankly at Sun Gang, his fists clenched tightly. "Still glaring at me? Are you tired of living, or what?" Sun Gang barked again, seeing that Yang Fengdou remained silent. In that moment, Yang Fengdou yearned to land a punch, to snatch the man's briefcase and gold chain. But he couldn't. It wasn't just for himself, it was for his mother and sister. "Boss son, you've misunderstood. I was just worried you wouldn't be able to collect them all alone. So, I wanted to help," Yang Fengdou explained softly. "Humph, what are you holding?" Sun Gang sneered, his menacing gaze fixed on Yang Fengdou's clenched fists. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Fengdou slowly opened his hands. Yet, apart from sand, there was nothing else. Seeing that Yang Fengdou hadn't deceived him, Sun Gang resumed gathering the coins. Once he had collected them all, he shouted to the crowd and swiftly left the construction site. This man was a sudden wealthy upstart, with a penchant for antiques, often scouring antique markets for hidden treasures. He sensed that this time, he had struck gold. Once Sun Gang departed, Yang Fengdou instinctively touched the imprint left on his cheek. However, he couldn't dwell on the pain excitement coursed through him. Just moments ago, he had deftly pocketed one of the coins. Checking to ensure the coin was still in his pocket, he hurriedly ran towards the distance. Moments later, he rode his second-hand bicycle, purchased for a mere 20 yuan, furiously pedaling towards the Shia City hospital. Half an hour later, he arrived at the hospital, leaving his bicycle in the bike rack. Ignoring the sweat pouring down his forehead, he rushed to the cafeteria, pulling out a crumpled note to extravagantly buy 2 bowls of century egg and lean meat congeon for his mother and one for his sister. 5 minutes later, Yang Fengdou entered the hospital ward. Upon seeing him, drenched in sweat, his mother Yi Yun and sister Yang Xiaoxiao were pleasantly surprised. Century egg and lean meat congee? The enticing aroma wafted through the air, prompting Yang Xiaoxiao to question, "Brother, why did you buy such expensive congee? Plain rice porridge would suffice." "Hee, silly girl, you can't eat plain rice porridge every day, it's not good for your health." Yang Fengdou chuckled softly. "Besides, your brother can earn money, I can afford a few good meals." "Good girl, just eat what your brother bought for you." "Mom will feed you," Yin began to say, taking the congee from Yang Fengdou to feed her daughter, but then she noticed the marks on her son's face. "Fengdou, what happened to your face?" "Mom, it's nothing, I accidentally bumped into something while working." Yang Fengdou casually touched his cheek, smiling. No one knows a child better than their mother. Yi Yin could tell her son was lying but dared not press further, fearing it would upset her daughter. Yet, the perceptive Yang Xiaoxiao sensed something was amiss. "Silly girl, don't say that. For you and Mom, brother is willing to do anything." Life is about enduring hardships before enjoying sweetness. Believe me, I will ensure you both live well. Yang Fengdou reassured his sister with a comforting smile. Xiao Xiao, Mom knows you're a good child, but your brother is right. Your illness will get better, and our lives will improve. Just focus on your treatment, Yi Yun said hastily, noticing her daughter's emotional turmoil. But my illness will burden you both. Even if we find a kidney donor, we can't afford the exorbitant surgical fees. This illness is a bottomless pit, Yang Xiao lamented, tears streaming down her face, her voice laced with pain, grievance, and helplessness. Seeing his sister in such distress, Yi Yun couldn't help but shed tears, as well her burden was far heavier than that of her children. Yang Fengdou looked at his mother and sister, his heart aching. You don't need to worry about this, I will have money soon. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun scrutinized her son, sensing something different about him today. A wave of concern washed over her. However, she refrained from questioning further and focused on comforting Yang Xiao. It took a while, but eventually, her sister calmed down. As Yang Fengdou and his mother exited the ward, he felt a lingering worry about leaving his sister alone in the hospital. Yet, unexpectedly, Yi Yun's expression turned grave. Ever since her husband's incident, she had been increasingly anxious about her son, and today that anxiety intensified. She knew he was hiding something from her. Chapter 2. A mother's conditions. Yang Fendou was perplexed, unable to comprehend his mother's distress, and thus he accompanied her out of the hospital. The Yang family currently resides in a makeshift village on the outskirts of Shihe City, a location chosen by his mother, Yi Yun, out of necessity, primarily for the sake of frugality, but most importantly, for safety. The inhabitants of this village are preoccupied with their daily struggles and show little interest in the past of the Yang family, or in the identities they once held. Their dwelling is situated within a large courtyard, surrounded by houses in all directions, reminiscent of a traditional Sihiyuan. They occupy a modest room of less than 30 square meters on the western side, furnished with 2 beds, one large and one small, leaving little space for anything else. Upon entering, Yi Yun secured the door and turned to her son with a grave expression. What is it that you wish to ask me? Yang Fendou queried, totally bewildered. What transpired today? Who has done this to you? And why did you say that money will come soon? Yi Yun questioned her son with an icy tone. Sensing his mother's anger, Yang Fendou felt a twinge of anxiety. Throughout the years, she had scrimped and saved to ensure he and his sister could attend school, imposing strict expectations upon them. Any hint of slackness would invite her ire. It was only after his sister fell ill that he was compelled to abandon his studies. Nevertheless, Yi Yun relentlessly encouraged her children to pursue education. Although he did not complete high school, Yang Fendou's knowledge rivaled that of his peers, and he was fully capable of passing university entrance exams. Today, at the construction site, we unearthed a jar of ancient coins, and I found one myself. I thought to sell at the antique market to raise funds for my sister's treatment. He finally confessed. Silence. Yi Yun's emotions spiraled upon hearing the word antique, and she admonished him sharply. What I dreaded has come to pass. Have you forgotten what I told you? Mother, I remember you forbidding me from entering the world of antiques. But have you considered that with my current job as a laborer, I may never earn enough to pay for my sister's medical expenses? Yang Fendou replied, anguish written across his face. For years, I have studied the books and notes left by my father, and I believe I possess the ability and insight to earn money. Ye Yun Sikit. Her expression one of resignation. Do you think that merely acquiring theoretical knowledge equates to expertise? Let me tell you, the world of antiques is as deep as the sea, but human hearts are even deeper. I do not wish for you to follow in your father's footsteps. Mother, I understand your concerns, but for my sister's sake, I must take this risk. I cannot stand idly by and watch her slip away from us, Yang Fendou declared with unwavering determination. In that moment, as she gazed at her son, Yi Yun suddenly felt that he had truly matured. Amidst her worries, there was a flicker of pride. It seemed that the time had come to let go. Are you truly resolute? She asked, once her composure returned. I am resolute. Yang Fendou replied emphatically. Very well. If that is the case, you must agree to a few conditions. Please, go ahead, he said. Yi Yun fell silent for a moment before continuing. First, you may enter the world of antiques, but you must never disclose the slightest detail about your background. Secondly, you should learn to discern people before evaluating treasures. Lastly, you must not investigate your father's matters. Do you understand? Yang Fendou nodded and replied, Mom, I promise to abide by the first 2, but regarding my father, I must uncover the truth. Absolutely not. Yi Yun immediately rejected. Why not, Mom? Although I was young when father had his incident, I vaguely remember that he was in charge of safeguarding a collection of cultural relics. That night, a great fire broke out, the relics vanished without a trace, and father mysteriously disappeared. Some say he was involved in the theft. Be quiet. Yian's expression suddenly changed as she shouted at young Fendou. Remember this. Your father is a man of integrity and honor. He is my pride, and yours as well. I understand, Mom. Young Fendou felt a surge of emotion, tears welling up in his eyes. I will give you a year. If within this year you truly mature and acquire sufficient capability, I will reveal everything I know to you, and I will not oppose your investigation into your father's affairs. After saying this, Yian turned and walked toward her bed. She crouched down and retrieved a leather case from beneath the bed, opening it with a combination to extract a reddish-brown rosewood box. Yang Fendou had seen this box before. It belonged to his father and had been kept by his mother since his father's disappearance. So, this is the family heirloom that generations of the Yang family have defended with their lives. Now, I entrust it to you. Whether you possess the ability to comprehend its mysteries depends on your own fortune. As she spoke, Yian solemnly placed the rosewood box into Yang Fendou's hands. Gazing at the weighty box, Yang Fendou felt a profound complexity in his heart. At that moment, he suddenly sensed the immense responsibility resting upon his shoulders. Mom, rest assured, I will defend and protect the legacy of the Yang family with my life. Yang Fendou said earnestly, casting a serious glance at his mother. Son, greed leads to downfall. Once you enter the antique business, you must constantly remind yourself to act with discretion and to know when to hold back. Never let your brilliance overshadow the subtlety. Upon hearing his mother's words, Yang Fendou nodded solemnly. All right, I shall go to the hospital to accompany Xiao Xiao. Yian wished to say more, but after a moment of contemplation, she ultimately opened the door and left the house. Jincheng, no matter where you are, whether alive or dead, I hope you bless our son, Yian murmured, lifting her gaze to the sky, holding the exquisitely crafted rosewood box that exuded an ancient aura. Yang Fendou's expression was a mixture of excitement and anxiety. With a sigh, he tried to calm himself, then held his breath as his fingers began to manipulate the mechanisms on the box. This mechanism resembled an ancient 9-grid puzzle, and after more than 10 minutes of fumbling, he still could not unlock it. Inadvertently, he cut his left index finger on a splinter, but disregarding the pain, he wiped the blood and continued to puzzle over it. Diligence is rewarded, and half an hour later, a faint sound of a mechanism echoed as the box finally opened. Yang Fendou's face lit up with excitement as he cautiously lifted the lid, releasing a radiant green light within. Chapter 3. Entering the Antique Street. In an instant, the previously dim room was enveloped in a vibrant green glow. Gazing at the gem before him, which shimmered like a cat's eye, Yang Fendou swallowed hard, striving to steady his racing heart. With trembling hands, he reached out to grasp the gem. Could this truly be the fabled night pearl? As his thought crossed his mind, he noticed an aged booklet resting inside the box. The title, inscribed in 4 elegant seal script characters, read The Art of the Imperial Eye. Is this the true heirloom? Yang Fendou felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. He set the night pearl down and carefully retrieved the booklet, gently turning to the first page. It read, This gem is the cherished heirloom of the Yang family, the eye of the imperial cat. Those fortunate descendants may glimpse its mysteries. But fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Tread carefully. If one lacks destiny, do not force it, lest calamity befall you. Remember this. These words seemed to be a familial admonition left by his ancestors. Reflecting on it now, he realized his father had never mentioned this matter. Perhaps he too was one without fortune. Yang Fendou placed the booklet aside and picked up the pearl again, but after a long scrutiny, he discerned no secrets within. He even rubbed it vigorously, yet yielded no results. The initial excitement gradually faded into disappointment. Am I also one without fortune? With a silent sigh, he casually rested the pearl in his right hand. Suddenly, upon contact with the gem, a chilling sensation coursed through his finger, prompting him to draw in a sharp breath. To his astonishment, he noticed the blood from a previous wound seeping into the pearl. Yang Fendou's eyes fixated on the night pearl, and he perceived a flicker of red light emerging from its center. Before he could react, the red glow shot towards his eyes like a bolt of lightning. A sharp pain surged through him, and with a scream, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Half an hour later, Yang Fendou slowly opened his eyes. Struggling to rise from the floor, he shook his head vigorously, still feeling somewhat dazed, and had to lean against the edge of the bed to stand. Ignoring everything else, he hastily picked up the night pearl, now dimmed considerably, and to his astonishment, he could clearly see countless fissures within the gem. How could this be? With questions swirling in his mind, he quickly grasped the booklet on the art of the imperial eye. An ancient aura wafted towards him, and immediately, the information contained within surged into his consciousness. Part of it detailed the historical background of the Yang family. Another portion revealed the secrets of the eye of the imperial cat, and the remainder comprised essential techniques of the art itself. In that moment, Yang Fendou realized that he had indeed uncovered the mysteries of the eye of the imperial cat, marking him as the fortunate descendant of the Yang lineage. According to the records, the Yang family has made a living through the appraisal of treasures for generations, a gift bestowed upon them by the imperial eyes, allowing them to perceive what ordinary individuals cannot. Yang Fendou struggled to suppress his excitement as he retrieved a copper coin from his pocket, hurriedly rubbing away the dirt from its surface, allowing his gaze to settle upon it. Jinkong Tongbao. Despite the presence of verdigris, the inscriptions were remarkably clear. From a young age, his father had taught Yang Fendou to recognize and authenticate various antiques, and this copper coin was no exception. A hint of joy crept across his face. This Jinkong Tongbao was indeed of considerable value. However, what he sought to validate was the prowess of his own vision. Taking a deep breath, he focused intently on the coin. In less than a second, a miracle occurred. Through the surface of the Jinkong Tongbao, he distinctly perceived its interior. Devoid of any impurities, it was entirely composed of white copper. Just as astonishment washed over him, an inexplicable wave of sorrow surged within his heart, causing his eyes to redden. He not only discerned the authenticity of the Jinkong Tongbao, but also felt a profound historical essence emanating from it. At that moment, he was utterly convinced that his eyes could indeed perceive what others could not. In his exhilaration, he hastily secured the Jinkong Tongbao. A glance at the time revealed it was 3 o'clock, just 5 minutes to spare, perfect for a trip to the antique street to sell it, providing hope for his sister's medical expenses. After a brief preparation, Yang Fendou set out promptly at 3, riding his bicycle, a Mengting brand, swiftly towards the antique street. The urban village was not far from the Xinyu Bridge antique street, and he arrived in approximately 20 minutes. The antique street was bustling with activity at that hour. The central thoroughfare was packed with people, and numerous vendors had set up stalls. The sounds of merchants boasting and buyers haggling filled the air. With eyes wide with curiosity, Yang Fendou eagerly examined the various antiques and curiosities on display, seizing the opportunity to further test the capabilities of his vision. A Qing Dynasty Famille rose porcelain jar, fake. A Ming Dynasty blue and white lotus vase, an art piece. A Qing Dynasty dragon pattern General S jar, rubbish. After inspecting 3 items, he had seen through them all at a glance. Just as he was about to continue, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and it suddenly dawned on him that the technique of the imperial eyes came with numerous limitations. Having just acquired this ability, he realized that examining 3 items was already his limit. He must take a moment to rest and recuperate. He decided it was imperative to sell the copper coin. With that thought, Yang Fendou began to scan the shops lining the street. After observing over a dozen establishments, he came to a halt in front of a shop named Jichuan Pavilion, which advertised the purchase and sale of various ancient coins. He reasoned that this shop likely specialized in such matters and would be staffed by knowledgeable individuals, and thus he stepped inside. The shop was modest in size, featuring an inner and outer room, while the front hall displayed 3 display racks, with a counter on the left side upon entry, where a man and woman were engaged in discussion over an item. Yang Fendou, lost in his own thoughts, wandered over to the treasure shelf, where an assortment of ancient coins and bronze mirrors from various dynasties lay on display. Hey, don't touch that. If you break it, you won't be able to pay for it. Hurry and get out. This isn't a porridge shop, and I have no money to spare for you. A disdainful voice interrupted him just as he was about to pick up a coin. The speaker, appearing to be in his 40s, was thin and sharp-featured, presumably the shop owner, who was glaring at him with evident disgust. Realizing he was still clad in his soiled work clothes from the construction site, Yang Fendou felt no anger, assuming the man had simply misjudged him. "You've misunderstood, sir. I'm not a beggar. I'm here to sell something." Yang Fendou quickly clarified. "Misunderstood my foot. Can't you see I'm attending to esteemed guests? I don't have time for you. Get lost." The shopkeeper retorted without a hint of courtesy. Yang Fendou hadn't expected such disdain on his first visit to an antique shop. He couldn't be bothered to argue further. Surely, with valuable items at hand, he wouldn't struggle to sell them. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a girl observing him. Independent and aloof, she left a strong impression on Yang Fendou. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed as she regarded him. Perhaps due to the pride of youth, being insulted in front of such a beauty made Yang Fendou acutely aware of his flushed face, as if a flame was about to erupt from his chest. Chapter 4. The prejudice of ignorance. As Yang Fendou stood there motionless, the shopkeeper, Wu Tian, became increasingly irate. What are you still doing there? Hurry up and scram. Wu, that is not how you treat customers, whether buying or selling. Anyone who enters your shop deserves better than this attitude. The girl finally spoke up. Huh, look at his attire. How could he possibly possess anything of value? In our line of work, it's all about discernment, and he clearly looks like someone trying to swindle money. Wu Tian confidently smiled at the beauty. Oomph. With such short-sightedness, your business is doomed to fail. Even if you wanted to buy, I wouldn't sell to you now. Yang Fendou suppressed his anger and strode towards the door. You little brat, are you deliberately seeking trouble? Wu Tian fumed at Yang Fendou's parting words, ready to confront him, but the beautiful girl intervened. Wu, are you still in the business? You're being rather superficial. This is entirely your fault. Hearing her words, Wu Tian's attitude shifted, and he quickly plastered a conciliatory smile on his face. My apologies, Miss Shang. You're right. Let us not let this kid ruin our business. This bronze mirror is undoubtedly a genuine article. I spent a month in Luo City to obtain it from the owner, who only agreed to let me sell it. As Yang Fendou reached the entrance, he caught a glimpse of the bronze mirror in Wu Tian's hand. To his surprise, it was a sea creature great mirror. However, after a moment's reflection, he couldn't help but wonder, judging by its shape, design, and the copper patina. It appeared to be a Tang Dynasty mirror. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. To confirm his suspicions, he resorted once more to the power of his mystical gaze. Fortunately, after the brief respite, his body exhibited no peculiarities this time. Upon scrutinizing the copper mirror, a cold smirk flickered across his face. No wonder he had sensed something was off. It all became clear. Kid, I've spared you from my wrath out of respect for Director Shang. So why are you still murmuring? Wu Tian's expression darkened as he shouted again at Yang Fendou. You understand this copper mirror? The nearby beauty regarded Yang Fendou with curiosity. Initially, he had no intention of meddling, but Wu Tian's contempt was too much to bear, especially since the beauty had previously defended him. Since she had inquired, he might as well return the favor. With that thought, Yang Fendou shook his head and replied, Not entirely, but I do know that the piece you wish to purchase is problematic. Damn it, what nonsense are you spouting? Wu Tian's fury erupted at these words. Wu boss, enough already. If you continue like this deal will fall through. The beauty's frosty demeanor intensified at this scene. Seeing her anger, Wu Tian's expression shifted faster than a page turning in a book, and he quickly smiled. Director Shang, please, let us do this, since you trust this lad. Let him explain what is wrong with my copper mirror. With a slight furrow of her brows, the beauty did not genuinely believe Yang Fendou's words. Rather, she was unable to tolerate Wu Tian's earlier insult. Ultimately, it was sympathy and compassion that motivated her. Then tell me, where exactly lies the flaw in your piece? Before the beauty could speak, Yang Fendou directed his gaze towards Wu Tian. You're just spouting nonsense without understanding anything. Wu Tian retorted, a hint of derision gracing his features. Wu boss, you didn't clarify earlier, and I would like to hear you elaborate. The beauty interjected, her eyes fixed on Wu Tian. Very well, Director Shang. Allow me to provide a detailed introduction. Wu Tian shot Yang Fendou a glare before turning attentively to the beauty. This copper mirror is a great mirror from the Tang Dynasty. Observe the robust form of the beast depicted and the striking clarity of its construction. Particularly, its eyes exude a sharp vitality. The 8 sea creatures exhibit distinct forms, showcasing the ancient artisan's exceptional craftsmanship. As he spoke, Wu Tian lightly tapped the mirror, continuing, Listen to the sound. It is deep and resonant, characteristic of an ancient copper mirror. Furthermore, the patina on the surface reveals its age and the passage of time. Finally, take a whiff of the mirror. It emanates an earthy aroma, reminiscent of antiquity. This copper mirror is quite rare in the current market, so my asking price of 2 million is quite reasonable. With this, Wu Tian wore a self-satisfied expression, even casting a disdainful glance at Yang Fendou. The beauty nodded in agreement, but soon turned her gaze back to Yang Fendou. You mentioned earlier that this copper mirror has flaws. Would you care to elaborate now? Upon hearing those words, Wu Tian felt a seething anger, unable to fathom what had possessed Shang Mei today. Normally indifferent to men, she seemed to place great importance on this beggar. Yang Fendou, undeterred by their exchange, nodded slightly and remarked, You are correct. The assessment of a bronze mirror relies primarily on 4 factors: listening to the sound, observing the shape, discerning rust, and detecting the scent. The price is certainly quite reasonable. What more is there to say? Wu Tian retorted with disdain. The issues lie in 2 aspects. Firstly, your previous statements were incomplete and and secondly, your price is far too low. As Yang Fendou finished speaking, both Wu Tian and Shang Mei's expression shifted. You ought to know that both rust detection and scent assessment require water, yet you failed to mention this. So I can confidently assert that your bronze mirror must not come into contact with water. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's eyes widened, and his heart sank. He shouted at Yang Fendou, "We know, this is an antique. How could it be treated with water so casually?" Calm down. Allow me to elaborate on the second point. You should be aware of the price trends for bronze mirrors in this industry. Without delving into the present, let us consider the items sold at the Hong Kong Jiada auction in 2011, several of which fetched prices exceeding $6 million. In 2012, a wealthy businessman in China spent over $10 million on a Sea Beast Great Mirror, yet you propose to sell yours for merely $2 million. Do you lack understanding, or are you simply foolish? Shut your mouth and stop spouting nonsense. Wu Tian had never anticipated that this seemingly destitute Yang Fendou possessed such extensive knowledge of bronze mirrors and market trends, which incited his fury. Sheng Mei, perceptive and astute, noted Wu Tian's desperation and, with a raised brow, coldly remarked, "Mr. Wu, I find his points to be quite valid. Why not employ his methods for assessment?" That's out of the question, Director Shang. You don't comprehend that bronze mirrors are far more precious than porcelain. They cannot be treated lightly with water. Wu Tian's forehead began to bead with cold sweat as he spoke. One glance with hot water will reveal the truth. Yang Fendou felt a surge of satisfaction, relishing the unfolding drama, especially after Wu Tian's earlier insult. "Mr. Wu, you know I'm acquainted with numerous individuals in this field. Shall I call to inquire whether bronze mirrors can withstand water?" Shang Mei's suggestion caused Wu Tian's complexion to shift dramatically, and he hastily waved his hand. "No need for such trouble. I will prepare hot water immediately." Chapter 5. We are square now. Observing Wu Tian's flustered demeanor brought Yang Fendou a sense of delight. As Wu Tian reluctantly strode towards the inner room, he cast a venomous glare at Yang Fendou. Yet, he could not afford to focus on his anger towards Yang Fendou. He needed to devise a suitable explanation for Shang Mei, his significant benefactor. Under no circumstances could he allow this opportunity to slip away. Soon, Wu Tian returned with a basin of hot water, placing on the counter, and tentatively inquired, "Director Shang, do you truly wish to proceed with this?" "Absolutely. Mr. Shang, I believe it is prudent to address matters directly. Last time you mentioned your desire to purchase such a copper mirror, I have kept that in mind. For your sake, I have spent over a month in Lo City, ultimately persuading the vendor to procure the item. If there are any issues with this piece, I bear no responsibility." A discerning individual would immediately perceive that Wu Tian is simply seeking an escape route. Let's begin. Shang Mei, however, disregarded these words and merely gestured towards him. Reluctantly, Wu Tian lifted the copper mirror and carefully submerged it in water. The three of them fixated their gaze upon the mirror in the basin. To their astonishment, a visible crack appeared in the center of the mirror upon immersion, accompanied by a faint, unpleasant odor. It turned out that the mirror was merely two halves glued together. Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Yang Fendou's face, and he felt a sense of relief. Seizing the moment when the others were distracted, he quietly exited the shop. With his grievances addressed and social obligations fulfilled, he deemed it unnecessary to linger further, as he needed to promptly find a buyer for the copper coins to cover his sister's hospital expenses. How could this be? It is impossible. Wu Tian feigned surprise and exclaimed toward Shang Mei, "I have been deceived by the vendor." Sheng Mei, with her brows furrowed and a hint of frost gracing her elegant countenance, coldly regarded Wu Tian and remarked, "Mr. Wu, we have been acquaintances for some time. Yet I am astonished by your deceitful tactics. Henceforth, let us consider ourselves strangers." Wu Tian sensed that the situation was turning dire and was about to unleash his ire upon Yang Fendou, only to find that the latter had already departed. He was left to plead with Shang Mei. "Madam Shang, I truly had no knowledge of this. I too was misled by the vendor. Please, grant me a little more time. I assure you I will procure a superior copper mirror." However, it seemed Shang Mei did not hear him, as she turned and exited the Ji Quan pavilion without a backward glance. "Damn it, that filthy beggar dares to ruin my prospects. All my efforts have been in vain." Thwarted by a wretched beggar, in a fit of rage, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, second brother." Gather the brothers quickly. "An insufferable fool has disrupted our plans." Meanwhile, Yang Fendou noticed that it was already past 4 in the afternoon. He needed to swiftly exchange the copper coins for cash. Otherwise, not only would his sister's surgery be in jeopardy, but even her hospitalization could be at stake. "Wait a moment. What do you want?" Yang Fendou coldly inquired as Shang Mei caught up to him. You left in such haste. I came to express my gratitude. Initially, Shang Mei had only offered her assistance to Yang Fendou out of sympathy and pity, but she was surprised to discover that he possessed genuine talent. Thus, an unexpected desire to become acquainted with him began to blossom within her. No need. I merely repaid your earlier favor. We are even now, and I have no time for further discussion. With that, Yang Fendou turned it apart. Shang Mei was taken aback. As the beautiful chairwoman of the Shang group, she was accustomed to men vying for her attention. Yet this young man had the audacity to disregard her. Even if you are merely returning a favor, your manner of speaking is quite rude. Shang Mei, feeling exasperated, shouted towards Yang Fendou. However, Yang Fendou seemed oblivious, showing no intention of stopping. A wave of embarrassment washed over Shang Mei. It was the first time she had ever been so dismissively ignored by a man. Naturally, she could not allow this affront to go unchallenged. You wish to sell something, do you not? Name your price, and I shall purchase it. Indeed, money held its sway. A smirk of satisfaction graced Shang Mei's lips as she approached Yang Fendou. I am selling this copper coin. How much will you offer? Yang Fendou surveyed the area, noting the sparse crowd, before producing the coin to present to Shang Mei. Jing Kong Tong Bao, he declared. Shang Mei furrowed her brows, scrutinizing the coin. Truth be told, she knew little about such currency. Her interest in copper mirrors stemmed solely from her father's fondness for them, and her own knowledge was quite limited. Yet, given that Yang Fendou had instantly discerned the mirror's authenticity, she was convinced of his expertise. Thus, she resolved to forge an acquaintance with him, believing that his insight would prove invaluable in her future antique dealings. I'll buy it for 200,000, Shang Mei declared after some deliberation. 200,000. Yang Fendou exclaimed, astonished. He recognized that the coin's true market value was between 50 to 60,000. Her offer was patently absurd. How about 300,000 then? Shang Mei, interpreting his surprise as a sign of underestimation, hastily added another 100,000. Are you pitying me or expressing gratitude? Yang Fendou retorted, visibly displeased. If it's pity, it's unnecessary. If it's gratitude, it is unwarranted, for we are even now. Though he was in need of money, he understood the principle that a gentleman acquires wealth through honorable means. Shang Mei, feeling a twinge of awkwardness, replied, I merely believe you possess a certain talent for appraising antiques and wish to befriend you. To be frank, I know nothing about this coin. Apologies, but I have no interest in making friends. Yang Fendou interjected, dismissing her explanation and turning to leave. Seeing his intent, Shang Mei's heart raced with urgency. She stamped her foot and called after him, Stop right there. While I may not understand copper coins, I know of a collector who has a keen interest in them. Are you not deceiving me? Yang Fendou inquired. Why would I lie? This individual is an expert in antique appraisal, humble in nature and amiable in demeanor. I assure you, he will offer you a fair price. Intrigued, Yang Fendou hesitated, then asked, Where can I find him? I will take you there right now. Shang Mei replied eagerly, sensing his interest. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Fendou nodded. Shang Mei led him out of the antique street, guiding him to a white BMW 740 parked by the roadside. Get in. Gazing at the luxurious vehicle, Yang Fendou hesitated. My bicycle is over there. Perhaps you could lead the way, and I will follow. Shang Mei, accustomed to her usual haughtiness, found herself amused by his response. What is this? If you wish to sell the coin, you must get in the car. Ultimately, Yang Fendou had no choice but to enter the vehicle. Shang Mei pressed the accelerator, and Yang Fendou, seated in the passenger seat, immediately felt a powerful thrust against his back. Indeed, driving was far more exhilarating than cycling. Chapter 6. The Copper Coins in Sight Conflict. Shang Mei drove swiftly, navigating through a series of turns before entering a neighborhood of bungalows. Despite their humble appearance, each courtyard had the potential to accommodate a villa, as they were all remnants of ancient courtyard residences inhabited by individuals of considerable wealth. We have arrived, Shang Mei announced, parking the car in front of a courtyard gate. Yang Fendou instinctively glanced at the time. It was precisely 5 o'clock in the afternoon. As Shang Mei stepped out and approached the door, Yang Fendou idly surveyed the entrance. The typical Rui door of a courtyard displayed a rich reddish-brown hue, with 2 lion-shaped door knockers adorning its twin doors. However, Yang Fendou quickly discerned that while the door itself was original, the knockers had been added later. Miss Shang is here. Mr. Wang is in the courtyard speaking with a guest, announced the Wang family's housekeeper as she opened the door, smiling upon seeing Shang Mei. Thank you. I've brought a friend with me today, Shang Mei replied, gesturing for Yang Fendou to join her as they entered the courtyard. This particular courtyard was a single-unit structure devoid of any additional annexes. The surrounding buildings were independent and arranged in a pleasing manner, imparting a sense of spaciousness and brightness. On one side of the courtyard, the owner had cultivated a variety of flowers, while the other side featured a modest fish pond. Once the gate closed, the outside world's distractions faded away, revealing a natural beauty within. Yang Fendou noticed two individuals conversing in a small pavilion at the center of the courtyard. One, facing him, appeared to be in his 40s. His complexion was rosy, and there was a hint of kindness in his expression, suggesting a benevolent nature, an essence that cannot be feigned. The other, with his back to Yang Fendou, appeared to be clad in a suit, his hair thinning, but his features remained obscured. "Uncle Wang, I brought a friend to see you," Xiangmei called out as she approached Wang Jian and by the pavilion. "Ah, little girl, I knew you wouldn't come to visit me without reason. Are you here to have me show you something again?" Wang Jian and chuckled lightly. "However, you'll have to wait for a moment. I have a guest here who wishes to discuss some copper coins with me. Please take a seat." "All right, we'll wait for you, but don't take too long, or you may regret it," Xiangmei replied, her face illuminated by a radiant smile. Wang Jian and shook his head in amusement, then turned his attention back to the man opposite him. "Sun Gang, although these copper coins you brought are quite old, they are rather commonplace in the market, thus lacking significant value. How about I offer you 3,000 for them? What do you think?" Sun Gang, Yang Fendou, still standing outside the pavilion, felt a jolt of recognition at the name, his eyelids fluttering involuntarily. Could he be the unscrupulous contractor? At that moment, he was seized by the urge to depart quickly. If Sun Gang were to catch sight of the copper coins in his possession, he would certainly not let him off easily. "Old Wang, as you mentioned, these coins are quite ancient, and their origins are indeed legitimate. Might you consider adjusting your price a tad higher?" The voice unmistakably belonged to Sun Gang, causing a flicker of unease within Yang Fendou, as it appeared that the coins in his possession were all excavated from the construction site. "Let us not rush into any transactions just yet. Perhaps you should inquire further. I assure you, the price I offer is entirely reasonable," Wang Jian replied with a shake of his head. "I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall not sell these coins today and must take my leave." After contemplating, Yang Fendou ultimately decided to exit the premises, quietly murmuring to Xiangmei. However, Xiangmei was oblivious to Yang Fendou's thoughts and, furrowing her brows in surprise, queried, "What's the rush? Why are you so anxious? I must remind you that Uncle Wang is an expert in antique coins. If your items are quality, the price should not be an issue." As fate would have it, Yang Fendou and Sun Gang exchanged glances, both momentarily taken aback. Moments later, Sun Gang's face contorted with anger as he coldly addressed Yang Fendou. "So it's you, you little rascal. Are you here to sell coins as well?" Yang Fendou refrained from responding directly, his gaze wavering. Observing this, Xiangmei seemed to grasp the underlying tension. Hesitantly, she directed her words at Sun Gang. "What's the matter? Is it only permissible for you to sell coins while others cannot? That is quite tyrannical of you." "Indeed, Sun Gang, your lack of generosity is rather unbecoming," Wang Jian interjected, visibly irked. "You see, you are unaware that the coins in this young man's possession rightfully belong to me." Upon hearing this, both Wang Jian and Xiangmei's expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes instinctively darting towards Yang Fendou. Xiangmei, incredulous, ventured to ask, "Are your coins stolen?" "Absolutely not," Yang Fendou vehemently denied. "These coins are mine. If you speak nonsense, hand over the coins and return them to me, and I shall let you off the hook. Should you wish to claim them as your own, do not expect my leniency." Sun Gang shouted in fury. In that moment, Wang Jian and Xiangmei were left at a loss for how to proceed. "Sun Gang, there is no need for your hostility. If you insist these coins are yours, I shall call the authorities." After the earlier tension, Yang Fendou now felt a sense of steadiness, thinking that neither party would emerge unscathed. Sun Gang, taken aback by Yang Fendou's newfound assertiveness and audacity to retort, felt his anger simmering further. He approached Yang Fendou with the intent to strike him. "Stop right there, Sun Gang. This is my home, and you shall not act recklessly," Wang Jian suddenly interjected with a sharp command. Sun Gang, reluctant to provoke Wang Jian, who he hoped to sell items to in the future, quickly masked his anger with a smile. "Uncle Wang, please do not take offense. This lad is merely a temporary worker for my site. If he possesses any coins, they must surely belong to me. I shall no longer work at your site from this moment on. I have completed 30 days of labor, earning 100 a day, totaling 3,000. Since our paths have crossed today, kindly settle my wages." Yang Fendou swiftly shifted the conversation. "Do you still dare to demand money from me? Do you want me to break your legs?" Sun Gang was utterly bewildered, never anticipating that this young man would dare to demand his wages. Withholding payment from laborers is indeed illegal. Observing his attire, one could surmise he is a figure of authority. Could it be that he would jeopardize himself over a mere 3,000 yuan? At that moment, Shang Mei cast a glance at Yang Fendou, feeling it appropriate to lend her support to him. Wang Jian could not contain himself, interjecting, "Indeed, Sun Gang, if you proceed in such a manner, how shall we conduct business in the future?" He had been closely observing Yang Fendou, a sense of familiarity lingering in his mind. Yet he could not recall where he had encountered him before. Most importantly, he intuitively felt that Yang Fendou was not a thief. Chapter 7. This matter is not yet resolved. Sun Gang could not afford to provoke Wang Jian, and reluctantly, he withdrew 3,000 yuan in cash from his briefcase, a disgruntled expression adorning his face as he handed it over to Yang Fendou. "Young man, since you two are here to sell copper coins, let's see what you have," Wang Jian remarked with a smile as Yang Fendou began to display the money. However, Yang Fendou was internally conflicted. He was reluctant to reveal the copper coins in front of Sun Gang. Moreover, he was acutely aware of Sun Gang's character and knew that matters were unlikely to be so easily resolved. "Old Wang, I have decided not to sell these coins today. I apologize for the disturbance, and I shall return if I wish to sell them in the future," Yang Fendou stated, turning to leave. "Old Wang, I too have pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." As Yang Fendou prepared to depart, a malevolent smirk briefly crossed Sun Gang's face, prompting him to hastily inform Wang Jian, and sensing the tension, Wang Jian furrowed his brow and called out to Yang Fendou, "Young man, since you were brought here by Shang Mei, we are friends now. Whether you sell the copper coins or not is inconsequential. Why not sit down for a cup of tea and a chat?" Wang Jian was astute. He understood Yang Fendou's apprehensions and was well aware of Sun Gang's current mindset. Yang Fendou paused, discerning the underlying message in Wang Jian's words. He turned back, expressing his gratitude. "Very well, I shall graciously accept your invitation." Sun Gang was momentarily taken aback at Yang Fendou's decision to stay. "Is that necessary? You mentioned having urgent matters. Please attend to them. Should you have valuable items in the future, feel free to approach me. I still have guests to entertain, so I must bid you farewell." Wang Jian feigned difficulty as he glanced at Sun Gang. Faced with the dismissal, Sun Gang could only suppress his anger and force a smile. "Very well, I shall take my leave." As he passed by Yang Fendou, Sun Gang's face darkened, and he muttered, "Boy, wait for me. This matter is not over." Yang Fendou chose to ignore him. "Annie, please close the door. From this moment on, I shall not receive any guests." Wang Jian instructed the housekeeper after Sun Gang departed. "Come, young man, have a seat." After the three settled, Wang Jian personally poured a cup of tea for Yang Fendou. "Now that we are without outsiders, do not be overly reserved. Please reveal the copper coins." A hint of a smile graced Wang Jian's face. "Thank you, old Wang, for helping me out earlier." Yang Fendou expressed his gratitude without engaging further. "Ha!" Wang Jian waved his hand with a smile, saying, "There is no need for gratitude. Firstly, I am well aware of Sun Gang's character. Secondly, I find you to be an admirable young man, not the thief he has described. Lastly, I simply wish to meet young individuals like yourself." Indeed, despite Wang Shu's advanced age, he possessed the spirit of a mischievous youth. Shang Mei chimed in with a laugh. "What are you saying? I'm not yet 50. How can you say I'm old?" The once proud Shang Mei displayed a remarkable liveliness in Wang Jian's presence. Naturally, Yang Fendou had his own plans. Entering the antiquities trade required utmost caution at all times. However, he was eager to part with the copper coins, and after careful consideration, he finally revealed them. Jinkong Tongbao. Upon receiving the coin and casting a glance at it, Wang Jian's face instantly registered shock, and he hurriedly picked up a magnifying glass to examine it closely. "What fine piece! I never expected to finally see a Jinkong Tongbao." After a minute, Wang Jian could hardly contain his excitement, observing the expression on his face. Shang Mei joyfully remarked, "Uncle Wang, I was right, wasn't I? Today, I have done something to make you happy." "Girl, I shall remember this favor," Wang Jian replied. For many years, he had been collecting copper coins, yet he was always missing a Jinkong Tongbao. Given that this coin had been issued in limited quantities, it had become increasingly elusive in the market, turning into a source of great distress for him. He never anticipated that he would finally encounter one today. "Fendou, how much do you intend to sell this coin for?" Wang Jian, being a straightforward man, bypassed other inquiries and directly asked for a price. Yang Fendou was taken aback by Wang Jian's candidness. According to the unspoken rules of the antiquities world, if a buyer displayed excitement, the seller could demand exorbitant prices. However, as a newcomer to this field, Yang Fendou was focused on establishing himself and leaving a favorable impression, knowing there would be future dealings. Thus, he refrained from making unreasonable demands. Old Wang, to be honest, I'm not very familiar with the market value of this coin. Perhaps you could suggest a price? If it seems fair, I will sell it. Upon hearing this, the now composed Wang Jinan revealed a hint of a mysterious smile. Little did they know, his earlier display of excitement had been intentional. After years of navigating the antiquities realm, he had seen countless treasures and had mastered the art of concealing his emotions. His purpose was to gauge Yang Fendou's character and whether he would attempt to inflate the price. It appeared that this young man was indeed of commendable character. My dear girl, your judgment is truly remarkable. You have not judged by appearances. Fendou is certainly a friend worth having. Wang Jinan refrained from quoting a price and instead turned to smile at Xiang Mei. Hearing this, Xiang Mei felt a surge of joy, though she dared not show it. In fact, I have just met Yang Fendou. He helped me appraise a copper mirror earlier. If he hadn't identified the issue, I would have suffered a great loss from Wu Tian at Jichuan Pavilion. Is that so? Wang Jinan's gaze fell on Yang Fendou, and he smiled, saying, Fendou has a keen eye. By mere chance, I found myself in this situation. Yang Fendou smiled sheepishly. Let's set aside these trivial matters for now. This Jinkong Tongbao is currently valued at approximately 30,000 yuan in the market. I shall offer you 50,000. What do you think? This price took Yang Fendou by surprise. He initially thought he could sell it for 30,000 and was astonished that Wang Jinan had not shortchanged him. Well then, I must express my gratitude to you, Wang Lao. Yang Fendou nodded in acknowledgement. Hearing Wang Jinan's words, Yang Fendou felt somewhat taken aback and, after a moment's reflection, decided to address him as Uncle Wang. After all, directly calling him Lao Wang felt rather disrespectful. Please, enjoy your tea while I fetch your money, Wang Jinan said, rising and making his way towards the main room. How about that? I have not deceived you, have I? Uncle Wang is a kind and affable man, and he is absolutely fair in his dealings. He would not mislead you, Xiang Mei remarked, unable to suppress her joy at the successful negotiation as she turned to Yang Fendou. Yang Fendou remained silent, yet internally he concurred with her sentiments. Before long, Wang Jinan emerged carrying a leather bag. Here, count this, is 50,000 yuan. Yang Fendou did not bother to count the money, but merely glanced at it before setting it aside. Ah, splendid. Now that our transaction is settled, you need not harbor any reservations. You may now share with me the origins of this coin and its connection to Sun Gang, Wang Jinan said, refilling Yang Fendou's tea with a warm smile. Chapter 8. The Dawn of Hope. Yang Fendou did not expect Wang Jinan to possess such a keen curiosity, especially since the transaction had been completed, yet he still inquired about these matters. Noticing the change in Yang Fendou's expression, Wang Jinan quickly added, Do not overthink it, Fendou. Let me put it this way. I believe you are a decent young man, and with Xiang Mei being a mutual connection, I thought it best to cultivate a friendship with you. Very well. I too find you to be a good person, Uncle Wang. Since you have asked, I shall share the story. Yang Fendou nodded and proceeded to recount the circumstances surrounding his acquisition of the coin. Naturally, he refrained from divulging anything that should remain unsaid. At this moment, Wang Jinan's demeanor grew somewhat serious as he fiddled with his teacup. Thank you, Uncle Wang. I will keep that in mind. Yang Fendou felt an increased fondness for Wang Jinan, for very few individuals in the antiquities trade could engage in such candid discussions. Now let us speak of Sun Gang. I know a bit about him. He is somewhat entrenched in the antiquities world and has some connections therein. As for Wu Tian, whom you mentioned earlier, Sun Gang usually associates closely with him. Based on my understanding of Sun Gang, I can assure you that he will not let today's events go unanswered. Furthermore, if he intends to part with the coin in his possession, he will undoubtedly seek out Wu Tian. I worry that he may bring your name into the conversation. Thus, it is imperative that you exercise caution in the coming days. I understand, Uncle Wang. To be honest, I only came to the antique street because of this coin. Otherwise, I have little capital to engage in such dealings. I shall likely visit infrequently, and even if they seek me out, it will not be so easy for them. Yang Fendou nodded in agreement. Do not underestimate the abilities of these individuals. They are well acquainted with all walks of life, Wang Jinan chuckled. As they conversed, Wang Jinan handed Yang Fendou a business card. This is my contact information. Should any issues arise, feel free to call me or simply mention my name. I have some renown in the antique street. Yang Fendou accepted the card, nodding gratefully. Xiang Mei had no choice but to drive Yang Fendou to the Zion Bridge antique street once more. After disembarking, Yang Fendou pondered for a moment, then leaned into the car and said, regardless of everything, thank you for today. Is a mere thank you sufficient? Xiang Mei retorted. What else do you expect? Yang Fendou regretted expressing his gratitude. How about this? I own a jewelry company, and you could serve as my private advisor, assisting me with your discerning during your free time, Xiang Mei suggested, biting her lip. Apologies, but I am neither knowledgeable about jadeite nor interested, and I owe you nothing. Yang Fendou declared, turning away from Xiang Mei and heading towards his bicycle. He unlocked it, mounted, and rode off without another word. Xiang Mei watched him depart, stomping her foot in frustration, gritting her teeth. Just you wait. I will ensure you owe me. Yet, she immediately regretted her words, realizing she had never asked Yang Fendou for his contact information. In such a vast city, encountering him again would likely be a challenge. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will find you. Quickly regaining her composure, Xiang Mei retrieved her iPhone 13 and dialed a number. Is the stunning Xiang calling me to treat me to a meal? Came a somewhat teasing voice on the line. Stop being vain, Meng Kaiyu. I need you to help me investigate someone. Xiang Mei replied curtly. Sure, but if I assist you, how will you repay me? I should inform you that the individual I need you to find is an expert in appraising treasures, Xiang Mei said, abruptly hanging up and accelerating away. When Yang Fendou arrived at the hospital with dinner, it was already 6:30 in the evening. Upon entering the ward, he found his sister, Yang Xiao, just finishing her 4-drip and chatting with her mother. Brother, you're here, Xiao exclaimed with a smile. Yes, I had some matters to attend to, so I arrived a bit late. I brought you and Mom 2 servings of pig bone soup. Enjoy it while it's hot. As he spoke, Yang Fendou placed the food on the bedside cabinet. Where did you get so much money? First the century egg and lean meat porridge, and now pig bone soup? Xiao looked at Yang Fendou with concern. Seeing his brother's gaunt frame and the scars upon him, her heart ached. Don't worry, I can earn money. Yang Fendou reassured her with a smile. Their mother, Yi Yun, had remained silent throughout, but surmised that Yang Fendou must have sold the antique coin and likely examined the family heirlooms. However, she was uncertain about the true nature of the family's heirlooms. After her husband passed, she attempted to open the box, but to no avail. Come, Xiao. Since your brother has bought this for you, eat it while it's hot. Yi Yun, concerned for her daughter, opened the food container and began to feed Xiao. While Yang Fendou sat nearby, smiling as he watched his sister eat. After their meal, Xiao lay down to rest, and Yi Yun and Yang Fendou stepped out into the corridor. Have you opened that box? Yi Yun inquired, her expression grave as she gazed at Yang Fendou. I have, Yang Fendou replied, nodding, but as for what lies within, I cannot quite articulate it. Just trust your son. One day, you will be proud of me, and I will uncover the truth about my father. So, you've resolved to venture into the world of antiques? Indeed, Yang Fendou affirmed earnestly. Very well, my dear. I believe in you, but you must remember my words, Yi Yun said regarding her son. Indeed, he had matured, and it was time for her to allow him to forge his own path. With a nod, Yi Yun expressed her support. Soon after, Yang Fendou paid his sister's hospital fees, retaining 13,000 yuan for other purposes. The following day, Yang Fendou rose early, quickly freshened up, and delivered breakfast to the hospital before departing for the mobile phone district. He spent 2,000 yuan on a fully functional smartphone and then, at a second-hand market, bought an electric bike for 900 yuan. This arrangement would certainly facilitate his trips to the hospital, transferring the SIM card from his old phone to the new one. He was about to head to the antique street when his phone rang. Hello, is this the scrap collector? My family is moving, and we no longer need our old items. If you're interested, come over now. The address is... An opportunity to collect scrap en route to the antique street was too good to pass up. Any chance to earn was worth pursuing. This scrap collection revealed a glimmer of hope. Chapter 9. Struggles and entanglements to prevent his electric bike from being stolen. He pushed it into his room before confidently leaving the courtyard on his tricycle. 40 minutes later, Yang Fendou arrived at the agreed location. After securing the tricycle, he dialed the number of the person selling scrap. The person lived on the 5th floor. A woman in her 40s, who regarded Yang Fendou with disdain, asked, Are you the scrap collector? Yes, that would be me, he confirmed with a nod. Come in. The living room is filled with scrap, and these old appliances are also up for sale. If the price is right, I will sell to you. If not, I will seek someone else. There are plenty of scrap collection ads in the hallway, she stated, eyeing him critically. Rest assured, I will offer you a fair price. Let me assess the items first, he replied, beginning to examine the old appliances. How about this? For the refrigerator, washing machine, and television, plus the scrap, I will give you 800 yuan. He proposed with a smile. What kind of joke is this? The television is LCD, and the washing machine is a front loader. You're offering me 800 yuan? That's outright robbery, she retorted, visibly irritated. Yang Fendou observed her closely. He noted the quick flicker of her eyes during their exchange, indicating that his offer was indeed reasonable. He remained silent, squatting down to sift through the pile of discarded items. Suddenly, he spotted an object coated in red paint amidst the heap of refuse, its shape remarkably resembling that of an inkstone. Could it be that he had stumbled upon a treasure once more? Yang Fendou endeavored to suppress the excitement bubbling within him, discreetly activating his spirit gaze. Indeed, beneath the red paint lay a genuine inkstone, faintly enveloped in an aura of antiquity. Observing Yang Fendou's silence, the woman, growing somewhat impatient, remarked, "All right, enough rummaging. I won't haggle with you. Take it for 1,000 yuan." Yang Fendou refrained from further comment, nodding in agreement. "Then it shall be 1,000. In the future, if you have any old items to sell, just think of me." With that, he retrieved 1,000 yuan from his tattered bag and handed it to the woman. Money originally intended for a treasure hunt at the antique market. "Now, quickly remove your belongings. I am in a hurry to relocate," she stated. Upon receiving the payment, her demeanor softened somewhat. "All right, let me tidy up this mess first, then I'll call someone to help with the moving." Yang Fendou called his neighbor, Old Lu, who fortuitously was nearby collecting scrap, and arrived in 10 minutes. Together, they lifted the old appliances downstairs. While Old Lu was distracted, Yang Fendou stealthily packed the inkstone away. "Old Lu, you can sell these items on your own. I won't accompany you this time," he informed him. Old Lu, in his 50s and possessing a simple demeanor, waved his hands in protest. "Why won't you come? What if I sell them at a loss?" "No worries. It's not my first encounter with the recycling station. They wouldn't dare to undercut too much. I must visit the hospital to see my sister, so I shall take my leave," Yang Fendou replied before riding off on his tricycle. Upon returning home, Yang Fendou eagerly unveiled the inkstone, scrutinizing it closely. He hastily grabbed a half bottle of floral water from the windowsill and sprayed it onto the inkstone. After 5 minutes, he began scrubbing the inkstone with soapy water and a brush, witnessing the red paint gradually peel away. The original hue of the inkstone began to reveal itself. The entire inkstone emanated a deep brown color, with specks of green within the stone resembling floating duckweed. At this sight, Yang Fendou could hardly contain the ecstasy on his face, for he instantly recognized the quality of the inkstone. Its green was as vibrant as blue, and it felt smooth as jade in his hand, the stone exceptionally refined. This was a quintessential example of green jade stone, specifically a type of Tao inkstone. Undoubtedly, it was a paragon among inkstones. Yang Fendou, cradling the Tao inkstone with overwhelming excitement, examined it closely. The inkstone was remarkably well preserved, adorned with a design depicting a waterfall. Tao inkstone is one of the 4 renowned inkstones, and this particular piece could fetch at least several $100,000 in the market. With this, there was hope for his sister's surgical expenses. As he continued to admire the inkstone, he turned it over and suddenly noticed a few small characters revealing themselves, the old man embracing ice. Zhang Jidong, the governor-general of Guangdong and Guangxi during the late Qing dynasty, known for his fondness for collecting inkstones. However, according to historical records, he primarily favored the Duan inkstone. This was the first he had heard of the Tao inkstone. The value of rarity is undeniable, and currently, the price of this Tao inkstone is set to soar. Yang Fendou was so overcome with excitement that he could hardly contain himself. He hastily gathered his belongings and carefully packed the inkstone before departing from his home in a hurry. Within 20 minutes of riding his electric bike, Yang Fendou arrived at the Xian New Bridge Antique Market. After securing his bike, he made his way directly into the antique street. "Young man, are you here to buy or to sell?" A cheerful voice interrupted him after he had meandered for a few minutes on the antique street, blocking his path. "I'm just browsing," Yang Fendou replied with a frown. "Do not misunderstand, I mean you no harm. I am well acquainted with nearly all the shop owners and stallholders on this street. I merely assist my friends in making connections," the man said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou quickly grasped the man's identity. In the antique trade, there exist individuals like him who, lacking their own treasures, earn a living by introducing buyers and sellers, taking a commission from the transactions. These individuals are known as brokers. Although it may not be the most reputable profession, their extensive networks and knowledge can be quite advantageous. Now, faced with uncertainty, Yang Fendou thought that having this broker's assistance could save him considerable trouble. If a deal is struck, what are the terms? Yang Fendou inquired. "It's simple. 3 for the buyer and 2 for the seller," the man replied with a grin. Yang Fendou understood the implications of this arrangement. Once a deal was finalized, the buyer would pay a commission of 30%, while the seller would part with 20% for the broker. This had been the long-standing custom in the industry. Though Yang Fendou had not been deeply immersed in the antique trade, he was well aware of its established practices. Are you looking to buy or sell? If you wish to sell, I must first examine the item. The man continued, still smiling. I am only selling an inkstone. If you help me find a buyer, you will naturally benefit from the transaction, Yang Fendou cautiously replied, deliberately withholding the inkstone. Ah, you're quite prudent, young man. In this day and age, caution is wise. Come with me. I happen to know an expert who collects inkstones. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Fendou nodded and followed the broker ahead. At that moment, not far away, two figures in a shop were intently watching Yang Fendou. Chapter 10. A mother's misfortunes soon. Yang Fendou trailed the broker through winding alleys behind the antique street. The narrow passage appeared to be over 5 meters wide, eerily devoid of any pedestrians, amplifying his sense of unease. With each step, Yang Fendou felt increasingly apprehensive and halted. Questioning the broker, where exactly is this buyer you mentioned? Where are you taking me? You've disrupted my brother's business. Do you truly believe I would lead you anywhere good? As his words fell, a dozen individuals suddenly emerged from the shadows of the alley, dressed in a manner that unmistakably marked them as street thugs. They quickly surrounded Yang Fendou. What are you saying? I can't comprehend a word. Yang Fendou's expression shifted, and he replied coldly. Feigning ignorance here is unwise. I've heard that you not only swindled my elder brother, but also pilfered someone else's copper coins, sneered the broker. At that moment, everything became clear. These individuals were undoubtedly sent by Wu Tian and Sun Gang. It was evident that these two were in collusion. Initially, Yang Fendou felt a pang of anxiety, but now he regained his composure. So, you're indeed sent by Wu Tian and Sun Gang? Yang Fendou inquired with detachment. Kid, now that you know the truth, I need not waste my breath. Hand over the copper coins and the inkstone on you, and perhaps you may avoid a beating. Otherwise, I assure you, you will not leave this street today, the broker said with a sinister smile. If you have the capability, then come and take it. Yang Fendou suddenly looked coldly. Do you truly believe you are formidable? Today, I shall show you that not everyone can thrive in this antique street. Brothers, break his legs. With a furious roar from the broker, over a dozen thugs lunged at Yang Fendou. Witnessing this, Yang Fendou's expression turned icy as he clenched his fists, fixating coldly on the approaching thugs. As one of them swung a punch, Yang Fendou raised his foot and delivered a kick, causing a scream as the thug was sent flying 3 meters away. Since receiving the inheritance of the eye of control technique, he had distinctly felt changes in his body. The kick he executed startled even himself, for he had not exerted his full strength. Could it truly be the influence of the eye of control technique? As this thought flashed through his mind, he instinctively sidestepped, causing one thug to miss entirely. Yang Fendou dared not lose focus. He swiftly threw 2 punches, clearly hearing the sound of bones fracturing. Not bad for a kid. The broker's expression shifted as he rushed towards Yang Fendou. Meng Kaiyu, why aren't you helping? Just then, a man and a woman entered the alley. The woman was Shang Mei, while the man was unfamiliar to Yang Fendou. Without hesitation, Meng Kaiyu charged in with ferocious skill, and in less than 5 minutes, all the thugs lay moaning on the ground. Daring to bully others under my watchful eye? Have you grown tired of living? Meng Kaiyu clapped his hands, glaring angrily at the broker. Seeing Meng Kaiyu, the broker's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Captain Meng, it's you. We understand our mistake. It was just a minor conflict. Please grant us a chance for redemption. Ashempiash, Wulawer. You've only been out for a few days and are already itching for trouble? Meng Kaiyu clearly recognized the broker. Captain Meng, we truly know our wrongs. We will never dare again. Wu Lauder was nearly bowing in fear. I shall grant you a chance for redemption today, but if there is a next time, I will have you all arrested. Now get lost. Meng Kaiyu snorted coldly, and Wu Lauder, terrified, scrambled to his feet and hurriedly beckoned his thugs to limp away. What are you doing here? Once Wu Lauder and his companions departed, Yang Fendou's gaze fell upon Shang Mei. With a furrowed brow, he inquired, Had it not been for my association with Meng Kaiyu, you would have likely been reduced to a state of disfigurement by now. Shang Mei replied with an icy demeanor. Yang Fendou, disinclined to engage in discourse with her, shifted his attention to Meng Kaiyu and earnestly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance earlier. No need for thanks. It was merely a trifling matter. I am Meng Kaiyu, he replied. They exchanged a firm handshake. Observing this interaction, Shang Mei felt a pang of discontent and coldly remarked to Yang Fendou, Hey, I was the one who saved you, so if anyone deserves your gratitude, it should be me. Apologies, but I must take my leave, Yang Fendou retorted. Wishing to evade further argument, and expedite the sale of the inkstone in his possession to gather the necessary funds for his sister's surgery. You are being unreasonable. Do you truly regard me as invisible? I came here today to introduce you to Meng Kaiyu, who has a particular fondness for antiques. Since you are eager to earn money, you could assist him in appraising items when you have the time. Finances would not be an issue, Xiao Mei exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration at Yang Fendou's dismissive attitude. Meanwhile, Meng Kaiyu wore a look of helplessness. When had he ever requested assistance in appraising items? Yang Fendou paused, slowly turning to face Xiao Mei and Meng Kaiyu. Assuming that he was swayed, Xiao Mei felt a surge of self-satisfaction, but Yang Fendou approached Meng Kaiyu instead. Brother Meng, do you know of any shops or individuals who deal in inkstones? Yang Fendou inquired. Inkstones. Meng Kaiyu's face lit up with enthusiasm. He needed no one else. If the item was suitable, he would acquire it directly. However, Xiao Mei was incensed, feeling completely disregarded by Yang Fendou. Meanwhile, within the confines of Jichuan Pavilion, Wu Lauer was reporting to Wu Tian, his face bruised. What can I say to you? You can't even handle such a trivial matter. Wu Tian exclaimed, slamming his fist onto the table. Who could have anticipated that Meng Kaiyu would appear so suddenly? Wu Lauer replied, his expression one of grievance. Wu boss, please do not be angry. I have thoroughly investigated this young man's background. He has a sister currently hospitalized in Xia City. Sun Gang spoke, a sly smile creeping across his face. Young Master Yang, this location is not suitable for appraising goods. Let's find a quieter place to examine the inkstone you possess. If it meets my standards, I shall purchase it directly, and rest assured, you shall not suffer any financial loss. Seeing Meng Kaiyu's eagerness, coupled with his connection to Xiao Mei, Yang Fendou felt less apprehensive and nodded in agreement. Very well, let us find a suitable place. Just as they were about to depart, Yang Fendou's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he realized it was the nurse responsible for his sister's care. He quickly answered, Nurse phone, is there something wrong with my sister? Young Master Yang, you need to come to the hospital immediately. Our director has stated that your sister's hospitalization fees have run out, and they are preparing to discharge her. Security has been called, and your mother attempted to reason with them, only to be struck by the director. What? Yang Fendou's expression darkened significantly. Aside from hearing Nurse Feng's voice on the phone, he also heard the sounds of commotion and his mother's pleading. Menggu, please take me to the Shihe City Hospital. At that moment, Meng Kaiyu and Xiang Mei distinctly felt the chilling aura emanating from Yang Fendou. Chapter 11. Do you deserve to be a human? In an instant, Meng Kaiyu and Xiang Mei were momentarily stunned by Yang Fendou's imposing presence. Menggu, I implore you to take me to the hospital. Seeing the two remain motionless, Yang Fendou mistakenly assumed their reluctance, and in his urgency, his emotions became increasingly agitated. All right, Meng Kaiyu quickly regained his composure, nodding fervently at Yang Fendou, and the three hurried towards the car. Observing Yang Fendou's anxiety and tension, Meng Kaiyu accelerated the vehicle towards the Shihe City Hospital. Xiang Mei, seated in the back, wore a face marked by both tension and confusion. Through Yang Fendou's earlier demeanor, she discerned how deeply he cared for his mother. Such filial piety is indeed rare. In a bid to save time, Meng Kaiyu drove at high speed, even disregarding a red light. What should have been a 30-minute journey was completed in just 15. Yang Fendou leaped from the vehicle and dashed straight towards the inpatient department. The hospital corridor was bustling with people. Director Chung, my son just paid 40,000 yuan in hospitalization fees this morning. How could there be any outstanding balance? Upon reaching the upper floor, Yang Fendou heard his mother's voice. Thick with tears. The billing department has no record of your payment. A slender, somewhat disheveled middle-aged man was angrily berating Yi Yun. This man was Chung Wei, the director of the hospital's nephrology department. Since Yang Fendou's sister had been admitted, he had continuously sought to create trouble for them. Yang Fendou understood that all of this stemmed from his failure to offer a bribe. Impossible. When my son arrives, I will have him show you the receipt. Yi Yun replied, her voice quivering. The hospital already has a shortage of beds. Who has time to wait for you? You must vacate the premises immediately to make room for patients in need. With a heart of a parent, is this how you practice medicine? Yi Yun countered fiercely, holding the trembling Yang Xiao tightly. Though women may appear weaker, a mother's resolve is formidable. Doctors are human too. Hospitals are not welfare institutions. If you can afford to stay, then do so. If not, you must leave. If you lack the funds, what illness can you treat? It is simply a waste of hospital resources. Chung Wei shouted coldly. As the crowd grew, murmurs of discontent arose, with many quietly criticizing Chung Wei for his lack of medical ethics. Hearing these discussions, Cheng Wei's expression darkened as he pointed at the patients and their families, shouting, "Am I mistaken? What illness can the poor afford to treat?" Just then, a shadow suddenly surged from the crowd and charged towards Cheng Wei without a word. Before Cheng Wei could react, a powerful fist struck his chest. Bang! Thud! Cheng Wei was sent sprawling 3 meters away, clutching his chest in pain as he knelt on the ground. The assailant was none other than Yang Fendou. "Cheng Wei, do you deserve to be a doctor? Do you deserve to be a human?" Yang Fendou clenched his fists tightly, his piercing eyes ablaze with fury as he coldly fixed his gaze on Cheng Wei. "How dare you cause a ruckus in the hospital? Have you grown weary of life?" Cheng Wei, momentarily stunned by a punch from Yang Fendou, quickly shouted at the security guards, "Arrest these troublemakers." 3 guards sprang forward towards Yang Fendou. In a fit of rage, he unleashed a flurry of punches, sending all 3 guards crashing to the ground, groaning in pain. Observing this, a flicker of anxiety crossed Cheng Wei's otherwise furious countenance. Yang Fendou had always struck him as a frail, easily intimidated pauper, yet the ferocity he displayed now was utterly terrifying. "If you dare step forward again, I assure you, you'll be picking your teeth off the floor." Yang Fendou bellowed, exuding an icy menace that instilled fear in the 3 guards. "This is the receipt for my payment today. See if it was indeed issued by your hospital." As he spoke, Yang Fendou flung the receipt at Cheng Wei's face. "Who can verify that you haven't forged this? You country bumpkins are devoid of any talents, save for the art of deception and eliciting sympathy." Cheng Wei remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Due to his commendable medical skills and overseas experience, the hospital had been particularly indulgent towards him, revealing his arrogant disposition. Typically, he merely accepted red envelopes. But today's audacity stemmed from the influence of his uncle, Sun Gang. Sun Gang harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Yang Fendou and concocted this despicable scheme. He promised Cheng Wei 2 rare coins to expel Yang Fendou's sister from the hospital. Money has a way of bending wills, and Cheng Wei, an avid collector of antiques, readily acquiesced. However, he now realized that the seemingly pitiful and timid Yang Fendou possessed such formidable strength that he nearly incapacitated him with a single blow. Whether it is true or not, let us go to the billing department and verify. Yang Fendou seethed, suppressing his anger. As the crowd around them grew larger, Cheng Wei began to feel a pang of anxiety. Prolonging the scene would yield no benefits for him. With a cunning glance at Yang Fendou, he retorted, "Umph. I am quite busy and have no time for your trivialities. Let us assume it was merely an error at the billing department, and allow your sister to continue her stay." As he spoke, Cheng Wei attempted to rise from the ground, eager to escape this tumultuous situation. "Cheng Wei, you expel my sister from her hospital room and slap my mother, and now you wish to brush it off so casually?" Just as Cheng Wei took a step forward, Yang Fendou swiftly blocked his path. Gazing at Yang Fendou's cold expression, Cheng Wei felt a wave of trepidation, yet he feigned indifference. "My suspicions are justified. Do not underestimate my position. I have already given you ample consideration. What more do you want from me?" Yang Fendou's expression darkened, and through gritted teeth, he demanded, "I want you to kneel and apologize to my mother and sister." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into murmurs once again, with some expressing concern for Yang Fendou. As this was Cheng Wei's territory, should the confrontation escalate further, Yang Fendou would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Some individuals believe that Yang Fendou's actions are commendable. This is the essence of masculinity. Meanwhile, Shang Meili, observing from the crowd, furrows her brows in concern. However, Meng Kaiyu appears unfazed, as though the unfolding drama does not pertain to him. How can Meng Kaiyu remain so indifferent at such a critical moment? Does he truly wish for the situation to escalate? In a moment of urgency, Shang Meili cast a disapproving glance at him. To be honest, I had not anticipated that Yang Fendou possessed such resolve. I am quite intrigued to see how he will proceed. Meng Kaiyu chuckled softly, watching Yang Fendou and Cheng Wei with keen interest, reveling in the unfolding spectacle. One who enjoys watching a commotion never shies away from trouble, Shang Meili remarked with irritation, hastily retrieving her phone to make a call. "Yang Fendou, are you still dreaming? If I don't expedite your sister's discharge, you should be grateful. If you continue this unreasonable uproar, I shall not be merciful." Chapter 12. The villain complains first. As Cheng Wei finished speaking, he noticed Yang Fendou's silence, and a smug smile crept onto his face, believing he had intimidated Yang Fendou. Little did he know that everyone has a breaking point, and for Yang Fendou, that point is his mother and sister. Even if he were still an ordinary person, should anyone dare to bully his family, he would fight to the death to protect them. Are you refusing to apologize? Cheng Wei, basking in his arrogance, was taken aback as Yang Fendou stepped closer. The atmosphere grew tense, and a bead of cold sweat formed on Cheng Wei's forehead. What do you intend to do? Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Fendou delivered a resounding slap to his face, causing stars to dance before Cheng Wei's eyes. This slap is for my sister. Yang Fendou gritted his teeth. You! Cheng Wei stammered, but Yang Fendou had no interest in his words, delivering another sharp blow. Cheng Wei felt dizzy, his body swaying as if he might collapse. This slap is for my mother. You dare hit me. Cheng Wei began, but before he could complete his thought, Yang Fendou struck him again, leaving him utterly dazed, the world spinning around him. This slap is for myself. After delivering 3 resounding slaps, Cheng Wei was utterly bewildered, his unsteady form threatening to topple at any moment. Just as Yang Fendou raised his hand to continue his assault, Yi Yun rushed over, grasping his arm. Fendou, you cannot hit him anymore. It will lead to dire consequences. Turning to face his mother, Yang Fendou spoke slowly and firmly. Mom, I can endure when he bullies and insults me. But when he dares to mistreat you and my sister, I will not stand idly by. Yi Yun, with tears glistening in her eyes, looked at her son, feeling both moved and worried. However, violence is not the solution. Please listen to your mother and cease this fighting. Upon hearing his mother's plea, Yang Fendou's emotions began to settle gradually. However, when he beheld the fingerprints on his mother's cheek, a surge of rage ignited within him, and he lifted his leg to kick Cheng Wei in the abdomen. Thud! Unprepared, Cheng Wei doubled over in agony, collapsing to his knees before Yang Fendou and his mother. Unable to restrain himself, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, revealing 2 molars amidst the crimson. Stop! Just as the crowd was taken aback, a chilling voice resonated through the air. A dozen individuals clad in white coats hastily approached the gathering. Leading them was a man with a rosy complexion and gray hair. Appearing to be in his 50s, Lu Ming, the hospital director. Lu Ming, engrossed in a meeting at the administrative building, had been unaware of the chaos unfolding in the inpatient department until he received a call from Shang Mei. Upon ending the call, he hurriedly brought his team to the scene. Upon seeing the director arrive, the onlookers swiftly parted to create a path. Lu Ming's expression darkened as he spotted Cheng Wei, who was reduced to a pitiable state after the beating. Cheng Wei had been a high-profile recruit, and now he lay there in such disarray. If word of this got out, it would tarnish the hospital's reputation and diminish Lu Ming's standing as director. Director, I was assaulted by the patient's family. You must take my side and have him arrested immediately. Upon Lu Ming's arrival, Cheng Wei regained his audacity, his bloodied lips slurring accusations. Lu Ming cast a cold glance at the surrounding onlookers before settling his gaze on Yang Fendou. You are brazenly assaulting hospital personnel within these walls. This is utterly reprehensible. Such behavior constitutes a typical case of medical disputes that carry legal consequences. Hearing this, Yang Fendou felt a wave of discontent wash over him and was about to respond when Shang Mei and Meng Kaiyu stepped forward. Uncle Yang, while violence is wrong, you cannot rely solely on one side of the story. Have you inquired why my friend struck him? Shang Mei said, smiling as she looked at Lu Ming. Upon seeing Shang Mei, Lu Ming's expression shifted to one of confusion. Regardless of whether Yang Fendou is my friend or not, even if he were a stranger, I would advocate for him. You doctors deserve to be reprimanded. If you doubt this, you may review the surveillance footage to grasp the full context of the incident. Shang Mei assured it earnestly. I have the video. I recorded the entire event. At that moment, a family member of a patient emerged from the crowd, presenting a phone to Lu Ming. Lu Ming furrowed his brow, but ultimately accepted the device to examine it. As he witnessed Cheng Wei's actions, his face shifted through shades of blue and white. Cheng Wei, you are nothing short of a beast. Where has your medical ethics gone as a doctor? You are a disgrace, and you have tarnished our hospital's reputation. I was wrong, director, I was wrong. Cheng Wei initially thought Lu Ming would be his savior, only to be met with this outcome. You're hereby dismissed. Get out of the hospital at once. Lu Ming declared coldly, and the security guards who had been assaulted by Yang Fendou immediately moved to seize Cheng Wei, dragging him towards the exit. After Cheng Wei was taken away, Lu Ming lowered his head in contemplation before his gaze fell upon Yang Fendou. I sincerely apologize. Today's events are entirely the responsibility of our institution. As the director, I bear an even greater burden of accountability. To express our remorse, we shall waive the subsequent hospitalization fees for your sister, and I will immediately contact relevant specialists to devise the best treatment plan for her. Excellent. The director is truly wise. At that moment, The crowd erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. Lu Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had a long-standing friendship with Xiang Mei's father, and if this situation were mishandled, his position would be precarious indeed. No need for that. My grievances are solely directed at Cheng Wei, not the hospital. A true healer possesses compassion, and I merely hope that we, the common folk, do not feel disheartened while seeking medical care. Upon hearing Yang Fendou's words, a hint of embarrassment crossed Lu Ming's face. Yang Fendou opted not to say more, turning to his sister and gently lifting her into his arms as he carried her into the hospital room. Rest assured, we will address this matter with the utmost seriousness and provide everyone with a satisfactory resolution. For now, I ask that you all disperse. Brother, I'm sorry. I've caused trouble for you and mother. Perhaps we should discharge from the hospital. My illness cannot be cured. Yang Xiaoxiao gazed at her brother with tear-filled eyes, expressing her distress. Yi Yin looked at her understanding daughter, unable to suppress her own tears. Yang Fendou tenderly stroked Yang Xiaoxiao's forehead, smiling as he said, "Silly girl, do not worry about anything. I will take care of everything. Let us remain here for now. And if there is still no improvement, I will take you to a larger city for treatment. Indeed, little sister, you must heed your brother's words. I also know some specialists from hospitals in big cities, and I will inquire for you." Meng Kaiyu, who had just entered the room, felt a stirring in his heart as he addressed Yang Xiaoxiao. At the same time, Xiang Mei stepped into the room, accompanied by several doctors clad in white coats. Chapter 13, A True Expert. Among these doctors, Lu Ming led the way, followed by several seasoned practitioners who appeared to be esteemed authorities in the hospital. Yang Fendou, I just spoke with Uncle Lu, and your sister cannot be discharged just yet, to ensure she receives optimal care and treatment. The hospital has decided to transfer her to a VIP ward, which will provide greater convenience in various aspects. Xiang Mei remarked with earnestness, her gaze fixed on Yang Fendou. This announcement took Yang Fendou by surprise. The VIP ward was equipped with the most advanced instruments and staffed by the finest medical personnel. No, Director Liu, we common folk are not so delicate. Regardless of where we stay, our goal is to seek healing, and besides, the costs are exorbitant which we cannot afford. Before Yang Fendou could respond, Yi Yin was the first to decline. One should not accept benefits without merit. Yi Yin understood this principle well. Moreover, given her previous experiences, she had encountered all manner of people. Thus, she was cautious about the intentions of the man and woman accompanying her son, making it clear that she could not acquiesce to their offer. You misunderstand. Transferring to the VIP ward is intended to provide Yang Xiaoxiao with superior treatment, while also serving as a gesture of our apology. Lu Ming, upon witnessing Yi Yun's refusal, hastily began to elucidate the situation. Yang Fendou cast a glance at his sister lying on the hospital bed. Regardless of the circumstances, providing her with the best possible treatment was of utmost importance. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, let's transfer her to another ward." Yi Yun, noticing Yang Fendou's denial, harbored a hint of reproach in her gaze. "Mother, rest assured, even if they remain silent, I share the same sentiment. My son is affluent and will not owe anyone." Yang Fendou earnestly explained. Upon hearing this, Xiang Mei felt a surge of discontent, believing that Yang Fendou's good intentions were being misinterpreted. In the end, Yi Yin acquiesced with a nod. Before long, Yang Xiaoxiao was transferred to a premium hospital room. Yang Fendou, recalling that this fortunate turn of events was largely due to Nurse Feng, proposed that she continue to care for his sister, citing her familiarity with the patient's condition. Lu Ming promptly assigned Nurse Feng to the upscale room to attend to Yang Xiaoxiao exclusively. Nurse Feng Yu was visibly elated upon receiving the news. "Feng Yu, you are truly fortunate to have been reassigned to a deluxe ward. Tell me honestly, does Yang Fendou have a crush on you?" The other nurses began to gossip animatedly around Feng Yu. You must admit, when he slapped Cheng Wei earlier, it was undeniably impressive. Feng Yu's cheeks flushed as she gathered her belongings, lowering her head and hastily making her way to the premium ward. Meanwhile, Yang Fendou had introduced Xiang Mei and Meng Kaiyu to his mother. Yi Yin had formed a preliminary understanding of the two and surmised that they harbored no ill intentions towards her son. "Mother, I have some matters to attend to with them," Yang Fendou remarked, casting a glance at Xiang Mei and Meng Kaiyu. "Very well, go ahead, but remember my words." Yi Yin nodded in response. "Always keep them in mind." Upon concluding his statement, Yang Fendou gestured to Xiang Mei and Meng Kaiyu before stepping out of the ward. The trio drove to a tea house located in the city center. Meng Kaiyu appeared to be a regular patron, as the staff greeted him warmly upon their entrance. "Young Master Meng, How about a pot of Longjing tea? After settling into a private room, Meng Kaiyu jovially inquired of Yang Fendou. Anything is fine. I possess little knowledge of tea. Yang Fendou replied nonchalantly. Meng Kaiyu ordered a pot of preaching Ming Longjing and respectfully poured a cup for Yang Fendou, asking, "How does it taste?" Yang Fendou's gaze fell upon the teacup. The leaves were plump, the brew a clear emerald hue, and upon contact with water, the room was filled with the delightful aroma of beans. "Haha, and you claim not to understand tea? Clearly, you are an expert." Meng Kaiyu burst into laughter. Shang Mei, seated nearby, was equally astonished. How could someone who appeared to be a mere impoverished youth seem so knowledgeable? Her curiosity about Yang Fendou deepened, especially after encountering his mother, Yi Yun, who exuded an indescribable aura, distinctly emanating nobility. "Thank you both for today. I raise this cup of tea as a gesture of gratitude." Yang Fendou reiterated as he lifted his cup towards them. "From now on, we are all friends. Such formalities are unnecessary." Meng Kaiyu waved his hand dismissively. "Indeed, I am quite familiar with Uncle Lu Ming, so feel free to reach out to me if you need anything," said Shang Mei with a serious expression. "Hee. To be precise, the esteemed Shang Mei, it's your father who has a close relationship with Lu Ming," teased Meng Kaiyu. "You could just go away," Shang Mei retorted, casting a dismissive glance at Meng Kaiyu. Yang Fengdu chuklet along. "Shang Mei, I promise to assist you as I mentioned before. I certainly won T act as your appraiser, but if you have anything in need of my attention, just give me a call." Upon hearing Yang Fengdu's words, Shang Mei felt a surge of happiness. Although he would not be her appraiser, at least their relationship had grown closer, which was agreeable. "All right, it's settled then. I will definitely seek your help in the future," Shang Mei declared, taking a large sip of tea, which, to the eyes of Meng Kaiyu and Yang Fengdu, seemed like a lavish indulgence. Yang Fengdu shook his head with a smile, choosing silence as he retrieved a square inkstone from his bag. "Brother Meng, take a look at this inkstone. If you like it, feel free to keep it. If not, I would appreciate your assistance in finding a reliable buyer. As you know, my sister requires a substantial amount of money for her treatment." Yang Fengdu placed the inkstone on the tea table and addressed Meng Kaiyu earnestly. Both Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei turned their gazes toward the inkstone. Excitedly, Meng Kaiyu hurriedly wiped his hands on his clothing and carefully picked up the inkstone for a closer inspection. As he examined the smooth black stone, his expression grew increasingly animated. He took out a powerful flashlight and, shining it through, was astonished to see the black stone seemingly transform into green, with hints of blue and a few green speckles appearing. "Yang Xiao, could this possibly be the green ripple stone, Tiao inkstone?" Meng Kaiyu could hardly believe his eyes. "Brother Meng, you're indeed an expert. That is correct. This is the green ripple stone, Tiao inkstone, though the green speckles could use a bit more character." Yang Fengdu nodded with a smile. "What a fine piece. What a fine piece." Meng Kaiyu exclaimed repeatedly, unable to part with it. "Take a look at the inscription on it," Yang Fengdu prompted. "Bing Ice Elder?" Meng Kaiyu's eyes widened in realization as he confirmed with Yang Fengdu. "Is this a collection from Zhang Jidong, the Governor-General of Huguang?" Seeing this, Yang Fengdu smiled, saying, "If Brother Meng likes it, I will gladly pass it on to you." In the realm of antiques, the term pass on does not imply a gift but rather a sale. Shang Mei, unable to contain her excitement, snatched the inkstone away, exclaiming, "Let me see. Oh dear, be careful." Meng Kaiyu gasped, his face paling at her sudden action. If she were to accidentally damage it, it would lead to great trouble. Regardless of the item's authenticity, if the seller demanded an exorbitant price, there would be no time for tears. "Yang Xiao, forgive my curiosity. But from where did you acquire this piece?" This question caused a subtle shift in Yang Fengdu's expression, as such inquiries are often frowned upon by the seller. Chapter 14. One should not judge by appearances. According to customary practice, buyers should not inquire too deeply into the origins of the goods held by the seller. Firstly, it may raise suspicions of future poaching, and secondly, it could lead the seller to feel that their character is being questioned. However, Meng Kaiyu had not pondered these implications. He merely found it perplexing that someone as unremarkable as Yang Fendou could possess such exquisite items as the Jinkong Tongbao and the Tao Inkstone. Noticing a change in Yang Fendou's expression, Meng Kaiyu realized he had been misunderstood and quickly offered an apologetic smile. "Young Master Yang, please do not take offense. My curiosity stemmed from concerns about the provenance of these items. After all, I am still in uniform, and I must be cautious to avoid any missteps. Brother Meng, I assure you that the origin is entirely legitimate, and I purchased it with my own funds. As for the price I paid, I find it inconvenient to disclose, but I can guarantee this inkstone is authentic." Should you find it to be counterfeit upon appraisal, I shall return it without hesitation. If it were not for Yang Fendou's urgent need for money, he would never have uttered such words. Nevertheless, he was willing to trust the character of Shang, Mei, and Meng Kaiyu. Very well, I was merely overthinking it. I shall take this item, Meng Kaiyu replied, a hint of remorse on his face. What? You're simply taking it. Such a splendid item, and I still wish to have it. Before Yang Fendou could speak, Sheng Mai interjected. Oh dear, how is it that you're everywhere, Miss Shang? Could you please be reasonable? I had intended to acquire this. Meng Kaiyu said with a look of helplessness. Are you foolish enough to argue with a woman? Shang Mei shot him a glance before turning to Yang Fendou. You're the seller. What price do you propose? Yang Fendou glanced between the two, offering a wry smile. The market price for a typical old Pit Tau inkstone is around 3 to 500,000. However, this particular inkstone was collected by Zhang Jidong, so the price will certainly be much higher. If you wish to purchase it, I would ask for 800,000. To be frank, Yang Fendou's price was quite reasonable. If this were offered to someone else, it would undoubtedly fetch a higher price, and, at auction, it could potentially soar even further. Yet, Yang Fendou could not afford to wait. His sister's surgical expenses were still unsettled, and the cost of her stay in a premium hospital room were rapidly escalating. I will offer 1 million. Sell it to me. Shang Mei, that's quite unreasonable. It's clearly a blatant attempt to undercut. Meng Kaiyu lamented, nearly in tears as he continued. My father's birthday is approaching, and I intended to present this to him as a gift. Who knows? He might even agree to my resignation if it brings him joy. I do not believe your tall tales. Sheng Mai scoffed. If you doubt me, you can call my father right now to confirm. Seeing Meng Kaiyu on the verge of tears, a radiant smile graced Shang Mei's face. Oh, what a big man you are. I shall concede this to you. With that, Meng Kaiyu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned to Yang Fendou. Young Master Yang, let's not linger on words. As Shang Mei suggested, I will offer you a round figure. Please sell this to me. Yang Fendou, pleased with the offer, nodded with a smile. Thank you, Brother Meng. This inkstone is yours. At this, Meng Kaiyu's face lit up with joy. It was as if a child had finally received the toy of their dreams. He hastily tucked away the inkstone, fearful that Yang Fendou might have a change of heart. With the inkstone safely stowed, Meng Kaiyu eagerly urged, provide me with your bank card number, and I shall transfer the funds to you immediately. In the realm of antiques, a clear exchange of money and goods brings true peace of mind. Yang Fendou relayed his card number, and without delay, Meng Kaiyu began his transaction on his phone. Ding! A text message arrived on Yang Fendou's phone, confirming that 1 million had been deposited. His heart raced with exhilaration, yet he maintained a composed exterior. With this substantial sum, there was hope for his sister's treatment. With our transaction settled, let us celebrate. Meng Kaiyu, unable to contain his excitement, raised his teacup towards the two. The trio clinked their cups and took a sip of tea. I heard from Shang Mei that your discerning eye is exceptional. Initially, I was skeptical, as you appear younger than me by a few years. Who would have imagined that beneath that youthful facade lies a true connoisseur of treasures? Should the opportunity arise, I would love to collaborate with you. Although our acquaintance has been brief, I sense a genuine camaraderie between us. Meng Kaiyu, a man of passion, found that a single cup of tea invigorated him, as if he had consumed a fine spirit, his emotions becoming somewhat unruly. Count me in, Sheng Mai chimed in, eager to join the fray. Step aside. You should focus on being the chairman. Meng Kaiyu retorted, are you planning to burn the bridge after crossing it? Do not forget, it was through me that you met Yang Fendou and acquired such a remarkable item. Upon hearing this, Shang Mei's demeanor shifted slightly, a hint of irritation surfacing. Just joking. Please don't be upset, Miss Shang. How could I leave you out of any good fortune? Meng Kaiyu quickly offered a conciliatory smile. Now, that is more like it. Observing their playful banter, Yang Fendou found it quite amusing. Indeed, Shang Mei seemed different from their first encounter. It appeared that the beauty of the boardroom had adopted a more aloof demeanor over time. I appreciate both of you for your assistance today at the hospital. Upon hearing Yang Fendou's gratitude, both of them waved it off. Shang Mei took a sip of her tea and said, Yang Fendou, please do not be so formal. Since we are now friends, it is only natural to help one another. Rest assured, I have spoken to Uncle Lu Ming. An expert will be consulted regarding your sister's condition today. While a consultation is one matter, my sister's situation is rather severe. To achieve a complete recovery, a kidney transplant may be necessary. Yang Fendou shook his head, a glimmer of despair crossing his face. Noticing this, the two exchanged glances, and Meng Kaiyu quickly reassured him. Do not fret, young master. We will help you look into kidney sources. What Meng Kaiyu said is true. We are all here to support you. Shang Mei nodded emphatically. However, it must be noted that sourcing a kidney is not a simple task. Matching is not easily accomplished. Let us set that aside for the moment and discuss current matters. I just received a message from Suman. She mentioned that the Jiadali auction house is holding an auction tomorrow. Would you be interested in attending? Meng Kaiyu said, somewhat hesitantly. Regret not attending, as it is rumored that a significant artifact will be auctioned, Shang Mei added with an air of mystery. A significant artifact? This is indeed quite intriguing. Since the decision has been made to enter the realm of antiques, attending such an auction is naturally an opportunity worth seizing. After all, such chances do not present themselves every day. The more one engages, the more enriching the experience becomes. Chapter 15. Dignity must not be compromised. Yang Fendou pondered for a moment before addressing Shang Mei, expressing his eagerness to attend if nothing else arose tomorrow. Very well, where do you reside? I shall call you tomorrow for pickup. Meng Kaiyu's attendance was of little consequence, as long as Yang Fendou was present. Should he find something of interest, he could rely on Yang Fendou's discerning eye for assistance. I shall go as well. Upon hearing Yang Fendou's intent to attend, Meng Kaiyu's eyes sparkled with a sudden change of heart. Who do you think you are? Shang Mei retorted with annoyance. Meng Kaiyu chuckled and clarified, essentially admitting that his motivation for attending was Yang Fendou. He was keen to observe Yang Fendou's acumen firsthand, to assess the potential for deeper collaboration. Yang Fendou, unfazed by their banter, turned his serious gaze towards Meng Kaiyu, saying, Brother Meng, there is another matter on which I seek your assistance. The phrasing seemed somewhat formal. Yet Meng Kaiyu promptly assured, anything within my capability, I shall exert my utmost effort. Yang Fendou glanced at the two, his expression gradually becoming more solemn. Noticing this shift, both were puzzled by his demeanor. After a moment of silence, Yang Fendou finally spoke. I can't shake the feeling that something was amiss at the hospital today. Although Cheng Wei's attitude was unpleasant due to my failure to present him with a red envelope, he wouldn't dare overtly create trouble for us. However, today's events felt unusual. I suspect he is being manipulated by someone. Meng Kaiyu nodded slightly at this revelation. He dealt with numerous cases daily and had encountered similar situations. With a bit of analysis, he could discern that there was indeed a hidden agenda. He had merely forgotten to mention this due to the earlier excitement surrounding the Inkstone incident. Yang Xiao, do you have any enemies in Shia City? I sense there's a reason behind this. A department head would not foolishly engage in such behavior. Meng Kaiyu countered. Enemies? Yang Fendou furrowed his brow in contemplation, and two individuals sprang to mind. Shang Mei, observing his expression, interjected, I previously mentioned that Yang Fendou identified issues with Wu Tian's bronze mirror, which ultimately thwarted our transaction. So he must harbor resentment. Today, I gleaned from those who attempted to assault me that the masterminds behind this are indeed Wu Tian and Sun Gang. Yang Fendou added. Rest assured, I shall investigate this thoroughly by tomorrow at the latest. Meng Kaiyu replied confidently, patting his chest. Much appreciated. After concluding their discussion, the trio sipped tea and engaged in light conversation before departing the tea house. Yang Fendou then made his way to his sister's hospital room, only to find that his mother was absent. Nurse Feng Yu was present, chatting amiably with Yang Xiao. You've arrived, Feng Yu exclaimed, promptly rising from her chair to greet him. Yes, where's my mother? Yang Fendou nodded, his gaze resting on Feng Yu. After a moment's hesitation, he expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you for informing me about today's incident. Otherwise, I would have been oblivious to the potential consequences. There is no need for thanks. It is simply my duty. Feng Yu replied, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. I have always gotten along well with Xiao, and the Annie has treated me kindly. If anyone should be grateful, it is I who should thank you. A nurse without connections could hardly be assigned to a premium ward. Feeling the awkwardness, Yang Fendou chuckled and reassured her. I trust you to take care of my sister. The warmth of his words sent a flutter through Feng Yu, causing her cheeks to flush even more. In a hurry to escape the room, she sought a pretext to avoid revealing her embarrassment. On the hospital bed, Yang Xiao appeared to be in good spirits, smiling foolishly at her brother. Silly girl, what are you laughing at? Yang Fendou approached the bedside and playfully pinched her nose. Brother, don't you think Nurse Feng seems to like you? Yang Xiao said with a mischievous glint in her eyes. What nonsense are you spouting, little one? Why learn gossip instead of something worthwhile? Nurse Feng has taken such good care of you. You mustn't speak recklessly. Yang Fendou figned anger. I'm not speaking nonsense. Before you arrived, she was inquiring about you, and Mom can attest to it. Moreover, Mom subtly asked about Feng Yu's family background. Little girl, if you keep talking like this, I might have to discipline you, Yang Fendou said, raising his hand in mock threat. Believe it or not, but I truly think she has feelings for you. Yang Xiao giggled, covering her mouth. At that moment, Yi Yin entered the room. What brings such joy to you two? She asked lovingly, placing some food on the coffee table. I said Nurse Feng likes my brother. Yang Xiaoxiao began, but Yi Yin quickly interjected. What nonsense are you saying? How shameless. Yang Xiaoxiao stuck her tongue out at Yang Fendou, choosing to remain silent. Mom, has a doctor visited Xiaoxiao? Yang Fendou promptly shifted the topic. Yes, Lu Ming came personally with a team of specialists. The consensus is that we cannot delay any longer. We must urgently find a kidney source. Lu Ming mentioned he would soon contact hospitals nationwide in search of a match. Yi Yin explained, nodding. That's good to hear. This situation owes much to the girl named Shang Mei. Otherwise, the hospital wouldn't be so attentive. I also learned that she paid 50,000 yuan for Xiaoxiao's hospitalization. This revelation surprised Yang Fendou, as Shang Mei had not mentioned anything to him regarding this matter. Don't worry. I will repay her later, he assured his mother, eager to prevent her from worrying unnecessarily. Indeed, remember what I always say. A gentleman values wealth, but must acquire it justly. Although we are not wealthy, we must maintain our dignity. I remember, but we are not entirely without funds. I recently sold an item for a considerable sum. I will pay part of it to the hospital, keep some for you for emergencies, and reserve a portion as my own capital. In this regard, Yi Yin was not surprised. She understood that in the world of antiques, fortune could come swiftly if one stumbled upon a significant treasure. It could also take years to see any profit. Of course, losses could occur in the blink of an eye. A single misjudgment could result in the loss of tens of thousands, even millions. The experiences of the past few days had been as exhilarating as a cinematic adventure. And after parting with the Inkstone, his emotions gradually settled. Having tested his skills twice, he resolved to formally enter the realm of antiques the following day. Chapter 16, Different Paths. That night, Yang Fendou slept soundly. Since his father's incident, he had not enjoyed a restful night. He even dreamt 2 dreams. One dream was of playing games with his father in his childhood, where he imparted knowledge of appraising treasures. The other dream was peculiar. He seemed to encounter an ancestor from the Yang family, who shared stories about their history and the royal gaze. However, upon waking, the details were vague. Despite the smile gracing his lips in slumber, his face bore the traces of tears. He missed his father dearly. The next day, Yang Fendou was awakened by the insistent ringing of his phone. Groggily, he fumbled for it and answered, Hello? Yang Fendou, you can't still be asleep, can you? Have you forgotten our agreement? Came the voice of Shang Mei. Rubbing his eyes, Yang Fendou glanced at the time and felt a surge of disbelief. It was barely past 6 o'clock. The auction didn't commence until 9. I haven't even had breakfast yet to pick you up. Don't you think I need time? Besides, what if I encounter traffic or other uncertainties? Enough of your excuses. I'm getting up now, he replied, irritated by her incessant chatter. Wait a moment. Send me your location. Your place is quite difficult to find. I've circled the area several times, Shang Mei insisted. No need. Just park your car on the roadside and wait for me. Without waiting for her response, Yang Fendou angrily tossed the phone onto the bed. Yang Fendou, how dare you hang up on me? Shang Mei exclaimed, her face a picture of indignation as she threw her phone onto the passenger seat. Yang Fendou got out of bed, neatly folded the blanket, and quickly washed up before heading out. I'm up and ready. I was just about to look for you. I sold the item for 2,000. I'm heading home to get it, he said as he locked the door, encountering old Lu, who was tidying up some scraps in the yard. Oh, I have some urgent matters today. You keep the money for now. Yang Fendou greeted old Lu and made his way to the gate. Wait, I have other matters to discuss with you. Old Lu called out, noticing Yang Fendou's urgency. What is going on with this kid lately? It seems he has pressing matters every day, even neglecting the money, old Lu thought, shaking his head with a wry smile. Meanwhile, Shang Mei was sulking in her car when she suddenly heard a knock on the passenger window. Turning to see Yang Fendou, she irritably opened the door. Your ego is quite inflated, making me, the illustrious chairman, wait by the roadside for you, she huffed, giving him a disdainful look. True, you are a chairman, but what does that have to do with me? He retorted. You are quite something, but I cannot simply wait for you without compensation. You must treat me to breakfast, Shang Mei declared, her expression shifting. Yang Fendou wanted to retort, questioning the basis of her demand, but after some contemplation, he decided against it. He certainly did not wish to provoke her further. Very well, there's a delightful breakfast stall not far ahead that guarantees a hearty meal. Now, that's more like it, Shang Mei replied, a hint of satisfaction gracing her features as she pressed the accelerator and sped ahead. Upon arriving after a brief walk of less than 500 meters, Yang Fendou turned to Shang Mei. However, she furrowed her brows in confusion as they exited the vehicle, scanning the surroundings and failing to spot the breakfast shop. "This is the place. Let's find a seat," he instructed. A few minutes later, Yang Fendou led Shang Mei to a humble breakfast stall. After securing a spot at the entrance, he turned to her. Staring incredulously at the roadside stall and the patrons enjoying their meals, Shang Mei exclaimed, "Is this truly the splendid breakfast establishment you spoke of?" "Indeed, the flavors are delightful. And Tinyuan will fill you up," Yang Fendou replied with a smile. Shang Mei was utterly speechless. It was her first experience dining at a roadside stall in her life. Setting aside concerns of hygiene, one thought dominated her mind. Yang Fendou was exceedingly frugal. "Boss, 2 bowls of wontons and 3 pieces of youtiao, please," Yang Fendou called out after they had settled into their seats. "Coming right up." As his gaze fell upon Shang Mei, he noted her disdainful expression as she meticulously wiped her chopsticks with a tissue from her bag. "This is the everyday life of the common people, a reality far removed from your sheltered existence as a young lady," he remarked with a chuckle. "You sold a coin for 50,000 and a writing slate for 1,000,000. Yet you treat me to street food? I am truly at a loss for words." Shang Mei retorted with annoyance. "Those who discuss matters from the outside must understand the nuances involved," Yang Fendou replied, casting a glance at her. "He who has not endured the hardships of others cannot easily judge their circumstances." At his words, Shang Mei's expression shifted once more, this time tinged with surprise and a newfound respect. She was taken aback that he possessed such wisdom. This revelation completely altered her perception of him. "Fendou, your breakfast is served," the proprietress announced, arriving with the wontons and youtiao, her gaze instinctively landing on Shang Mei. Observing the resplendent Shang Mei, the proprietress beamed with envy and remarked, "Fendou, is this your girlfriend? She is truly beautiful." Perhaps you need glasses, madam," Yang Fendou replied, a shadow of irritation crossing his face. "What did you mean by that? Do you think I am unworthy of you?" Shang Mei queried, her displeasure evident as the proprietress departed. "Not at all. It's merely a matter of differing paths," he clarified. "You let us eat. The wontons will lose their appeal if they cool down." He hurriedly redirected the conversation. A phone call from Meng Kaiyu interrupted them, inquiring about their location. After confirming, he hailed a taxi and arrived within 10 minutes. 1 bowl of wontons and 2 pieces of youtiao. Meng Kaiyu greeted the pair before calling out to the proprietor. This revelation left Shang Mei perplexed. She never imagined that such a wealthy young man would dine at a roadside stall. "During our case investigations, there are times when we must stake out all night, and in the morning, I relish a warm bowl of wontons. This has little to do with my status as a young master. Rather, it compels me to reassess my choices, even condescendingly partaking in street food." "Enough," Shang Mei retorted sharply. Noticing that the two were about to engage in another verbal sparring, Yang Fendou chose to ignore them, focusing instead on devouring his meal with fervor. In less than 10 minutes, both Yang Fendou and Meng Kaiyu had finished eating, while Shang Mei had merely taken a few sips of wonton soup, evidently still unaccustomed to street fare. Yang Fendou said nothing, rising to settle the bill as the three made their way to the car parked by the roadside. Shang Mei drove them directly towards the Jiada Li Art Auction Company. "Young Master Yang, regarding the matter you asked me to investigate, I have uncovered some leads," Meng Kaiyu said, turning to Yang Fendou after the vehicle began to move. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou's expression shifted slightly, his gaze resting on Meng Kaiyu. Gratitude evident in his eyes. Chapter 17. Then you shall give it a try. Seeing the look in Yang Fendou's eyes, Meng Kaiyu nodded gravely. "You are correct. Cheng Wei's audacity indeed stems from someone else's instigation." Yang Fendou's countenance darkened. "Who is the instigator?" "This individual is named Sun Gang. I discovered that he is Cheng Wei's brother-in-law," Meng Kaiyu hurriedly added. "Moreover, this Sun Gang is acquainted with Wu Tian. He likely played a role in the incident when Wu and his associates cornered you." Yang Fendou's expression grew increasingly solemn as he bowed his head in contemplation. "This aligns closely with my suspicions. I never anticipated this old wretch could be so despicable." As Yang Fendou spoke, a palpable chill enveloped the car's interior. Meng Kaiyu, observing Yang Fendou, cautiously inquired, "Young master, should I arrange for my colleagues to file a case and apprehend both Sun Gang and Cheng Wei? I have countless methods to deal with such individuals." Yet, Yang Fendou shook his head. "Even if we apprehend them, how long can they be detained? Moreover, the trouble would merely be temporarily alleviated." Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei remained silent, for Yang Fendou's words rang true. This was the reality. Upon hearing Yang Fendou's statement, both Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei's expressions changed. In particular, Meng Kaiyu felt a surge of astonishment. Yang Fendou's insights were incongruous with his age and his humble, almost austere appearance. Yang Fendou possessed considerable depth. This was Meng Kaiyu's renewed assessment of him. He felt fortunate to befriend such a person rather than becoming an adversary or enemy. I concur with Yang Fendou. One cannot deal with such individuals through conventional means. It is imperative that they learn a lasting lesson, instilling a lifetime of fear to deter any future provocations, akin to the dynamics of a business rivalry, Shang Mei articulated. Still at the wheel, Meng Kaiyu nodded in agreement. With a creak, the vehicle came to a steady halt outside the Jiada Li Art Auction Company at 8:30. As the three disembarked, they observed a steady stream of individuals at the entrance, with stringent security checks in place. This was Yang Fendou's first experience attending such an auction, and he found himself unable to resist observing the scene with keen interest. The attendees of the auction were predominantly men clad in elegant suits, while the women radiated sophistication adorned in exquisite jewelry. Amidst the crowd, I felt a sense of standing out distinctly. Yang Xiao, let's observe closely today. If we encounter something remarkable, we should partake, Meng Kaiyu said with a beaming smile directed at Yang Fendou. Let us see what unfolds. Yang Fendou nodded in agreement. Please wait a moment. Entry to today's auction requires an invitation. I will have Su Man come to escort us, Shang Mei informed the two, pulling out her phone to make a call. In less than 5 minutes, a girl in a stunning blue dress approached them. Xiao Mei, you've arrived, she greeted. Of course. How could I not come upon your invitation? I brought along 2 friends. This is Meng Kaiyu, and this is Yang Fendou. Shang Mei introduced them to Su Man. Su Man appraised the two with a discerning gaze. Meng Kaiyu was indeed commendable, yet Yang Fendou elicited a slight frown from her. At first glance, he did not seem to possess any distinguishing features. However, understanding Shang Mei's character, she knew that any male friend of hers must possess considerable merit. Furthermore, working in an auction house, she was accustomed to not judging individuals solely by appearances, a hallmark of her profession. Many of the vendors she knew appeared to be ordinary folk, yet held treasures that could provoke envy. Greetings, I am Su Man, the general manager of Jiadali Auction Company, she announced, her lips curling into a professional smile. Meng Kaiyu, upon seeing the beauty, quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Fendou cast a casual glance at Su Man. Her presence was admirable, and in terms of grace, she rivaled Shang Mei. However, upon noticing the pendant around her neck, he couldn't help but frown slightly. Let's not linger here. I will take you to the exhibition hall on the first floor to preview the items for today's auction, which commences promptly at 9:30, Su Man said, turning to lead the group. Is your friend truly the general manager of the auction company? Yang Fendou Leonid Closer tu Shang Mei, whispering. What do you mean by that? Shang Mei furrowed her brow. I simply cannot fathom why such a prestigious general manager would wear a piece of fake jade. Yang Fendou shook his head in exasperation. Really? You can tell it's fake just by looking? Meng Kaiyu exclaimed, his face a mask of surprise. Impossible. Su Man is not lacking in wealth. She would buy fake jade. Shang Mei vehemently denied. A hint of amusement flickered across Yang Fendou's face. This is not a matter of wealth, he remarked as he continued walking inside. What a person. Shang Mei sought Yang Fendou a disaprofing glanche. Meng Kaiyu, glancing at Shang Mei, quietly suggested. Didn't you say Yang Xiao has excellent discernment? Perhaps you should caution your friend. There are many connoisseurs present today, and if it turns out to be fake, it would indeed be quite the embarrassment. Observing Meng Kaiyu's teasing expression, Shang Mei, frustrated, strode ahead into the venue. Su Man could certainly be regarded as her close friend. In her eyes, Meng Kaiyu and Yang Fendou were merely insulting her companion. Before long, the three arrived at the exhibition hall on the first floor, where a considerable number of people had gathered, either engaged in conversation or discussing the auction items. At that moment, Shang Mei and Meng Kaiyu both spotted acquaintances and hurried over to greet them. Meanwhile, Yang Fendou, intrigued, surveyed the auction pieces alone. After a thorough inspection, his expression remained largely unchanged. The items slated for auction today were indeed authentic, yet rather commonplace. Notably, the porcelain lacked any exquisite imperial kiln treasures, consisting instead of mass-produced wares from folk kilns, resulting in a naturally lower value. It was also possible that the auction house, fearing unforeseen incidents, had refrained from displaying any valuable items. Just as Yang Fendou began to feel a tinge of disappointment, a rosewood box in a nearby corner caught his eye. However, as he lifted his foot to approach, 2 familiar figures unexpectedly crossed his path. A sense of irony washed over him. Upon seeing them, he thought, what a surprise. Even beggars can attend such high-class auctions. Sun Gang approached with a mocking tone. Well, either the threshold at Jiada Li has become too low, or they've snuck in while the security was distracted. Wu Tian chimed in, his face a mask of derision. Yang Fendou, unfazed, even more smile. I don't heed the barking of dogs, but allow me to kindly remind you that our affairs are far from settled. Oh, they certainly are not settled. You stole my copper coins and disrupted Boss Wu's business worth millions. You will eventually pay for this. Sun Gang's anger flared at the mere thought of the copper coin incident, compounded by the recent scolding from Cheng Wei, intensifying his animosity towards Yang Fendou. Then give a try. Yang Fendou's smile faltered, and the atmosphere in the exhibition hall seemed to thicken with tension. Chapter 18. The pendant is fake. Just as the situation escalated, Su Man, attending to the guests, noticed the commotion and quickly approached, her brows furrowed in concern. What seems to be the matter, Boss Wu? What has caused you to wear such an expression? Su Man inquired with a smile directed at Wu Tian. Su, doesn't your security seem a bit negligent? How could they allow a beggar to enter? Wu Tian retorted upon seeing Su Man. The comment brought a hint of embarrassment to Su Man's charming face. Despite Yang Fendou being a friend of Shang Mei, his attire was indeed rather shabby. Nonetheless, she felt compelled to defend her friend. You've misunderstood, Boss Wu. This gentleman is a friend of Shang Mei's, and at Jiada Li, we uphold the principle of equality. Anyone allowed entry is, by all means, our esteemed guest. Su, I consider myself a long-standing client of your company, and I have several items I wish to auction with you. Your words seem to favor him quite openly. Wu Tian replied with sincerity. Although he dared not provoke Shang Mei, Su Man was a different matter. Given that Wu Tian consistently brought items to Jiada Li's auctions, Su Man naturally wished to maintain a favorable relationship with him. Offending him would undeniably be a loss for Jiada Li. Boss Wu, how should one articulate this? It is precisely because I regard you as one of my own that I have been so unreserved. The auction is about to commence. You must maintain a cheerful disposition, for who knows what treasures may be acquired. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou could not help but feel a twinge of admiration. Su Man is undoubtedly a paragon of both beauty and intelligence, possessing remarkable emotional acumen. Just as Wu Tian found himself momentarily at a loss for words, Shang Mei and Meng Kaiyu had swiftly arrived on the scene. Wu Tian, are you openly challenging me? Shang Mei approached, confronting him without hesitation. Wu Tian's heart tightened, fearing she might bring up the incident regarding the copper mirror. He quickly forced a smile, attempting to clarify. Director Shang, I meant no offense. It was merely a misunderstanding. I thought this fellow had intruded. As Wu Tian conceded, Sun Gang, like a jester, nodded and offered an explanation. Sun Gang, what brings you to the auction? Did Jiada Li extend an invitation to you as well? Just as Sun Gang began to feel anxious, a voice interrupted. It was Wang Jianan, who had previously acquired his Jinkong Tongbao. Alongside him stood another middle-aged man, unfamiliar to Yang Fendou. Old Wang, you are here too. Sun Gang's heart sank, and he promptly bowed to greet Wang Jianan. The others exchanged pleasantries, as they were all part of the same circle and were generally acquainted. Everyone present was astute. Both Shang Mei and Wang Jianan were evidently assisting the modestly dressed young man. Old Wang, this Sun Gang accompanied me to provide counsel, Wu Tian explained, his eyes darting. Wang Jianan's expression darkened as he probed. So, he has no invitation. What right does he have to be here? Witnessing the situation escalate, Su Man quickly interjected with a smile. Esteemed guests, it is truly our honor at Jiada Li to have you here today. What transpired was merely a minor misunderstanding. And now that it has been addressed, we can proceed. The auction is about to begin. Please make your way upstairs to your seats. As Shang Mei finished speaking, noticing the crowd's hesitance, she furrowed her brow and continued with a smile. Ladies and gentlemen, we at Jiada Li acknowledge our oversight today and to express our apologies. Allow me to reveal a little secret. The true masterpieces and the grand finale have yet to make their appearance. Do hurry upstairs to indulge your eyes. It must be said, Su Man's emotional intelligence was indeed impressive. After her subtle hint, people began to disperse in small groups towards the second floor. Fendou, you haven't called this old man in days. Have you forgotten about me? After Wu Tian and Sun Gang left in a disheartened state, Wang Jianan turned to Yang Fendou with a smile. Old Wang, you jest. I've had quite a few matters to attend to and did not wish to disturb you. Yang Fendou quickly explained it. I was merely joking. Let us go upstairs and take a look. I have heard that today, Grand Piece is a rare gem. With playful banter, Yang Fendou and Wang Jianan ascended to the second floor together. As Shang Mei was about to catch up, Su Man suddenly grasped her arm and whispered, "Who is your friend? Dressed like that, it's no wonder others are misled. If I hadn't intervened, things would have spiraled out of control. Let me tell you, he is no ordinary person. It was he who discerned the issue with the copper mirror that Wu Tian sold me, hence the misunderstanding. It's complicated, and I'll explain it to you slowly later. Is it true that he possesses such discernment?" Su Man asked incredulously. "By the way, I must tell you something that might upset you. He claims that the jade pendant around your neck is fake." As soon as Xiangmei uttered these words, Su Man's expression shifted dramatically, for indeed, her jade pendant was a counterfeit. This jade had recently been acquired by a colleague, and the company's experts had unanimously deemed it authentic, only to discover its true nature upon testing. She had kept it for its exquisite design, believing no one would notice. The fact that this seemingly unremarkable fellow could see through it caught her off guard. "Do you think you could introduce your friend to me? Our company is in dire need of employees with keen insight, and he can set his own terms." Xiangmei never anticipated that after a prolonged silence, Su Man would say such a thing, leaving her utterly astonished. "So, your jade is indeed a fake?" Su Man offered Xiangmei an innocent smile, confirming the truth. "He is truly remarkable. If only I could recruit him for my company." "Hey, what are you thinking about? Did you hear what I said?" Just as Xiangmei was savoring her thoughts, Su Man interrupted her directly. "Oh, let us talk about it later," Xiangmei replied ambiguously and hurried towards the second floor. Good friends share everything. Yet when it comes to matters of men, they each harbor their own little secrets, even if their relationship with this man remains unremarkable. At 9:30, the auction commenced punctually. Thanks to Su Man, Xiangmei and Yang Fendou were seated in the front row. Su Man had taken her place at the auction podium, indicating the significance of this event. Yang Fendou noticed that Su Man's jade pendant was conspicuously absent. Driven by curiosity, he quietly inquired of Xiangmei, "Did you inform your friend that the pendant is fake?" Xiangmei ignored him, her gaze fixed ahead. Yang Fendou could only shake his head and smile wryly. "First, I would like to thank everyone for taking the time out of their busy schedules to attend our Jiatali auction. I now declare the auction officially open," Su Man announced, clearing her throat and smiling into the microphone. As her opening remarks concluded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. However, not far away, Wu Tian and Sun Gang wore expressions as grim as liver. Wu Gang had originally intended to humiliate Yang Fendou, but unexpectedly, he found himself the fool. "Don't be angry, Wu Gang. That kid Yang Fendou is merely relying on that foolish woman Xiangmei to back him up. Just wait. I will find an opportunity to deal with him," Sun Gang whispered, glancing at Wu Tian. I'm not in the mood for your rambling right now. Did you not say you would deal with him? Yet here he is, perfectly fine and attending the auction." Wu Tian's expression was one of displeasure. Sun Gang, visibly anxious, explained, "I did not anticipate this outcome, but rest assured, I will have ample opportunities to handle him. Keep an eye on him. It seems he is here to peruse items for Xiangmei. Once they begin bidding, we shall join in." As Wu Tian finished speaking, a sinister smile flickered across Sun Gang's face, and he discreetly gave a thumbs up. "Brother Wu, your brilliance is unmatched. This tactic is simply ingenious. They are destined to leave empty-handed today." This auction was somewhat different. Our esteemed boss, Mr. Meng Dio, called from abroad to inform me that before the bidding commences, he would like to treat everyone to a small appetizer as a token of gratitude for their support of Jiatali. Once the audience settled, Su Man continued with a smile. The crowd below buzzed with curiosity. This was indeed a novel experience for them. A wave of benefits before the live broadcast? Meng Kaiyu mused himself. Silence. Xiaomei shot him a glare. Yang Fendou, intrigued, inquired, "Brother Meng, is the company owner also surnamed Meng?" It is widely known that during the late Qing and early Republic periods, numerous foreign invaders entered our nation, plundering countless ancient artifacts and cultural relics. Many foreigners remained in our land, scavenging for antiques, while irreplaceable relics, such as rock murals, were deliberately destroyed. This is a tragedy for the antique community and a national tragedy as well. If this is indeed the case, then Meng Dio is truly a remarkable individual. Yang Fendou nodet sleekly. As the group chatted, two elegant women clad in blue and white patterned kipeos approached, gracefully presenting two auction items. "Ladies and gentlemen, behold this exquisite pair of Qianlong enamel color snuff bottles. Their flat, oval shape, delicate craftsmanship, and intricate painting render them a rare find." As Su Man's voice echoed, all eyes fixated on the large screen, some eager to touch the items. Yang Fendou's gaze naturally fell upon the snuff bottles, and through his discerning eyes, he clearly perceived their essence. Indeed, they were artifacts from the Qianlong era, though produced in a folk kiln rather than an imperial one, and the texture was somewhat coarse. Beyond faint historical traces, Yang Fendou discerned little else. "Young Master Yang, what do you think? If it's good, I shall bid," Meng Kaiyu quietly inquired, noting Yang Fendou's silence. "The items are authentic," Yang Fendou replied with a frown, "but the Qianlong period inscription appears somewhat spurious. Do not speak recklessly. Jodali never auctions or sells fakes. Each item comes with an expert appraisal certificate," Shangmei quietly reminded him. "No matter how loud the slogans may ring, they cannot alter the truth. I never claimed this item was fake. I merely stated it is not from an imperial kiln." Yang Fendou shrugged helplessly. "Everyone present is a prominent figure. I shall refrain from further elaboration. The starting bid is 20,000. You may commence bidding now," Su Man announced with a smile. 25,000. 30,000. At this moment, bids began to flow in. "Yang Xiao, I find this item quite appealing. What do you think?" Meng Kaiyu could barely contain himself. After glancing at Meng Kaiyu, Yang Fendou now understood why Shang Mei privately referred to him as a fool. It became evident that although this fellow possessed some discernment, his temperament was excessively restless, an absolute taboo in the realm of antiques. "If you are anxious now, you will surely regret it once you acquire it," Yang Fendou said helplessly. Meng Kaiyu was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly inquired, "What do you mean?" "Yang Fendou, stop keeping me in suspense. What exactly have you discerned?" "Shengmash curiosity vashpalpabel. If I am not mistaken, this set of snuff bottles should consist of 3 pieces representing Fu, Lu, and Shou, yet we currently only have Fu and Shou. This suggests that there is one more piece, which either no longer exists or the owner has deliberately chosen to present only 2 for auction." Shang Mei furrowed her brows and pressed, "Yang Fendou, could you please refrain from speaking in riddles? If it is indeed a valuable item that can fetch a good price, why not present them all together?" Meng Kaiyu nodded in agreement, clearly bewildered by Yang Fendou's intentions. "This is the trickery of the antique trade. If you are aware that the item you possess is a set of 3 and you only have 2, wouldn't you desire the 3rd piece?" "Yes." Both Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei nodded in unison. "Ah, then you have fallen into the seller's trap. These 2 pieces are merely bait, and the focus is on the 3rd piece. When the time comes for you to make a purchase, the price will be dictated by the seller, one tiet." Yang Fendou chuklet li. Meng Kaiyu suddenly realized and slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "It's all a scheme. This game is indeed quite intricate. Yang Xiao, I am thoroughly impressed this time." Shang Mei, however, appeared skeptical. "Is this truly the case? If you doubt it, inquire about the seller's identity after the auction concludes. We shall find a way to acquire the 3rd piece," Yang Fendou replied with a mysterious smile. As they conversed, the snuff bottle had already reached a price of 200,000. If such an appetizer is so frenzied, one can only imagine the fervor of the upcoming formal auction. "I'd bid 250,000. A familiar voice suddenly rang out, prompting Yang Fendou to instinctively turn his head, only to see Wu Tian gazing at him with a challenging demeanor. 300,000. At once, all eyes were fixed on Yang Hao and his companions, leaving Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei dumbfounded. "Yang Fendou, what are you doing? Have you forgotten what you just said?" "Yes, Yang Xiao, what is going on?" Shang Mei and Meng Kaiyu looked at Yang Fendou in confusion. However, Yang Fendou paid them no mind, maintaining a serene smile as he focused on the snuff bottle on stage. No one knew what thoughts were brewing within him. "Wu Ge, this kid is clearly trying to compete with you." Sun Gang, not far off, angrily remarked to Wu Tian. "Humph, he has too inexperienced to contend with me." Wu Tian scoffed coldly, raising his paddle once more. 350,000. 400,000. Before the crowd could react to Wu Tian's declaration, Yang Fendou had already raised his paddle again. "Yang Fendou, are you out of your mind? I just checked, and the value of this snuff bottle is not particularly high, and it is highly likely that this is a trap laid by the seller," Shang Mei said, her brows tightly knitted in concern. "Yang Xiao, I have heard that valuable snuff bottles are either crafted from copper or are interpainted masterpieces, and they must be exquisite pieces from the official kiln. Since you can discern that this is from a faux kiln, why pursue it any further?" Meng Kaiyu couldn't help but interject. At this moment, both of them understood that Yang Fendou intended to compete with Wu Tian and Sun Gang. Chapter 20. The First Step Indeed. A mere smile from Yang Fendou caused Wu Tian's expression to twist in discomfort. Sun Gang, bewildered, quickly inquired, "Wu Ge, is this snuff bottle truly so valuable?" "You know nothing. A pair of Qianlong official kiln enameled snuff bottles, if sold together, could fetch at least 1 million. However, if sold individually, the price could multiply significantly, and that is a fact," Wu Tian asserted confidently. "Moreover, my purpose today is not solely to acquire this snuff bottle, but to impress upon Yang Fendou that he is not qualified to contend with me. 500,000. Wu Tian declared as he raised his bidding paddle once more. Goodness, this is quite unlike Wu Boss's usual demeanor. What has gotten into him today to bid so extravagantly for a pair of snuff bottles? Those familiar with Wu Tian couldn't help but express their astonishment. Old Wang, it seems Wu Tian has truly taken a stand against that young man. This is intriguing, remarked a middle-aged man beside Wang Jianan with a smile. Humph, let us observe before making any judgments. Wang Jianan replied with a mysterious smile, choosing not to engage further. Yang Fendou, do not let your emotions cloud your judgment. Just a moment ago, you claimed to have various methods to deal with Wu Tian and Sun Gang. Why the sudden loss of composure? Shang Mei guessed Yang Fendou's state of mind and hurried to advise him. Young Master Yang, if you truly cannot bear this, I can have my colleagues deal with them immediately. Your funds are needed for your Sister S treatment. Meng Kaiyu added, concern etched across his face. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou remained silent, yet a cryptic smile played at the corners of his mouth. 600,000. Yang Fendou, you have gone too far. This exceeds the maximum value of the snuff bottle, Shang Mei exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. On stage, Su Man appeared momentarily stunned. Didn't Shang Mei say this young man had keen eyesight? Was he unaware that there are many Qianlong enameled snuff bottles on the market, and their price trends in recent years have been quite low? Wu Gu, perhaps it's time to concede, Sun Gang suggested cautiously. To be honest, Wu Tian had not anticipated Yang Fendou to be so formidable. Initially intending to humiliate his opponent, he now found himself in a precarious position. I know what I'm doing. If I do not make him aware of my prowess today, I am not Wu Tian, he declared, raising his paddle once more. 700,000. In an instant, all eyes were riveted upon Yang Fendou, who this time appeared somewhat hesitant. Observing this, Shang Mei and Meng Kaiyu exhaled in relief. There's no need to lose your temper. Didn't you say that such reactions are the most taboo in the antique trade? Sheng Mei remarked, simultaneously signaling Su Man on stage. Understanding the cue, Su Man was prepared to count down to finalize the bid. Initially, those present were eager for the spectacle. But upon noticing Yang Fendou's reluctance to raise his paddle, expressions of disappointment spread across their faces. 800,000. However, just as disappointment loomed, Yang Fendou surprisingly raised his paddle once more, incrementing the bid. The atmosphere at the venue reached its zenith once more. Wu Tiangang, who had initially exhaled in relief, found himself taken aback when Yang Fendou unexpectedly raised the bid again. Damn it, this scoundrel. If I do not trample you underfoot today, I am not Wu Tian. 1 million. Wu Tian, consumed by fury, raised his paddle and shouted. Is Wu Tian out of his mind? Absolutely insane. The crowd erupted in fervent discussion, their gazes fixated on Yang Fendou. Upon hearing his declaration, a sense of unease rippled through the spectators, though they could not quite place why. No one noticed that Yang Fendou's palms were drenched in cold sweat. The auction's rules dictated that once the gavel fell, there was no turning back. Regrets would come too late. He was genuinely afraid that Wu Tian would not take the bait. My goodness, Yang, you have indeed set a trap, luring Wu Tian step by step into your web. At that moment, Meng Kaiyu finally grasped the situation. Yang Fendou, are you intentionally inflating the price to make Wu Tian spend more? Shang Mei, too, belatedly inquired. Yang Fendou glanced at the two, a smile playing on his lips as he nodded, having stated his intention to ensure Wu Tian regrets crossing him for a lifetime. This is merely the first step. My goodness, Yang, I'm truly in awe. Once the auction concludes, I shall discuss resigning with the old master, and then I will partner with you to achieve greatness. I want it as well. Sheng Mai exclaimed excitedly. She had no desire to distance herself from Yang Fendou, especially since Su Man had urged her to introduce him. An inexplicable sense of crisis loomed over her. Meanwhile, Wang Jinan, who had been watching from the sidelines, wore a relaxed smile. The one most entangled in this situation was undoubtedly Wu Tian, who had initially reveled in his triumph over Yang Fendou, relishing the opportunity to crush his rival. Yet upon hearing Yang Fendou's words, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Something is amiss. This brat has ensnared me. Damn it, I've been duped. Wu Tian finally comprehended the implications of Yang Fendou's earlier statement, realizing that the scoundrel had first provoked him and then deliberately inflated the price, forcing him to pay exorbitantly for the snuff bottles. Could it be? This rascal is utterly shameless. Sun Gang looked on in shock. Wu Tian's expression was as distasteful as if he had just swallowed a fly. Moreover, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he could only force himself to swallow this indignity. The auction continued, and soon a series of trivial items ascended the auction block. With this bitter lesson in mind, Wu Tian dared not bid recklessly. After all, his budget was merely 1 million, and that had already been fully expended on the snuff bottles. Before the auction had even formally commenced, he had been relegated to the role of a spectator. Conversely, Yang Fendou acquired 2 minor items for a minimal expenditure. One was a Qianlong period blue and white porcelain jar depicting figures and birds, bought for 8,000. Though from a faux kiln, its exquisite craftsmanship offered potential for appreciation and value. The other was a palm-sized Edenwood puzzle box, purchased for 10,000, significantly smaller than one he owned, with craftsmanship that appeared subpar and minor scratches. Yet it held a certain collectible value, albeit likely not commanding a high price. However, Yang Fendou's interest lay not in these items. As he employed the eye of observation, he discovered that the box was far from the simplicity it initially appeared to possess. After managing to temper his excitement, he effortlessly secured the exquisite sandalwood box. With that, the appetizer concluded, and it was time for the main course. He encouraged the esteemed guests to bid enthusiastically. Following the successful auction of the last trinket, Su Man joyfully announced the next phase. The formal auction items ascended one after another, with over 10 pieces being sold without a single one left unsold, all fetching prices that exceeded the expectations of Su Man's company. Curiously, the previously active Yang Fendou did not place a single bid, merely assisting Shang, Mei, and Meng Kaiyu with their observations. Each of them managed to acquire 1 item. Thank you for your support. Now, we arrive at the highlight of our auction, the grand finale that everyone has been eagerly anticipating, Su Man proclaimed, her voice resonating through the room. As her words echoed, 2 beautiful attendants gracefully wheeled a cart, carrying the auction item to the center of the stage. In an instant, all eyes were fixated on the auction platform, where the item was encased under a glass dome, draped with a layer of red silk. Su Man stepped forward, carefully unveiling the silk amidst the crowd's gaze. The true nature of the prized artifact was revealed. Is this Yuan Qinghua? Could Jiatali be launching a satellite this time? The atmosphere erupted in excitement upon the revelation of the item. A Yuan Qinghua entwined peony-patterned general's jar. Suman Evoiliangulatet began to introduce the piece in a loud voice. This general's jar was impeccably crafted, standing at 33 centimeters tall, with a mouth diameter of 75 centimeters and a base diameter of 115 centimeters. Its rounded belly and exquisite artistry rendered it a rare masterpiece from antiquity. After thorough verification by numerous experts, the esteemed antique collector, Master Fu Tianshi, confirmed its authenticity beyond doubt. The attendees, already brimming with excitement, were further reassured by Fu Tianshi's name. The general's jar was undoubtedly genuine. Since this is a treasured artifact, to ensure caution, each of you may approach the stage in order of your seating, observing from 1 meter away through the protective dome. A brief introduction regarding the general's jar will also be displayed on the large screen for your reference, Su Man concluded. As she finished speaking, Shang Mei and Meng Kaiyu tugged Yang Fendou toward the stage, unaware that 2 women in the VIP lounge were intently watching the surveillance footage. One of them, a striking beauty clad in a black leather jacket and jeans, spotted Yang Fendou on the screen and promptly turned to the woman seated on the sofa beside her. The latter, adorned in a white knitted top paired with a light green silk skirt and possessing an unadorned yet breathtaking visage, exuded an aura of highborn elegance. Keep a keen eye. Do not forget our purpose for bringing the general's jar to Shiha City, Miss Mu admonished. Understood. The girl in the leather jacket nodded eagerly, her gaze fixated on the screen. Miss Mu, look. That impoverished lad appears to have shaken his head. Could it be? Indeed. Miss Mu also noticed Yang Fendou shaking his head. With a furrowed brow, Lu Mei promptly said, Go fetch Su Man. Meng Kaiyu could hardly conceal his excitement. Today was truly an eye-opener, as he found himself gazing upon the elusive Yuan blue and white general jar. He had indeed come after initially claiming he would not. Beside him, Shang Mei cast a sidelong glance at the other. Only Yang Fendou seemed lost in contemplation, fixated on the large screen, which revealed that this Yuan blue and white jar had changed hands several times before reaching its current owner, thus underscoring its rarity. Meng Kaiyu turned his gaze to Yang Fendou, while Shang Mei wore an expression of eager anticipation. Yang Xiao, please refrain from being so inscrutable. Do share your thoughts on this piece. Not true. Yang Fendou glanced at the two and nonchalantly uttered 2 words. Goodness. Shang Mei quickly whispered a reminder. Yang Fendou, do not jest. This is the piece de resistance of today's auction, and has been personally authenticated by old Master Fu Tianshi, a titan in the world of antique collecting, who has never been mistaken. Yang Fendou chuckled and shook his head. Ah, in the realm of antiques, I have yet to hear of anyone who has never erred. Yang Xiao. Shangmei is correct. This is no trivial matter. Setting aside old Master Fu's discerning eye, this yuan blue and white general jar has become increasingly difficult to acquire over the years. Recall the Gui Guzi descending the mountain painting that emerged abroad, which fetched over 200 million at Christie's. Rumor has it that amount could have purchased 2 tons of gold. Moreover, in 2011, a yuan blue and white peony jar from Lingnan province sold for an astronomical 50 million. There are countless similar instances, ranging from millions to even billions. You must tread carefully with your words. Although Meng Kaiyu's discerning, I was not particularly sharp. He was well versed in the prices of these antiques, a fact that Shangmei admired. Your assertions are predicated on the authenticity of the item, yet it is evident that this one is not genuine. Yang Fendou made no rebuttal, merely offering a subdued explanation. However, you need only to be aware. The owner of such a significant piece places great importance on its authenticity. Should it be revealed as a forgery, the responsibility is beyond my capacity to bear. Of course, Yang Fendou was not incapable of bearing the burden, but rather unwilling to meddle in matters that did not concern him. In a world of antiques, it suffices to see through the facade without voicing it. What exactly is false about this piece? Everyone present here is no ordinary individual. Observe how all are nodding in agreement, while you alone claim it to be counterfeit. I truly cannot fathom. Shangmei regarded Yang Fendou with a perplexed expression. This is not the place for discussion. I shall elaborate when the opportunity arises, Yang Fendou remarked, surveying his surroundings. Miss Mu, it appears he is the sole one shaking his head. The others must believe it to be authentic. The girl in the leather jacket turned her gaze towards Miss Mu. Suzong, let us not rush into the auction. Please discreetly inquire about this individual's opinion on my general jar, Miss Mu instructed, pointing towards Yang Fendou on the monitor. Upon arriving in the VIP room, Su Man hurried to explain, he is a friend brought by my close companion, merely here to observe the excitement. I shall inquire on your behalf immediately. Remember, it must be kept confidential. Understood. As Su Man walked away, she pondered to herself that the aura surrounding the Mu family was exceedingly oppressive. She felt she could hardly breathe in front of Mu Xiao. Xiaomei, what does your friend think of this general's jar? Soon, Su Man called Xiaomei to a secluded area, her face adorned with a mysterious expression as she whispered her inquiry. Xiaomei furrowed her delicate brows, her enchanting visage revealing a hint of distress. She was reluctant to deceive her close friend, yet equally unwilling to divulge Yang Fendou's opinion, finding herself in a quandary. Su Man, perceptive as ever, discerned Xiaomei's expression and concluded, all right, you needn't say more. I understand. Man, everyone present has attested to its authenticity, including old Fu's appraisal, so Yang Fendou's opinion is of no consequence. This statement unmistakably conveyed Su Man's awareness of Yang Fendou's stance on the matter. I see. You go ahead. I have some matters to attend to. After the auction, I shall treat you and your friend to dinner, Su Man remarked hurriedly as she made her way toward the luxurious VIP room. Miss Mo, I just inquired, and although my best friend did not explicitly state her thoughts, I can tell that her friend believes this general's jar is not genuine. Upon hearing this, Mu Zhao's brows slightly knitted together, her expression appearing somewhat intricate. Su Man, fearing to offend the esteemed Miss Mu, quickly added, however, everyone else present, aside from him, unquestionably recognizes it as an authentic piece. Withdraw the item. Su Man was taken aback and exclaimed, it has already been presented on stage. Retracting it now would violate protocol and lacks precedent. Furthermore, if this information were to leak, it could have significant repercussions for our Jiaodali. Mu Xiao raised her gaze, her striking eyes fixed upon Su Man, her tone icy as she retorted, do you think offending the Mu family would have less impact on your company than withdrawing the item? Chapter 22, an unexpected conclusion. Let alone a mere general manager. Even Chairman Mengdio would not dare to offend the Mu family. The Mu family is a lineage with considerable historical significance in the antique realm. It is no exaggeration to say that many conventions in the antique community are dictated by them. Who among those versed in the antiques trade would dare to cross the Mu family? Weighing the pros and cons, Su Man clearly understood the stakes and thus nodded to Mu Xiao. Miss Mu, I shall withdraw the item as per your directive. Qingwei, investigate this person's background. This individual is likely connected to the person we seek. Understood, the woman in leather readily affirmed. Su Man, are you off on a date? Everyone is waiting for the auction to commence. Let us get started. The moment Su Man took the stage, voices from the audience began to rise. Just kidding, Su Man, am still a single noblewoman. Where would I be going on a date? Unperturbed, Su Man jested with the crowd and continued, as it happens. I have just received word from the consignor that our general's jar will not be auctioned. In the spirit of respecting the consignor and being responsible to all buyers, our company has decided to temporarily withdraw the Yuan Kingwa intertwined peony pattern General S jar from the auction. We will notify you of the specific rescheduling. What is going on? Is this not a deliberate tease? The audience murmured in confusion. Jiadali is surely using this general's jar as a gimmick. Our enthusiasm has been piqued, yet you choose to withdraw it. This makes no sense. As Suman's words echoed, chaos erupted in the hall. Yang Fendou furrowed his brow and turned to Xiangmei, only to find her with her head bowed, lost in thought. Yang Fendou quietly inquired, "Did you convey my thoughts to Suman?" "I did not express it explicitly." Implicitly, Xiangmei does not acknowledge her previous statements. Meng Kaiyu, equally bewildered, is left to ponder Xiangmei's true intentions. After a while, Suman finally manages to restore order and promises everyone that the next time they have something valuable, they will hold an exclusive internal auction for those present. What began as a spectacular auction concluded rather anticlimactically, leaving the attendees to depart in disappointment. "Let's proceed with the formalities," Yang Fendou remarked, rising and heading straight towards the service desk. After settling the payment, he successfully acquired the birdseed can and the sandalwood box, while Meng Kaiyu and Xiangmei also obtained their desired items. Just as the trio was about to leave, Suman approached them at a brisk pace. "Please hold on, everyone. I must say, Yang Xiao, I didn't expect you to have such discerning taste. Although these trinkets may not be rare treasures, their potential for appreciation is quite significant." "Thank you for the compliment," Yang Fendou replied coolly. Suman fixed her gaze upon Yang Fendou, continuing, "I sought you out because our company, Jiadali, is currently seeking new talent. If you're interested, I encourage you to consider joining us. Rest assured, you can propose your own salary." As anticipated, Suman's invitation to recruit in front of Xiangmei was quite discomforting for her. "I'm afraid I'm not particularly interested," Yang Fendou contemplated briefly before opting to decline. He had his own considerations. Entering the auction company would impose numerous restrictions on his acquisitions, potentially leading to accusations of misconduct. Suman's charming countenance briefly displayed disappointment, but she quickly masked it with a smile. "No worries, Yang Xiao. Please leave me your contact information. Even if you choose not to join us, we could still become friends." "Oh dear, man, you should really reconsider. With his demeanor, he hardly seems fit for a prestigious company like yours. Besides, he appears to be rather laid back and not suited for corporate life." "Perhaps it's best to let this go," Xiangmei interjected, taking Yang Fendou's arm and leading him outside before Suman could respond. Suman stood there, her face tinged with awkwardness, yet a peculiar smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. "Xiangmei, you were a bit out of line just now," Meng Kaiyu teased as they exited the company. Without sparing him a glance, Xiangmei retorted, "What are you talking about? I can't hear you. It seems you are quite concerned about Yang Xiao's interaction with Suman. After all, Suman merely invited him to join the auction company. Is it really necessary to be so tense? You not only belittled him, but also withheld your contact information." Meng Kaiyu's words struck a chord with Xiangmei, causing her cheeks to flush. She shot him a fierce glare. "My affairs are none of your business." "Goodness, Xiangmei, you're blushing. Could it be that you have feelings for Yang Xiao?" Meng Kaiyu jested. "You're asking for trouble," Xiangmei exclaimed, stomping on Meng Kaiyu's foot in frustration as she stormed towards the car. While the two bantered, Yang Fendou remained unfazed, though he sensed that Xiangmei genuinely seemed upset, which left him feeling somewhat guilty. "Mengo, perhaps you should refrain from such jokes in the future. Matters of romance are not something I have considered at all," he remarked. Meng Kaiyu patted Yang Fendou's shoulder, exclaiming with excitement, "Good heavens! A graceful lady indeed deserves a gentleman's affection. Had it not been for my long-standing acquaintance with Xiangmei, I would have already made my move. Just look at Xiangmei. She possesses both beauty and figure. A quintessential example of a wealthy and elegant woman, my friend." Yang Fendou, however, wore a look of helplessness. After spending a few days in his company, he found that while Meng Kaiyu had many admirable qualities, his incessant chatter made him sound like a notorious playboy. "Fendou, congratulations. Your attendance at this auction was not in vain. You've acquired 2 remarkable items." At that moment, Wang Jianan and another man approached him. "Ah, Uncle Wang, these are merely trifles. Items others overlook, which granted me the opportunity to purchase them." Yang Fendou maintained a demeanor of humility and respect towards Wang Jianan, who had previously aided him with matters concerning coinage, a kindness he would not forget. "Let us set that aside for now. Allow me to introduce you to Li Jun, the proprietor of Junlai Hall on the Antique Street." "Greetings, Yang Fendou," Li Jun said with a smile, shaking hands with him. Li Jun appraised Yang Fendou with a broad smile, noting the young man's simple attire, yet extraordinary presence. You possess great potential. Do visit my shop sometime. We are both in the antique business, and we may find ourselves needing each other's assistance in the future. Wang Jinan interjected with a grin. Indeed, Fendou. The treasures in Li's shop are plentiful. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek him out. We are old friends, and he would not dare to overcharge you. Yang Fendou expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Uncle Wang, and thank you, Boss Li. I shall surely trouble you both in the future. Very well. You two continue your conversation. We must attend to some matters, so we shall take our leave. As Wang Jianan and Li Jun departed, Meng Kaiyu could not help but remark, Li Jun appears quite sincere. He seems a tad disingenuous to me. Meng Kaiyu responded. But by the time he realized what had transpired, Yang Fendou was already making his way towards Shang Mei's vehicle. Why does this fellow's perspective always seem so different from others? Meng Kaiyu muttered as he hastily followed. Hey, do you think you can set a trap and simply walk away? Just as Yang Fendou approached the car, Wu Tian and Sun Gang suddenly blocked his path. Chapter 23. We shall see. The unrelenting spirits. Yang Fendou did not even cast a glance at them, merely scoffing, Wu Tian, you had better understand this. You won the bid. So how can you claim I set you up? Oof. Had you not competed with me, I could have secured it for a mere 300,000, but you forced me to spend an additional 700,000. Wu Tian gritted his teeth in frustration. Isn't bidding all about one's own capabilities? Besides, the items remain in your possession, so you are the victor, Meng Kaiyu interjected, feeling somewhat irritated. Young Master Meng, you are correct, but do not be fooled into thinking this brat has won. I assure you, this item in my hands could fetch at least 2 million. You underestimate me if you think you can set me up, Wu Tian retorted, turning his ire towards Yang Fendou. Just wait, Yang Fendou. This matter between us is far from over. Before long, I will have you kneeling in apology. Sun Gang, resembling a loyal hound, chimed in, you brat. Should not think that with a woman backing you, you can act without regard for consequences. Just wait. At that moment, Shang Mei suddenly alighted from the vehicle, her expression frosty as she exclaimed. She was already irked by Meng Kaiyu's earlier remarks, and to her astonishment, these two oblivious individuals dared to approach, akin to colliding with the muzzle of a gun. You little rascal, we shall see. With her face flushed with anger, Shang Mei delivered a sharp retort and departed hastily with Sun Gang. You were supposed to be the police chief, yet you cannot handle 2 rabid dogs. Shang Mei shot a glare at Meng Kaiyu before turning to re-enter the car. Yang Fendou patted Meng Kaiyu on the shoulder, shaking his head with a wry smile as he opened the back door. Meng Kaiyu, feeling helpless, realized that this woman was indeed not to be trifled with. Her mind was far too narrow. In the Guanyin Pavilion Villa area, the most expensive and upscale residential district in Xia City, a beautiful woman sat in the living room of one of the villas, none other than Mu Xiao, the owner of the exquisite Yuan blue and white painted peony jar from today. Miss, we have investigated thoroughly. The person who identified the Yuan blue and white as a counterfeit is named Yang Fendou, currently residing in a rental unit in the urban village with his mother and younger sister. At this moment, the girl in the leather jacket, Ningyu, had approached her. Yang Fendou has a sister? A hint of gravity surfaced on Mu Xiao's delicate face. What about their background? Not much has been uncovered. It is known they previously lived in a rural area. His sister is suffering from severe illness and requires a kidney transplant, having only recently arrived in Xia City. Understood. Please continue to monitor this individual situation, Mu Xiao instructed, rising to head toward the upstairs bedroom. How are things progressing? A voice, aged yet resonant, emanated from the phone. I have withdrawn, Mu Xiao replied succinctly. So, someone has recognized the item as a replica? Yes. A young man named Yang Fendou, who appears quite impoverished and does not resemble a descendant of a prominent family, Mu Xiao elaborated hurriedly. Xiao, one must not judge by appearances. Find a way to test him, confirm his discernment and appraisal skills. I understand, grandfather. Please rest. I will inform you at the first sign of news. After hanging up, Mu Xiao muttered Yang Fendou's name, her stunning features reflecting a complex expression. Meanwhile, Yang Fendou and his companions were seated in a private tea room, sipping tea. Initially, they had contemplated dining out, but upon reflection, the tea house seemed more suitable for their discussions. After ordering a pot of Longjing tea, they also selected some snacks. Shang Mei, having skipped breakfast, had to order some marinated delicacies, a standard fare at the tea house. Today has been utterly exhilarating. I initially thought young Master Yang was merely provoked by Wu Tian, only to realize that you've cleverly laid a trap for him to willingly leap into. Meng Kaiyu remarked after taking a sip of tea. Yang Fendou, still shaken, admitted, "To be honest, I was quite anxious at the time, fearing he might not fall into the trap. After all, it was 100,000. Shang Mei Soot Yang Fendou a disaprofing glanje, retorting. I truly do not understand your motives. Do you not realize your sister is waiting for the money?" Yang Fendou muttered helplessly, acknowledging that, regardless, Wu Tian had indeed fallen into the trap today. Indeed, I was just about to inquire about the meaning behind Wu Tian's words. Do you perhaps have alternative plans? Meng Kaiyu's face was filled with curiosity. I too wish to know. Shang Mei set aside the delicacies in her hand, her beautiful gaze settling upon Yang Fendou. Observing the curiosity etched upon their faces, Yang Fendou decided to briefly share his plans. He had completely regarded the two as friends by now. Otherwise, he would not have spoken. In truth, Wu Tian was no fool. His audacity to quote a price of 1 million was entirely due to his belief that the pair of Fusho snuff bottles was of official kiln origin. Moreover, he was certain that there were only 2 pieces, not 3, and I intentionally raised the price to provoke him, causing him to become somewhat flustered. Upon hearing this, the two remained shrouded in confusion. Soon, however, Meng Kaiyu began to piece things together, realizing that Wu Tian would indeed sell the snuff bottles as if they were from an official kiln, and given the market value, the price would not be insubstantial. Furthermore, they would be sold individually, Shang Mei added. Listening to their analysis, Yang Fendou smiled appreciatively. Both were astute and perceptive. And what is your plan? Shang Mei inquired, her brows knitting in anticipation. It naturally requires the assistance of both of you, Yang Fendou replied, a hint of mystery gracing his countenance. This will be far more exhilarating than simply confronting them. Meng Kaiyu's face was alight with excitement. Yang Fendou's gaze then slowly settled upon Shang Mei as he earnestly advised. Shang Mei, please inquire with your friend about the information regarding the snuff bottle's owner. Remember, the more detailed, the better. At this, Shang Mei appeared somewhat troubled, her brows furrowing in reluctance. Shang, this is a critical moment. You cannot falter, Meng Kaiyu urged, sensing her hesitance. I'm well aware, but I am currently quite vexed and reluctant to engage with Man. Moreover, her company has strict regulations against disclosing the owner's information. Shang Mei explained with a hint of exasperation. This is not the time for stubbornness. Just think of how thrilling it would be to deal with those 2 rabid dogs silently. Besides, if it weren't for Yang Xiao, you might have been swindled out of 2 million by Wu Tian. Can you truly swallow that bitterness? Meng Kaiyu's words struck a chord with Shang Mei who, despite her usual preference for subtlety, found herself compelled to message Su Man after a moment of provocation. However, when Shang Mei read the content of the message, her countenance soured immediately. What's the matter? Meng Kaiyu asked, his anxiety palpable. Shang Mei glanced at the two of them and replied, she wants me to exchange Yang Fendou's phone number for the information. Meng Kaiyu, with a grand gesture, said, give it to her. It's just a phone number. A call won't lead to anything more. Be quiet. Shang Mei chided lightly, her gaze shifting to Yang Fendou. The phone number is yours. You have the final say. Yang Fendou looked at the two, setting his teacup down, feeling somewhat at a loss. Isn't a phone number merely a means to facilitate contact? I don't see the issue, he stated. Well said, Yang Xiao. Meng Kaiyu gave him a thumbs up. However, Shang Mei's expression was one of displeasure, her indignation adorably apparent, while they remained oblivious to her inner turmoil. Though she feigned stubbornness, she was deeply reluctant, her fingers nearly crushing the screen in frustration. Yang Fendou, without a second thought, leisurely lifted his tea and took a sip. However, Meng Kaiyu discerned Shang Mei's subtle intentions, a mysterious smile fleeting across his lips. Yet he chose to remain silent. Beep. The screen displayed information regarding the owner of the snuff bottle, including phone number, home address, and identity details. Brother Meng, it's your turn to take action now, Yang Fendou said, a mysterious expression gracing his face as he glanced at Meng Kaiyu after committing the information to memory. Meng Kaiyu, already unable to contain his excited anticipation, sat up straight and eagerly inquired, what do you need me to do? Quite simple. You know many people. Spread the word for me, Yang Fendou replied. Meng Kaiyu's face lit up with expectation. What message? The set of snuff bottles Wu Tian captured today consists of 3 pieces. Not just 2, and they're not genuine product from the Qianlong Imperial Kiln, but rather imitations, Yang Fendou whispered, his eyes glinting with cunning. Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei were momentarily taken aback, but they soon grasped Yang Fendou's intent. He aimed to ensure that Wu Tian could not sell the snuff bottles. This was indeed a ruthless maneuver. Meng Kaiyu pondered for a moment, his expression tinged with doubt. Young Master Yang, Wu Tian hasn't even warmed them up yet. Can you be certain he is eager to sell? Yet, Yang Fendou merely shook his head dismissively, revealing a mysterious smile to the two. Wu Tian has spent such exorbitant amounts of money and is holding onto a grudge. He will undoubtedly want to sell immediately. He would prefer to take a risk rather than let the opportunity slip away. All right, I understand. I'll take care of it right away. Meng Kaiyu was already brimming with excitement to witness this unfolding drama, swiftly picking up his phone to make the call. Yang Fendou, taking a piece of pastry and placing it in his mouth, wore a confident expression, as if everything was under his control. In truth, Yang Fendou held disdain for such schemes. However, circumstances dictated otherwise. Wu Tian and Sun Gang had troubled him multiple times, even involving his mother and sister. Thus he felt compelled to retaliate. Across from him, Shang Mei occasionally stole glances at Yang Fendou, noting his confident and profound demeanor, thinking to herself, this young man truly possesses a certain masculine charm. Perhaps a change of attire would enhance his presence further. Everything is set. Within an hour, the entire antique circle will be aware of this matter. After concluding the final call, Meng Kaiyu took a sip of tea, excitement illuminating his gaze as he looked at Yang Fendou. Let us go meet the owner of the snuff bottles. Yang Fendou nodded and rose, heading toward the exit. My goodness, you're even more impatient than I am, Meng Kaiyu exclaimed, signaling to Shang Mei before hastily following suit. As they ventured out of the city, the journey was somewhat lengthy. This time, Meng Kaiyu took the wheel while Shang Mei occupied the passenger seat. The owner, surnamed Zhang, resided in Lushu village on the outskirts of Shihe city, where he had been engaged in farming. Suman sent me a message as well. She has visited the owner's home and described him as a lazy, idle man who enjoys mistreating his wife, Shang Mei remarked, raising her phone toward Yang Fendou as he rested in the back seat. Your friend is quite astute. He may have already surmised some of our intentions. Yang Fendou shifted his body slightly, adopting a more comfortable sitting position. Chia, Shang Mei shot an annoyed glare at Yang Fendou, who quickly adjusted himself, choosing to ignore her. The driver, Meng Kaiyu, glanced at Yang Fendou through the rearview mirror and chuckled. Young Master Yang, you truly lack understanding of women. Praising another beauty in front of a lovely lady is a grave misstep. Yang Fendou merely smiled and refrained from responding. His interests lay more in the study of antiques than in women. The journey to Lushu village took only an hour from the urban center of Shihe city, and they soon found themselves within the village. After inquiring with a local about the specific location of the cargo owner's residence, they promptly parked in front of the house. Upon exiting the vehicle, they noticed the courtyard gate was ajar and proceeded inside without hesitation. Suddenly, a woman's voice filled with sobs erupted from the modest dwelling. Can you please stop gambling? If not for me, think of the child. A man, cursing vehemently, emerged from the house. Upon seeing Yang Fendou and his companions, his anger momentarily faltered, replaced by a cold inquiry. Who are you, and what brings you to my home? The man's demeanor irked Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei. Yet Yang Fendou, maintaining a smile, inquired, May I ask if you're brother Zhang? I am indeed Zhang. What business do you have? The older man regarded Yang Fendou with a hint of suspicion. Well, I have heard that you possess a pair of snuff bottles, which piqued our interest. So we wish to take a look? Yang Fendou explained his purpose. You are too late. I have entrusted those snuff bottles to an auction house, and they've already been sold. Old Zhang responded, visibly easing his guard. Haha, I understand, but I believe there are 3 snuff bottles, not just 2. Thus, you should still have 1 remaining, Yang Fendou remarked. Upon hearing this, old Zhang's expression grew tense. The matter of the 3 snuff bottles was known only to him and his wife. How could this stranger be aware of it? To discern antiquities, one must first understand the person. Yang Fendou discerned old Zhang's apprehension at a glance. He quickly reassured him, rest assured, brother Zhang, as long as the item is satisfactory, the price is negotiable. Chapter 25. Are you a fraud? When the topic of money arose, old Zhang's eyes glimmered with interest, scrutinizing the 3 once more. That pair of snuff bottles sold for 1 million. As I mentioned, as long as the items are good, money is not an issue, Yang Fendou replied with a smile. Ah, then you truly are esteemed guests. Please come inside. Indeed, the mere mention of money transformed old Zhang's demeanor, as he beamed and invited the 3 into his home. Exchanging glances, they stepped inside. From the outside, the house appeared to be 3 newly built tiled rooms. Yet the interior was scarcely decorated. The walls bore only a simple coat of white, and there was hardly a piece of decent furniture, giving the impression of a bare abode. Old Zhang ushered the trio in, hastily clearing a mahjong table and tossing the cloth aside, inviting them to sit and converse. "Dear, we have esteemed guests. Quickly, bring some water," he called out to his wife while tidying up. "You are indeed correct," old Zhang exclaimed with palpable excitement as he took a seat. "I still possess a snuff bottle. The two I sold fetched 1,000,000. And this one is worth 500,000. What do you think?" His words betrayed a hint of uncertainty, prompting Yang Fendou to form a judgment within the recesses of his mind. This individual was clearly inexperienced in antiques and utterly oblivious to the intricacies of the trade. His failure to present all 3 snuff bottles at once was merely an unintentional oversight. Nearby, Meng Kaiyu and He Shangmei could not suppress their laughter. "Let us examine the item." Old Zhang hastily stood up and made his way towards the inner room. At that moment, a middle-aged woman approached. Her eyes red-rimmed as she carried 3 cups of tea. "Here, have some tea," she offered. "Thank you, sister-in-law," Yang Fendou replied, casting a glance at the woman. She appeared to be just over 40, yet her face was etched with wrinkles, and her hands bore the calluses and cracks from years of arduous labor. In contrast, old Zhang had soft, unblemished skin, revealing that he had likely never toiled in the fields, perhaps due to his rural upbringing. Yang Fendou felt a twinge of compassion for the woman. At that moment, old Zhang returned, clutching a bundle of newspaper and shooing the woman away before unfurling it. A snuff bottle appeared before them. "This is the remaining bottle. I'd intended to sell it after spending the proceeds from the others, but since you're here, I might as well sell it to you for a good price," he stated. Yang Fendou carefully lifted the snuff bottle to examine it, confirming that it indeed matched the one in Wu Tian's possession. "The item is authentic," he affirmed with a nod after placing it back down. Meng Kaiyu quickly took a look alongside He Shangmei. "I'll offer you 100,000. Yang Fendou hesitated, initially considering a bid of 30,000. But the image of the woman flashed in his mind, prompting him to increase his offer by 70,000. "What? 100,000? Old Zhang leapt to his feet, snatching the snuff bottle from Meng Kaiyu's hands. "2 bottles sold for 1,000,000. This one is worth at least 500,000. You must be trying to deceive me." "Brother Zhang, hold on. Let me explain," Yang Fendou urged calmly. "The reason your pair of snuff bottles sold for 1,000,000 is that someone misjudged their value. If this one were from an official kiln, I would indeed offer you 1,000,000, but it is merely a civilian imitation. 100,000 is already an exceedingly generous offer. I don't believe you. You can leave. I'll keep this as a family heirloom and 1T sell it," old Zhang declared, dismissing them with displeasure. "Brother Zhang, don't be hasty. If you doubt my words, you may check online. Information about your snuff bottles is already available." Yang Fendou maintained his composed demeanor, still smiling. "Go ahead. I'm not afraid of you," old Zhang retorted, yet he was already unlocking his phone. In an instant, his expression shifted from annoyance to astonishment as he scrolled through local news articles detailing the recent auction by Jiada Li, revealing that the snuff bottle, valued at 1,000,000, was not from an official kiln, but rather a civilian imitation. The exorbitantly priced bottle was not a pair, but part of a set of 3 deities. And if the news proved accurate, its value would plummet to several thousand or tens of thousands. It was at this moment that Meng Kaiyu and He Shangmei fully grasped Yang Fendou's intentions. He was not merely confronting Wu Tian, but also aiming to enlighten the seller with this information. How could this fellow remain so unperturbed? Meng Kaiyu pondered to himself. Old Zhang, having set his phone down, appeared deflated like a punctured balloon. His head hung low, lost in thought. Perhaps it was the shattering of his dreams of wealth that troubled him. "Brother Zhang, that pair of snuff bottles has been sold. You've made a substantial profit. If you remain unsatisfied, what do you think will happen if the seller discovers that you are the true owner of the bottles?" Yang Fendou remarqued, casting a meaningful glance at him. Old Zhang regained some composure and, looking at Yang Fendou, gritted his teeth. 100,000, cash on delivery. Yang Fendou finally breathed a sigh of relief, and both Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei's expressions lightened considerably. After the successful transfer, Yang Fendou obtained the snuff bottles as desired. "Yang Xiao, what did you mean by that remark to old Zhang?" Once they had exited the village, Meng Kaiyu inquired, a perplexed expression on his face. Yu Haven-T lived in the countryside. Many men there either gamble excessively or drink heavily. When things go awry, they often vent their frustrations on their wives and children. I noticed that the big sister had calloused hands and cracks all over them, Yang Fendou explained calmly. While empathizing with others is commendable, Shang Mei found it somewhat incomprehensible. Turning to Yang Fendou, she remarked, "You yourself are in need of money, yet you still have the heart to pity others. You just spent several tens of thousands more. Haha, Yang Xiao, you truly are ruthless. If Wu Tian were to learn about the situation with those snuff bottles, he would likely be furious." Meng Kaiyu laughed excitedly. In the antique market of Shihe City, within the collection hall of Jichuan Pavilion. A loud crash echoed as Wu Tian forcefully smashed the teacup he held onto the ground, shards scattering everywhere. Sun Gang, seated across from him, startled and leapt up, his face a mask of terror. Wu boss, please don't be anxious. Although rumors are rampant online, I believe this is merely envy that has led to such fabrications. He attempted to console. Get out of my sight. Sun Gang's words only served to redirect Wu Tian's fury toward him. If it weren't for you, would I be in this predicament? Let me tell you, if this item ends up ruined, you will owe me 1 million. Sun Gang instantly panicked, cold sweat breaking out over him. 1 million was no small sum for him. Wu Go, please don't be anxious. How about we quickly find a buyer to offload this item? Do you possess any common sense? Who in this circle is unaware of the situation surrounding these snuff bottles? Who would I sell them to? Wu Tian, who had originally entertained dreams of the snuff bottles soaring in value, was now consumed by rage, his mind a blank slate. Not only would he incur losses, but he might also become the laughingstock of the circle. Then let us approach an auction house. Don't they at Jiada Li claim to never auction counterfeit items? Sun Gang's suggestion seemed to offer Wu Tian a glimmer of hope. He stood up swiftly and declared, to Jiada Li, Chapter 26, Rarity Confers Value. Wu Tian hurriedly departed the shop with Sun Gang. As they passed by Junlai Hall, they were spotted by Li Jun and Wang Jinan, who were enjoying tea. Li Jun took a sip, glanced at Wang Jinan, and remarked, Old Wang, it seems Wu Tian has truly stumbled this time. If the rumors online are indeed true, he is certainly tripped. Wang Jinan nodded in agreement. Old Wang, do you think this snuff bottle is a mere imitation? Regardless, I perceive no issues with it. Wang Jinan shook his head, stating, I cannot ascertain its authenticity without personally examining it, and I dare not make unfounded speculations. However, whether it is a replica or from an official kiln, if there indeed exists a third piece, the price would hardly be negligible. Li Jun nodded with a smile, noting that rarity begets value. Even if it originates from a folk kiln, a complete set is exceedingly precious, particularly given the auspicious symbolism of Fu, Lu, and Shou, which many collectors desire. Yet, I wonder who disseminated this information. Could it possibly be the owner themselves? Li Jun's tone was clearly probing. Wang Jinan, unperturbed, merely shook his head, replying, I think not. Consider this. If the owner intended to unveil a third piece, would they admit that their item is from a folk kiln rather than an official one? Li Jun nodded thoughtfully. If that is the case, this situation becomes quite intriguing. Perhaps Wu Tian has offended someone who seeks to undermine him. Li Jun's skepticism was not without merit. In the world of antiques, it is commonplace for individuals to orchestrate schemes against one another, albeit with varying degrees of sophistication. However, Yang Fendou's recent ploy lacked finesse, primarily because Wu Tian had been provoked by Yang's actions and was driven by a hasty desire for success. We are all aware of Wu Tian's character. In his pursuit of sales, he has deceived countless individuals and made numerous enemies. Thus, it is only natural for him to find himself on the receiving end of such schemes. Therefore, Mr. Li, if we wish to navigate this circle with fewer missteps, we must maintain our integrity. Wang Jinan glanced at Li Jun with a smile. Li Jun, taken aback, raised his teacup and remarked, indeed, Old Wang remains steadfast in his principles. Let's enjoy some tea. As Wang Jinan sipped his tea, he caught a glimpse of something peculiar in Li Jun's eyes. Although they could be considered friends, Wang Jinan had not forged a deep bond with Li Jun and remained uncertain about his character. However, he discerned that Li Jun had developed an interest in the snuff bottle. At Jiada Li Art Auction Company, Su Man was seated in her office, scrolling through her phone with a complex expression, seemingly preoccupied with her thoughts. Due to the snuff bottle controversy, Jiada Li was currently embroiled in public scrutiny, with many questioning its credibility for allegedly auctioning folk kiln pieces as if they were from an official kiln. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Su Man straightened her posture in response to the knock. A female secretary entered, respectfully announcing, President Su, Wu Tian, the owner of Ji Quangu, wishes to see you. Su Man furrowed her brows, her apprehensions confirmed. It appeared Wu Tian had come to settle accounts. Nevertheless, she had already prepared her response. Let him in. 1 minute later, Wu Tian and Sun Gang appeared in Su Man's office. Upon glancing at them, Su Man noticed that both wore grim expressions, particularly Wu Tian, whose face was etched with anger. Su Man greeted them with a smile. Mr. Wu, what troubles you? Who has caused your ire? I happen to have some excellent tea. Please take a seat and calm down. Wu Tian, unceremoniously, shot a cold glance at Su Man and plopped down onto the sofa. President Su, has your Jiada Li resorted to deceiving me? Su Man was taken aback and quickly inquired with a smile. Mr. Wu, on what grounds do you say such a thing? You are one of our esteemed clients at Jayadali. Moreover, our company has always adhered to the principle of authenticity, so how can there be any talk of deception? Noticing Su Man's reluctance to acknowledge the issue, Wu Tian directly pulled out a pair of enameled snuff bottles from his bag and placed them on the coffee table. These snuff bottles are clearly from a folk kiln, yet you are auctioning them as if they were from an official kiln. You must provide me with an explanation today. After speaking, Wu Tian crossed his arms and leaned back, adopting a superior demeanor. Su Man, unfazed, gazed at the snuff bottles for a few moments before suddenly smiling. Mr. Wu, when you place your bid, I referred to them as a pair of enameled snuff bottles from the Qianlong era, without specifying whether they were from an official or folk kiln. It is for the bidders to discern that for themselves, so how can there be any accusation of deceit? Furthermore, if these were modern reproductions, Jayadali would certainly take responsibility, but these are genuine artifacts from the Qianlong period. Surely they cannot be deemed counterfeit? Her words, though not harsh, struck directly at the core of the matter, leaving Wu Tian's face flushed with anger and momentarily speechless. After a while, Wu Tian regained some composure, gritting his teeth as he glared at Su Man. So, Miss Su, does this mean you have no intention of issuing a refund? Su Man smiled and nodded, resolute. Jayadali has stood proudly in Shiha for many years. We have never encountered such a precedent. Wu Tian's anger escalated. Then do not blame me for lacking compassion. From now on, my items will no longer be auctioned at Jayadali, and I will take legal action against you. Blinded by rage, Wu Tian began to threaten Su Man. Meanwhile, Su Man's smile gradually faded. Mr. Wu, that is your prerogative, and you need not inform me. However, I advise you to distinguish between the larger and smaller players before speaking. Wu Tian was momentarily stunned. Su Man's words jolted him back to reality. He was merely an antique shop owner, while Jayadali was a formidable company on a national scale. The hierarchy was clear. Fine, consider yourself clever. This matter is far from over. Suman's Tofet. As Wu Tian and Sun Gang departed, Su Man's expression grew complex. She sat in contemplation for a moment before picking up her phone and dialing. Damn it, does he really think I, Wu Tian, am to be trifled with? After venting his frustration, Wu Tian sat on the sofa and scolded Sun Gang. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and find a buyer. Startled, Sun Gang stammered. Brother Wu, didn't you say you wanted to sue Jayadali? Curse your uncle. Did you not hear what Su Man said? Get lost. Sun Gang's words backfired, causing him to flee from Jichuan Pavilion in haste. Upon entering the private room, Shang Mei eagerly began to order food, truly famished. Meng Kaiyu and Yang Zendo exchanged knowing smiles. After placing the order, once the server left, Meng Kaiyu quickly said, Young Master Yang, could you please show me that snuff bottle? Chapter 27, Plans in Jeopardy. Yang Zendo chuckled and took out the snuff bottle from his bag, handing it to Meng Kaiyu. Indeed, earlier Yang had been so eager to secure the purchase that he had not allowed them much time to examine it closely. Meng Kaiyu carefully examined the snuff bottle he received, and after a considerable pause, he remarked, I believe this piece originates from an official kiln. The craftsmanship is truly commendable. Shang Mei cast a disdainful glance at him and retorted, do refrain from reciting the three-character classic before Confucius. Yang Fendou has already stated that this is a product of a folk kiln, yet you persist in your stubbornness. Antique dealers thrive on individuals like you, who are neither fully informed nor entirely ignorant. With that, Shang Mei lowered her gaze to peruse her phone. Meng Kaiyu offered a wry smile, passing the snuff bottle to Yang Fendou, saying, This is precisely why I seek friends like you, Yang. Together, we shall undoubtedly conquer the antique realm. Yang Fendou tucked the snuff bottle away and, with an enigmatic expression, addressed both of them. Now we await news from Wu Tian. Although that pair is a modest value, should we assemble a complete set, the price will undoubtedly rise when presented to the right buyer. Upon hearing about a potentially high price, Meng Kaiyu's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, Yang, could you divulge the expected price for a complete set? Conservatively estimated at 1 million, Yang Fendou replied. Meng Kaiyu furrowed his brow upon hearing the figure, exclaiming, Wait, didn't Wu Tian spend 1 million on those too? Yang Fendou chuckled, shaking his head. That was due to Wu Tian's misjudgment. Under normal circumstances, that pair would fetch a maximum of 300,000. Hold your thoughts, their S movement from Wu Tian. Just then, Shang Mei suddenly furrowed her brows and raised her phone towards them. Su Man had sent a message stating that Wu Tian sought to return the snuff bottle. But Su Man refused, insisting that Sun Gang search for a buyer. Hearing this, Meng Kaiyu furrowed his brow, glancing anxiously at Yang Fendou. If Wu Tian intends to sell, he surely won't accept the third piece. Our plan may be in jeopardy. Yang Fendou exhibited no surprise. Even smiling at the two, this aligns closely with my speculations. Meng Kaiyu pressed, Yang, please stop with the cryptic hints. What do you mean? Yang Fendou regarded him briefly and continued, it's quite simple. Although Wu Tian has been in the antique business for many years and possesses a discerning eye, his temperament is rather average. In such scenarios, one typically refrains from hastily seeking a buyer. At the very least, one would want to hold the items for a while. The only reason he is acting this way is that he trusts the rumors we have spread. Shang Mei still seemed perplexed and pressed on. Then how do we sell to him now? Yang Fendou shook his head, smiling. We won't sell. Instead, we shall turn the tables and acquire his pair of snuff bottles. What? Both exclaimed in unison. I mentioned 3 pieces to form a complete set, and particularly exquisite folk kiln pieces depicting Fu, Lu, and Shou. While single pieces abound in the market, a complete set with auspicious significance is exceedingly rare. Thus, we buy low and sell high. After Yang Fendou concluded, Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei exchanged incredulous glances, realizing that Yang Fendou had anticipated every possible outcome. With every escape route blocked, Wu Tian was left with no options. After a moment, Meng Kaiyu gave Yang Fendou a thumbs up, exclaiming, Yang, that tactic is truly brilliant. If Wu Tian were to learn the truth, he might just be left speechless. Flattery will get you nowhere. Shang Mei shot Meng Kaiyu a glare. Yang Fendou humbly smiled in response. As the 3 conversed and laughed, the waiter entered, promptly setting a sumptuous feast on the table, accompanied by a bottle of Lafite. With Shang Mei's affluent lifestyle, such indulgences were but trivial. After pouring each of them a glass of red wine, the waiter discreetly withdrew. Meng Kaiyu, brimming with excitement, raised his glass and declared, Let us toast to our triumphant beginnings. With one gulp, Shang Mei eagerly began to devour her meal. Observing this, Meng Kaiyu chuckled and teased, Miss Shang, do be mindful of your elegant image as the beautiful chairwoman. Mind your own business. Sheng Mei retorted, Schon what irrt. Meng Kaiyu rolled his eyes and turned his gaze to Yang Fendou, inquiring with curiosity, So, young Master Yang, what shall our next course of action be? Yang Fendou smiled and replied, Patience, my friends. When the moment is ripe, I shall inform you. For now, let us enjoy our meal. Meanwhile, the evening had descended, and the antique street was deserted, with vendors having packed up for the night, save for the lights still aglow at Jichuan Pavilion. Wu Tian's emotions had gradually settled, but the matter of the snuff bottles weighed heavily on his mind. He needed to act swiftly, or he would suffer significant losses. Just then, the shop door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man who strolled into the inner hall. Wu Tian's displeasure grew at the thought of potential business, lamenting, while your side is bustling with customers. Mine is desolate. What a stark contrast. Li Jun approached the sofa and sat down, shaking his head with a smile. Isn't our trade simply about 3 years of silence, followed by 3 years of profit? Everyone has their share of misfortune. Wu Tian waved his hand dismissively. I'm not merely venting. You must have heard about the snuff bottle incident. I fell into a trap and got swindled. It's utterly humiliating. Seeing Wu Tian broach the subject of the snuff bottles, a flicker of amusement crossed Li Jun's lips as he mentally formulated a plan. Yet, the mention of the bottles darkened Wu Tian's expression. This fellow has caused me great distress. I initially believed a pair of official kiln enamel snuff bottles would fetch at least $1 million, only to be confronted with rumors of them being from a folk kiln. Now, the whole circle is aware, and I am at a loss as to how to proceed. Li Jun observed Wu Tian, convinced he had indeed fallen into a trap, and replied leisurely, We are old acquaintances and neighbors. If you trust me, I can help clarify your confusion. Wu Tian's face lit up with excitement as he hurried to fetch a barrel of superior Tiguanyin tea. While brewing the tea, he said in my eyes, Boss Li, you are a mentor, possessing greater insight and strength than I. To be honest, I have long wished to draw closer to you. Yet I feared you might look down on me. Li Jun shook his head. You need not worry, Boss Wu. We all have our own endeavors, and thus our interactions have been few. I felt quite uneasy upon hearing of your plight, so I came to see if I could offer you any assistance. Wu Tian nodded eagerly. I would be most grateful. Please, enlighten me on how I might dispose of this hot potato. First, let us analyze the reasons behind your predicament. If my assessment is correct, we could discuss further steps. Chapter 28. No profit, no early rise. Wu Tian's mind was in disarray. On one hand, he sought vengeance against Yang Fendou, and, on the other, he was eager to dispose of the pair of snuff bottles. Upon hearing Li Jun's words, Wu Tian felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, his face alight with excitement as he nodded fervently. Observing the expression on Wu Tian's face, Li Jun's smile broadened. After sipping his tea, he slowly began to speak, stating that there were 3 reasons for Wu Tian's misfortune this time. Wu Tian hurriedly urged him to continue. Eager to listen, Li Jun glanced at Wu Tian and elaborated. Firstly, your discernment is lacking. You failed to recognize that the snuff bottles were from a folk kiln. Secondly, during the bidding, your sole focus was to outmaneuver Yang Fendou, thus falling into his trap. Thirdly, and most importantly, upon realizing your mistake, you should have maintained your composure. Displaying your distress too overtly would lead everyone to suspect the authenticity of your possession, deterring any potential buyers. After Li Jun's remarks, he smiled at Wu Tian and resumed sipping his tea. Wu Tian's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization, and he respectfully clasped his fists, exclaiming, "Your wisdom astounds me. Your insights are worth more than a decade of study. Li Boss, your analysis is impeccable. I humbly request your guidance on what I should do next." Seeing that Wu Tian had completely placed his trust in him, a hint of pride flickered across Li Jun's face. In our line of work, both discernment and temperament are equally vital. Honestly, I have always found you to be quite commendable, and I sympathize with your predicament this time. Wu Tian, not being a fool, discerned that Li Jun's seemingly casual demeanor was, in fact, a prelude to his own gain. The old man's assistance appeared to be a facade. While his true intention was to profit from the situation, Wu Tian mused inwardly. Feeling cornered, Wu Tian acknowledged that he was at the mercy of someone who would not act without incentive. Li Boss, please do not hold back. Grant me a clever strategy. Rest assured, there will be ample rewards for you once this matter is resolved. This was precisely the affirmation that Li Jun desired, though he feigned modesty. Waving his hand dismissively, "Wu Boss, you flatter me. It is only fitting for friends to assist one another. Speaking of rewards would be rather improper." Wu Tian insisted, No, we must not breach etiquette." Li Jun then displayed a slightly troubled expression, slowly stating, "There are indeed 2 options. It depends on what you think, Wu Boss." Wu Tian's anxiety heightened at Li Jun's demeanor, internally urging him to speak quickly. Li Yun continued, "You may either offer me 100,000 for the pair of snuff bottles, or you can relinquish them to me, and I will find a way to sell them. If we profit, we shall split the earnings. If there's a loss, your money will simply vanish." Li Jun's proposal caused Wu Tian's expression to shift dramatically. As he grasped the true intentions behind Li Jun's words, it was a blatant attempt to take advantage of him, akin to a wolf in sheep's clothing. "Li Boss, do you not have any other options? I spent $1 million on these. Your offer of 100,000 is rather insubstantial." Li Jun shook his head with resignation. "That was the price you misjudged. 100,000 for this pair is already a generous offer. Of course, if you possess a 3rd snuff bottle, I would purchase all 3 as a set for 200,000. A single phrase can awaken those lost in dreams." Wu Tian's mind began to formulate plans. If a third party were to enter the fray, he could act with ease, certain of profit without loss. As Wu Tian's words fell, a peculiar smile flickered across Li Jun's face. "In that case, I shall take my leave. However, allow me to offer you a word of caution. The information circulating online likely originated from Yang Fendou. You're said to have witnessed his keen insight. It would be prudent for you to exercise your own judgment, for if you wish to take action, it may prove to be quite challenging." Wu Tian, who had just been filled with excitement, felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. If a third party truly existed, acquiring it would be impossible, and it was highly probable that Yang Fendou had set a trap for him. Coming to terms with reality, Wu Tian hastily rose to intercept Li Jun, his face adorned with a forced smile. "Boss Li, I was indeed reckless earlier. Upon reflection, I believe collaborating with you would be a far more prudent choice." "Are you certain?" Li Jun inquired, his expression one of skepticism. Wu Tian nodded vigorously, stating, "I am well aware of your reputation and capabilities. Rather than risk losing it to my own hands or distributing a mere 100,000 to you, it would be far better to join forces. I have long sought an opportunity to collaborate with you." Feeling pleased, Li Jun's demeanor turned serious. "Mr. Wu, your caution is understandable. Since we are to collaborate, let us formalize our agreement with a gentleman's contract to avoid any future disputes." As he spoke, he produced 2 pre-prepared contracts from his person. Upon seeing the contracts, Wu Tian's expression shifted once more, realization dawning that Li Jun had clearly laid a trap for him, one he felt compelled to step into. How devious, he thought. After signing, Wu Tian, curiosity piqued, asked, "All right, I have signed a contract, but can you truly secure a high price, Boss Li?" Li Yun smiled. "That is not for you to concern yourself with. Once I locate a buyer, I will ensure you accompany me." This statement alleviated Wu Tian's lingering doubts. With the contract signed, Li Jun successfully took possession of the pair of snuff bottles, leaving Wu Tian alone on the sofa, brooding. The snuff bottles had become a source of anxiety for him. In the Yiyun Pavilion Villa district, Miss Ningyue respectfully greeted Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao looked up at her and inquired, "Do you have any new leads?" Ningyue quickly replied, "There was little information on Yang Fendou's identity. But I learned from the hospital that he and his sister, Yang Xiao, are not biological siblings." This revelation piqued Mu Xiao's interest. "Is this information reliable?" she pressed. Ningyue nodded affirmatively. "Absolutely reliable. Initially, Yang Fendou sought to save Yang Xiao with his own kidney, but none of the matches were successful, confirming they are not siblings." Mu Xiao furrowed her brows in contemplation before asking, "Are there any other leads?" Ningyue continued, "There's a rumor circulating in the antique circle of Shihe that the pair of enameled snuff bottles at the auction is not from an imperial kiln, but rather a folk kiln. Furthermore, there is a set of 3, not 2. I suspect this information was deliberately leaked by Yang Fendou, aiming to ensnare his competitors in the bidding." This information intrigued Mu Xiao. She addressed Ningyue, "I understand. If there is nothing else, you may go and rest. We shall likely remain in Shihe City for several days." After Ningyue departed, Mu Xiao quickly picked up her phone to call her grandfather. Xiao, is there new information?" Mu Xiao nodded, then conveyed all the information she had just gathered to her grandfather. "This young man is extraordinary. He is likely connected to the person we are searching for. We must find a way to approach him and pay close attention to his sister." Chapter 29. The True Treasure. Upon hearing her grandfather's voice, Mu Xiao furrowed her brows and asked, "Grandfather, can you tell that our general's large jar is a Qing dynasty imitation of the yuan? Is he the person we are looking for?" "You do not understand. That is not an ordinary imitation. Most people would not discern it. This young man undoubtedly possesses exceptional qualities." Mu Xiao nodded, though still skeptical. When she suddenly recalled something and hurriedly said, "This fellow also bid on a birdseed jar and a Zeton mechanical box at the auction." "What kind of Zeton box?" The voice on the phone suddenly grew anxious. Mu Xiao was taken aback and replied, "It's a box from around the Qing dynasty, with some scratches on it. Lacking in value. Acquire that box at all costs, and as swiftly as possible." Her grandfather's voice was unexpectedly fervent. Mu Xiao's expression shifted, and she pressed, "Grandfather, what is wrong?" After hanging up the phone, Mu Xiao found herself wide awake, contemplating how to approach Yang Fendou. Upon reaching the hospital room, she found her mother quietly sitting beside Yang Xiao's bed. When she saw Yang Fendou enter, Yiyan gestured for silence. Yang Fendou nodded and quietly settled onto the sofa. Before long, Yiyan approached and took a seat opposite him, inquiring, "Did you visit the antique street again today?" Yang Fendou replied with a smile. "Meng Kaiyu and the others took me to an auction, and I managed to acquire 2 items. I should be able to make some profit." Yiyan nodded with relief, pouring her son a glass of water. "Now that you have entered this circle, I trust you. However, you must not allow these temptations to cloud your judgment. You must be cautious at every step." Yang Fendou met his mother's gaze and replied earnestly, "Rest assured, mother. I have good news to share. I have nearly saved enough money for my sister's kidney transplant. Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei are also helping me find a donor. Once a match is available, we can proceed with her surgery immediately." "I understand, mother. I may be busy for the next few days. I appreciate your hard work." Lying back on the bed, feeling relaxed, his mind replayed the events of the past few days. Particularly, the thought of ensnaring Wu Tianxia filled him with uncontainable excitement. It was indeed exhilarating. Although the Qianlong blue and white birdseed jar was a small object, Yang Fendou recognized that it likely had a companion piece, as such jars are typically produced in pairs. If he could locate the other jar, its value would undoubtedly soar. Thus, he decided to hold off on selling the birdseed jar for the time being, hoping to find its counterpart. After carefully storing the birdseed jar, his gaze fell upon the Zeton mechanical box. Compared to the birdseed jar and the snuff bottle, this was the true treasure. Suddenly, as Yang Fendou was lost in excitement, a series of knocks on the door interrupted his thoughts. Yang Fendou's expression changed abruptly as he hurriedly stowed away his belongings and inquired, "Who is it?" "It's me. Old Lu," came the voice from outside. "I noticed your light was on, so I thought you might still be awake. I brought the money for you." Relieved, Yang Fendou relaxed and approached the door to open it. Nodding, he replied, "Indeed, I've been quite busy these past few days." Without further ado, Old Lu swiftly produced 2,000 yuan from his pocket. "Fendou, the total from those items was 2,000. This is for you." Knowing Old Lu's circumstances, Yang Fendou hesitated to accept the money, fearing that Old Lu might take it the wrong way. Ultimately, he accepted it and divided the sum in half. offering one portion back to old Lou. Old Lou protested, No, this isn't right. I haven't spent a dime. I can't accept 1,000 from you. Besides, your sister needs money for her treatment. Nonetheless, young Fendou firmly pressed the money into old Lou's hands, saying, Old Lou, I understand your situation. Your son and daughter-in-law want to buy a house back in your hometown, and your daughter-in-law has even argued with you over it. Please take this. It is merely a token of my goodwill. Upon hearing this, old Lou was visibly moved, his eyes reddening as he rubbed them with his rough hands and choked out. Well, all right then, I will accept it. Forgive me for the embarrassment. Yang Fendou offered a sympathetic smile, stating, Every family has its struggles. Old Lou, try to stay optimistic. Everything will turn out all right. It is often through experiencing the hardships of life at the societal bottom that one truly comprehends the suffering of humanity. This conversation sparked Yang Fendou's interest. He realized he scarcely had time to roam the streets collecting scraps anymore. If there were a recycling station, it would provide much more stability. Yet, what intrigued him more than the money from scrap was the belief that what others deemed worthless could actually be treasures, like the inkstone he had found, which served as a perfect example. After pondering this, he turned his gaze to old Lou and inquired, How does he plan to sell it? And what is the asking price? Old Lou promptly replied, The place is rented, and there are still quite a few items left, plus a steady supply and clientele. The asking price is a flat 100,000. Nodding, Yang Fendou acknowledged, I am familiar with the recycling station. That price seems reasonable. Upon hearing this, old Lou smiled and said, I think it's quite fair as well, but as you know, I don't have the funds, which is why I came to see if you were interested. With a light chuckle, Yang Fendou proposed, How about this? Tomorrow morning, we go speak with the owner. I'll provide the funds, and you'll put in the effort. We can split the profits evenly. Old Lou, taken aback, quickly shook his head, No. That won't do. If you need me to work for you, that's fine, but splitting the profits equally is too generous. Seeing old Lou's reluctance, Yang Fendou continued, Let me put it this way. Once we acquire the recycling station, I will have little time to manage it, so you will be responsible. This arrangement is quite fair. So please don't refuse. We shall go and speak with the owner tomorrow. Upon witnessing the earnestness in Yang Fendou's expression, old Lou was overwhelmed with gratitude, shedding a few tears of appreciation as he departed. Chapter 30, A Half Map of Treasure. Yang Fendou picked up the box and examined it closely for a while before beginning to fiddle with it. The mechanism of this box was far less intricate than the one in Yang Fendou's possession. After mere 5 minutes, a crisp sound echoed, indicating that the mechanism had been successfully unlocked. A flicker of excitement crossed Yang Fendou's face as he paused, taking a deep breath before gently lifting the lid. However, upon gazing inside, a trace of disappointment shadowed his features. The box was entirely devoid of contents. Of course, he had anticipated this outcome. The previous owner must have long since opened the box and removed its contents, subsequently auctioning it off in hopes of a quick profit, which had allowed Yang Fendou to acquire it. His gaze remained fixed within the box, which appeared shallower than the average, with a somewhat thick base. After a meticulous examination, he began to tinker with it once more. He extended 2 fingers into the box, methodically feeling around. The craftsmanship was commendable. The zeton wood felt exceptionally smooth, devoid of any splinters. Just as he intended to employ his spiritual eye for a deeper insight, he suddenly discerned a minute groove, roughly the size of a grain of rice at the point of contact. Ordinary individuals would likely dismiss it as a mere characteristic of the wood. But Yang Fendou's face lit up with excitement. He retrieved a thumbtack from the windowsill and gently pricked the groove. A soft click resonated as he applied a slight pressure, and the box's interior unexpectedly bulged. With a surge of thrill, he cautiously reached in, lifting the base of the box, which revealed itself to be merely a false bottom. Upon removing this false bottom, Yang Fendou's gaze fell upon a palm-sized object resembling sheepskin. He endeavored to calm himself, gingerly extracting the sheepskin, fearful that even a slight touch or breath might reduce it to dust. He laid the sheepskin flat on the bed, unfurling it. It measured approximately half the size of an A4 sheet, already exhibiting a yellowed patina, coated uniformly with wax to prevent decay. Though he had not yet activated his spiritual eye, Yang Fendou immediately recognized that the sheepskin bore some historical significance, likely dating back to the Qing dynasty. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point lay in the drawing upon the sheepskin. What appeared to be a painting resembled more of a map, simple sketches delineating a mountain, with a body of water positioned in front of it. Yang Fendou scrutinized the sheepskin intently, only to suddenly discover a line of faint inscriptions on the right side. What appears as a mountain is a mountain. What appears as water is water, amidst the mountains and waters. He mumbled these words, momentarily perplexed by their meaning. After studying the sheepskin map for some time, he remained unable to discern its significance, merely speculating that it could very well be a treasure map. After a moment's hesitation, young Fendou resolved to employ his spiritual eye, hoping to unveil the origins of this map. His gaze returned to the sheepskin, and the previously calm expression on his face shifted to one of gravity. A faint halo began to emanate from the sheepskin, and suddenly, a peculiar image materialized in his mind. The tumultuous river roared incessantly, as if the surrounding mountains were on the verge of collapsing. Countless warriors clad in armor frantically wielded their weapons, the air thick with the scent of blood and the essence of slaughter. Among them, one contingent of soldiers had already sustained numerous injuries, facing the surging waters ahead, while countless pursuers bore down upon them from behind. At that moment, one of the soldiers noticed that the flag in his hand had suddenly fallen. A sense of unease washed over him, as if this imagery was conveying more than mere chaos, perhaps revealing a half-hidden truth. Yang Fendou hastily lifted the map, discovering prickly edges at the margins of the parchment, while the other three sides remained remarkably smooth. This was but a fragment. The other half of the map must still exist, he mused quietly. He meticulously folded the parchment and tucked it into his pocket, the earlier scene replaying in his mind. Suddenly, his expression changed, fixating on the instant the flag fell. He vaguely recalled seeing a character resembling stone fluttering on the flag. He began to rummage through his historical knowledge. In an instant, a figure emerged in his mind, Shi Dakai, one of the 5 kings of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. A smile crept across Yang Fendou's lips. Indeed, the features of the figures that had just appeared aligned with the historical context. This must be something belonging to Shi Dakai, and it was highly likely to represent half of a treasure map. He remembered reading about Shi Dakai in a book, detailing how, following his defeat at the Dada River, he concealed all his treasures and left behind a guiding illustration. The map spoke of waters and mountains, with treasures nestled in between, 8 characters in total. If the account in the book held any truth, what then was the half-map in his possession? Yang Fendou was engulfed in confusion, ultimately concluding that what he held might indeed be the authentic treasure map left by Shi Dakai for posterity. After all, his treasures had yet to be discovered, and it was plausible that the map he had encountered was not genuine. With this thought, Yang Fendou felt a surge of excitement, his earlier fatigue vanishing in an instant. This discovery far surpassed mere serendipity. It was even more exhilarating than orchestrating a trap for Wu Tian. After a considerable time, Yang Fendou calmed himself, pondering the ease with which this treasure map had surfaced at the auction. Was it mere coincidence or a deliberate act? Regardless, he knew he must exercise utmost caution, ensuring that not a whisper of this information leaked. Whether to confide in Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei would depend on the necessity of locating the other half of the map and whether he required their assistance, for they were the only 2 individuals he could trust at this moment. The following day, Yang Fendou rose early, carefully concealing the sandalwood box and birdseed canister before pushing his electric bike outside. Old Lu had been waiting for him, and with a swift motion, Yang Fendou rode off towards the scrap collection station. Upon arriving at the scrap collection station, Yang Fendou gazed at the towering heaps of discarded items surrounding him. Furrowing his brow, he turned to the elderly Lu beside him and said, "After we acquire this place, let us hire some individuals to meticulously organize everything here. All the scraps must be sorted and displayed accordingly. It will certainly be more pleasing to the eye." Old Lu nodded earnestly, replying, "Rest assured, I shall take care of these minor details." Yang Fendou smiled and remarked, "I appreciate your efforts. Now, let's first seek out the proprietor to discuss the pricing and see if we can negotiate a better deal." With that, the 2 men made their way toward a nearby steel panel structure where the owner resided. Chapter 31. Gathering treasures from all directions. Before long, they encountered the owner, a forthright man from the northeast. Yang Fendou engaged in conversation with him. Although the price remained unchanged, the owner agreed to commence the paperwork immediately. Thus, the expansive scrap collection station had now become Yang Fendou's domain. Old Lu glanced at Yang Fendou's beaming face and inquired, "Fendou, considering we are embarking on a new venture, should we perhaps consider changing the name?" Yang Fendou nodded affirmatively, saying, "Indeed, we must change it. To others, this may appear as mere trash, but to us, these are treasures. Let's name it Gathering Treasures." "Really? A scrap yard named Gathering Treasures?" Old Lu responded, astonished. "Precisely. Gathering treasures from all corners and from the heavens above," Yang Fendou declared with satisfaction. "Old Lu, you should start hiring some workers to begin the cleanup, while I attend to the renaming formalities." "All right," Within 3 days, I will transform this place. Old Lu replied with enthusiasm, genuinely pleased to have met someone as wonderful as Yang Fendou, a stroke of luck from his past life. With all the necessary documents in hand, Yang Fendou rode off on his electric bike, leaving the collection station behind. Old Lu hurriedly began calling acquaintances he had previously met in the scrap business, offering them 200 yuan a day to assist with the work. Within half an hour, 20 individuals arrived at the scrapyard, and after a brief explanation, they eagerly set to work. Meanwhile, Yang Fendou faced a few obstacles. It took him 3 hours and numerous trips to finally complete all the necessary paperwork. Noticing that it was nearing noon, he hurriedly made his way to the hospital. Upon entering the ward, he found his mother and sister Xiao Xiao enjoying a rather sumptuous lunch, which seemed far more lavish than what Yi Yun would typically procure. His mother informed him that it was arranged by the hospital. Seeing Yang Fendou, Xiao Xiao's gaunt face reflected a hint of displeasure as she said, "Brother, why didn't you come to see me yesterday?" Yang Fendou approached her bedside and gently stroked her forehead, explaining, "I've been rather busy these past few days. Besides, I did come by yesterday, but you were asleep, and I couldn't bear to wake you." Xiao Xiao was unconvinced by his words and turned her gaze toward Yi Yun, who nodded with a smile. Pouting, Xiao Xiao insisted, "I don't care. You must spend more time with me today." "Of course, I shall keep you company," Yang Fendou replied, his face radiating affection. As he spoke, he picked up chopsticks to feed his sister, and Yi Yun watched with a smile, her heart warmed by the scene. Just as the siblings were enjoying their cheerful conversation, Yang Fendou's phone rang at an opportune moment. Noticing it was a call from Shang Mei, he quickly excused himself and stepped outside. "Yang Fendou, where are you now?" A somewhat anxious voice from Shang Mei came through the phone. Yang Fendou replied softly, "I'm at the hospital. Is there something you need?" Shang Mei quickly responded, "There has been a situation with Wu Tian. Meng Kaiyu and I are on our way to pick you up. We can discuss it further when we meet." Yang Fendou furrowed his brow and nodded, saying, "All right, I will wait for you downstairs." However, Yang Xiaoxiao did not want Yang Fendou to leave and threw a minor tantrum. Fortunately, after a few words of persuasion from their mother, Yang Fendou was able to depart. "Mom, I just want my brother to rest a bit. I'm so worried about him," Yang Xiaoxiao said tearfully after he left. Seeing this, their mother, Yi Yun, gently wiped her tears and comforted her, "Xiao Xiao, you're being sensible and caring for your brother. Don't worry, he is no longer working at the construction site. He is busy dealing with antiques with his friends." Knowing that her brother was no longer toiling as he once did, Yang Xiaoxiao finally managed to smile. After Yang Fendou descended, within 10 minutes, Shang Mei arrived in her car. "Get in," she called to Yang Hao, who opened the passenger door and hopped in. With a swift press of the accelerator, the car sped away from the hospital. "Meng Kaiyu is waiting for us at the tea house. We can talk more there," Shang Mei interjected before Yang Fendou could speak. And the two sat in silence during the drive. In the private room of the tea house, the three sat around the tea table, enveloped in silence. With Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei's gazes fixed on Yang Fendou, who was fiddling with a teapot, seemingly lost in thought. Noticing the atmosphere had grown somewhat heavy, Shang Mei could no longer sit still and asked, "Yang Fendou, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Yang Fendou set down the teapot and looked at the two of them. If the item is truly not in Wu Tian's possession, it implies that someone else has gotten to it before us. This industry is quite intricate. Whatever we can conceive, others can as well. Meng Kaiyu quickly clarified, "The person I contacted is very reliable. According to our plan, we intended to purchase the snuff bottle for 100,000. But Wu Tian explicitly stated that the item is not in his possession." Yang Fendou frowned and inquired, "Not in his possession, or has he already sold it?" Meng Kaiyu shook his head, replying, "I'm not sure. He only said it's not with him." Shang Mei, growing impatient, turned to Yang Fendou and asked, "What difference does it make? We should be focusing on what to do next, not fixating on whether he sold it." Yang Fendou chuckled helplessly. "There is indeed a distinction. If he sold it, the snuff bottle has changed hands. If it hasn't been sold but is not with him, it suggests someone else is collaborating with him, which is fundamentally different and will influence my forthcoming plans." After speaking, he turned his gaze back to Meng Kaiyu and said, "Menggu, have your people keep a close watch on Wu Tian. If the item hasn't been sold, he is bound to make some moves." Meng Kaiyu smiled mysteriously, a hint of pride on his face. "I'm quite meticulous. I've had someone monitoring him all along." Just then, Meng Kaiyu's phone chimed with a message. He glanced at it, and a look of surprise crossed his face as he quickly said to Yang Fendou, "Wu Tian has gone to Junlai Hall. He and another person entered the inner hall and haven't come out since." Junlai Hall. The name struck a familiar chord. And suddenly it dawned on me that the proprietor of Junlai Hall was the middle-aged gentleman who had been in the company of Wang Jinan that day. Yang Fendou nodded towards Meng Kaiyu and turned to Shang Mei, saying, "Accompany me to find Wang Jinan. I have some inquiries to make." Shang Mei, bewildered, could not fathom Yang Fendou's intentions. Was he perhaps harboring suspicions about Wang Jinan? Yet, she refrained from asking, knowing that even if she did, Yang Fendou might not divulge his thoughts. The trio finished their tea and rose to leave the tea house. Chapter 32, Mind Your Tongue. An hour later, the two arrived at Wang Jinan's residence, where the host greeted them with warmth and personally brewed tea. Handing a cup to Yang Fendou, Wang Jinan remarked with a smile, "After the auction, I intended to converse with you further, but the crowd was too boisterous for that. I did not expect you both to visit today." Before Yang Fendou could respond, Shang Mei, in a moment of urgency, interjected, "Uncle Wang, Yang Fendou needs to speak with you." "Oh, what is the matter? Has something occurred?" Wang Jinan inquired, perplexed. Yang Fendou disregarded Shang Mei's hasty interjection and addressed Wang Jinan. "Uncle Wang, you must have perceived something when I was bidding against Wu Tian for the cloisonné snuff bottle." Wang Jinan took a sip of tea and chuckled. "You set a trap for Wu Tian." Indeed, Wang Jinan's keen eyes had not missed a thing. Yang Fendou shook his head in resigned amusement and continued, "It was truly a last resort. If I do not impart a memorable lesson to Wu Tian and Sun Gang, they will remain unafraid." Observing the change in Yang Fendou's demeanor, Shang Mei hastily informed Wang Jinan about Sun Gang bullying Yang Fendou's family through her brother-in-law Cheng Wei. Wang Jinan's expression shifted dramatically, fury overtaking him as he exclaimed, "Those two rascals dare to commit such acts? They are truly courting death." However, Yang Fendou waved his hand dismissively. "Uncle Wang, it is all behind us now. I am here today to seek your verification on a matter." "Speak." Wang Jinan nodded. Yang Fendou pondered for a moment and asked, "What is your relationship with Li Jun, the owner of Junlai Hall? Are you familiar with his character?" At the mention of Li Jun, Wang Jinan's expression subtly altered, his gaze fixing upon Yang Fendou. "I have known Li Jun for many years. One could say we are old acquaintances, yet our bond is not particularly deep. After all, in the antique business, we often cross paths, and familiarity breeds comfort. As for his character, I cannot vouch for him completely. He possesses a certain depth of cunning. Over the years, his antique dealings have flourished, and he has his own channels for sourcing goods that only he is privy to. To put it plainly, he far surpasses Wu Tian in this regard." Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou's understanding crystallized, and he nodded. "It appears this individual is not to be underestimated." Wang Jinan concurred. "Fendou, are you inquiring about Li Jun in connection to that pair of cloisonné snuff bottles?" This single statement stirred something within Yang Fendou, prompting him to ask, "Uncle Wang, how did you deduce that?" Wang Jinan chuckled softly, glancing at the two. "Li Jun mentioned something to me yesterday. From his words, I sense that he has taken an interest in those snuff bottles. Uncle Wang, you are truly remarkable. We now suspect that Wu Tian's pair of snuff bottles may have been sold to Li Jun, or perhaps Wu Tian is collaborating with Li Jun." Shang Mei hastily interjected before Yang Fendou could speak. Wang Jinan furrowed his brow in confusion, remarking, "That shouldn't be the case. He is well aware of the online rumors. Even if he acquired that pair, they wouldn't fetch a high price unless a third piece is found to complete the set. Could it be that Li Jun possesses the third piece?" Upon hearing this, Shang Mei was about to reveal to Wang Jinan that the third piece was in Yang Fendou's possession, but before she could utter a word, Yang Fendou gently nudged her. Shang Mei shot him an annoyed glance and took a displeased sip of her tea. Unperturbed, Yang Fendou smiled at Wang Jinan and said, "As long as you and Li Jun are not closely acquainted, that suffices." Wang Jianan's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, and he probed, "Fendou, your words seem to carry a deeper meaning. If I am not mistaken, the online rumors were deliberately spread by you." It must be said that Wang Jinan was indeed quite astute. Yang Fendou could only manage a wry smile and nod, saying, "There are certain things for which we must pay the price." Wang Jinan instinctively nodded but still kindly cautioned, "What you have done is not wrong. Yet one must always remain vigilant. Wu Tian has survived in the antique trade for many years, and he undoubtedly possesses some skills. Furthermore, if Li Jun is indeed involved, you must be even more cautious. If all else fails, it might be best to let it go. After all, Wu Tian has already fallen into your trap and become a laughingstock in the antique world, which is a small consolation." Wang Jinan feared that Yang Fendou, being inexperienced, might unwittingly create trouble for himself, as he genuinely valued him. Yang Fendou expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your advice. I will observe the situation before making any plans." Subsequently, Wang Jinan inquired about the Qianlong period blue and white bird feeding jar that Yang Fendou possessed, offering to help keep an eye out for suitable buyers. Yang Fendou gladly accepted the offer. Yang Fendou, why did you kick me earlier? Xiang Mei asked, her expression displeased after leaving Wang Jinan's home. Yang Fendou chuckled and explained, in the antique trade, one must not disclose everything. The information about the third snuff bottle is of considerable importance. Even with close acquaintances, one should be cautious. If you intend for me to assist you in appraising goods in the future, please refrain from speaking too freely. You. Xiang Mei's cheeks flushed at Yang Fendou's words, and she retorted through clenched teeth, you're so full of yourself. If I speak out of turn again, I shall no longer be Xiang Mei. Women are indeed a capricious species, Yang Fendou mused inwardly, leaning back against the seat to rest his eyes. Upon reopening his eyes and noticing the situation, Yang Fendou quickly inquired, where are you taking me? This isn't the way to the hospital. Xiang Mei, without even glancing at him, coldly replied. I accompanied you to meet Uncle Wang. Now it is your turn to accompany me. Where are we going? You will find out once we arrive, Xiang Mei responded, and the vehicle accelerated considerably. Finally, the car came to a halt, and Yang Fendou stepped out to survey his surroundings, which revealed a lavishly decorated cafe. Coffee. Yang Fendou, with a perplexed expression, inquired. Xiang Mei cast him a glance and coldly remarked, a person wishes to sell me a piece of raw amber. Come with me to take a look, for I fear I might be deceived. Yang Fendou, rendered speechless, reflected that since he had promised to assist Xiang Mei in examining the item, he had no choice but to comply. He lowered his head and followed her to the cafe. Upon entering the cafe, Xiang Mei surveyed the surroundings with her captivating eyes and noticed a young man in a suit and tie waving at her from table by the window. Xiao Mei, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you for ages. Upon their approach, the young man smiled eagerly at Xiang Mei. She frowned slightly, her demeanor frosty as she retorted, we're here to see the item, not to linger in such a distant place. Wang Hai hastily pulled out a chair for Xiang Mei, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. This cafe serves the finest coffee in Xia City. Of course, I had to choose the best venue for our meeting. Xiang Mei's expression darkened at his words. Wang Hai, if you continue with such remarks, I might just leave. My presence here is solely due to the item you possess, not because of you. I understand. Wang Hai nodded eagerly, like an obedient puppy. It was then that he noticed Yang Fendou standing nearby. Wang Hai glanced at him with slight irritation and said, why don't you wait in the car? Can't you see I'm talking with our esteemed Shangdong? He regarded Yang Fendou as merely a chauffeur. Chapter 33. You are truly generous. Faced with such condescension, Yang Fendou was disinclined to engage. However, Xiang Mei appeared visibly displeased. Wang Hai, mind your manners. This is my friend who has accompanied me to examine the item. As she spoke, she gestured towards Yang Fendou, who nodded and took a seat beside her. Observing this, Wang Hai's irritation grew, and he questioned Xiang Mei. Since when did you have such a friend? Xiang Mei initially turned to glance at Yang Fendou, who seemed oblivious to the conversation. She then faced Wang Hai, firmly stating, if you continue to speak ill of my friend, I will truly be upset. Although Wang Hai felt displeasure at Xiang Mei's anger, he quickly adopted a conciliatory smile. All right, I apologize, I won't mention it again. With that, Xiang Mei chose not to dwell further on the topic and swiftly redirected the conversation. Wang Hai, weren't you going to show me the piece of raw amber? Bring it out. I don't have time for idle chatter. Wang Hai smiled mysteriously as he retrieved the amber from his bag. Upon seeing it, a look of astonishment crossed Xiang Mei's face. Although she was not adept at appraising antiques, she possessed a keen eye for jade and amber. The piece was oval, roughly the size of a palm, and already had a window. At first glance, it appeared to be of exceptional quality. Just as Xiang Mei was about to speak, she suddenly turned to Yang Fendou. Noticing his remarkably composed demeanor, devoid of any discernible expression. What are you doing? Aren't you going to assess this raw piece? Xiang Mei furrowed her brows. Yang Fendou smiled and shook his head, replying, Isn't that your area of expertise? Please, go ahead. Yang Fendou finished speaking and, surprisingly, took a sip of coffee, eager to experience the renowned brew from Xia City. Regrettably, after just one taste, he realized he had forgotten to add sugar. Xiang Mei shot him a glance, then picked up the raw amber stone to examine it closely. Across from her, Wang Hai, noticing her interest, hastily handed her a powerful flashlight, his face brimming with excitement. This is old mine material. Ordinary people can't get their hands on it. I spent a considerable sum and relied on many connections to acquire it. This piece weighs a hefty 500 grams. Xiang Mei remained silent, taking the flashlight and directing the beam onto the stone's window, revealing a translucent sheen that glimmered with a rich, oily yellow hue. The texture of the window felt exceptionally smooth, akin to the gentle warmth of Huttian jade. In recent years, the market price for amber has remained consistently high, typically sold by the gram, but a stone of this size transcends mere gram pricing. The expression on Xiang Mei's face brightened with excitement. She clearly held great promise for this raw amber piece. Setting aside thoughts of how it might be carved, she mused that if a skilled master carver were to work on it, its value would undoubtedly exceed $1 million. Wang Hai, cutting to the chase, asked, "How much will you offer?" Curiosity sparked in Xiang Mei's eyes as she set the stone down. However, Wang Hai chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Xiang Mei, discussing money between us feels rather awkward, doesn't it? This old mine amber is a gift for you. You know our families are close, and I hope you understand my intentions. Consider it a token of affection." Silence. Xiang Mei's demeanor shifted abruptly, her cheeks flushing with annoyance. "Wang Hai, you should be more cautious with your words. We share no such relationship, and if you harbor these kinds of thoughts, I shall not purchase this item." Seeing Xiang Mei's irritation as she stood to leave, Wang Hai quickly smiled and said, "Don't be upset, Xiao Mei. Let's forget that. I acquired this raw stone for 800,000. You could just give me that amount." Xiang Mei shot him a skeptical glance, then sat back down, her expression serious. "I do not wish to take advantage of you. I'll offer you 850,000. The extra is your commission." Upon hearing the price, Wang Hai's lips twitched involuntarily. Yang Fendou, observing the subtle movement, could not help but chuckle. "You are indeed quite generous." Xiang Mei furrowed her brows and turned to Yang Fendou, asking, "What do you mean?" "Kid, don't speak out of turn. This is genuine old mine material." Wang Hai interjected coldly, his expression darkening. Initially displeased upon realizing Yang Fendou was a friend of Xiang Mei, he was now further irked by the implication that his raw stone was counterfeit. Disregarding Wang Hai, Yang Fendou turned to Xiang Mei and inquired, "How did it feel in your hand just now?" Xiang Mei pondered for a moment before responding, "Smooth and warm." Yang Fendou smirked, "Historically, raw amber is typically encased in mined skin, and one can feel a distinct grainy texture when touched. The fact that you describe it as smooth and warm speaks volumes. Furthermore, while this may appear to be a large windowed stone, it is merely one genuine piece of amber. To claim it as old mine material is quite absurd." After Yang Hao's words fell, a look of disappointment overtook Xiang Mei's face. She had initially believed that this time she would acquire a fine piece of raw stone, but it now appeared to be merely a counterfeit. Undoubtedly, the most incensed was Wang Hai, who, gritting his teeth, coldly admonished Yang Hao, "Don't make a fool of yourself. If you continue to babble nonsense, do you believe I won't deal with you? I am here at Xiang Mei's request to assist in the appraisal, and it is only natural to convey the truth to her. What is inappropriate about that?" Yang Fendou retorted. Wang Hai's face flushed with anger as he shouted once more, "Do you, in your pitiful state, truly understand what appraisal entails? This raw stone was purchased at a significant cost as a token of affection for Xiao Mei." With a resigned shake of his head and a bitter smile, Yang Fendou replied, "Then I can only conclude that your skills are lacking and your vision is woefully inadequate. Enough, Wang Hai." Upon seeing Wang Hai's intent to continue, Xiang Mei interjected with a sharp command, "I cannot believe you would deceive me. How despicable." By the time Wang Hai processed her words, Xiang Mei and Yang Fendou had already exited the cafe. Bang! Wang Hai, infuriated, pounded his fist on the table, his face flushed with rage. "Where did this scoundrel emerge from, daring to ruin my plans?" Once inside the car, Xiang Mei angrily struck the steering wheel, while Yang Fendou, in the passenger seat, chuckled and remarked, "You weren't taken in, so why are you so furious?" Xiang Mei retorted, "What do you know? I am furious that Wang Hai would dare to deceive me." Yang Fendou, intrigued, glanced at her and speculated, "Could it be that this fellow is the marriage candidate your family selected for you?" "Be quiet." Xiang Mei, upon hearing this, felt her anger surge anew as she coldly shot back at Yang Fendou. In response, he shrugged, turning his gaze to the bustling crowd outside, disinclined to engage further. After approximately 10 minutes of silence, Xiang Mei turned, her beautiful eyes resting upon Yang Fendou. After a moment of hesitation, she confessed, "You are correct. Wang Hai is indeed the marriage candidate my family has chosen for me." Chapter 34. It is quite dramatic. Yang Fendou regarded Xiang Mei with a shake of his head, saying, "Then I can only assert that your family's judgment is somewhat flawed. This individual is rather unimpressive." Xiang Mei's gaze lingered on Yang Fendou, her expression transforming into one of sorrowful contemplation for a brief moment. As her words concluded, Yang Fendou furrowed his brow, realizing a thought he had not previously considered. Just as he was about to speak, he witnessed Xiang Mei resting her head on the steering wheel, sobbing quietly. This was the first time he had seen the typically strong-willed Xiang Mei display such vulnerability, leaving him at a loss for how to comfort her. Time passed, and eventually, Xiang Mei ceased her tears, attempting to regain her composure. With her reddened, swollen eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness, she said, "In the face of my family's business predicaments, do you believe I have any choices?" This sudden declaration caught Yang Fendou off guard, but he quickly shook his head, replying, "I truly cannot comprehend the mindset of those in your affluent circles. Must one sacrifice their own happiness to escape hardship?" Just by casting a glance at Wang Hai, I sensed his unreliability, and it was evident he does not genuinely care for you. If you were to pursue a relationship with him, I fear you would ultimately face a fate of losing both wealth and love. Upon hearing this, Xiang Mei shook her head with a wry smile. "My father and grandfather are both pressing me to concede. Do you think I have any means of retreat?" Yang Fendou expressed his helplessness, saying, "I am not well versed in the realm of business, yet I understand that human effort is paramount. No one can compel you to undertake what you are unwilling to do. I believe you should focus on how to extricate the company from its predicament, rather than sacrificing your own happiness for profit, which is not worthwhile." Xiang Mei recognized that further inquiries would yield no fruitful advice from Yang Fendou, so she composed herself and stated, "Let us go. I will accompany you to the hospital." Yang Fendou nodded silently. Upon arriving at the hospital, Xiang Mei dropped him off and departed. But before leaving, Yang Fendou noticed her casting a wistful glance in his direction. He did not dwell on it and proceeded directly to the inpatient department. Having just completed her examination, Yang Xiaoxiao was already asleep. He had intended to engage his mother in conversation, but an unfamiliar phone call interrupted their potential chat. "Is this young Master Yang Fendou?" A female voice inquired from the other end. "Yes, it is I," Yang Fendou replied. "Hello, I am Su Man from Jiadli Art Auction Company. We have met before?" She hurriedly identified herself, fearing he might have forgotten her. Yang Fendou acknowledged, "Ms. Su, I remember you. Is there something you wish to discuss?" A light laugh emanated from Su Man as she said, "Young Master Yang, if you have the time, could we possibly meet at a location? I have a matter I would like to discuss with you." Initially inclined to decline, Yang Fendou suddenly recalled that this could be an opportunity to inquire about the sandalwood box. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded in agreement. "All right. Please provide me with the address, and I shall come to you." "Very well." After hanging up, Yang Fendou offered a wry smile to his mother. "Mom, I must step out again." Yian nodded, advising, "Go ahead, but do remain vigilant out there." Yang Fendou nodded earnestly, rising to leave. He first retrieved his electric bike from the hospital's bike shed. Glancing at the address Su Man had sent, he swiftly exited the hospital premises. Unbeknownst to him, a black Jinbei van had been trailing him since he left the hospital. Su Man had arranged to meet Yang Fendou at a tea house. To save time, he took a shortcut down a narrow path, and the black van followed suit. Sure enough, the van came to a halt, and the door swung open, unleashing a group of over 10 young men. Yang Fendou smirked coldly, thinking, "You followed me all this way. I'm weary, and you must be as well." The thugs were momentarily startled, not expecting that Yang Fendou had already noticed their presence. "Humph, the boy has some skills, but having offended the wrong people, he shall not find us merciful. Brothers, attack." With a leader's command, the gang surged towards Yang Fendou. Remaining unperturbed, Yang Fendou stretched his limbs. Since acquiring the art of the Imperial Eye, he had dedicated time each evening to practice, eager to test its efficacy. To his surprise, these oblivious attackers had delivered themselves right to him. At that moment, a baseball bat swung towards his shoulder. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the strike while delivering a punch to the assailant's armpit. A piercing scream echoed, and the adversary collapsed to the ground. "Strike him!" The leader of the gang shouted in alarm upon witnessing the scene. As Yang Fendou deftly evaded, his fist struck relentlessly, and in less than 3 minutes, more than a dozen thugs lay defeated on the ground. Yang Fendou brushed off his hands, regarding the remaining few with a look of disdain. He then squatted before the gang leader, gently patting his face and inquiring, "Who sent you?" The gang leader grimaced in pain, fear evident in his eyes as he replied, "I don't know. It was Erge who instructed us to rob you." "Who?" he stuttered. Upon hearing the name Wu Laer, Yang Fendou's expression darkened with anger. "Did Wu Laer inform you who is behind this trouble?" "I truly have no idea. Erge said this was the command of Lord Bao, and it seems a certain Wang Xiao has contacted him." Wang Xiao. Wan Hai. This revelation caught Yang Fendou off guard. He had initially suspected Wu Tian and Sun Gang were orchestrating the trouble. Yes, yes. The thugs scrambled to their feet, hastily retreating toward their vehicle. Yet one lingered, still on the ground, fixated on young Fendou. Haven't you had enough? Young Fendou inquired coldly, casting a glance at the thug. Struggling to rise, the thug, confusion etched on his face, stammered, "Are you young Fendou?" It turned out he was merely a follower in the brawl, unaware of his opponent's identity. Yet his concern was not for the current conflict, but for a person he once knew, also named Yang Fendou. Yang Fendou found the inquiry amusing at first. The thug had come to rob him, yet did not recognize him. However, as he scrutinized the thug's visage, a sense of familiarity washed over him. Wang Shingen. Haha, big brother. I'm Wang Shingen, I'm Jinsi. The thug exclaimed with excitement upon hearing his name, laughter spilling forth. Yang Fendou was left speechless. This was absurdly dramatic. The long-haired thug sporting tattoos was none other than his childhood companion, Wang Shingen. You went to Shaolin to learn martial arts, didn't you? How did you end up like this? Yang Fendou could hardly recognize him. Wang Shingen managed a wry smile, saying, "It's a long story, big brother. After leaving Shaolin, I intended to find work in Shiha, having been a security guard and a waiter, but all I encountered was disdain. Eventually, I fell in with Wu Lao and his crew." Yang Fendou refrained from passing judgment. Life often unfolds in such a manner. Those who face societal inequities frequently inhabit the lower echelons of life. That is the harsh reality. If you felt looked down upon in your previous jobs, how do you feel now? It seems that not only do others disdain you, but perhaps you also look down upon yourself, Yang Fendou remarked after a moment of silence. Memories of their childhood together surfaced in Yang Fendou's mind, reminiscent of brotherly bonds. Wang Shingen, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Big brother, is that true? Does this mean I can follow you again, like in our youth?" Witnessing the other party's childlike joy, Yang Fendou could not help but smile as he said, "I speak the truth. However, from now on, we must sever ties with those individuals and refrain from engaging in any wrongdoing." "I understand, elder brother. I have always heeded your words since childhood, and I shall continue to do so now and in the future," Wang Shingen replied earnestly. Preoccupied with conversing with Wang Shingen, Yang Fendou suddenly recalled his appointment with Su Man. Casting a glance at the time, he hurriedly said, "Jinsi, I have a matter to attend to. Please take care of your injuries and ensure you present yourself neatly when we meet." As he spoke, Yang Fendou handed his phone number to Wang Shingen. Meanwhile, Su Man had been sitting alone in the tea house for over half an hour, drinking tea, yet Yang Fendou had still not arrived. A hint of impatience crossed her delicate features. It was her first experience of being stood up by a man. However, if she wished to cultivate a deeper relationship with Yang Fendou, she would have to exercise patience. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Su Zong," Yang Fendou said, appearing before her with a cheerful expression just as Su Man's annoyance began to peak. She suppressed her displeasure and smiled. "Mr. Yang, it seems quite challenging to meet you." Yang Fendou chuckled as he sat across from Su Man, explaining, "I encountered some issues on the way that delayed me." Regardless of the truth of his words, Su Man poured him a cup of tea and said, "Mr. Yang, I actually wanted to inquire about something during this visit." Yang Fendou took a sip of tea and encouraged, "Please, Su Zong, go ahead." Noticing his nonchalant demeanor, Su Man remained unfazed and directly asked, "How did you discern that the Yuan blue and white peony general vase was a counterfeit at the auction?" "Intuition," he replied. Su Man paused, her face etched with confusion. "But that is a significant piece. You relied solely on intuition?" Yang Fendou smiled and countered, "What else could it be? I possess no extraordinary insight, merely a gut feeling." Unfamiliar with Su Man, he refrained from divulging too much truth. Yet, Su Man was perceptive enough to recognize his pretense of ignorance. Nevertheless, she chose not to expose him and shifted the topic. "The matter concerning the snuff bottles has spread outside, and Wu Tian even caused a ruckus at our company. I suspect this is closely tied to you, Mr. Yang." As Yang Fendou casually rotated his teacup, he gazed at Su Man. "You are indeed a clever woman, Su Zong. However, I am curious. Since you initially grasped my intentions, why did you still divulge information to the owner of Shangmei?" "Conditions," Su Man replied without hesitation. "It was a condition for establishing a friendship with you, Mr. Yang." Yang Fendou smiled faintly, saying, "You are quite forthright, Su Zong. Allow me to be candid as well. The information was disseminated by me, though the reasons behind it need not be explained." Su Man nodded and said, "Very well, if you choose not to disclose. I shall not press. I merely hope for greater collaboration between us in the future." Before she could finish, Yang Fendou interjected, "Su Zong, you have posed several inquiries. In the spirit of fairness, I too have matters I wish to discuss." "Please go ahead," Su Man gestured. Yang Fendou cast a glance at Su Man, chuckled softly, and said, I merely wish to ascertain the owner information of the bird food canister and the sandalwood mechanism box I photographed. Upon hearing this, Su Man quickly replied, Young Master Yang, I've already breached protocol once last time. You cannot push your luck further. Acknowledging her words, Yang Fendou nodded and remarked, Indeed, such rules exist. Let's leave it at that. As for the matter of collaboration you mentioned, we shall discuss it at a later time. With that, he rose, intending to depart. Su Man, witnessing this, displayed a flicker of surprise on her face, her brows knitting slightly. She had not anticipated Yang Fendou's resolute demeanor, which suggested he was quite certain of his stance. Wait, just as Yang Fendou was about to turn, Xiang Mei called out urgently. With his back to her, a smile briefly graced Yang Fendou's lips, not out of arrogance, but rather from an instinctive understanding that Su Man's intentions for summoning him were not merely about a simple collaboration. There was likely a deeper significance behind her request, necessitating his pretense. As he pondered Su Man's words, he considered that while he was not particularly invested in the information regarding the bird food canister, his primary interest lay with the mechanism box. He had merely inquired about both to avoid raising her suspicions. After resuming his seat, a smile surfaced on his face as he said, Thank you, Su General Manager. Rest assured, I shall not betray your trust. My curiosity simply got the better of me. Just curiosity, is it? Who would believe that? Suman muset silently. Now that I have addressed your doubts, it is time for you to provide me with a response. She gazed intently at Yang Fendou. Of course. Su Man nodded in acknowledgement. Observing her earnest expression, Yang Fendou chose not to press further and stated directly, Well, since everything has been clarified, I have some matters to attend to and must take my leave. Biting her lip, Su Man ultimately spoke again just as Yang Fendou was about to exit. The owner of the blue and white porcelain is aware that you have identified the issue with the item, and they will undoubtedly seek you out. I must caution you. Their influence is considerable, far beyond what you or I can contend with. Be careful. Yang Fendou pauset momentarily, revealing an enigmatic smile as he turned his back on Su Man and strode out of the tea house. As he rode his electric bike towards the hospital, a white Mercedes suddenly veered towards him from behind. Chapter 36. Have you seen enough? In a moment of panic, Yang Fendou swiftly squeezed the brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision with the curb. Are you insane? With such a wide road, do you truly need to chase after me? Yang Fendou exclaimed, shocked as he leapt onto the curb and began to angrily point at the vehicle. The passenger window slowly descended, revealing a woman with a ponytail who peered out. Casting a cold glance at Yang Fendou. I didn't hit you, so why are you yelling? She retorted, faced with the absurd logic of this thoughtless beauty. Yang Fendou felt both amused and exasperated. With a stern expression, he replied, It would be too late if you had. Enough of this nonsense, the woman said, displaying an unmistakable impatience. Having no desire to engage with such a reckless driver, Yang Fendou turned to push his electric bike away. As the enchanting woman saw Yang Fendou preparing to depart, she hastily opened the car door, leapt out, and swiftly obstructed his path. Exuding an air of haughty defiance as she inquired, Did I permit you to leave? Are you out of your mind? Yang Fendou's expression darkened with displeasure. Unfazed, the woman continued with her arrogant demeanor, You must be Yang Fendou. Our young lady wishes to meet you. Upon hearing his name uttered by her lips, Yang Fendou's expression shifted momentarily. His cold gaze appraised her. A sleek leather jacket paired with denim, complemented by a ponytail, presenting an image of competence. It was evident that she was likely a bodyguard of sorts. It seemed they were indeed here for him. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I am Yang Fendou, but I'm not acquainted with any young lady, so I have no time. Having spoken, he mounted his electric bicycle, intending to leave, yet she extended her arms, blocking his way. The Yuan Qing Hua Peony General Jar belongs to our young lady. I suggest you clarify your intentions, or departing upright today may prove challenging. Yang Fendou's countenance suddenly bore a peculiar smile at her words. Moments earlier, Su Man had mentioned the owner of the General Jar. He had not anticipated that the matter would come knocking at his door so soon. The smile vanished, replaced by a frosty expression as he retorted, Are you implying that you intend to resort to violence? Ling Yue's haughty visage flickered with a hint of cold amusement. You think too highly of yourself. Our young lady merely has a question for you. Apologies, but I lack the time. Yang Fendou surugit dismissifully. It would be wise for you to comply and get in the car. I hear that on the day of the auction, you deliberately set a trap for someone. If this information were to leak, it would not bode well for you, she threatened. Yang Fendou felt a surge of irritation at her words. If the matter were solely about the Qinghua jar, he would have disregarded it entirely. However, Her mention of the trap he had laid for Wu Tian was unexpected. With his plans momentarily stalled, he contemplated his next steps. If this information were to spread, his scheme would likely unravel. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yang Fendou swallowed his frustration, secured his electric bicycle, and turned towards the luxury vehicle. Upon opening the rear door and entering, he was taken aback. Sitting opposite him was another woman, and as his gaze fell upon her, he felt a moment of breathlessness. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her aloof demeanor, coupled with her exquisite features, left him momentarily speechless. If Xiang Mei and Su Man were first-rate beauties, they would merely be fit to serve as her handmaidens. Yang Fendou stared at her, his mind echoing a singular phrase, a beauty that could bring nations to ruin, perhaps feeling uncomfortable under his gaze. Mu Zhao's expression turned frosty as she addressed him coldly. Have you finished your inspection? Ignoring Yang Fendou, she directed her attention to the driver, saying, boldly, you may exit the vehicle. Yes, young lady. The driver responded respectfully, swiftly exiting the car. Once Oldly closed the door behind him, Mu Zhao's captivating eyes turned to Yang Fendou, inquiring, how did you discern that the Yuan Qinghua General Jar is a Qing imitation? Did you simply guess? Mu Zhao, with a look of disbelief, continued, let me put it this way. The reason I decided to seek you out is that I have thoroughly investigated your background. During the auction, you intentionally set a trap for your opponent, and I'm also aware that you have a mother and a younger sister, who is currently in a hospital in Xia City. Enough. Yang Fendou suddenly changed his expression, addressing Mu Zhao sternly. I do not care how formidable your background may be, nor do I concern myself with the authenticity of what you possess. Should you dare to lay a hand on my mother or sister, do not blame me for turning against you. Mu Zhao had touched upon Yang Fendou's breaking point. Simultaneously, she sensed a faint chill emanating from him, an unfamiliar sentiment that startled her. It was the first time she had felt such an aura from another. She belatedly realized that not everyone could be intimidated by threats. Furthermore, Yang Fendou was the first and only male to speak to her in such a manner. The intensity he exhibited even instilled a flicker of fear within her, a notion that was utterly astonishing. Casting a sidelong glance at Yang Fendou, Mu Zhao steadied herself and inquired, then tell me, how did you discern that the Yuan Qinghua in my possession is a counterfeit? This time, her tone had noticeably softened. Yang Fendou chose not to pursue the matter further. He simply wished to extricate himself from her presence swiftly. It is straightforward. Everyone desires to weave a convoluted yet authentic narrative around their possessions, but often, their cleverness leads to their downfall. Yang Fendou regarded her momentarily before continuing. You claim that your Yuan Qinghua once belonged to the Mongols. May I ask, do you understand the lifestyle of the Mongolian people? Mu Zhao furuit herburais. Uncertain of how to respond. Observing her hesitation, Yang Fendou elaborated, the Mongols have traditionally enjoyed eating meat by hand, and their hands inevitably bear traces of grease. If they were to handle a Qinghua jar over the years, it would undoubtedly accumulate grease upon it. Eventually, this grease would seep into the jar itself. Yet, look at the Qinghua jar you possess. It is pristine and appears as if it were newly crafted. This alone exposes your ruse. As Yang Fendou concluded his analysis, a fleeting expression of surprise crossed Mu Zhao's face. She finally comprehended why her grandfather urged her, at all costs, to approach Yang Fendou. He was indeed no ordinary individual. Noticing a subtle change in her expression without a response, Yang Fendou inquired, can I leave now? Rest assured, I will not speak of the Yuan Qinghua to anyone. He presumed Mu Zhao aimed to silence him. However, upon hearing this, Mu Zhao shook her head, stating, it is merely a Yuan Qinghua jar. Whether you speak or not will not affect me. What I wish to discuss is that wooden mechanism box you possess. In Chapter 37, titled Too Arrogant, Mu Zhao's unexpected remark caused Yang Fendou's expression to shift just as rapidly. It seemed that this beauty was indeed formidable. As the thought crossed his mind, Yang Fendou regained his composure and gently asked, are you referring to the wooden mechanism box from the auction? Precisely. Mu Zhao affirmed with a nod. Yang Fendou, however, chuckled and remarked, given your status, you likely wouldn't be interested in a mere trinket worth several thousand. Mu Xiaoqiao's delicate face flashed with an unusual hue as she stated, regardless of whether you are feigning ignorance or not, I simply wish to convey that I am willing to purchase this sandalwood box from you at a high price. You may name your figure. Yang Fendou chuckled and shook his head, replying, I genuinely apologize, but I too hold a fondness for this item. Thus, no sum of money would tempt me to part with it. From their brief interaction, Yang Fendou had garnered a preliminary understanding of Mu Zhao. She was powerful and astute. He deduced that she must also recognize the significance of the sandalwood box. Moreover, he was convinced that the owner of the box was not merely seeking to auction it off. There were undoubtedly secrets, perhaps even conspiracies, lurking behind its facade. Mu Xiao fixed Yang Fendou with a serious gaze and remarked, "Let's not forget that your sister is in dire need of a substantial sum for her medical treatment." Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou's expression shifted dramatically, his tone growing cold as he retorted, "Do not forget, I have already warned you. If you dare to threaten me with my family again, do not blame me for being ungracious." With that, he opened the car door and stepped out. However, before he could take a step, Ning Yue, with an icy demeanor, obstructed his path. Mu Xiao frowned, retrieving a glittering golden card from her bag and tossing it to Yang Fendou. "This is my business card. Should you reconsider, do not hesitate to call me. Remember, I am determined to acquire that sandalwood box." Yang Fendou smirked slightly, saying, "You are overthinking it." With that, he pushed past Ning Yue and strode directly towards his electric scooter. Ning Yue, feeling defiant, attempted to block him again, but was halted by Mu Xiao's call, reluctantly retreating to the vehicle. "Miss, why do you not let me deal with him? This person is utterly arrogant and dismissive." Ning Yue protested, her face a mask of indignation. "Enough," Mu Xiao interjected. "Though he appears unassuming, he exudes an enigmatic aura. Clearly not an ordinary character. Grandfather's words ring true. This individual is not simple." Ning Yue remained disgruntled, yet there was no need for you to bestow your golden business card upon him. If I recall correctly, you have given out no more than 3 of these cards. Ignoring Ning Yue's complaints, Mu Xiao turned to the driver, Old Li, and instructed him to start the vehicle. Once the car was in motion, she closed her eyes, lost in thought. What a remarkable business card, indeed, crafted from pure gold. The front edge of the card, adorned with cloud patterns, bore her name and phone number, while the back featured only the same cloud motif. Nevertheless, Yang Fendou sensed something amiss with this golden card. Driven by curiosity, he couldn't resist activating his ocular powers. Indeed, peering through the surface of the card, he discerned a thumb-sized chip embedded within, a true emblem of identity. Astonished, Yang Fendou reflected on the increasing complexity of the situation. Realizing he must swiftly ascertain the details regarding the half-map contained within the sandalwood box. After securing the card, Yang Fendou resumed his journey on the electric scooter. Just as he neared the hospital, his phone rang once more. "Hello, brother, it's Gangzi," came the voice of Wang Shingen from the other end. Yang Fendou hurriedly inquired, "Were you at this moment?" Wang Shingen, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother, as per your instructions, I have completely transformed my appearance. If you have some time, I would like to treat you to a meal." Yang Fendou pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well, send me the address, and I shall come to find you right away." Half an hour later, Yang Fendou arrived at a modest eatery. "Brother, I'm over here." The small restaurant was bustling with patrons, seemingly ordinary laborers. As Yang Fendou scanned the room, he noticed a young man standing up and excitedly waving at him. Yang Fendou's gaze fell upon the individual, and he was somewhat taken aback. At that moment, Wang Shingen bore little resemblance to the person he had just known. Clad in a simple t-shirt and jeans, his hair cropped short, even the tattoos on his arms had mysteriously vanished. Yang Fendou approached, nodding in appreciation. "Well done. This resembles a normal person." Wang Shingen scratched his head, smiling shyly. "I feel much fresher too, and the tattoos were all temporary. I've washed them off." Yang Fendou took a seat and nodded. "This is quite good. From now on, stay by my side. Although I may not have much money at the moment, I will not treat my brother poorly." Wang Shingen hastily replied, "Brother, please don't say that. I would willingly beg alongside you, for you treat me like a human being." Hearing this, Yang Fendou chuckled softly. One need not concern themselves with others' opinions. To earn their respect, one must first respect oneself. "Now let us eat. I remember, brother, when I have money, I will treat you to a grand feast," Wang Shingen declared, raising a glass of beer. Yang Fendou smiled and clinked his glass with his. After downing a beer and munching on a peanut, Yang Fendou lifted his head and inquired, "Gangzi, tell me more about those ruffians." At this, Wang Shingen appeared momentarily stunned, instinctively glancing around nervously as he replied, "I have been following the ruffian leader you fought today. He is associated with Wu Lauer. As for the true mastermind behind Wu Lauer, I have never seen him, only that people refer to him as Brother Leopard. Beyond that, I am unaware." Yang Fendou furrowed his brow in contemplation and nodded. That is sufficient. I am merely curious. After practicing martial arts for so many years, you should possess some skills, yet today you seem no different from them." Wang Shangin suddenly smiled mysteriously and whispered, "Brother, that was all an act. In truth, I disdain mingling with them. It is merely for survival. Thus, when it comes to brawls and robberies, I generally do not engage." Young Fendou could not help but laugh at this revelation, surprised to discover that the young man still had some tricks up his sleeve. The two continued to reminisce about amusing childhood anecdotes from their village. After leaving the restaurant, Yang Fendou drove him directly to the Jubilee second-hand goods acquisition station. On the way, Meng Kaiyu unexpectedly called him, prompting Yang Fendou to pull over and answer the phone. Chapter 38, Do Not Strike Too Hard. Yang Fendou instructed Wang Shangin to support the electric bike while he stepped aside to take the call. "Meng, have you found anything?" came Meng Kaiyu's measured voice. Yang Fendou frowned slightly and quickly asked, "What is the matter?" With a hint of amusement, Yang Xiao remarked that one would hardly guess the true reason behind this lad's entry into trouble was not due to intentional mischief, but rather an act of valor in defending an elderly vegetable vendor. He had engaged in a scuffle with a group of vegetable bullies, managing to take down all 10 of them. This young man evidently possessed martial prowess, as it was said that those bullies sustained only minor injuries, none severe enough to be critical. Thus he was released after a brief period of admonishment. Meng Kaiyu initially chuckled before responding earnestly. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had genuinely been concerned about Wang Shangin's well-being. Nodding, Yang Fendou said, "Well then, I can rest easy. How long do you plan to stay in the provincial capital?" "Actually, today my father has a dinner gathering, and I've heard there will be a small auction accompanying it. I intend to accompany him for a bit of enlightenment," Meng Kaiyu said with a hint of excitement. Yang Fendou smiled at this and advised, "I have heard of such dinner auctions. They primarily feature privately collected items. It's fine to observe the spectacle, but do refrain from impulsively bidding." "I understand. During these past few days with you, I've learned quite a bit. I will certainly remain vigilant, and should I come across any noteworthy items, I shall send you photographs." "Excellent." Yang Fendou ended the call and approached Wang Shangin with a smile, saying, "Let's be off." 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the Jibeo second-hand goods acquisition station. Gazing at the disarray before him, Wang Shangin furrowed his brow in confusion and queried, "Brother, why have you brought me to a scrapyard?" "You'll find out shortly," Yang Fendou replied as he stepped into the yard of the acquisition station. Despite the continuing chaos, he could already discern a marked improvement in the organization compared to his previous visit. In the distance, he noticed several individuals busily laboring among the piles of debris. Calling out to Old Lu, who was engaged in work not far off, Yang Fendou exclaimed, "Old Lu, come here for a moment." Upon recognizing Yang Fendou's presence, Old Lu promptly ceased his tasks and hurried over. "Ah, you've come, Fendou." "Yes, I came to take a look," Yang Fendou replied with a smile. "All right, just a moment." Old Lu turned and shouted to the others, "Everyone, please stop for a moment and come meet the owner of Jibeo." In no time, over 20 individuals approached. "Fendou, these are my temporary hires. They earn 200 a day to assist us with sorting and organizing," Old Lu explained, gesturing towards the group. "Greetings, boss." The workers promptly greeted Yang Fendou. Seeing this, Yang Fendou waved his hand, saying, "Please, there is no need for formality. I have met some of you before. We all earn our living through scavenging. Here is the deal. If you are willing, we will prioritize purchasing any items you find, and rest assured, our prices will be higher than elsewhere. Both Old Lu and I will make sure you are treated fairly." Upon hearing this, the workers erupted in applause, elated at the prospect of earning more. Witnessing their genuine smiles brought Yang Fendou immense satisfaction, and he turned to Old Lu to say, "I came to discuss an important matter with you." Old Lu observed the grave expression on Yang Fendou's face and promptly dismissed the others, then spoke earnestly, "Fendou, you're the boss. If there is anything you need, simply give the order." Yang Fendou smiled, turned a glance at Wang Shangin, and said, "Old Lu, this is Jinsi, my childhood companion from the village. He has just arrived in Shihe City, and I intend for him to assist you temporarily at the acquisition station." Upon hearing this, Old Lu didn't dwell on it, and cheerfully replied, "That is splendid. We are indeed in need of extra hands here." Initially, Wang Shangin was somewhat reluctant about collecting scrap, but he had since reconciled with the idea and eagerly nodded, saying, "Elder brother, rest assured, I will work diligently alongside Old Lu." Indeed, Yang Fendou patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Have no worries. You possess considerable skills, and I want to confine you here indefinitely." Suddenly, a thunderous roar of motorcycles interrupted their conversation. The three turned towards the entrance, where 5 motorcycles had entered the courtyard, stirring up a cloud of dust. After coming to a halt, 10 flamboyantly dressed young men dismounted, led by a man with yellow hair, adorned with a gaudy gold chain that appeared to have been purchased from a street vendor for a mere 2 yuan a meter. It seems a new boss has arrived. The yellow-haired leader swaggered over to young Fendou, eyeing the trio with a sinister grin. It was evident that these were local ruffians. Young Fendou furrowed his brow and inquired coldly, "What do you want?" With a derisive laugh, the yellow-haired man tilted his head towards young Fendou and said, "Are you genuinely oblivious or merely pretending? Let me enlighten you. The surrounding scrap collection stations are under our protection. If you wish to prosper here peacefully, you must pay us a monthly management fee of 10,000 yuan. As soon as he finished, the other ruffians swaggered forward with an air of arrogance. Young Fendou, with a wry smile, deduced their intent. They were seeking protection money. It's good that you understand. Pay for safety, and if you refuse, I assure you 1T collect a single scrap. The yellow-haired thug retorted. At that moment, old Lu gently tugged at young Fendou's sleeve, his face marked by anxiety as he whispered, "Fendou, these individuals are local troublemakers." Before old Lu could finish, young Fendou shook his head, his gaze returning to the ruffians. With a smile, he said, "If you wish to extort me, I fear you have chosen the wrong target. However, I cannot let your visit be in vain. I'll give each of you 50 yuan to enjoy a bowl of wontons." Upon hearing this, the yellow-haired thug's expression shifted dramatically, and he gritted his teeth. "So, you refuse to pay? I'll give you a resounding slap." Young Fendou replied coldly, "You're quite the fool. You prefer money over life, huh? Brothers, attack." With a wave of his hand, the ruffians charged towards young Fendou. Observing this, Wang Shingen, who had remained silent until now, felt a chill run through him. He stepped forward to shield young Fendou, stating, "Leave it to me, elder brother." Young Fendou, keen to witness Wang Shingen's capabilities, nodded approvingly and instructed, "Don't be too harsh. These individuals may still be of use." Chapter 39, Free Labor. Though Wang Shingen was not entirely certain of young Fendou's intentions, he nodded earnestly. In the next moment, he sprang forward with agility. As one of the thugs swung a punch towards Wang Shingen, he swiftly dodged, causing his opponent to miss entirely. In that instant, Wang Shingen retaliated with a powerful strike to the thug's back. A pain scream erupted from the thug as he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Unable to move due to the sharp agony radiating from his back. Without hesitation, Wang Shingen unleashed a flurry of punches, his fists flying with remarkable speed. And within less than a minute, all 10 thugs lay on the ground, wailing in distress. Witnessing the spectacle, old Lu was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated Wang Shingen's martial prowess. Meanwhile, young Fendou could not suppress a smile of satisfaction. Recognizing that Wang had utilized the foundational Shaolin boxing technique known as Luohanquan, Wang Shingen cast a cold glance over the groaning thugs before approaching young Fendou, who nodded approvingly and remarked, "Impressive. Your strikes are well placed, embodying the principles of yin and yang. The sound of your punches is thunderous, and you control your strength with remarkable finesse, a splendid demonstration of Shaolin Luohanquan." Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Wang Shingen scratched his head and replied, "Brother, this is merely a basic boxing technique, and my mastery is not profound." Young Fendou, however, shook his head with a smile and said, "What may appear to be an ordinary technique can unleash formidable power when cultivated to the highest level." He then turned his gaze toward the still wailing thugs and coldly inquired, "Do you still wish to collect protection fees?" Upon hearing this, the leader, a man with yellow hair, scrambled to his feet and knelt on the ground. Anguish etched across his face as he pleaded, "Brother, we were wrong. Please spare us this time, and I promise no one will dare to cause trouble here again." Since you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Do you see the scrap materials around you? I'll give you 1 day to sort it all out. If you fail to complete the task, you can imagine the consequences." "What?" The yellow-haired thug was momentarily stunned. "You're unwilling?" Young Fendou's expression shifted ominously as he countered, No, we're willing." The thug quickly signaled to his subordinates to rise from the ground. Young Fendou then turned to Wang Shingen and instructed, "Keep a close watch on them. If they dare to slack off, break their legs, shatter their waists, and fracture their ribs." "Understood." Wang Shingen nodded vigorously. "All right, I have other matters to attend to. I leave this in your hands." With that, Young Fendou sped away on his electric bicycle. Initially, he had intended to hire more help, but now he had unexpectedly acquired 10 laborers for free. When Young Fendou arrived at the hospital ward, Nurse Feng Yu had just finished administering and 4 to Yang Xiao and was engaged in conversation with Yian. Upon noticing Young Fendou's entrance, Feng Yu promptly stood up and subtly gestured to him before awkwardly excusing herself from the room. Sitting on the sofa, young Fendou curiously asked, "Mom, what is up with Nurse Feng? It seems like she's deliberately avoiding me." "Brother, Mom just inquired about Feng Yu's family situation." Yang Xiaoxiao interjected playfully before Yi Yun could respond. "Mind your own business regarding adult matters," Yi Yun chided, casting a disapproving look at her daughter. Yang Xiaoxiao cheekily stuck out her tongue and then picked up a magazine to read. Striving, my dear mother, carries no other implication than casual conversation. I find Feng Yu to be quite commendable, particularly as she possesses the ability to empathize and care for others. Upon hearing Yi Yun's words, Yang Fendou already discerned her intentions. He helplessly interrupted, saying, "Mother, you mustn't engage in the mundane affairs of matchmaking and pressuring me into marriage. You know my current thoughts. I'm solely focused on firmly establishing myself in this profession and uncovering the truth about my father's past." Seeing the situation unfold, Yi Yun quickly clarified, "I do not mean that at all. I merely believe you should spend more time getting to know her." Yang Fendou hastily replied, "Oh, dear mother, I'm well aware of my own affairs. I have no interest in her." "Then who piqued your interest? Is it that girl named Shang Mei who visited the other day?" Yi Yun seized the opportunity to probe further. Young Fendou felt overwhelmed, as this was not the behavior he expected from his mother. How had she become so conventional? "Please refrain from gossiping, mother." Observing her son's expression, Yi Yun could only muster a wry smile. Deep down, she had always believed that her son was exceptional, if not extraordinary. However, she was acutely aware that if that were truly the case, the shadows of the past would inevitably resurface, bringing with them danger and conflict. Rather than such a fate, Yi Yun would prefer her son to lead an ordinary life, one marked by peace and security. Ding ding. At that moment, Yang Fendou received a message from Su Man, containing detailed information about the owner of the birdseed canister. Eager to escape his mother's conversation, he seized this opportunity to make a hasty exit from the hospital room. The owner of the birdseed canister was a local resident of Shihai City, residing in the old district of the eastern part of the city. Yang Fendou initially intended to go alone, but recalling that Shang Mei was in a foul mood, he thought it best to invite her along, allowing her to distract herself. Indeed, Shang Mei was in a rather poor state, sitting with a dark expression in her office, while her female secretary stood across from her, visibly anxious. The secretary nervously explained, "Director Shang, recently the Wong Company has launched several new products, and we have lost 2 major clients to them." With a sharp motion, Shang Mei tossed the documents aside and coldly responded, "They introduced new products. But what is our design team doing? Are they unaware of the need to develop new designs?" The secretary quickly added, "The design department lacks funding, and we're short on raw materials. The other directors have opposed the development of new designs, so this matter is currently stalled." These stubborn old-timers. Shang Mei could not help but curse inwardly. Ding-ling. Just then, her phone rang, and upon seeing it was Yang Fendou calling, she gestured to her secretary, who discreetly exited the room. "What do you want?" She answered, her tone sharp. Hearing her demeanor, Yang Fendou couldn't help but smile wryly. "It's nothing urgent. I noticed you seemed down today, and thought I might take you out to collect the goods and help you unwind. I have a mountain of work to attend to. You should go by yourself." Shang Mei replied, icily. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou's face revealed a hint of disappointment as he said, "All right. Then you carry on with your tasks. I just learned that the owner of the bird food can resides in the old district to the east of the city. If you choose not to go, I shall venture there alone." "The owner of the bird food can't?" Shang Mei's brows furrowed slightly, pondering how Yang Fendou acquired such information. Could it be from Su Man? Realizing this, Shang Mei hastily corrected herself. "Where are you right now? I will come find you." "At the hospital," Yang Fendou replied. With that, Shang Mei promptly ended the call. Chapter 40. Taking the initiative? Yang Fendou waited at the entrance of the hospital for nearly 20 minutes when Shang Mei arrived in her car. Once inside, Yang Fendou beamed at her, saying, "You come just in time. If the owner has another bird food can, we could potentially earn another profit." Shang Mei, however, dismissed his comment and countered, "How did you come by the owner's information?" Yang Fendou was momentarily taken aback and had no choice but to explain, "I met with Su Man, and she informed me." As he had suspected, upon hearing Su Man's name, a flicker of displeasure crossed Shang Mei's delicate features as she inquired, "You met Su Man alone?" With keen perception, Yang Fendou discerned the underlying tone in Shang Mei's words. He could only helplessly clarify, "It wasn't tea, as you imagine. Su Man called me to discuss Wu Tian and Sun Gang, and I seized the opportunity to inquire about the bird food can. No need for explanations. Explanations are merely veils." Shang Mei retorted sharply, suddenly accelerating the vehicle. Yang Fendou, startled, grasped the handrail tightly, thinking to himself that this woman was truly exasperating. Upon arriving in the old district, a silent Shang Mei suddenly asked, since the owner has only auctioned one bird food can, they must be waiting to lure in a bigger catch. Are we not biting the bait ourselves? Yang Fendou chuckled, exuding confidence. Let us assess the situation first. If it's a trap, we will act accordingly. If the owner is not scheming, we shall devise a way to secure the item. Shang Mei nodded in agreement as the car turned into a narrow alley, navigating a couple of bends before finally stopping at the entrance of courtyard. The two disembarked and surveyed the yard. Shang Mei could not help but remark, it appears this family is not very affluent. The courtyard walls seem rather dilapidated. Yang Fendou nodded in affirmation, indeed. This area is filled with historical residences. Those who dwell here must possess remarkable backgrounds. However, judging by their condition, it seems this family has fallen on hard times. With that, the two proceeded into the courtyard, which appeared rather small, cluttered with discarded cardboard and beverage bottles, resembling a refuse dump. In the only clear space in the middle of the yard sat an elderly lady, seemingly in her 60s, plucking vegetables from the steps. Exchanging glances, they approached the lady. Yang Fendou crouched down, smiling warmly as he greeted her, hello, Annie. The elderly woman looked up, sizing them up with curiosity, and asked, who are you looking for? Yang Fendou smiled and replied, we came specifically to see you. We heard that a few days ago, you sold a small item at the auction house, and we want to check if you have anything else available. The elderly lady busily inquired, are you from the auction company? Yang Fendou shook his head and replied, no, we have a fondness for that small jar. So we came to ask if you have any more in your possession. If you do, would you consider selling it to us? We can negotiate a fair price. After a few moments of observation, Yang Fendou was convinced that this lady was not one to set traps, which eased his mind considerably. Oh, you mean that little wine jar? It was passed down from my late husband. He used it for drinking. The other day, I saw on television that an auction company was searching for antiques, so I took one to try my luck, and surprisingly, it sold. The elderly lady realized. Hearing this, Yang Fendou quickly inquired, so you still have another one? The lady nodded, responding, yes, I have one more. But my husband has always used it for drinking and has a sentimental attachment to it, so I won't sell it. Both Yang Fendou and Shang Mei displayed a hint of excitement. Collecting himself, Yang Fendou eagerly asked, would you be willing to show it to us? The elderly lady, sensing a hint of caution, looked at the two with suspicion. What exactly do you intend to do? Please do not worry, ma'am. We are not bad people. We simply wish to purchase the items you possess, and we can certainly offer a price better than that of the auction company, Shang Mei interjected, initially inclined to refuse. The elderly lady recalled that her grandson was about to start kindergarten in the city and desperately needed money. If she could sell something, it would help support her son and daughter-in-law. Very well, you may come into my home. I will show it to you, and if the price is right, we can negotiate. With some effort, the elderly lady stood up and invited Yang Fendou and Shang Mei into her home. Please have a seat while I fetch the item, she said, heading towards the inner room. Yang Fendou surveyed the furnishings of the outer room, aside from the table and chairs in the center. There was an old red cabinet against the northern wall, upon which various items were haphazardly arranged. Just as he was about to look away, he suddenly noticed a jar in the corner, approximately the size of a football, round and bulbous, with a lid encoded in a thick layer of red paint. Yang Fendou approached, opened the jar, and took a glance inside. It was also painted red and contained half a jar of white sugar. Employing his keen perception, he quickly discerned its significance. Shang Mei glanced at Yang Fendou, nodding, I just withdrew 100,000 in cash, planning to reward our outstanding employees. Upon hearing this, Shang Mei's confusion deepened, and she could not help but ask, why do you need so much cash? Even if the elderly lady does have that birdseed jar, it wouldn't be worth more than 10,000. Yet, Yang Fendou revealed a mysterious smile, saying, you will understand shortly. Just then, the elderly lady returned with another birdseed jar in hand. Here, take a look. This is the other one. Yang Fendou carefully picked up the birdseed jar and examined it closely. Indeed, the glaze, texture, and the blue and white motifs were identical to the one he held. Only this one still exuded a faint scent of alcohol, and its base showed considerable wear, which confirmed that the old lady was not lying. This item was indeed used daily for drinking. After Yang Fendou set down the birdseed can, Shang Mei picked it up once more to examine it closely. Auntie, do you have any other antiques at home? It's not easy for us to come here. If you have more, we would be happy to take them off your hands, and I assure you, the price will be satisfactory, Yang Fendou said sincerely, focusing his gaze on the elderly woman. She sighed, lamenting, what else could there be? All my possessions are laid out here. There's nothing of value left. Yang Fendou scanned the surroundings before slowly approaching the red cabinet, lifting the red-painted candy jar. Auntie, this jar is quite nice. Why not sell it to me as well? Young man, that's just a broken jar I collected from the rubbish. It looks decent, so I use it for sugar. It's worthless, but if you like it, you can take it for 10 yuan, the old lady replied. Hearing this, Yang Fendou couldn't help but chuckle and proposed. How about this, Annie? I'll give you 100,000 for both the birdseed can and the candy jar. What do you think? What? The old lady was taken aback, staring at Yang Fendou in disbelief. Chapter 41. A Magical Transformation. Not only was the old lady stunned, but Xiang Mei's face was also filled with astonishment. Have you lost your mind? That birdseed can is worth at most 10,000. Upon hearing Xiang Mei's reaction, Yang Fendou merely smiled and remained silent, keeping his gaze on the old lady. Annie, I am indeed offering 100,000 for these two items. Is that acceptable? This time, the old lady truly understood, her wrinkled face displaying confusion as she asked, Young man, are you not deceiving me? Clearly, she was taken aback by the sum of 100,000. Rest assured, we will exchange money for goods. Yang Fendou replied with a light chuckle, then turned to Xiang Mei and said, Could you please lend me that 100,000 for a moment? I will transfer it to you shortly. Xiang Mei furrowed her brows, questioning, Are you sure? Absolutely. Yang Fendou nodded resolutely. Seeing his determination, Xiang Mei ceased further inquiries and promptly left the room to retrieve the money from the car. Young man, I'll get you the candy jar. The old lady now realized Yang Fendou was not jesting, eagerly approaching the red cabinet to fetch the painted jar. While 100,000 was not a significant amount for her, it was a considerable expenditure for Yang Fendou. However, he was currently unconcerned about such matters. He placed the money on the table and addressed the old lady. Annie, this is 100,000, with each stack comprising 10,000. You can see that it's all there. The old lady gazed at the money on the table, her eyes widening in astonishment, as it was her first time witnessing such a large sum. After counting, she confirmed it was exactly 10 stacks, her face brimming with excitement as she exclaimed, No need to count, no need. Observing her delight, Yang Fendou smiled and said, Then, Auntie, I shall take these items, and we shall be settled. Very well. The old lady hastily pushed the birdseed can and the candy jar towards Yang Fendou. With a light smile, he picked up the two items, exchanged words with her, and then proceeded to walk outside. Perhaps fearing the loss of money, the elderly lady did not see them off. After the two boarded the vehicle, Xiang Mei found herself increasingly perplexed. She turned to Yang Fendou and coldly remarked, Do you believe that just because you possess a bit of wealth now, you can flaunt it? You casually mention 10,000 for a couple of worthless items. Yet do you not consider that your sister is waiting for funds for her surgery? With a disdainful glance, Xiang Mei scoffed, You are impressive. Can you conjure 2 pounds of sugar from this jar? It would be quite the spectacle. With that, she pressed the accelerator and drove towards the city. In response to Xiang Mei's misunderstanding, Yang Fendou chose not to explain, deeming it unnecessary. He reclined his head against the seat and closed his eyes to rest. Upon returning to the city, Yang Fendou's gaze remained fixed on the scenery outside the window. As they passed a supermarket, he urged Xiang Mei to stop. Once they entered a private room in a tea house, they ordered a pot of tea and some snacks. And Yang Fendou also requested 2 bowls of fresh water from the server. All right, you may leave now, he said, prompting the server to smile and exit the room. Once it was just the two of them, Yang Fendou opened a shopping bag, revealing items that left Xiang Mei utterly astounded. A toothbrush, a shoe brush, floral water, and soap. Do you consider this tea house your home? Xiang Mei stared at him in disbelief. Yang Fendou chuckled lightly, his expression enigmatic. I am about to perform a trick. You will see shortly. Completely baffled by Yang Fendou's actions, Xiang Mei felt a flicker of anticipation. She was eager to discover what he was up to. Yang Fendou emptied the sugar jar, examined it briefly, then evenly sprayed floral water onto it. The room quickly filled with the scent of the floral water, rendering the Longjing tea tasteless to Xiang Mei, who furrowed her brow in annoyance at Yang Fendou's antics. Within a minute, he had coated the jar inside and out with the floral water, leaving no inch untouched, and nodded in satisfaction. Casually, he tossed the soap into one of the bowls of water and settled down at the tea table to indulge in his brew. Observing Yang Fendou's theatrical display, Xiang Mei asked with irritation, What on earth are you planning? Are you giving that sugar jar a bath? Yang Fendou merely smirked and replied, Let us enjoy the tea first. At that moment, Xiang Mei felt an overwhelming urge to slap Yang Fendou. His expression was simply infuriating. 5 minutes later, Yang Fendou set down his teacup and flashed a mysterious smile at Xiang Mei. The moment to witness a miracle has arrived. Seeing his demeanor, Xiang Mei's curiosity was piqued, and she crouched down beside him. Yang Fendou picked up the sugar jar, nodded in satisfaction, and carefully placed it into the bowl filled with soapy water. He gently swirled the jar, ensuring it was entirely coated in the soapy solution before picking up the shoe brush and starting to scrub it meticulously. To their astonishment, the red paint visibly began to wash away, revealing the white porcelain beneath. Yang Fendou naturally observed the transformation, yet his brush remained in constant motion. Only after meticulously applying strokes, both inside and out, did he submerge the jar once more in water. Looking up, he noticed Xiang Mei, whose anxious gaze was fixed upon the jar, a fleeting smile gracing his lips as he gradually lifted it from the water. The crimson paint had vanished, revealing the true essence of the vessel, a stunning blue and white jar. Xiang Mei was utterly astonished, scarcely able to believe her eyes. In one moment, it was a mere broken jar covered in red paint, and in the next, it transformed into an exquisite blue and white creation, akin to a lotus emerging from the water. Disregarding Xiang Mei's astonishment, Yang Fendou continued to scrape away the red paint from the lid. Moments later, he employed a toothbrush to meticulously clean the finer details before rinsing it once more in another basin of clear water. After drying it with a cloth, the jar appeared rejuvenated, devoid of any flaws. Did it still seem worth a mere 100,000? Yang Fendou carefully placed the blue and white jar upon the tea table, a triumphant expression directed toward Xiang Mei. At that moment, Xiang Mei was oblivious to Yang Fendou's words, her beautiful eyes transfixed on the jar. After a considerable time, she finally shifted her gaze to him, her face adorned with perplexity as she inquired, "You recognized this jar as a treasure right from the start, didn't you?" Yang Fendou did not deny it. He nodded affirmatively. "From the very first glance, I knew it was a gem." While astonished, Xiang Mei's lovely countenance still bore a hint of skepticism. "I am quite curious. How did you discern that the paint was intentionally applied?" "Sipping te modestly," Yang Fendou replied straightforwardly. "Firstly, the jar's form is quintessentially representative of Qing dynasty blue and white porcelain, and the presence of a lid makes it even rarer. Hence my conviction that it is a valuable piece. Of course, that is only one aspect. And the second?" Xiang Mei pressed for more. Yang Fendou smiled knowingly. "The second is rooted in our nation's history. As you should know, we endured a great calamity, which inevitably affected the antique world. During the times of destruction, many of these treasures were destined for ruin. Collectors and treasure seekers devised various means to preserve these artifacts. Some buried them underground, others smuggled them abroad, while some ingenious individuals opted to disguise these antiques with a layer of paint, such as red lacquer or other substances, thus evading destruction." As Yang Fendou spoke eloquently, Xiang Mei rested her chin in her palm, captivated, a hint of admiration illuminating her fair face. Noticing her silence, Yang Fendou could not resist adding, "Are you impressed now?" Yang Fendou felt a sense of exasperation. Did this woman fear that a compliment might lead to an unexpected consequence? "You speak so eloquently. Yet is this jar from an official kiln or a faux kiln?" Xiang Mei, sensing her previous remarks had been somewhat excessive, promptly shifted the topic to continue her inquiries. Yang Fendou cautiously lifted the blue and white jar, scrutinizing it closely. "This is a quintessential blue and white covered jar from the Daguang period of the Qing dynasty. Upon examination, the form lacks innovation and bears a strong resemblance to the blue and white porcelain of the Qianlong era. Although the glaze is fine and white, the body is somewhat porous, thus its weight cannot compare to that of Qianlong blue and white. As for the cobalt used, it appears to be domestically sourced. The entwined lotus design is quite elegant, yet upon closer inspection, one might discern a certain ethereal diffusion that resembles a replica." Upon hearing this, Xiang Mei furrowed her brows and remarked, "So, according to your assessment, this blue and white jar is essentially worthless." With a light chuckle, Yang Fendou replied, "Allow me to elaborate. Although Daguang blue and white porcelain lacks the historical depth found in other pieces, the tumultuous social conditions of the Daguang era, marked by severe unrest and escalating conflicts, led to a significant depletion of the national treasury, adversely affecting the porcelain industry. Consequently, few pieces have survived, making this a fine example from the Daguang imperial kiln." After Yang Fendou finished speaking, Xiang Mei, somewhat perplexed, took a closer look at the blue and white jar. Shinahal, her gaze fell upon the mark on the base, and a fresh wave of confusion crossed her charming face as she inquired, "Is this an imperial kiln piece?" Yang Fendou nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is the hall name of Daguang himself. Thus it qualifies as an imperial kiln piece." Xiang Mei glanced at the jar again, unable to suppress her curiosity. "What is it truly worth?" I may have some skill in appraising antiques, but the pricing is better understood by Meng Xiao. However, I recall that a larger blue and white cover jar sold for nearly 3 million at an auction in Kyoto a few years ago. Given that this piece is smaller, and considering the inflated prices often seen at auctions, I would estimate its value to be between 1 and 2 million. Upon hearing this valuation, Xiang Mei's face registered surprise. So, you managed to strike gold, Haven you? With a smile, Yang Fendou replied. It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure. Regardless, Xiang Mei felt a surge of happiness for Yang Fendou. Now let us discuss business. Please provide me your account number so that I may transfer the funds. Yang Fendou glanced at Xiang Mei and said, of course. Without hesitation, she retrieved a card from her bag and handed it to him, as it would seem inappropriate to refuse the loan he had mentioned. Yang Fendou lowered his head and began operating his phone, while Xiang Mei sipped her tea and discreetly observed him. Ding! All done. The transfer has been completed, Yang Fendou said, waving his phone with a smile. Xiang Mei picked up her phone to check, and her charming face displayed a hint of displeasure. What do you mean by this? Borrowing 100,000 and returning 150,000? Isn't that a rather generous gift? Yang Fendou quickly clarified. Please do not misunderstand. The additional 50,000 is for the hospital fees you recently paid for my sister. I had intended to repay you earlier, but couldn't find a right moment. In response, Xiang Mei questioned, why keep such meticulous accounts? Yang Fendou smiled and replied, it is better to be clear. After all, even among close brothers, accounts must be settled. A flicker of something unusual crossed Xiang Mei's face, and she was suddenly overcome by an inexplicable pang of melancholy. Yang Fendou, noticing her discomfort, hesitated before swiftly shifting the topic. By the way, how is your company faring? Upon the mention of the Wang family, Yang Fendou suddenly recalled the events of the day and hastily inquired, Xiang Mei, are you certain you have no connection with that Wang Hai? What do you mean? Xiang Mei replied, her expression one of confusion. Haven't I made everything clear to you? Yang Fendou quickly waved his hand. That's not what I meant. Today, I encountered a group of ruffians seeking trouble, and they claimed to have been hired by Wang Hai. At his words, a flicker of concern crossed Xiang Mei's face as she asked, are you sure it was Wang Hai who sent them after you? Absolutely, he affirmed. That scoundrel. I shall call him at once, Xiang Mei declared, reaching for her phone. However, Yang Fendou gestured for her to stop, saying, there's no need. Even if you ask him, he will never admit it. What I need now is to ascertain that you have no ties to him, which will allow me to act without hesitation. Though Yang Fendou's expression remained unchanged, Xiang Mei appeared increasingly anxious and urgently cautioned, Yang Fendou, you must not act recklessly. The Wang family holds some power in Xia, and Wang Hai is devious. It is not worth engaging with someone like him. Sometimes if we do not teach these young scions a lesson, they will never learn. Besides, has not the Wang family long coveted your Xiang family's enterprise? Once I devise a plan, I will deal with them appropriately. Yang Fendou chuklet likli. Upon hearing his words, Xiang Mei felt a sudden warmth in her heart, her beautiful eyes gazing intently at Yang Fendou as she asked, are you planning to confront Wang Hai for my sake? Chapter 43, Awakening of Affection. Observing Xiang Mei's expression, Yang Fendou thought, oh no, this woman seems to have misconstrued my intentions. Clearing his throat, he feigned a cough and hurriedly explained, what I mean is you and Meng Xiao are both my friends, and you have assisted me in the past. Naturally, I cannot stand idly by when you face trouble. With those words, Xiang Mei's spirits plummeted. After spending these past few days together, despite her reluctance to accept it, she had to acknowledge that her feelings for Yang Fendou had surpassed mere friendship. This was the first time in her life she had experienced such emotions. Some say this feeling is the awakening of affection. All right, you need not say more. I understand. I know Wang Hai is causing you trouble because of your assistance in inspecting goods for me. I will personally address this matter with him. Xiang Mei's voice had noticeably grown cold. Seeing this, Yang Fendou decided against further discussion, recognizing that the issues between Xiang Mei and Wang Hai were beyond his purview. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat tense, Yang Fendou's phone suddenly rang. He hurriedly pulled out his phone to answer. Hello, young Master Yang, this is Meng Kaiyu. The urgency in Meng Kaiyu's voice was evident. Meng, what is going on? I know it's you, Yang Fendou replied, somewhat perplexed. Young Master Yang, if you have time, please come to the provincial capital. I have encountered something strange, Meng Kaiyu urged. Yang Fendou furrowed his brow and asked, what peculiar occurrence? Meng Kaiyu continued. I saw Wu Tian and Li Jun in the provincial capital, right at the dinner gathering I attended with the old gentleman. What's more astonishingly, there are 3 matched snuff bottles here, which should be the 2 in Wu Tian's possession. As for the third, I cannot ascertain. Indeed, upon hearing those words, Yang Fendou's expression turned grave. Are you certain? He inquired. Absolutely. It is undoubtedly the 2 snuff bottles in Wu Tian's possession. Therefore, if you have the time, do come to the provincial capital. I shall await your arrival there. After Meng Kaiyu spoke, Yang Fendou fell into a momentary silence. This snuff bottle was part of a scheme he had orchestrated. If someone were to intercept it now, he could not possibly acquiesce. Moreover, with the 3rd snuff bottle already in his grasp, how could there be another? Very well, I shall set off immediately. After hanging up the phone, Yang Fendou looked up at Xiang Mei and said, Please take me to the station. I must go to the provincial capital. Xiang Mei had already vaguely heard Meng Kaiyu's voice and nodded in agreement, saying, I will accompany you to the provincial capital. Yang Fendou was taken aback and quickly replied, It's fine. I can manage alone. Your company has many matters to attend to. There is no need for you to trouble yourself. However, Xiang Mei, with a displeased expression, retorted, I am also involved in the snuff bottle plan. Given the current situation, I cannot remain idle. Besides, I wish to see if there truly is another snuff bottle. Faced with the urgency of the situation and seeing Xiang Mei's resolute demeanor, he had no choice but to concede. Very well, let us not delay any further. We shall set off at once. With that, Yang Fendou hurriedly packed the Daoguang entwined branch lotus blue and white cover jar and the birdseed jar with care, and the 2 of them exited the tea house together. In their haste, Yang Fendou did not have time to visit the hospital to bid farewell to his mother and instead made a phone call to inform Yiyan. After hanging up, he turned to Xiang Mei with curiosity and asked, Aren't you going to call home to let them know? They only concern themselves with my matters regarding Wang Hai. Everything else is of no interest to them, Xiang Mei replied nonchalantly. Yang Fendou was somewhat taken aback, but upon reflection, he realized he did not fully understand the family from which Xiang Mei hailed. I reiterate, happiness is a personal affair. If you are unwilling, it matters not how much pressure your family exerts. It will be in vain. As for your company's affairs, I will certainly find a way to assist you, he remarked to Xiang Mei. As they awaited the traffic light, Xiang Mei turned her face towards him, biting her lip, and asked, If marrying Wang Hai will lead to unhappiness, who do you think I could marry that would bring me joy? Do you believe I could wed the person I desire? Her meaning was unmistakable, yet the proud Xiang Mei, surrounded by admirers, found it insurmountable to reverse her situation. Having broached the subject to this extent was already a considerable limit. The green light illuminated. Yang Fendou kept his gaze fixed on the traffic signal, deftly diverting the topic. Fool! Xiang Mei silently chastised him. Initially, Yang Fendou had hoped to engage Xiang Mei in conversation during the journey, but after her remark, he hesitated to continue. Once on the highway, Xiang Mei could no longer contain herself and asked, Do you plan to spend your entire life merely dealing in antiques? Yang Fendou leaned slightly forward and replied, This is the extent of my abilities. For now, this is all I can do. I meant, do you not intend to open a shop or something? It would certainly provide a more formal and stable environment, Xiang Mei explained. Yang Fendou, of course, could not remain complacent. Furthermore, he had always kept in mind the original purpose for which he entered the antique trade. Certainly, however, my primary concern at present is my sister's condition. Once she is well again, I will feel more at ease, Yang Fendou said. He nodded in understanding, expressing his gratitude. The 2 engaged in a casual conversation as they traveled, and before they realized it, nearly 3 hours had passed, bringing them to the provincial toll station. After exiting the highway, Yang Fendou suggested, Shall I call Meng Kaiyu to come pick us up? Xiao Mei promptly replied, No need. I know the provincial city better than he does, and I am more familiar with his home. Yang Fendou could only smile wryly, feeling that he had overstepped. Upon entering the city center, Xiang Mei drove straight towards the villa area in the eastern part of the city. Meng Kaiyu's home was located within this area, not due to his father's wealth, but rather because his mother had been running a successful business over the years, resulting in a comfortable economic situation. Just then, Yang Fendou's phone rang. Hey Yang Xiao, where are you? I'll come pick you up. No need. I'm almost at your house, Yang Fendou replied with a smile. What on earth is happening? Came Meng Kaiyu's astonished voice. Yang Fendou could only explain with a chuckle. I came with Xiang Mei. Hearing that Xiang Mei was also coming, Meng Kaiyu felt a wave of dread wash over him. Oh no, this is a disaster. She better not tell my father about my misdeeds. Suddenly, while they were still conversing, Xiang Mei slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a steady halt in front of the villa. Meng Kaiyu, if you don't want me to speak ill of you, hurry out to greet me, she shouted, snatching Yang Fendou's phone. Startled, Meng Kaiyu leapt from the couch in the living room and hurried towards the front door. Chapter 44. Old Bottles with New Labels. Upon seeing Xiang Mei and Yang Fendou, Meng Kaiyu's face was instantly filled with surprise, even tinged with a hint of panic. "Shang Mei, I didn't expect you to come," he exclaimed. Shang Mei shot him a look and retorted, "Aren't I welcome?" Meng Kaiyu quickly waved his hands. "I wouldn't dare. Of course I welcome you. Just a moment ago, my father was mentioning you." Ignoring Meng Kaiyu, Shang Mei headed straight into the villa. Watching her retreating figure, Meng Kaiyu silently prayed that she wouldn't speak ill of him, before turning to Yang Fendou, saying, "Yang Xiao, please come inside." "Have you figured out the situation with the snuff bottle?" Yang Fendou asked directly. "Let us talk inside," Meng Kaiyu replied, draping an arm over Yang Fendou's shoulder as they entered the villa. Upon entering the living room, Yang Fendou saw Shang Mei happily conversing with a middle-aged man. At first glance, the man exuded authority, unmistakably Meng Kaiyu's father. "Dad, let me introduce you. This is Yang Fendou, the one I mentioned to you. His skills in identifying treasures are quite remarkable," Meng Kaiyu said excitedly to his father. Meng Liang's gaze fell upon Yang Fendou, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Yang Fendou quickly waved his hand, saying, "Uncle, you flatter me. It is merely luck, hardly worth mentioning." Meng Liang, however, shook his head and chuckled, saying, "This lad rarely praises anyone, yet he holds you in the highest regard. He even intends to resign and join you in the antique business." Upon hearing Meng Liang's words, Yang Fendou found himself at a loss for how to respond, and could only smile humbly. "As it happens, I have an item at home that I have been uncertain about. Could you assist me in examining it?" Although Meng Liang framed it as a favor, Yang Fendou discerned that it was, in fact, a test of his discernment. After a moment's thought, he smiled and replied, "I've heard from Brother Meng that you are a distinguished collector. The items in your collection must undoubtedly be authentic. I wouldn't dare to show off in your presence." Meng Liang chuckled lightly. "It's about gathering the strengths of many. Besides, I do harbor some doubts." Realizing he could not refuse, Yang Fendou nodded. Soon, they arrived at Meng Liang's study, where Yang Fendou glanced around. The shelves were adorned with books of various subjects, resembling a small library. However, there were no antiques or curiosities in sight. Meng Liang approached a cabinet, retrieved a box, and brought it to the desk. "This was something I acquired from a friend. Several experts have claimed it to be a significant piece, but I still have my reservations. I would appreciate your insight." As Meng Liang spoke, he carefully opened the box and presented the contents, along with a magnifying glass and a pair of white gloves, before Yang Fendou. Before Yang Fendou could make a move, Shang Mei, standing nearby, exclaimed in astonishment, "Uncle Meng, is this a blue and white gourd vase featuring figures?" Meng Liang nodded with a smile. "Indeed, it is blue and white, though I remain uncertain of its authenticity. Fendou, since you are here, could you lend me your discerning eye?" At that moment, Yang Fendou focused intently on the figure gourd vase, noting its shape and the blue and white design, which were characteristic of the Qing dynasty's Qianlong period. Yet, he felt an inexplicable sense of doubt. It appeared genuine, yet something seemed amiss. Subtly activating his discerning vision, a fleeting smile crossed his lips as realization dawned. "Uncle Meng, if I am not mistaken, you acquired this piece believing it to be from the Qianlong blue and white period, did you not?" Meng Liang was puzzled as to why Yang Fendou had not yet taken it up for examination when he suddenly heard the latter's voice, which caused his expression to shift. Yang Fendou was entirely correct, and Meng Liang eagerly nodded. Indeed, the seller claimed it to be a Qianlong blue and white figure gourd vase. And the markings on the base are also accurate. Meng Liang had intended for Yang Fendou to handle the vase. Yet Yang Fendou slowly clasped his hands behind his back and gently shook his head. Sensing the tension, Meng Kaiyu interjected nervously, "Young Master Yang, you must examine it thoroughly. My father spent over $1 million behind my mother's back. If it's a fake, that would be quite troublesome. Fendou, disregard him. Just take a good look and speak honestly with me." Meng Liang admonished Meng Kaiyu with a glare. Noticing Meng Liang's earnest demeanor and robust tone, Yang Fendou decided to be forthright. "Uncle Meng, aside from having it assessed by experts, has it undergone machine testing?" Surprised by the question, Meng Liang paused before nodding. "Indeed, it has undergone machine testing." "Was it the base that was tested?" "Precisely." At this moment, Meng Liang was entirely taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yang Fendou could articulate such precise observations without even touching the object. This perceptiveness conjured a figure from his memory, and he couldn't help but notice the striking resemblance between Yang Fendou's demeanor and that person. As Meng Liang pondered over this, Yang Fendou spoke again. "Uncle Meng, pardon my candor, but this item is half genuine and half counterfeit." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three individuals present shifted dramatically, perplexed by the meaning behind Yang Fendou's words. What did he mean by half genuine and half counterfeit? Xiang Mei, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired hastily. Observing their eager faces, Yang Fendou felt compelled to elaborate. Uncle Meng, you must have heard the saying, old bottom, new bottle. As a collector, Meng Liang certainly understood the implication. Are you suggesting that this gourd vase is a composite? He asked, fixing his gaze on Yang Fendou. Yang Fendou nodded, starting. Your examination at the base confirmed it as an authentic piece without a doubt. However, aside from the bottom and the lower half, the remainder of the vase above the waist is entirely new. Upon hearing this, Meng Qiu felt a jolt in his heart and murmured incredulously, no way. Can it be? Noticing Meng Liang's troubled expression, Yang Fendou quickly added, though the upper half is a replica, the clay used was sourced from the same pit as the genuine article. And the seams of the joints are nearly imperceptible, so it is understandable to overlook. He hoped that his words would offer some solace to Meng Liang's troubled heart. At that moment, Meng Qiu eagerly picked up the gourd vase and began examining it with a magnifying glass. After a brief moment, he expressed his confusion, young Master Yang. I see no difference between the upper and lower sections. They appear identical, and I can't detect any signs of splicing. As the conversation unfolded, Yang Fendou pointed to the vase and continued, the intricate designs and figures on the lower half are masterfully executed, each stroke flowing naturally with a sense of purpose. In contrast, while the upper half strives to imitate the lower's patterns, it lacks the necessary vitality and feels overly rigid, devoid of any artistic essence, which reveals its flaw. Listening to Yang Fendou's analysis, Meng Qiu indeed began to sense the distinction and couldn't help but give Yang Fendou a thumbs up, exclaiming, young Master Yang, you are truly remarkable. Yang Fendou turned his gaze to Meng Liang, noticing that his countenance had grown increasingly grim as he stared intently at the gourd vase. Lost in thought, Xiang Mei, discerning the tension, quickly nudged Meng Qiu, prompting him to offer reassurance to Meng Liang. Dad, so what if it's a misjudgment? Aren't there many collectors who have made similar errors? Don't take it too much to heart. Sighing, Meng Liang replied, my distress does not stem from the misjudgment itself, but rather from pondering whether my friend, to whom I entrusted my possessions, was unaware of this or if he intentionally acted this way. The three exchanged glances, and Yang Fendou hastily remarked, Uncle Meng, my knowledge is limited and I may not be entirely correct. Perhaps you could conduct a sonic wave test? Let us discuss this later, Meng Liang replied, waving his hand and directing his gaze toward Yang Fendou. I trust your discernment. Thank you, Uncle Meng, Yang Fendou replied quickly. Let us proceed to the living room for further discussion. Meng Liang announced before making his way to the living room. Is your father all right? Xiang Mei quietly inquired of Meng Qiu. With a hint of concern, Meng Qiu replied, surely not. The old man is rather carefree, and I just celebrated his birthday and gifted him a beautiful inkstone. His mood is quite splendid. Yet, his gaze remained curiously fixed on Yang Fendou. The young man possessed an impressive discernment, reminding Meng Qiu of a friend from the past, who also had an extraordinary eye for detail and seldom touched items to examine them. Coincidentally, hailing from the same city, Shiha, Yang Fendou, intrigued, remarked, that is indeed remarkable. I must pay him a visit if the opportunity arises. Meng Liang offered Yang Fendou a cup of tea and continued. This person was formerly with the Shiha Municipal Bureau of Cultural Relics, sharing your surname, and is famously known as Yang Tianyan, which speaks to the acuity of his vision. Upon hearing this nickname, Yang Fendou felt a stir within, as it was the first time he had encountered an outsider referencing his father's moniker. Although he sensed this connection when Meng Liang broached the subject, he maintained a composed demeanor despite the internal tumult. Uncle Meng, where might I find this esteemed elder? I would certainly visit if given a chance. Yang Fendou earnestly asked Meng Liang. With a tinge of regret, Meng Liang shook his head. I fear such an opportunity may no longer exist. Many years ago, Shiha was the scene of a shocking cultural relics case, after which he vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou felt another wave of emotion. Striving to remain calm, he sighed softly. That is truly unfortunate. Having witnessed Yang Fendou's perceptiveness, Meng Liang was astonished yet wished to probe further to ascertain any connection to Yang Tianyan. After observing Yang Fendou's remarkable composure, he realized it was not something typical individuals could achieve. Of course, it was also possible that Yang Fendou bore no relation to Yang Tianyan. Yet Meng Liang trusted his instincts more profoundly. With a light chuckle, Meng Liang shifted the conversation. Let's not dwell on the past. Xiao Yu expressed a desire to resign and pursue antiquities with you. Initially, I was apprehensive about agreeing, but my stance has changed. His gaze turned to Meng Kaiyu as he continued, "You rascal, since you are disinclined to remain in the system, I shall not impose my will. Henceforth, work diligently alongside Fendou, but remember the rules of this trade. Some matters are permissible, while others must remain untouched." Instantly, Meng Kaiyu was elated, showering Meng Liang with gratitude. "Thank you, Dad. Rest assured, I will make you proud." Seeing his son so joyful, Meng Liang smiled with contentment. Observing Meng Kaiyu's exuberance, Shang Mei could not resist teasing. "Your scheme has finally borne fruit. I see you brought Yang Fendou here to persuade the old man to approve your resignation." Taken aback, Meng Kaiyu shook his head with a wry smile. "You misunderstand me. I speak the truth. Wu Tian and Li Jun, those two rascals, have indeed come to the provincial capital, and that snuff bottle was brought by them." Yang Fendou, confident in Meng Kaiyu's honesty, inquired earnestly, "Meng Ge, where's the item now?" Before Meng Kaiyu could speak, Meng Liang hastily interjected, "This snuff bottle was purchased by a friend of mine for 180,000. It was evident that Meng Kaiyu had informed him about the situation regarding the snuff bottle. "Young Master Yang, I have photos," Meng Kaiyu said, quickly retrieving his phone and presenting the images to Yang Fendou. Upon receiving the phone, Yang Fendou scrutinized the photographs of the snuff bottle, and after a few seconds, a look of seriousness crossed his face as he returned the phone to Meng Kaiyu. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three men shifted dramatically, and Meng Liang hurriedly asked, "Are you saying my friend has been deceived? I suspect Wu Tian lacks the means for this scheme. It must be Li Jun's handiwork. I assure you, when he showed your friend the goods, he intentionally displayed the two auspicious items to mislead him," Meng Liang said, feeling a tightness in his chest. "I will call my friend right away and have him come over." As Meng Liang made the call, a chill crept onto Yang Fendou's face. No wonder Wu Tian and Li Jun have been so quiet. It seems they are biding their time to deceive us in the provincial city. Shang Mei pondered for a moment before saying, "I believe this is Li Jun's idea, and the counterfeit was likely orchestrated by him as well. Otherwise, why would Wu Tian allow Li Jun to meddle in this matter?" Meng Kaiyu nodded in agreement, remarking, "It appears Li Jun is quite formidable, managing to acquire a convincingly authentic snuff bottle in such a short span." Yang Fendou contemplated the situation, glancing at the two with a serious demeanor. "Old Wang has mentioned to me that Li Jun possesses considerable skill. However," Meng Kaiyu waved dismissively, "what is there to fear? This matter is fundamentally between us and Wu Tian. He has intruded uninvited. If we're to speak of propriety, he was the first to disregard it. Furthermore, there is no secret that remains hidden. Even if he is unaware of the third piece in our possession today, he will eventually find out." Shang Mei could not help but roll her eyes at Meng Kaiyu, saying, "Regardless of the field, it is prudent to avoid making enemies. Moreover, Li Jun appears to be a petty man. Have you considered the consequences if he discovers the truth? Enough of this at this point. We shall take one step at a time. Whether he seeks to profit or assist Wu Tian will depend on his own capabilities," Yang Fendou concluded. After Yang Fendou spoke, Meng Liang hurriedly added, "My friend lives in this villa area. He will be here shortly." Chapter 46. Rejoicing Too Soon. 5 minutes later, a middle-aged man, slightly plump and of similar age to Meng Liang, arrived, panting heavily. "Old Zhao is here. Let me introduce you. This is Yang Fendou and Shang Mei, both friends of my son." "Hello, young ones," Old Zhao said, distracted by thoughts of the deception, making his greeting seem somewhat perfunctory. Meng Liang chuckled. "Old Zhao, don't be in such a rush. Let us take out the item for Fendou to examine. His discerning eye surpasses both yours and mine." Old Zhao hesitated not, retrieving the item while lamenting, "How can I not be anxious? That is 180,000 in hard cash." Placing the item on the coffee table, Yang Fendou opened the box and discovered that, indeed, it was the same two pieces Wu Tian possessed, though the one featuring the character for prosperity was unmistakably a counterfeit. This snuff bottle, inscribed with the character Lu, is undoubtedly a counterfeit, and it is still rather hot to the touch. Yang Fendou glanced at it, and, disregarding Lao Zhao's feelings, stated bluntly. Lao Zhao felt utterly disheartened, beads of cold sweat beginning to form on his forehead. "Young man, you must be certain. I have a magnifying glass and a flashlight here," he said, reaching into his pocket. However, Yang Fendou shook his head, declaring, "No need to inspect further. It is undoubtedly a replica. I presume you have seen the news regarding this snuff bottle?" Lao Zhao nodded that easily. "Yes. Li Jun from Xia City informed me that he was the one who released the news, as the third piece is in his possession, the very one before us." Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou's expression shifted. He had been contemplating whether to confront Li Jun, but he was taken aback by the audacity of this old man. A plan began to form in his mind. Before young Fendou could speak, Meng Kaiyu interjected, his anger boiling over. I can't believe this old fool is so shameless. Shang Mei cautiously observed Yang Fendou's expression and, noticing a glint of coldness in his gaze, quickly turned to Lao Zhao. Zhao Lao, I must inform you that the third piece is in Yang Fendou's possession. Li Jun's claim is false. With this revelation, Lao Zhao took out a handkerchief. Trembling as he wiped the sweat from his brow, casting a pleading look towards Meng Liang. Old Meng, you must assist me in this matter. Meng Liang hesitated, his gaze shifting to Yang Fendou as he tentatively asked, Fendou, what do you think we should do? After all, making a mistake in the antique trade is quite common. Typically, one can only suffer in silence. Yang Fendou, however, smiled mysteriously, sitting up straighter as he surveyed the group. Indeed, there are rules, but those apply to ordinary mistakes. What we have here is a scheme orchestrated by Li Jun, which is an entirely different matter. I suggest we call Li Jun immediately and see what he has to say. But the transaction was settled with a contract. Li Jun will undoubtedly deny any wrongdoing. Lao Zhao zipli nevao xin. Yang Fendou chuckled lightly, exuding confidence as he remarked, Fear not. I possess 100 methods to compel him to admit the truth. The one who should be afraid now is him, not you. The others exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Yang Fendou's thoughts. In the back seat, Li Jun wore a self-satisfied expression, having invested merely 10,000 yuan in a counterfeit and reaped significant profits. It was a delightful turn of events for him. However, in the passenger seat, Wu Tian was less than pleased, as their contract stipulated he would only receive 900,000 yuan, incurring a loss of 100,000. Li Jun had effectively profited from both sides. Boss Li, you truly are remarkable. Originally, Wu and I were at a loss. But who could have expected your intervention to bring such clarity? Sun Gang, the driver, observed Li Jun's smug demeanor through the rearview mirror and began to flatter him, hoping to leave a favorable impression for future benefits. Wu Tian, brimming with frustration, seized upon Sun Gang's words as an outlet for his anger, shouting, Shut your mouth and drive properly. Sun Gang, startled, nearly swerved into the barrier. Upon hearing this, Wu Tian's eyes lit up, and he tugged at his seatbelt. Turning eagerly to gaze at Li Jun, Mr. Li, I am immensely grateful to you. To be honest, I am not particularly in need of that 100,000. Rather, I have been vexed by Yang Fun's cunning trickery, and this grievance has weighed heavily on my heart. A sly smile flickered across Li Jun's face as he remarked, What right does a mere child, still in his infancy, have to contend with us? Rest assured, we have settled this score. As long as he continues to linger in the antique business, we shall have ample opportunities to deal with him. Wu Tian immediately chuckled darkly, Fear not, Mr. Li. As long as you hold me in regard, I shall follow you from now on. Me too. Sun Gang, anxious not to be left out, chimed in. Haha, Li Jun and Wu Tian laughed in unison. However, they rejoiced too soon. Before their laughter faded, a call from old Zhao interrupted them. Li Jun furrowed his brow, gesturing for Wu Tian to be silent, and composed himself before answering. Hello, old Zhao. How are things? The items are satisfactory, I trust? Goodness gracious. Li Yun, I never anticipated you would deceive me. I had someone examine the snuff bottles you provided, and one of them is a counterfeit, and a rather hot potato at that. Upon hearing this, Li Jun's expression darkened instantly. He had not expected old Zhao, such a simpleton, would recognize the fake. However, that did not seem right. These snuff bottles had cost him 10,000, and even he could not discern their authenticity when placed together. Ah, Li Jun feigned surprise. That cannot be. They are undoubtedly genuine. Still trying to fool me? I tell you, that Lu character snuff bottle is indeed in someone else's possession. If this is not a counterfeit, then what is? I give you 1 hour to come to my house with a solution, or else do not blame me for being ungracious. At this moment, Li Jun felt a flicker of panic. However, he could not easily concede that his items were fakes. Admitting so would tarnish his reputation in this industry. Although selling replicas is commonplace in the antique trade, after all, discerning genuine from counterfeit relies on one's skill. His orchestrating a deception would bear a far graver consequence. Contemplating this, Li Jun's eyes darted as he proposed, Old Zhao, I assure you, there is absolutely no issue with my items. Why not use a machine to test them? He was confident in this assertion, knowing that the counterfeit was crafted from dirt sourced from a pit, which would yield no results on the machine. Li Jun, if you do not come to see me within an hour, I will ensure this matter spreads throughout the entire circle. You can handle it as you see fit. With that, old Zhao abruptly hung up. Listening to the busy tone, Li Jun's face became as grim as if he had swallowed a fly. He was utterly perplexed as to who had spoiled his plans. "Ah, this is a highway. We cannot turn around," Sun Gang remarked, taken aback. Li Jun, in a fit of rage, retorted, "You fool. Can't you just go to the service area ahead to turn around?" At this moment, Wu Tian wore a puzzled expression, cautiously inquiring, "Mr. Li, what has transpired?" Someone has discerned that snuff bottle is a counterfeit." Li Jun scoffed, closing his eyes. Chapter 47. Such sharp eyes. Little did he know, with that single remark, Li Jun found himself once again plunged into despair. In the provincial capital, at Old Zhao's residence. After finishing a phone call, Old Zhao invited Meng Liang and Yang Fendou to his home. Although a trace of concern lingered on Old Zhao's face, he felt somewhat reassured after hearing a few words from Yang Fendou. To express his gratitude, he took out his cherished Longjing tea. The group enjoyed their tea while engaging in conversation. While it was unclear what others thought, Shang Mei felt a twinge of worry for Yang Fendou. After all, confronting Li Jun would not bode well for him. Yang Fendou, however, smiled and said, "It matters not. This circle is quite small. Li Yun, unlike Wu Tian, would hardly think of me, and he must know that if there is indeed a third piece, it would certainly be in my possession. Let us just proceed." Meng Kaiyu nodded in agreement. Although Old Zhao was well off, 180,000 was still a significant sum, and he was unwilling to swallow this grievance. Just as Old Zhao was fidgeting, the doorbell of the villa rang. It was Li Jun and Wu Tian, accompanied by the pug, Sun Gang. Li Jun intended to explain the matter of the snuff bottle to Old Zhao, but upon entering the living room and seeing Yang Fendou and the others, a flicker of tension crossed his face. It was evident that Yang Fendou was the one thwarting his plans. "Old Zhao, your call prompted me to rush here from the highway," Li Jun said, his demeanor that of a seasoned player, masking any sign of discomfort after a brief moment of contemplation. In contrast, Wu Tian and Sun Gang wore expressions of surprise and anger. Yet their status dictated that they could only stand by and listen. I have no desire for idle chatter. What do you propose we do about this matter?" Old Zhao snapped irritably. Yang Fendou smiled and nodded. "Boss Li, you are astute. Indeed, I possess a third piece. One acquired directly from the owner of this set of snuff bottles. The one you sold to Old Zhao is, naturally, a counterfeit." Li Jun paused, sneering. "You claim yours is genuine. I assert mine is authentic. Who can discern the truth?" Yang Fendou had anticipated Li Jun's retort and shook his head with a wry smile. "Heaven knows, earth knows, I know. Do you believe something crafted from the earth of Old Pit is genuinely authentic?" At this, Li Jun's expression shifted dramatically. He was indeed rattled, taken aback that Yang Fendou could discern the material of the snuff bottle. Setting aside other matters, his perceptiveness was remarkable. During our first meeting, I mentioned the prospect of collaborating with young Master Yang. I did not foresee our initial interaction commencing in such a manner, Li Jun remarked with another cold laugh. Yang Fendou reciprocated the smile, saying, "One must be aligned in purpose to find common ground. But alas, differing paths preclude collaboration. You possess some insight, young man. It seems we are destined to cross paths in the future," Li Jun concluded. However, Yang Fendou appeared to have not heard him, unperturbed by the veiled threat. "Li Jun, have you finished your idle chatter? What do you intend to do about this situation?" Old Zhao interjected, his impatience palpable. Li Jun turned his gaze towards Old Zhao, a look of regret on his face as he said, "Old Zhao, to be candid, this third snuff bottle was acquired at a considerable price. I genuinely believed it to be authentic, which is why I dare to share it with you. However, if you harbor doubts and do not trust my word, then let us forego this transaction. I shall refund your money, and you can return the item to me." Although Li Jun maintained a calm demeanor, a tempest of anger brewed within him. Were it not for Yang Fendou's intervention, he would never have easily consented to a return. Yet, faced with the current predicament, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Observing this, Old Zhao had already devised a plan. With a cold gaze fixed upon Li Jun, he remarked, "I do not concern myself with whether you acted intentionally or merely misjudged. I will keep the 2 authentic snuff bottles, and you may take the counterfeit. As for the money, you shall keep 30,000 and refund me the remainder." 30,000? Wu Tian exclaimed upon hearing this. "You expect me to part with 2 genuine Qianlong snuff bottles for that sum?" "Silence. What authority do you possess to speak here?" Old Zhao's sharp reprimand sent Wu Tian into a cold sweat. Leaving him to place his hopes solely on Li Jun's expression shifted dramatically, his fury simmering beneath the surface. Yet he forced himself to suppress it. Should he erupt now, he would fall right into Yang Fendou's trap, exposing the scheme he had orchestrated. Nevertheless, he could not easily acquiesce to Old Zhao's demands. "Old Zhao, let us return everything. I am not concerned about the 30,000. His words were unmistakably clear. Li Jun was unwilling to concede any advantage to Yang Fendou. I'm extending an olive branch here, and I genuinely appreciate this item. 30,000 for 2 pieces of folk kiln snuff bottles is already a generous offer. If you continue to hold firm, I shall begin to doubt your character. Moreover, you are well aware of my reputation. It will not be long before word spreads throughout not only Xia City, but the entire provincial circle about how you, Li Jun, deceived me this time. The only reason I can converse with you calmly is due to our past friendship. I do not seek compensation for my emotional distress. Let us resolve this matter swiftly so that we may continue our dealings in the future. Weigh the pros and cons for yourself. After delivering his ultimatum, old Zhao settled back on the sofa and took a sip of tea. Li Jun's expression shifted rapidly through various emotions before he finally gritted his teeth and nodded. Very well, since we have reached this point, let us proceed as you suggest, old Zhao. To be honest, I have incurred a significant loss this time. I initially believed the 3rd bottle to be authentic, but alas, I misjudged. Perhaps friendship demands such sacrifices. Haha, Li Jun, spare me the theatrics. I shall not pursue the truth behind this matter any further. Your words are somewhat superfluous, old Zhao replied, handing over the counterfeit snuff bottle. After Li Jun packed it away, he took out his phone and initiated a transfer to old Zhao. Within half a minute, 1,770,000 had been credited to old Zhao's account. No need for farewells. Old Zhao remarked curtly as the fund arrived. Li Yun paused momentarily, then turned to Yang Fendou with a smile. In the world of antiques, it may seem trivial, yet I believe our paths shall cross again. Yang Fendou smirked, safet trafos. As Li Jun turned, a sinister smile crossed his face as he cast a fleeting glance at Yang Fendou, then swiftly made his way outside. Wu Tian and Sun Gang, momentarily stunned like 2 fools, hurriedly followed suit. Once Li Jun and his companions departed, the remaining few burst into hearty laughter. After a moment, old Zhao signaled to the group, then placed the pair of snuff bottles before Yang Fendou, declaring, Young Master Yang, these snuff bottles are now yours. Chapter 48. No reward without effort. Once inside the car, Li Jun erupted in fury, his fists pounding vehemently against the seat. Wu Tian, hesitant to utter a word, quickly gestured for Sun Gang to drive away. Damn it, that scoundrel Yang Fendou actually dared to ruin my plans. He must be tired of living. Hearing Li Jun's wrathful voice, Wu Tian wore a mournful expression. Boss Li, at least you haven't lost anything. I, however, am in dire straits. I've lost both the lady and my men, and they took those snuff bottles for a mere 30,000. I simply cannot swallow this insult. Li Yun glared coldly at Wu Tian, ceiling, How dare you? That amount barely covers the cost of a 3rd snuff bottle. In a fit of rage, Li Jun pulled out a snuff bottle from his pocket and hurled it out of the car window, shattering it on the road. Observing Li Yun's demeanor, Wu Tian was on the verge of exploding with anger. The snuff bottle rightfully belonged to him, yet he couldn't even secure 30,000, and naturally, he dared not demand money from Li Jun, instead directing his ire towards Yang Fendou. Boss Li, I cannot let this go unpunished. You must devise a way to deal with that scoundrel, or how will we continue in this business? Be silent. Li Jun bark tinanjir. Just wait. If I do not make him pay, then I am not Li Jun. In contrast, old Zhao's villa was filled with laughter and joy, especially as old Zhao wore a beaming smile, full of gratitude towards Yang Fendou. Meanwhile, Yang Fendou, glancing at the snuff bottles being offered by old Zhao, shook his head and chuckled. Old Zhao, a gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it justly. How could I take what others cherish? Besides, one should receive rewards only for their efforts, and I truly do not deserve this. Old Zhao, taken aback, waved his hand and laughed. Young Master Yang, please do not say such things. Without your assistance, that 180,000 would have been lost. Furthermore, after this commotion, my initial enthusiasm for the snuff bottles has faded. To be honest, seeing them now only raises my blood pressure. Hearing old Zhao's words, Meng Liang and the others couldn't help but laugh. Ahaha! Old Zhao, upon hearing Yang Fendou's remarks, burst into hearty laughter. Young Master Yang, you still do not understand my character. If I were to set a price, what kind of person would I be? I genuinely do not desire these. I insist on gifting them to you. Yang Fendou could see that old Zhao was sincere, yet he could not accept them without offering something in return. Just as he was about to refuse, Meng Liang intervened. Fendou, old Zhao is a man of his word. He speaks from the heart. Do not decline, but cannot be without cost. Let us settle on the price of 30,000, so that all parties feel at ease. Meng Liang, being astute, quickly discerned Yang Fendou's intentions and acted as a mediator. Ha! You're indeed clever, old Meng. Let it be so. Old Zhao, upon hearing this, nodded in delight. As Meng Kaiyu noticed Yang Fendou's lingering hesitation, he quickly interjected, "Young Master Yang, given Uncle Zhao's kind intentions, we cannot afford to slight his generosity, can we?" Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou decided against further refusal, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to old Zhao. "Uncle Zhao, your hospitality is truly overwhelming. I shall graciously accept." While speaking, Yang Fendou carefully tucked away the pair of snuff bottles and requested old Zhao's account number to transfer 30,000 yuan. With the addition of the one he had at home, he would have a complete set, which could fetch at least 180,000 if he encountered a suitable buyer. This trip to the provincial capital was indeed worthwhile. That's the spirit. From now on, just treat me as you would Meng Liang. Never hesitate to be courteous with me, for I shall reciprocate in kind. My greatest passion lies in collecting antiquities. Unlike old Meng and the others who favor larger vessels, old Zhao remarked, his face lighting up with joy upon the completion of their transaction. Meng Liang couldn't suppress a chuckle as he turned to Yang Fendou. "Old Zhao speaks the truth. In the future, if you have anything of value, you should show it to him first. If the items are satisfactory, this fellow is not short of funds." Old Zhao chuckled wryly, shaking his head. "How could I not be short of funds? That snuff bottle costing 180,000 nearly sent me to the hospital." "Oh, please. It was not the money that troubled you. It was the deception that vexed you." They both laughed heartily. "Ah, Uncle Meng, Uncle Zhao, listen to me. There is no need to wait. Right now, Yang Fendou possesses two delightful treasures, one of which is particularly favored by Uncle Zhao." At this moment, Shang Mei could no longer contain herself, urgently silencing the laughter of the two men. Both old Zhao and old Meng immediately grew anxious, casting curious glances at Yang Fendou. Inside, Yang Fendou felt a pang of distress. He had intended to keep his items under wraps a little longer before seeking an opportunity to sell. For good treasures rarely go unsold. To his dismay, this woman had let the cat out of the bag. Ultimately, Yang Fendou could only manage a wry smile and nod, confirming that he indeed possessed two items, currently resting in the car. "I shall fetch them. I'll accompany you," Meng Kaiyu exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he followed her out. Observing their eagerness, Yang Fendou suddenly recalled the adage, "A dog cannot hide two tails of oil." Quite fitting. "Here, young Master Yang, have some tea," old Zhao said with a smile, refilling Yang Fendou's cup. The trio sipped their tea while awaiting the return of the two. Merely a stroke of luck," Yang Fendou replied, setting down his cup with a grin. Old Zhao, now even more curious, turned to Meng Kaiyu. "What intriguing items do you have? Quickly, bring them forth so I may behold." With a mysterious smile, Meng Kaiyu carefully placed the item on the tea table. In her hands was the blue and white cover jar that Yang Fendou had recently acquired. Upon seeing it, both old Zhao and old Meng were taken aback, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. Lacking a keen interest in such artifacts, old Zhao shifted his gaze to Meng Liang. "Old Meng, you are the expert. Please examine it." Meng Liang promptly retrieved his portable tools, donned gloves, and cautiously lifted the jar, scrutinizing it inch by inch with a magnifying glass. Upon noticing the Xinde Tang mark at the base, his face was alight with uncontainable excitement. This is a Qing Dynasty Daowang period blue and white cover jar, and, judging by the inscription, it appears to be from an official kiln, Meng Liang remarked, casting a glance towards Yang Fendou. Yang Fendou displayed a hint of admiration. Although Meng Kaiyu's discerning eye was lacking, his father could undoubtedly be regarded as an expert. "You are absolutely right," he replied. Meng Liang nodded and continued to examine the jar, but after a moment, his previously excited expression suddenly shifted to one of concern. Leaning closer to the blue and white jar, he inhaled deeply and hurriedly addressed Yang Fendou. "Fendou, something feels amiss. Why does it emit a strong scent of floral perfume, mingled with a hint of paint?" Chapter 49. I will purchase it no matter the cost. Yang Fendou smiled, about to explain, when Shang Mei interjected with a cheerful tone. "Uncle Meng, isn't Yang Fendou's keen eye impressive? Do you know how this item came to be?" This piqued the curiosity of Meng Liang and old Zhao, who promptly inquired, "How did it come to be?" Seeing Yang Fendou remain silent, Shang Mei decided to divulge the entire backstory of how they acquired the blue and white jar, although she refrained from disclosing the price paid. "My goodness, young Master Yang, I am eager to learn from you," Meng Kaiyu exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, as he leaped from the sofa and cupped his fists in salute to Yang Fendou. Indeed, Fendou had stumbled upon a remarkable treasure. Daowang period official kiln porcelain is quite rare, especially exquisite pieces like this one, which I estimate could fetch at least 200,000 and possibly even more at auction. Old Zhao chuckled as he glanced at Meng Liang, saying, "Aren't you fond of such items? Why not keep it for yourself? Good fortunes should not be squandered on outsiders." Meng Liang shook his head. "I enjoy collecting, but I do not engage in reselling. I already possess a piece from the Daowang period at home. Let us assist Fendou in finding a suitable buyer." Old Zhao immediately thumped his chest, proclaiming, "Leave this matter to me. I can contact a reliable buyer shortly. However, didn't you mention a small item as well? Do show it to me. Why the suspense?" Seeing Old Zhao's eager expression, Yang Fendou and the others shared a laugh. Shang Mei cautiously retrieved a birdseed jar from her bag and presented it to Old Zhao, stating, "Uncle Zhao, take a look at this." Unfazed by the customary etiquette of not passing items hand to hand amongst antiquities enthusiasts, Old Zhao snatched it from Shang Mei's grasp. Good heavens! A Qianlong period blue and white birdseed jar. Upon hearing Old Zhao identify the jar, Yang Fendou was taken aback. Realizing Old Zhao was indeed truthful about his affinity for studying such curiosities. "Uncle Zhao, your discerning eye is commendable, although it's from folk kiln. The craftsmanship is exquisite," Yang Fendou remarked with a smile. Old Zhao nodded. "Let us not even discuss the blue and white figures on this jar. Just look at the single handle, how authentic it appears." Meng Liang, observing Old Zhao's expression, jested, "Old Zhao, by the look on your face, are you planning to keep this?" "Of course. Such a fine piece is meant for my collection. Didn't I say, good fortunes should not be squandered on outsiders?" Old Zhao exclaimed, cradling the birdseed jar with affection. "Young Master Yang, name your price. I will pay any amount." Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou could only express his helplessness, not expecting Old Zhao to be so determined to purchase it. Upon hearing that Lao Zhao intended to make a purchase, Shang Mei's lips curled into a mysterious smile as she remarked, "Uncle Zhao, why the rush? Allow me to share some news that will surely elevate your spirits even further." Lao Zhao, somewhat skeptical, gazed at Shang Mei and inquired, "What could possibly be more significant than the jar of bird feed I possess?" Noticing Lao Zhao's growing impatience, Shang Mei, concerned for his well-being, quickly replied, "In fact, Yang Fendou has another jar of bird feed, which pairs perfectly with yours." "A pair?" Upon hearing this, Lao Zhao's gaze swiftly shifted to Yang Fendou, his face a mask of astonishment as he questioned, "Is what she said true?" Yang Fendou nodded, smiling as he affirmed, "What Shang Mei stated is correct. I do have another one, though it remains in Shiha City and is not with me at the moment." Upon hearing this, Lao Zhao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No matter, I can always make a trip to Shiha. Such a remarkable item is worth the journey." Observing Lao Zhao's enthusiasm, Yang Fendou thought little of the matter, realizing he could not lay claim to the pair of jars. Therefore, he decided to share them with Lao Zhao as a gesture of goodwill. "Uncle Zhao, if you truly desire them, I shall give you the pair. As for the price, you may decide." In a typical antiquities transaction, Yang Fendou would have found such behavior commendable, given the other party's demeanor. Lao Zhao appeared to be a man of genuine character, and as he was not entrenched in the antiques trade, he would not overinflate his asking price. Allowing the other party to propose a price was merely a courtesy to Meng Liang. How forthright! Upon hearing this, Lao Zhao's spirits lifted, and he exclaimed, "The value of a single jar is modest, but as a pair, their worth is considerably greater. Thus, I propose 30,000 for them. What does that sound?" This price for a pair of Qing Dynasty bird feed jars was certainly not negligible, and in an auction, it might even fetch a higher sum. Young Fendou, without further deliberation, nodded in agreement, saying, "We shall adhere to Uncle Zhao's proposed price. Rest assured, everything I sell is guaranteed authentic. Should you encounter any issues later, you may contact me directly. If it indeed turns out to be my fault, I shall accept a return and provide you with tenfold compensation." However, Lao Zhao waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Such words are unnecessary. From this point forward, we are friends. Please refrain from speaking in such a manner. If I do not trust you, I would not be purchasing from you." After Lao Zhao concluded his remarks, the group celebrated with tea, and he subsequently requested Yang Fendou's bank account number. Following a series of transactions, Yang Fendou received 30,000. "Uncle Zhao, you have given all to me at once?" Lao Zhao chuckled. "This way, we can avoid any lengthy delays. Afterwards, we shall journey to Shiha together to retrieve the other jar." "Thank you, Uncle Zhao. I graciously accept." Yang Fendou expressed his gratitude. Although he initially wished to decline, he refrained from doing so, seeing the group's high spirits. Half an hour later, the party arrived at a high-end restaurant in the provincial capital, proceeding directly to their reserved private room. Once the food and drinks were served, Lao Zhao instructed the waiter to leave. He then raised his glass, glancing around at the group, and cheerfully proclaimed, "This meal serves to welcome young Master Yang and Shang Mei, to express gratitude for young Master Yang's assistance, and to anticipate further engagements in the future. I shall drink. You may join me as you wish." Indeed, a person of genuine character does not deceive. With a single gulp, he consumed a cup of the national liquor, and the others followed suit, save for Shang Mei, who merely sipped. Just as they set down their glasses, the door to the private room swung open, revealing a portly middle-aged man who entered with a beaming smile. "Ah, Director Zhao, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. The traffic in the provincial capital was quite congested." This man, upon entering, clasped his hands in greeting and offered his apologies to old Zhao. "Huh, old Jean, you should have informed me of your arrival on my turf sooner, had it not been for your need for assistance. I dare say you would have found yourself in more leisurely pursuits." Old Zhao chuckled, rising to shake his hand. "Director Zhao, you jest. I assure you, I have pressing matters this time. Otherwise, I would have invited you for drinks long ago." Old Jean replied hastily. "Very well, allow me to introduce my friends," old Zhao said, proceeding to introduce Meng Liang and Yang Fendou, to which old Jean promptly handed out his business cards with a smile. "I am Jean Deshang, though those familiar with me affectionately call me Jean Buhui. I enjoy drinking and making friends. Should you find yourself in East City, do not hesitate to call me. I promise to arrange everything impeccably." Yang Fendou accepted the card and scrutinized Jean Deshang with a smile. Adorned in a large gold chain, a Patek Philippe watch, and a tailored high-end suit, he epitomized the nouveau riche. The thought of Sun Gang crossed his mind, though he recalled that Sun Gang was largely a pretender, while the Jean Deshang before him was undeniably a man of considerable wealth. Chapter 50. A different field is like a different mountain. Once seated, Jean Deshang, eager to convey his sincerity, raised his glass and poured himself a drink. Old Zhao immediately grinned and remarked to the others, "Old Jean is quite remarkable. 20 years ago, he was herding sheep in the village. Then, when East City discovered its coal reserves, he dug a few holes in the mountains and struck it rich with $1 million. Since that moment, he has been enlightened. Coupled with the substantial compensation from land sales in the village, he directly contracted a coal mine, which has since grown into a considerable enterprise. A few years ago, he made a trip to Kyoto and purchased 10 luxury Land Rover SUVs, each worth over 100,000. Hearing this, Jean Deshang waved his hand with a smile, saying, "A true hero does not dwell on past glories. Business has become challenging. Thus, I am compelled to travel far and wide in search of opportunities." Shang Mei was utterly unimpressed by such a nouveau riche persona, especially as his words came across as boastful. Yet, Yang Fendou understood that East City in Ming Province had once been a desolate area, which suddenly flourished upon the discovery of rich underground mineral resources. It was said that during its most prosperous days, even shepherds drove expensive cars while tending their flocks. Of course, these mineral resources are non-renewable, and East City's economy largely resembles a bubble. Though developed with modernity, it remains sparsely populated, with countless high-rises standing empty. Even reputable media have reported on East City as a ghost town, though is gradually evolving into a bustling metropolis. East City undoubtedly shines as a new star upon the grasslands. Jean Deshang set down his glass and nodded, stating, "Indeed, you have no idea. I have ventured into another mining endeavor, but the paperwork is stalled, necessitating a trip to Kyoto. You are aware that times have changed, prompting me to consider acquiring an antique, as it would certainly demonstrate our sincerity." Jean Deshang refrained from delving deeper into the matter, yet the others grasped the underlying meaning. Some things need not be articulated too explicitly, for they are easily understood by attentive listeners. "Huh, you are fortunate this time. I must inform you that young Master Yang possesses a genuine treasure, albeit at a rather steep price. However, there is a rationale behind the expense. The item is authentic and undeniably captivating at first glance." Observing this, Lao Zhao chuckled softly and addressed Jean Deshang. Jean Deshang's eyes sparkled with interest as he eagerly inquired of Yang Fendou, "What treasure does young Master Yang possess? Do reveal it, for money is no object." Yang Fendou, recognizing that Jean Deshang was rather unsophisticated and unlikely to comprehend the nuances of antiques, chose to forego lengthy explanations and simply produced a blue and white covered jar. Jean Deshang approached, lifting the jar for inspection, exclaiming, "Isn't this merely a small pickled vegetable jar?" Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances of exasperation, prompting Lao Zhao to clarify, "Old Jean, refrain from making hasty judgments. This is a genuine Qinghua covered jar from the Daguang era. Anyone with a modicum of understanding would undoubtedly appreciate it. Oh, Jean Duchang remarked, setting the jar down with a furrowed brow. I have heard that the person responsible for approvals has a penchant for collecting such items. Being friends, let us not delve into further details. How much do you desire for it? When the topic of money arose, Yang Fendou hesitated, casting a knowing glance at Meng Kaiyu, who promptly interjected with a smile. As for the price, I am well versed. A similar piece fetched 3 million at an auction in the capital a few years back. If Boss Jean is interested, I can let this one go for 2 million. 2 million? Jean Duchang's expression turned to one of astonishment. Observing this, Lao Zhao whispered, Old Jean, does 2 million truly pose a problem for you? I assure you, I'm not inflating the price. Jean Duchang quickly waved his hand, stating, It's not that I find 2 million excessive or insufficient. In my understanding, that some could purchase a luxury vehicle, something tangible and visible. I cannot fathom spending such a sum on a mere pickled vegetable jar. Lao Zhao chuckled. Ah, the disparity between fields is vast. Were you more acquainted with this realm, you would not utter such remarks. I assure you, if you were to collect in a few years, it would undoubtedly appreciate to 3 million. Furthermore, gifting someone a luxury car, do you think they would accept it? Lao Zhao's words suddenly illuminated Jean Duchang's understanding, and he nodded, declaring, understood. Then let us settle on 2 million. After all, what's a little extra coal mining? I, Jean Duchang, am not one to dither. Hearing this, Yang Fendou felt a surge of joy. 2 million was his anticipated maximum price, and he was pleasantly surprised by Jean Duchang's willingness to be so straightforward. Minutes later, the transaction was completed, and after raising a glass, Jean Duchang remarked, In the future, these items will undoubtedly prove useful in our dealings, as they possess a certain subtlety. Should you come across anything of worth, do keep me in mind. As I said, money is no issue. I must take my leave now. Today's meal is on me. With that, Jean Duchang grasped the blue and white jar and made his way toward the door. Take care, old Jean. This item is precious. It would be wise to find an exquisite box to protect it, came the advice. Certainly, I shall treat you all again when I have the chance. Jean Duchang replied before exiting. In just a few minutes, 2 million had come into hand, and this old Jean was remarkably affluent. Meng Kaiyu still felt as if he were in a dream. Lao Zhao chuckled, remarking that this old Jean, hailing from the grasslands, was exceptionally generous. If they were to sell anything in the future, it would be worthwhile to engage with him. Yang Fendou wore a faint smile as well. After deducting the 30,000 he owed Lao Zhao, he netted over 220,000, a truly worthwhile venture. He no longer worried about his sister's medical expenses. Now, he simply awaited a suitable kidney donor. The group was delighted, save for Meng Liang, whose expression bore a hint of gravity. Lao Zhao, noticing this, inquired old Meng, What troubles you? Is it that Fendou's business success displeases you? Meng Liang waved his hand dismissively, saying no. It is the words of old Jean that weigh heavily on my heart. To think that one must use such precious items merely as a means to gain favor for legitimate procedures. It's utterly disgraceful. The others understood Meng Liang's sentiments, as he, being entrenched within the system, could truly grasp the gravity of such matters. Lao Zhao paused thoughtfully and then asserted, In this world, there is always a balance of cause and effect. One need only maintain integrity. Meng Liang remained silent, but lifted his gaze to congratulate Yang Fendou, saying, Well done, Fendou. You have a promising future. Allow me to impart a piece of advice. Yang Fendou eagerly raised his glass, replying, Uncle Meng, I am all ears. In the world of antiques, one must keep their eyes discerning yet their heart pure. Never let envy cloud your vision. Upon finishing, Meng Liang downed his drink in one gulp. Uncle Meng, I shall remember your words for a lifetime, Yang Fendou declared, matching the gesture. The atmosphere soon grew lively again. Lao Zhao and Meng Liang shared a few more drinks before becoming inebriated, leaving the private room with arms around each other. Meng Kaiyu, too, had imbibed considerably, repetitively voicing his intent to follow Yang Fendou in the antique business. Yang Fendou, genuinely elated, found himself slightly tipsy, despite his usual inexperience with alcohol. Chapter 51. Only one room left. Upon hearing this, Shang Mei chose to disregard the other person. Meanwhile, Yang Fendou had slumped over the table, appearing to be in slumber. Let me call a designated driver for you, Shang Mei huffed, directing her frustration at Meng Kaiyu. Staggering to his feet, Meng Kaiyu waved his hand, insisting, No need. I'll have the hotel staff summon one for me. Just as he spoke, he lost his balance and knocked over a plate on the table. Seeing this, Shang Mei had no choice but to support Meng Kaiyu, half dragging him outside. Once they managed to get him into the car and provided the driver with the address, she wiped the sweat from her brow and turned back toward the private room. Young Fendou remained slumped over the table, and after taking a deep breath to compose herself, Xiang Mei approached and struggled to rouse him. "What is going on?" Young Fendou mumbled, dazed and disoriented. However, he felt heavy and unresponsive, and after her earlier efforts to pull Meng Kaiyu out, she found herself lacking the strength. Reluctantly, she called upon 2 waitstaff to assist in transporting Young Fendou to an upstairs guest room. After settling him onto the bed, the staff handed the room card to Xiang Mei, who expressed her surprise at receiving a single card. "Oh, your friend has booked a room for you," the waiter said busily. Xiang Mei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she replied, "Please book me another room." The waiter, displaying a hint of difficulty, responded, "I'm sorry, but we are fully booked today. There are no rooms available." After the waiter departed, a flurry of chaotic thoughts invaded Xiang Mei's mind, especially as her gaze fell upon Young Fendou, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Shaking her head vigorously, she approached the bedside, her brows furrowed with concern as she looked at Young Fendou, who lay face down, seemingly in danger of suffocating under the covers. With no other option, she reached out and pulled him over with force. Perhaps due to a lack of balance, her foot slipped and she inadvertently landed atop Young Fendou. In that moment of awkwardness, she felt a rush to get up. However, upon seeing him asleep with his eyes closed, she found herself momentarily entranced, her red lips drawing ever closer to his face. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, Young Fendou suddenly opened his eyes and their gazes locked, freezing them in place. His mind raced in a flurry of thoughts, and he scrambled off the bed in fright. Xiang Mei, now blushing profusely, stood with her back to him, trying to tidy her disheveled hair. "I'm sorry, I drank a bit too much earlier," Young Fendou stammered. "It's nothing." "You were drunk, and I asked the waiter to bring you in. I was just about to cover you with a blanket," Xiang Mei replied, her voice trembling and slightly stuttering. By now, Young Fendou's intoxication had faded considerably. He awkwardly glanced at Xiang Mei and said, "You should rest. I'll go find another room." "Don't bother. There are no more rooms. Otherwise, do you think I would be in your room?" Xiang Mei retorted sharply. "Oh, then you rest. I'll check other hotels," Young Fendou said, preparing to turn and leave. At this, Xiang Mei felt a surge of irritation and turned to him, coldly stating, "Where will you find a room at this hour? Besides, I'm not afraid of you. What could I possibly do to you?" As Xiang Mei expressed her frustration, Young Fendou dared not move, instead turning back with a wry smile. "All right then, you sleep. I'll just make do on the sofa for the night." "What else would you do? Do you wish to sleep in a bed?" Xiang Mei shot him a glare before retreating into the bathroom. Young Fendou rubbed his head, feeling helpless as he curled up on the sofa, wondering how this situation had escalated as if he were about to impose something upon Xiang Mei. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Xiang Mei hid her face in her hands, unsure if she felt shy or excited, but certainly devoid of any anger. Over half an hour later, after finishing her shower, she emerged to find Young Fendou already asleep on the sofa. "What a fool," she muttered to herself, suddenly feeling a twinge of insecurity. Was she not pretty enough? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she tossed and turned, finding it difficult to sleep. Unbeknownst to her, Young Fendou had been feigning sleep all along. Gazing at Xiang Mei, a wicked thought surged within him, urging him to utilize his abilities, as he was, after all, a normal man and not a saint. Yet, in the end, rationality prevailed. The following day dawned. Upon awakening and stretching comfortably, Xiang Mei discovered that Young Fendou had already vacated the room. A hint of perplexity crossed her delicate visage as she hastily donned her attire and tidied up. "You're awake. Hurry and freshen up. Let's enjoy breakfast while it's still warm." The fare at his place is quite commendable. Young Fendou, in an effort to avert any embarrassment, dared not meet Xiang Mei's gaze. She remained silent, quickly arranging her belongings before settling onto the sofa, her eyes drawn to the steaming milk on the table, which suddenly filled her heart with a small joy. "All right, and there's this." In a flurry, Young Fendou retrieved an egg from his pocket. Puffed. Xiang Mei was instantly amused by Young Fendou's antics, and one might assume he had pilfered an egg. Young Fendou sighed in exasperation, explaining, "I couldn't hold it with both hands, so I had to stow it away." Just then, a series of knocks resonated at the door. Upon opening it, Young Fendou was greeted by Meng Kaiyu, who stood at the threshold with a mischievous grin. A sense of foreboding washed over Young Fendou. This fellow was known to speak his mind without restraint. Once inside, Meng Kaiyu surveyed the room, his gaze landing on the unmade bed, and he quipped, "It seems you two had a splendid night's rest." Xiang Mei's face flushed crimson, and she retorted angrily. How can you say that? Why did you book only one room? Yang Fendou quickly chimed in. Indeed, Mengu. This was rather inconsiderate of you. Meng Kaiyu, with a rueful smile, clarified, it wasn't my choice. It was the only room left. With that, Xiang Mei grabbed her bag and exited the room. Once she was a distance away, Meng Kaiyu turned to Yang Fendou with a conspiratorial smile and said, so, brother, was it fruitful this time? If you keep talking, I might just hit you. I had to endure a night on the sofa, and my back still aches. Yang Fendou, feeling helpless, turned to leave as well. Meng Kaiyu's eyes twinkled with mischief as he began to speculate. Wait a moment. Is your back pain truly from the sofa? Yang Xiao, don't rush off. I have some premium caterpillar fungus here. He called out while jogging after him. As they parted, both Yang Fendou and Xiang Mei seemed to have unspoken words, yet after a long pause, neither could muster the courage to voice them. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Yang Fendou proceeded toward the hospital ward, unaware that two pairs of eyes were observing him from a nearby white Mercedes. Chapter 52. If there's trouble, let be directed at me. Upon Yang Fendou's arrival at the inpatient department, one of the women in the car began to speak. Mu Xiao nodded, her brow furrowing slightly. Investigate the two individuals surrounding Yang Fendou. Understood. With that, the vehicle roared to life and departed the hospital. As Yang Fendou entered the ward, he encountered Fengyu, who was just stepping out with some medication. They both paused momentarily, and Yang Fendou offered a friendly smile as a greeting. Fengyu, appearing somewhat disheartened, coldly remarked, your sister is doing quite well. By the way, two women just visited her. Watching her retreating figure, Yang Fendou chuckled softly and made his way to his sister's bedside. Where's our mother? She went to buy some books for me. Yang Xiao replied with a playful grin. Yang Fendou, feeling bemused, inquired, what are you laughing about? Yang Xiao assessed Yang Fendou and exclaimed, upon closer inspection, my brother indeed embodies the kind of charm that captivates young ladies. What does that mean? Yang Fendou, seated in a chair, appeared utterly perplexed. Yang Xiao continued, allow me to enlighten you. Just a moment ago, two lovely ladies visited me, claiming to be your friends. Coincidentally, Nurse Feng Yu was present as well. Perhaps it was due to some instinctual rivalry, but upon discovering their connection to you, her expression shifted, seemingly tinged with jealousy. Goodness, what a tangled web of thoughts for someone so young. Do enlighten me on the names of these two ladies. With a resigned expression, Yang Fendou replied, I have no idea. Yang Xiao gestured towards the opposite side of the bed, saying, I didn't mention their names. Just sent this grand floral arrangement and those unidentifiable nutritional products. Yang Fendou's gaze fell upon the nutritional items, recognizing them as imported. High-end products that ordinary families could scarcely afford. A sense of unease began to creep into his mind. Apart from Xiang Mei and Suman, he knew no other women in Shiha's city, particularly not those who could afford such lavish gifts. Could it possibly be them? A fleeting thought of two familiar figures crossed his mind, causing his heart to skip a beat. He turned to Yang Xiao with a serious demeanor. Do not touch these items, and under no circumstances should you consume anything. Do you understand? Noticing her brother's sudden change in demeanor, Yang Xiao's expression mirrored his tension, and she instinctively nodded. Yang Fendou swiftly made his way to the window and dialed his mother, Yiyan. Upon seeing her enter the hospital gates, he let out a sigh of relief and ended the call. Nevertheless, unease lingered within him. He turned to his sister briefly before exiting the ward to seek solace in the restroom, where he retrieved the pure gold business card from Mu Xiao and dialed the number inscribed upon it. Mr. Yang, you've called quite promptly. Mu Xiao's icy voice resonated through the line. Yang Fendou's expression darkened instantly. I have made it clear that if you have intentions towards me, any harm to my family will render you regretful, he replied sternly. Firstly, I am not selling anything. Secondly, I have no interest. You will sell, and I am certain you will develop an interest. Mu Xiao's words lingered before the line fell silent. Yang Fendou gripped his phone tightly, his reflection in the restroom mirror revealing a countenance shrouded in coldness. After a few moments of composure, he splashed cold water on his face, striving to regain his equilibrium before exiting the restroom. Where have you been? Yiyan inquired with concern as her son re-entered. Oh, I just stepped into the restroom. Yang Fendou replied hastily. Yiyan nodded and signaled for him to join her on the sofa outside. Xiao mentioned that two young ladies visited her, claiming to be your friends. Upon inspecting those nutritional products, I noticed they are all imported from abroad, far beyond the means of an average household. Yang Fendou recognized his mother's apprehension and quickly fabricated an explanation. It's nothing, Mom. A few days ago, I assisted them with a few items, and they insisted on expressing gratitude, perhaps through these gifts. Let us hope that that's the case. Always remember what I've told you, dear, she cautioned. Yi gazed intently at her son and spoke earnestly. Yang Fendou smiled at his mother and quickly reassured her, Mom, rest assured, I have it all under control. Furthermore, I have some delightful news to share. My recent trip to the provincial capital yielded significant rewards. I've secured enough funds for my sister's treatment, and now we await a suitable kidney donor. As a mother, her son's achievements filled Yi Yun with joy, and she replied with maternal affection, I trust in your abilities. As for the kidney donor, do not rush. Such matters are often beyond our control. Don't worry, Mom. I remember all your teachings. There's also something else. I've encountered Jinsi in Shiha, Yang Fendou added. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun's expression shifted to one of surprise as she confirmed. You mean the Jinsi who grew up in our village? Yes, that very Jinsi, he affirmed. Yi Yun nodded, recalling the hardships Jinsi had endured, having lost both parents at a young age and raised by his grandfather, before eventually heading to Shaolin Temple. Indeed, Yang Fendou Gonjuret. He's quite robust now and possesses some martial skills. I plan to bring him along. Yi Yun understood his implication. The antique trade was fraught with risks, and if Jinsi possessed the necessary skills, it could indeed prove advantageous. Make your own decisions regarding your affairs, but given that you haven't seen each other in years, it would be wise to remain vigilant, she advised, nodding her head in agreement. Yang Fendou nodded earnestly, as he recalled the troublesome ruffians. He informed his mother and departed the hospital room. After retrieving his electric bike from the shed, he made his way toward the Jubei Obo recycling station. Upon reaching the entrance, Yang Fendou's face lit up with surprise, quickly followed by a smile. The recycling station had been transformed. All the scrap materials were neatly arranged by category, presenting a remarkably tidy appearance. As he entered the yard, Lao Lu and Jinsi emerged from the color steel house to greet him. I can't believe it. You've completed all this work in just 3 days, and done it so well, Yang Fendou exclaimed, grinning at the two. Jinsi replied with a knowing smile, Big brother, all credit goes to you. I had those 10 ruffians working overnight. Where are they? Yang Fendou's brow furrowed. With a smug grin, Jinsi pointed to a nearby heap of scrap paper. They're sleeping over there. Yang Fendou chuckled and patted Jinsi on the shoulder, then made his way toward the ruffians. Chapter 53. A looming threat before Yang Fendou could utter a word, Jinsi approached and delivered a kick to the ruffian leader, scolding, Get up, you fool. Did I permit you to sleep? The ruffians, startled by Wang Shingin's voice, scrambled upright from their makeshift beds of cardboard, rubbing their eyes and staggering to regain their balance. Jinsi, we truly can't take it anymore. Please let us go. The ruffian leader pleaded, still oblivious to Yang Fendou's presence. Do you not see my big brother here? Wang Shingin retorted with a cold snort. The leader of the ruffians, startled, finally noticed the beaming Yang Fendou. Terrified, he fell to his knees before Yang Fendou, weeping, Sir, we know we were wrong. Please treat us as if we were nothing and let us go. Yang Fendou, naturally disdainful of such individuals, turned to Wang Shingin and said, Give them 200 yuan and let them be on their way. Wang Shingin nodded, pulled out the cash, and angrily tossed it to them. After expressing their profuse gratitude and bowing deeply, the ruffians hurriedly scrambled to their motorcycle. With a roar, they disappeared from sight. The three of them entered the color steel house, where old Lu hurriedly prepared a vat of grain tea for Yang Fendou. You've worked hard these past few days. Old Lu, tomorrow, our recycling station will officially open, Yang Fendou remarked as he accepted the tea. Old Lu nodded vigorously, Is that right? I'll prepare everything needed for the opening this afternoon. Yang Fendou nodded and turned his gaze to Jinsi. I've informed my mother about you being with me. She is currently at the hospital taking care of my sister. I'll take you to meet her when we have the chance. Wang Shingin was momentarily taken aback, his excitement evident. Does Auntie still remember me? After we open, I will go visit. I used to eat at your house almost every day when we were kids. She treated me like her own son. Yang Fendou chuckled softly. She thinks of you often. Wang Shingin nodded, visibly moved, as memories of their childhood together flooded his mind. With the opening of Old Lu's recycling station imminent, there are some matters I need to discuss with you, Yang Fendou stated. Old Lu, his expression serious, replied, Go ahead. Fendou, although our profession may seem looked down upon, there are many intricacies involved. In the future, we must accept all items when collecting scrap, regardless of their appearance, particularly those broken bottles, jars, stones, and even damaged furniture and paintings. In short, we must collect everything that people sell to us. Upon hearing this, Old Lu nodded vigorously. Understood. Our place will be a treasure trove. We must truly transform waste into wealth. Yang Fendou smiled and nodded. Exactly, that is the essence of it. Just then, Yang Fendou's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard Meng Kaiyu's voice. Young Master Yang, my resignation paperwork has been completed. From now on, I am no longer a part of the system. I am completely free. Yang Fendou Chuklet Ligfli, Zhongratlatons, Brater Meng. Where are you? I'll come find you. Old Zhao just called. He is already at Shiha and is eager to get the other birdseed can. Meng Kaiyu then asked, surprised at old Zhao's impatience. Yang Fendou replied with a smile, then wait for me at the hospital entrance in half an hour. Wang Shingen assured him, don't worry, big brother. I'll be here to ensure everything goes smoothly. Leaving the recycling station, Yang Fendou rode his electric bike towards the hospital. Upon his arrival, he saw Meng Kaiyu's car parked at the hospital entrance. He quickly secured his electric bike and got into Meng Kaiyu's vehicle. You certainly handled your resignation paperwork swiftly. Brother Meng, Yang Fendou remarked as he settled into the car. Yang Fendou chuckled. Working within the system, especially as a team leader, is indeed a period of career elevation. Leaving hastily would be rather reckless. However, Meng Kaiyu shook his head and replied, you don't understand the turmoil in my heart, Yang. Within the system, it's all about the old man's perspectives. I yearn for freedom, particularly as I cherish the art of antique dealing. Meeting you feels like discovering a kindred spirit. Together, we shall forge a formidable alliance. Yang Fendou, appreciating Meng Kaiyu's candor, nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us indeed join forces and aspire to leave our footprints across the globe one day. Meng Kaiyu mirrored his excitement. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou's lips curled into a confident smile, convinced of his eventual success. As the car halted by the roadside outside Yang Fendou's residence, he uttered a brief remark before alighting and striding into the alley. Back home, he retrieved a birdseed jar, casting a glance at the sandalwood box, unable to suppress the fleeting image of Mu Xiao in his mind. This matter posed a looming threat that necessitated a swift resolution regarding that woman. All right, Meng Kaiyu nodded, starting the vehicle towards the West River City Hotel. In room 666 of the West River City Hotel, observing old Zhao's exhilaration, Yang Fendou could not help but laugh. This birdseed jar is indeed a fine specimen. Truth be told, had I not been in urgent need of funds, I would never have parted with it. Upon hearing this, old Zhao quickly embraced the jar, anxiously exclaiming, Fendou, you must not go back on your word. Haha, Meng Kaiyu burst into laughter, Uncle Zhao. Can't you see Yang is merely teasing you? Old Zhao shot a wary glance at Yang Fendou and cautiously remarked, you nearly gave me a fright. I thought you were having second thoughts. Yang Fendou discerned old Zhao's disingenuousness. He was genuinely worried about a possible reversal. An hour later, after bidding farewell to old Zhao, Meng Kaiyu turned serious. Now, Yang, we ought to address the matter at hand. Initially, I considered renting a shop on Antique Street, but there are no available spaces. Perhaps we should secure a storefront elsewhere and get the shop running. Hearing this, Yang Fendou smiled and shook his head. The Ferry Bridge Antique Market is the most suitable venue. It boasts the highest foot traffic. Therefore, if we are to establish a shop, it must be within that market. However, I've inquired thoroughly, and no one is willing to relinquish their shop. A hint of distress crossed Meng Kaiyu's face. Yang Fendou's smile deepened. Fear not. I have contemplated this issue. It won't be long before we secure a storefront. And isn't Shang Mei also interested in investing? Let us call her and discuss this over tea. At the mention of Shang Mei, a mischievous grin spread across Meng Kaiyu's face. Chapter 54. You truly are a scoundrel. Noticing Meng Kaiyu's dubious smile, Yang Fendou felt a wave of resignation. Meng, could you refrain from harboring such errant thoughts? I merely believe she has already expressed her intentions. And if we disregard her, do you think she would acquiesce? Exactly. Meng Kaiyu recalled Shang Mei's fiery temperament. Nodding vigorously, I cannot afford to provoke her. If we were to abandon her midway, she would surely seek my demise. As Meng Kaiyu spoke, he had already taken out his phone to call Shang Mei. To his surprise, her phone was turned off. After a moment, Meng Kaiyu gestured to Yang Fendou and said, let us head to the tea house. We can drink tea while trying to reach her. Yang Fendou, without further thought, replied affirmatively. Half an hour later, the two were seated in a private room of the tea house, with a pot of Longjing tea and several plates of snacks before them. However, their expressions were grave. They had attempted to contact Shang Mei over a dozen times, all to no avail. This is unusual. She never turns off her phone. What could be happening today? Meng Kaiyu frowned. Yang Fendou quickly suggested, aren't you childhood friends? Why not call her family and inquire? His words reminded Meng Kaiyu, who then promptly dialed Shang Mei's father. Uncle Shang, it's Xiaoyu. Is Shang Mei with you? I can't seem to reach her. Upon connecting, Meng Kaiyu hurriedly explained. Xiaoyu, there have been some issues at the company, and Xiao Mei is there, her father responded. What kind of issues? Meng Kaiyu pressed. It's complicated. Our company is experiencing significant client losses. Also, Xiao Yu, you are both grown now and should not be as close as you were in childhood. Xiang Mei is currently involved with Wang Hai from the Wang family. If all goes well, our families are set to form an alliance through marriage. You should refrain from contacting Xiang Mei. It's not beneficial for her. Hearing this, Meng Kaiyu felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He never expected Xiang Mei's father would say such things. He intended to clarify, but was taken aback when the call was abruptly ended. What on earth is happening? He exclaimed, tossing his phone aside in exasperation. What's wrong? Yang Fendou inquired, noticing the shift in Meng Kaiyu's demeanor. After taking a large sip of tea to compose himself, Meng Kaiyu replied, I truly can't understand when Uncle Xiang transformed into this. He told me not to disturb Xiang Mei, claiming she is dating Wang Hai. I find it utterly absurd. What does that have to do with me? Yang Fendou was equally surprised. Given the close ties between their families, such word from an elder were unexpected. Meng Kaiyu's irritation was understandable. Client losses are causing a significant impact on the business. What else could it be? He said, his frustration palpable. Yang Fendou took a sip of tea, contemplating the situation, and suggested, perhaps you should call her office to check if she is there. Though displeased, Meng Kaiyu ultimately decided to make the call, having been friends with Xiang Mei for so many years. Meanwhile, Yang Fendou sipped his tea, his brow furrowed with concern. About a minute later, Meng Kaiyu hung up, a troubled expression crossing his face. Yang, this situation is indeed peculiar. Her secretary mentioned that Xiang Mei went to meet Wang Hai after a meeting at the company. Knowing Wang Hai's character, Yang Fendou urged, Meng, with your extensive connections, find out where Wang Hai and Xiang Mei have gone. I have a bad feeling about this. Heeding the warning, Meng Kaiyu swiftly began to reach out, fully adept at tracking down individuals. In a mere 5 minutes, Meng Kaiyu had discovered Xiang Mei's whereabouts. Young Master Yang, Xiang Mei has gone to the Mingdu Club. Let's go. Without hesitation, Yang Fendou stood up and headed for the exit. The Mingdu Club, a renowned establishment in Xia City. Xiao Mei, you know my intentions. As long as we marry, there should be no more distance between us. In one of the private rooms sat a man and a woman, Xiang Mei and Wang Hai. With a frosty expression, Xiang Mei retorted, dream on. Do not harbor such delusions. Mark my words. One day, the Wang family will pay for their arrogance. Wang Hai's expression shifted ominously, and he coldly replied, I've exhausted all my pleasantries, Xiang Mei. Don't think I am unaware of your escapade with that impoverished Yang Fendou in the provincial capital. You're stalking me? Xiang Mei's face hardened. Wang Hai suddenly let out a chilling laugh. You underestimate me. I have friends everywhere. If you agree to marry me, I can overlook the past and spare the Xiang family. Otherwise, prepare for your company's downfall. Xiang Mei's expression darkened as she stood up and pointed an accusing finger at him, exclaiming, Wang Hai, you are truly despicable. Not only do you steal my family's business, but you also hire people to create trouble for my friends. You will face retribution. Slap. Wang Hai's face changed, and he retaliated with a resounding slap to Xiang Mei's face. You rebellious wench. If I don't make you submit today, I am not Wang Hai. With that, he lunged at her like a ravenous wolf, and despite her desperate struggles and cries for help, it was futile. She was swiftly pinned to the sofa. With a ripping sound, Wang Hai tore open a slit in Xiang Mei's clothing, exposing her fair skin. Just then, at a critical moment, the door to the private room was kicked open. Meng Kaiyu and Yang Fendou stormed in, and upon witnessing the scene, Yang Fendou's expression darkened. He seized Wang Hai and delivered a powerful punch to his jaw. At that moment, Xiang Mei could no longer contain herself. She collapsed into Yang Fendou's embrace, weeping uncontrollably as all her grievances and fears poured forth in tears. Meng Kaiyu's expression also turned grim as he approached Wang Hai, unleashing a flurry of over 10 slaps across his face. Seeing Xiang Mei weep in his arms, Yang Fendou felt a pang of compassion and gently patted her back, whispering, Don't cry, it's all over. Just moments ago, she had felt despair, but now, Yang Fendou appeared like a savior, filling her heart with profound gratitude and affection for him. As Xiang Mei slowly withdrew from his embrace, Yang Fendou's gaze fell upon the torn fabric of her clothing, and they both froze. Hastily, she tried to cover herself, while Yang Fendou turned away and offered her his coat. Meng, that's enough, Yang Fendou softly directed towards Meng Kaiyu, who was still straddling Wang Hai. Damn it, if it weren't for young Master Yang, I would have killed you. Meng Kaiyu, who had known Xiang Mei since childhood, was seething with rage at the sight. Yang Fendou's gaze fell upon Wang Hai, whose face was swollen to the size of a pig's head, bloodied and in a most disgraceful state. I have yet to settle the score with you for the trouble you've caused me. And you dare to engage in such despicable acts? Do you truly think I am easy to bully? Chapter 55. It's on me. Wang Hai, enduring the pain, rose from the ground, gritting his teeth, and shouted, "Well then, you shameless scoundrels dare to strike me? Just wait, I will not let this go. One more word, and I swear I will take your life." Meng Kaiyu bellowed, "Don't intimidate me. Even if you capture me, I won't be afraid." Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu's anger surged once more. Just as he was about to act, Yang Fendou restrained him. "Wang Hai, you will pay for what you've done today." "Umph, we'll see about that." Wang Hai spat, turned to flee. Meng Kaiyu was puzzled. Yang Xiao should not show mercy to such a person. Yet, Yang Fendou shook his head, saying it would be easy to deal with him, but that would be too mundane. I want the entire Wang family to bear the consequences of this affair. Let us just let this matter rest. Even if the family finds out, they would rather believe Wang Hai. In their eyes, the company is all that matters now. At that moment, Xiang Mei had somewhat recovered and spoke to Meng Kaiyu. In response, Meng Kaiyu could only choose silence. Sheng Maishgomnish was eerily unsettling. After her words, she left the private room, and Meng Kaiyu and Yang Fendou exchanged a glance before hastily following her out. Once they confirmed that Xiang Mei was unharmed, they drove to the tea house. "Okay," Meng Kaiyu nodded eagerly. While they conversed, Xiang Mei had already arrived at the private room. She had changed into a new outfit, her expression serene as she sat across from the two men, lifting a cup of tea and saying, "Thank you both for this. Let tea replace wine." Seeing her demeanor, Yang Fendou spoke earnestly, "Rest assured, I will seek justice for you." "Indeed, how dare Wang Hai bully my childhood friend? He must be tired of living." Meng Kaiyu interjected hastily. A hint of gratitude flickered across Xiang Mei's face, but she soon shook her head sorrowfully, saying, "It's futile. In the eyes of my family and the Wang family, I am already betrothed to Wang Hai. No matter how much I resist, it is of no use. I only wish to preserve the Shang group. I have invested my heart and soul into it over the years." "What on earth, Xiang Mei? Are you truly considering marrying such a scoundrel?" Meng Kaiyu exclaimed in shock. Xiang Mei's gaze turned to Yang Fendou, and with resignation, she said, "If not him, who else could I marry?" Yang Fendou deliberately lowered his head to avoid her eyes, fiddling with the tea figurines on the table, and replied, "You will eventually encounter someone you both cherish." In an instant, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence, and even the usually jovial Meng Kaiyu found himself at a loss for words. To alleviate the awkwardness, Meng Kaiyu ultimately shifted the conversation, addressing Xiang Mei. "The reason I sought you out today is to inform you that I have resigned and intend to collaborate with Yang Xiao in the antique business. Didn't you previously express interest in investing as well? I would like to hear your thoughts." Xiang Mei smiled wryly and shook her head. "I was merely joking with you before. Now, the company's affairs have me quite overwhelmed, and I truly have no time. However, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." This response took both of them by surprise, yet Yang Fendou nodded and said, "Very well, since you have made your decision, we shall not press the matter. Ultimately, whether we partner together is merely a question of phrasing." Without waiting for further conversation, Xiang Mei stood and departed the private room. Meng Kaiyu, taken aback, remarked, "This is not like Xiang Mei at all." Yang Fendou could surmise some reasons, but refrained from voicing them, saying instead, "Brother Meng, please prepare the necessary paperwork for opening the store. Once we secure a location, we can launch right away." Meng Kaiyu eagerly nodded, "Of course, I will handle these matters. From now on, you shall focus on sourcing goods, while I take care of all the miscellaneous tasks." He added, "By the way, I have opened a recycling station for second-hand goods, which will commence operations tomorrow at 10 a.m. If you're free, I invite you to come and show your support." Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu's expression turned to one of astonishment. "What? Yang Xiao? You should have included me in this venture." Yang Fendou chuckled. "At that time, you hadn't resigned yet, and besides, it's merely a recycling station, which doesn't quite suit your status." Meng Kaiyu, undeterred, retorted, "I am now in the same position as you, and I will not quibble over this. After all, we are aiming for significant business endeavors. I shall certainly bring a grand gift to your opening ceremony." Once all was settled, the two exited the tea house. After escorting Yang Fendou to the hospital, Meng Kaiyu departed, while Yang Fendou proceeded directly to the ward. Particularly, Li Jun displayed no outward emotion, yet internally harbored deep resentment towards Yang Fendou. The individual opposite him, Wang Wu, with a sharp face and rat-like eyes, upon hearing Li Jun's words, immediately altered his demeanor. "Boss Li, are you questioning our competence? I would never dare. However, the snuff bottle, which was expected to yield 180,000, has been discovered, resulting in a significant loss for me. Li Jun hastily waved his hand. Although Wang Wu was not a major figure, he was a crucial connection to true power players. In recent years, many counterfeit items Li Jun had dealt with originated from the associates of Wang Wu. He had no desire to sever this lucrative connection. Wang Wu's beady eyes darted as he smirked. I have heard about the snuff bottle incident. It seemed you incurred no real loss, Boss Li, and even profited 2,000. If there is a loss, it belongs to that fool Wu Tian. Li Yun paused, awkwardly chuckling. That may be true, yet it tarnishes my reputation, and I have inadvertently gained an enemy. I came today to inquire about the identity of the person who recognized the counterfeit. Wang Wu's expression shifted as he inquired further. Li Yun hurried the remarks. His name is Yang Fendou, a brash young lad. However, his discerning eye is remarkably sharp. I have witnessed this on several occasions. Young Fendou, Wang Wu's expression shifted slightly as he responded. Once you uncover additional information, contact me immediately. Second Master places great importance on this matter and is particularly intrigued by Yang Fendou. Rest assured, I will call you with any news. Chapter 56, A Slip in the Gutter. Wang Wu disregarded Li Jun, donned his cap, and elevated his collar before departing the shop. Boss Li, I have made a new discovery, Wu Tian exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Li Jun's countenance darkened. He glanced around to ensure no one was watching before coldly admonishing. What are you dawdling for? Hurry inside, and remember to limit your movements during the day. Wu Tian promptly nodded, acknowledging the Yunis. Seated on the sofa with a composed demeanor, Li Jun inquired, Speak, what clue have you uncovered? Just as he was racking his brain to deal with Yang Fendou, his cousin Wu Laer suddenly provided him with an immensely valuable piece of information. Thus, he hastily rushed to find Li Jun, hoping to leverage this opportunity to address Yang Fendou. After deliberating for a moment, Wu Tian grinned slyly at Li Jun and said, I just received word that Yang Fendou has entangled himself with Shang Mei, inciting the ire of Wang Xiao from the Wang Group. Wang Xiao is currently seeking individuals to deal with Yang Fendou. This presents us with an excellent opportunity for retribution without needing to involve ourselves directly. Wang Hai. Li Jun's face mirrored a similar sly smile upon hearing this. Wu Tian, sensing Li Jun's reaction, eagerly nodded, Indeed, I am aware of your amicable relationship with Wang Hai. I believe we can fully utilize others to handle Yang Fendou. However, Li Jun shook his head in response, stating, That matter is in the past. I can only blame myself for my oversight. There's no need to escalate things unnecessarily. Wu Tian's heart sank considerably, and he implored, Boss Li, you cannot let it end like this. I have suffered a loss of 1 million and endured considerable frustration. You must assist me in this endeavor. What benefit is there for me in helping you? Li Jun's expression turned stern. Surely you understand how the incident with the snuff bottle affects my reputation? Wu Tian quickly grasped Li Jun's implications and thought to himself, this scoundrel has already taken advantage of me and still has the audacity to say such things. Yet, he realized that without Li Jun's support, he lacked the power to confront Yang Fendou. Resolutely, he bit the bullet and declared, Boss Li, if you help me deal with Yang Fendou, you may select any item from my store at your leisure. Li Jun regarded Wu Tian with curiosity and smiled. Are you serious, Wu Tian? Absolutely. Very well. Considering your sincerity, I shall reach out to Wang Xiao. After all, we share a good rapport. That lad is quite the debauched character. If he truly manages to handle Yang Fendou, we will be able to rest easy. With the prospect of benefit. Li Yun's demeanor transformed instantly. Wu Boss, I have just learned of a crucial piece of information. At the moment, Wu Tian had nowhere to vent his frustrations. Sun Gang appeared at his doorstep uninvited. Humph, can you keep your voice down? Are you seeking trouble? Wu Tian scolded with a disgruntled expression. Upon witnessing the situation, Sun Gang promptly adopted a cautious demeanor, standing with his head bowed, refraining from making any movements. Wu Tian cast a glance at him, coldly inquiring, Have you prepared the 500,000? Sun Gang hurriedly nodded, replying, It has already been transferred to your account. Sun Gang bore half the responsibility for Yang Fendou's predicament. Thus Wu Tian demanded the hefty sum from him. Only then did Wu Tian's expression soften as he asked, Do you have any new leads? Sun Gang quickly settled into a seat opposite Wu Tian and spoke in a hushed tone. That rascal Yang Fendou has partnered with a scrap collector to open a recycling station. Reliable sources indicate that they are set to hold an opening ceremony tomorrow. Wu Tian gritted his teeth and remarked, Humph, he is nothing more than a scrap dealer destined to wallow in filth. Sun Gang eagerly concurred, indeed, but this presents a splendid opportunity. You could send Lao Er and the others to teach Yang Fendou a lesson. It would serve as a means of venting your frustrations. Wu Tian pondered for a moment, realizing that Li Jun was too cunning to rely solely on, and thus he nodded in agreement. Precisely. Tomorrow, you and Lao Er shall go. Make sure that Yang Fendou remains bedridden for an entire year. Sun Gang was taken aback, his expression turning troubled as he asked, "Am I going as well?" Wu Tian's countenance darkened as he replied, "Of course. This mess was instigated by you. Wasn't he it? Besides, Yim sending Loa. Were you afraid of?" Sensing Wu Tian's displeasure, Sun Gang could only brace himself and nod. "All right, I will accompany Lao Er tomorrow. However, if anything goes awry, you must ensure my safety." "Understood. Now hurry and prepare," Wu Tian urged. Yes, yes, Sun Gang quickly acknowledged, rising to depart from Ji Quan Ge. "What a fool. This has caused me much trouble," Wu Tian muttered, lifting his cup to take a large sip of tea. "Ouch, that burned." Meanwhile, someone was unable to sleep. Li Jun. After receiving word from Wu Tian, he arranged to meet Wang Hai at a prestigious club. Upon seeing Wang Hai's disheveled appearance, he could not help but express his surprise. "Young Master Wang, what happened to you? Who did this?" "Damn it, I stumbled in a gutter. Let us not discuss that. Why have you sought me out at such a late hour?" Wang Hai replied coldly, waving his hand dismissively. Li Jun hesitated momentarily, then tentatively mentioned, "I heard that you were to be engaged to Shang Mei of the Shang Group, but I have come across some troubling rumors regarding her. I'm uncertain whether I should share them with you." Wang Hai's expression darkened. "What rumors?" "Oldly, after all these years, do you still think you can play games with me?" No. Li Jun hastily clarified. "These are rather unpleasant. It's said that Shang Mei has been getting quite close to someone named Yang Fendou, and they even spent a night together in the provincial capital." Upon hearing this, Wang Hai's demeanor shifted to one of deepening gloom as he coldly snorted, "I am aware of this matter. I will deal with that scoundrel Yang Fendou in due time." Men are particularly sensitive to such affairs, and noticing Wang Hai's change in expression, Li Jun sensed an opportunity. With a sly smile, he remarked, "In my opinion, with your attributes, there is no shortage of women who would desire your company. They are likely all withered remnants at this point, unworthy of you." Li Jun had essentially confirmed that Wang Hai harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Yang Fendou, and he hastily added, "In truth, there are numerous ways to acquire the Shang family group. I assure you, Shang Mei will willingly embrace you." Upon hearing this, Wang Hai's eyes sparkled with excitement. "If you possess a means to achieve this, do share. Should it prove feasible, I guarantee you shall not be a loss." Li Jun waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, please, Mr. Wang, do not say such things. I am merely content to continue our collaboration. Leave this trivial matter to me and reveal your plan." Wang Hai's expression soured. Chapter 57. The Troublemaker Returns. Observing this, Li Jun seated himself beside Wang Hai and quietly disclosed his scheme. Upon completion, Wang Hai's face was alight with enthusiasm. "Indeed, Mr. Li, your intelligence shines once more. Let us proceed, as you suggest. Bring your goods over by tomorrow morning." I can hardly contain my eagerness. With that, the two exchanged smiles and raised their glasses of red wine in a toast. The following day, after making his preparations, Yang Fendou rode his electric bicycle to the Juba Old Goods Acquisition Station. Upon arrival, he found Lao Lu and Jinsi already hard at work. A grand red inflatable arch adorned the entrance, and 1,000 firecrackers lay on the ground, while a red silk cloth covered the sign above the door, awaiting Yang Fendou to unveil it personally. "It seems you are all well prepared," Yang Fendou remarked, surveying his surroundings with satisfaction. Jinsi scratched his head, saying, "This was all Lao Lu's idea. We began our preparations yesterday afternoon, and after working late into the night, we decided to rest here. Now, we await your grand unveiling." "Well done," Yang Fendou said, patting Wang Shangin on the shoulder with appreciation. The unveiling was scheduled for 9:58 a.m. Seeing that there was still ample time, Yang Fendou invited the two to join him for a bowl of wontons outside. "Young Master Yang, your location is quite elusive, yet it is impressively spacious," remarked Meng Kaiyu, who had just arrived, beaming as he approached Yang Fendou from a distance. "Ah, welcome, Brother Meng. Your support is greatly appreciated," Yang Fendou replied with a smile as he approached with his companions. "Wishing you a prosperous business. Please accept this token of goodwill." "You are too kind," Yang Fendou replied with a grin. It would be ill-fated to arrive empty-handed. Since Meng Kaiyu had made such an offer, Yang Fendou felt obliged to accept. He signaled to Wang Shangin, who promptly stepped forward to receive the red envelope with both hands. Perhaps due to his prior profession, Meng Kaiyu scrutinized Wang Shangin, his brow furrowing as he inquired, Wang Shingyan, what brings you here? Wang Shingyan averted his gaze, lowering his head timidly as he replied, Meng Xiao. Yang Fendou naturally perceived the underlying tension and gestured towards Meng Kaiyu, leading them aside. Brother Meng, I now understand why you inquired about a troublemaker's whereabouts. It appears you have taken him in. Brother Meng, you may not be aware, but I grew up alongside Jinsi, akin to brothers. We only recently reunited, and I could not allow him to remain a delinquent. He possesses considerable skills and can assist us moving forward, Yang Fendou quickly clarified in a hushed tone. You have shown great thoughtfulness, young Master Yang. I hope he truly reflects on his past. Meng Kaiyu nodded in agreement. At that moment, another vehicle drove into the courtyard, and this time it was none other than Xiang Mei, informed by Meng Kaiyu. After a day of recuperation, Xiang Mei had completely recovered, her face betraying no hint of her thoughts. How astonishing it is that a seemingly unassuming person like you has quietly established such a substantial recycling station right under our noses. Xiang Mei gazed at the young Fendou, presenting him with an extravagant red envelope, smiling as she did so. Yang Fendou accepted the envelope, quickly responding with a grin. It was merely a coincidence. It aligns perfectly with my partnership with the neighbors in the courtyard. I still have to collaborate with Meng Xiao. Where would I find the time? Then why didn't you inform me of such a significant event? Afraid I might take advantage of you? Xiang Mei retorted, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Yang Fendou awkwardly chuckled. You seemed rather upset yesterday, so I hesitated to bring it up. Xiang Mei shot him a sidelong glance, dismissively saying, Fine, I shall not hold it against you this time. As the trio exchanged banter, a commotion outside caught their attention, revealing a throng of tricycle riders. Old Liu, spotting them, hurried over to greet the newcomers. These were all scrap collectors, and Old Liu had nearly informed everyone he knew, hoping they would bring their discarded items to this very place in the future. The spacious courtyard quickly filled with people, and noticing the time, Yang Fendou announced loudly, It's time, let us begin. Instantly, everyone made their way toward the entrance. I shan't say much, but I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for your support. In the future, you may bring all your goods to Jubao. Our prices will undoubtedly be the most reasonable. As Yang Fendou concluded, a round of applause erupted, and he formally declared the opening of the Jubao second-hand recycling station. As the last echoes of his voice faded, Wang Shingyan lit firecrackers. And amidst the sounds of celebration, Yang Fendou unveiled the sign draped in red silk. Jubao second-hand recycling station, he read aloud, unable to restrain a smile, directed at Xiang Mei. Following the unveiling, the crowd moved into the courtyard. Old Liu, brimming with excitement, announced today at noon, I will host a banquet at Monxiang Garden. Importantly, no one is to bring any contribution. Just enjoy the food and drink. Cheers of approval erupted from crowd. How come no one informed us of such a grand opening? Amidst the jovial atmosphere, a chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. To their astonishment, over 20 ruffians surged in, sending the scrap collectors scurrying in fear. Yang Fendou squinted, recognizing them as the same troublemakers he had dealt with previously. Indeed, one cannot change their nature. Before Yang Fendou could speak, Wang Shingyan stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the others, declaring, It seems you haven't had your fill from yesterday. Upon hearing this, the leader of the thugs visibly tensed, but quickly regained his composure, sneering, Do you think today is about me seeking you out? As he finished speaking, another group entered through the main gate, led by none other than Sun Gang and Wu Lauer. Yang Fendou's lips curled into a swift smile at the sight of them. Observing the situation, Meng Kaiyu suddenly seemed to recall something and hurriedly addressed Yang Fendou, saying, Young Master Yang, it appears your invitation to the grand opening is not as simple as it seems. Yang Fendou chuckled and nodded, remarking, The time has come to deal with these insignificant pests. They are as bothersome as flies. What are you talking about? Xiang Mei inquired, her brows furrowing in curiosity. The two merely exchanged knowing smiles, remaining silent, while Meng Kaiyu took out his phone to make a call. Yang Fendou, you truly are worthless. Always associating with the dregs of society, Sun Gang sneered, focusing solely on Yang Fendou. Why waste words with him? Either cough up $1 million or prepare to have your legs broken. Wu Lauer added with a cold snort. Are you seeking death? Wang Shingyan interjected, stepping forward with a stern glare at the two. You traitorous scoundrel, how dare you betray me? You are the one courting death. Wu Lauer retaliated angrily, charging at Wang Shingyan with a baseball bat. Bang! Unexpectedly, Wang Shingyan kicked Wu Lauer back 3 meters. Sun Gang's expression changed as he prepared to call for backup. But Wang Shingyan delivered another kick. Thud! Sun Gang found himself kneeling on the ground. Just as Wang Shingen was about to strike again, Yang Fendou intervened. And then Meng Kaiyu emerged from the crowd. Do you two consider me invisible? Meng Kaiyu remarked, his tone commanding. Wu Laoer and Sun Gang were momentarily stunned at the sight of him. Chapter 58. The Thief Reveals Himself. Meng Kaiyu's gaze swept over the two, coldly stating, It seems I cannot afford to grant you any chances. Wu Laoer, with a quick glance, said, Captain Meng, we truly had no idea you were here. Otherwise, we wouldn't have dared. Indeed, we acknowledge our mistakes, Sun Gang added hastily, addressing Meng Kaiyu. Yang Fendou observed their demeanor with a smile, stating, The phrase a dog cannot change, its nature aptly describes your kind. Did you genuinely think I, Yang Fendou, would ignore you? Upon hearing Yang Fendou's voice, Wu Laoer fell silent. Yet Sun Gang, filled with rage, retorted, Yang Fendou, if it weren't for you stealing my copper coins, would you be in your current position? Sun Gang's expression shifted dramatically, realizing the gravity of the situation. Those copper coins had been unearthed from the ground, and according to regulations, he was obligated to surrender them. However, he had kept them for himself. If this matter escalated, the consequences would be dire. Seeing Sun Gang's silence, Yang Fendou turned his cold gaze towards Wu Laoer, stating, You have repeatedly sought trouble with me, and I have chosen to overlook it. It seems you have not learned your lesson. Perhaps you should find a different venue to explain yourself. As soon as Yang Fendou finished speaking, the sound of police sirens echoed outside, followed by dozens of uniformed officers encircling the courtyard. Wu Laoer and Sun Gang were thoroughly panicked, while the remaining thugs crouched in fear, clutching their heads. Meng Kaiyu whispered a few words to a leading officer, after which Sun Gang and Wu Laoer were apprehended, along with the rest of the gang being taken away. Young man, you resign without a word. If you strike it rich in the future, don't forget about us, your brothers who stood by you through thick and thin. A figure clad in uniform gestured towards Meng Kaiyu. Don't worry, Brother Liu. I'm just getting started. When the time comes, I will surely treat everyone to drinks. Meng Kaiyu replied with a smile. All right, it's all settled then. It's getting late. Let us head to Mengxianjuan. Dinner is on me. Old Liu exclaimed with a grin at the crowd. Yang Fendou exchanged a few words with Wang Shingen before promptly following Old Liu and the others out, leaving only Yang Fendou and two others in the courtyard. Shang Mei gazed at Yang Fendou with a knowing smile, finally understanding the situation. She turned to the two, saying, Yang Fendou, you must have suspected that someone would come to cause trouble, right? Yang Fendou chuckled lightly and nodded, I suppose so. Otherwise, why would I hold a grand opening ceremony for a shabby recycling station? I figured that if Wu Tian and Li Jun got wind of this, they would surely cause a ruckus. I didn't expect Wu Laoer and Sun Gang to actually show up. Shang Mei couldn't help but give Yang Fendou a thumbs up, exclaiming, You are indeed remarkable. Hearing this, Meng Kaiyu couldn't help but interject, Wow, Shang, this is the first time I've heard you compliment a man. Get lost. Shang Mei retorted, causing both to chuckle. This was the true nature of Shang Mei, and seeing her like this eased Yang Fendou's mind a bit. Young Master Yang, do you plan to warn or teach Wu Laoer and Sun Gang a lesson? Or do you intend to let them languish in there for a few years? Meng Kaiyu inquired, returning to the main topic. Yang Fendou pondered for a moment before replying, These two need some discipline. As for Wu Laoer, your former colleagues must have plenty of evidence against him. As for Sun Gang, I am a witness. I will not easily overlook the time he and Cheng Wei bullied my mother and sister. Understood, but it might require your cooperation with my former colleagues, Meng Kaiyu stated. Got it. Yang Fendou nodded. With Wu Laoer and Sun Gang taken care of, are you now planning to deal with Li Jun? Shang Mei glanced at Yang Fendou, her face reflecting confusion. Yang Fendou, however, mysteriously shook his head. Let us hold off on dealing with Li Jun for now. He may still prove useful to me. Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu and Shang Mei exchanged puzzled glances. Noticing their expressions, Yang Fendou smiled. Come, let us go have some tea and chat. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at a tea house. Throughout the journey, Shang Mei pondered the implications of Yang Fendou's words, and as they settled down, she eagerly inquired. Stop keeping us in suspense. What use do you have for Li Jun? Isn't he just running an antique shop? Yang Fendou delicately lifted his Longjing tea and took a sip, replying, Don't forget about that imitation snuff bottle he possesses. Shang Mei remained somewhat perplexed and pressed on. What do you mean? It's just a fake snuff bottle. There are forgers everywhere in this business. Are you planning to trace it back to something bigger? Meng Kaiyu nodded in agreement. Indeed, the antique trade is rife with fakes. Counterfeit items dominate the market. If one buys them, they can only blame themselves for being duped. The two individuals still failed to comprehend Yang Fendou's intentions. Yang Fendou could only elucidate. I have observed that snuff bottle. Its craftsmanship, artistry, and materials are quite exquisite, particularly the choice of material, which is derived from the earth of graves. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu paused for a moment before realizing. You mean there's a group behind Li Jun that operates underground? At this point, Shang Mei had grasped the situation and promptly interjected. So, there exists a vast organization behind Li Jun, orchestrating tomb raiding, counterfeiting, and distribution in a seamless manner. Yang Fendou nodded slightly. That seems about correct. As we are to navigate this circle in the future, exercising caution is prudent. Moreover, such conduct is despicable. If we can dismantle it together, it will be a service to the antiquities community by eliminating these pests. Not only despicable, but also shameful. Shang Mei's eyes were filled with indignation. Yang Fendou, smiling gently at the two, continued. Let us refrain from confronting Li Jun for now, but it is indeed time to settle accounts with Wu Tian. Meanwhile, Wu Tian had already learned of the troubles faced by Wu Lauer and Sun Gang, his hand trembling as he held his teacup. Should Wu Lauer and Sun Gang falter under pressure, they would inevitably expose him, leading to dire consequences. In a state of anxiety, he hurried towards Li Jun's shop, only to find that Li Jun was not there, and his phone was switched off. That old fox must have fled. He still possessed several valuable items, all kept at home. Chapter 59. He will be dealt with sooner or later. It was too late. He had long been under surveillance, and, as he stepped out of his home with his suitcase in hand, he was confronted. Wu Tian, come with us. A uniformed officer displayed his credentials and presented the evidence for his arrest, leaving Wu Tian deflated like a puncture balloon. Soon, news of Wu Tian's arrest spread throughout the antique street, becoming the topic of conversation among the locals. This news also reached Su Man, the general manager of Jiao Li. Although Wu Tian was a minor player, he had acquired numerous items for their company over the years. Sitting in her executive chair, Su Man fiddled with her phone, deep in thought before finally making a call. Uncle, have you heard about Wu Tian's situation? She asked urgently as soon as the call connected. Yes, they have reported to me. This matter is somewhat related to Yang Fendou, but I suspect that this young man is primarily focused on Li Jun. Wu Tian is merely a pawn, came the grave voice on the other end. Hearing the serious tone, Su Man nodded and replied, Uncle, I understand. After all these years, I have the patience to wait. Child, you have endured much. Remember to ensure that Meng Dio does not sense anything unusual. Rest assured, Uncle, I understand, Su Man concluded, hanging up the phone with a contemplative expression, pondering how to establish further contact with Yang Fendou. In the Guanyin Pavilion Villa area, Mu Xiao sat on the sofa, attentively listening as Ning Yu reported the situation. Miss, Wu Tian has been apprehended. It should be connected to Yang Fendou. Upon hearing these words, Mu Xiao nodded expressionlessly and remarked, It is inevitable. Yang Fendou's mother and sister are his Achilles heel. Wu Tian is destined to face misfortune. Yet I'm not concerned with that. My primary worry now lies with the sandalwood box in his possession. Ling Yu, somewhat displeased, interjected. Yang Fendou is akin to a stone in the toilet, both foul and unyielding. You have personally intervened, yet he grants no regard whatsoever. Mu Xiao furrowed her brows and replied, This matter cannot be rushed. To acquire what he holds, we must present a proposition that truly captivates him. Otherwise, he will never relent. Ling Yu bit her red lips and suddenly remarked, If there is anything Yang Fendou cherishes, it is undoubtedly the health of his sister. Presently, he has dispatched Shang Mei and Meng Kaiyu to scour the world for a kidney source. Kidney source? Mu Zhao's expression shifted momentarily as she eagerly turned to Ling Yu. Indeed, let us pursue the kidney source. If we can locate it before him, Yang Fendou will surely agree to surrender the box. I comprehend. I shall make arrangements immediately. Ling Yu responded with urgency. By the way, how are the inquiries I requested progressing? What is the nature of his relationship with Shang Mei? Mu Xiao inquired, nodding thoughtfully. What do you mean? Mu Xiao pressed further, her brow furrowing. Ling Yu continued. They traveled together to the provincial capital and spent the night there. Who can say what transpired between them? Contemplating this, Mu Xiao, deep in thought, subsequently asked, What about Shang Mei's personal circumstances? She is the chairperson of a Shang group, primarily engaged in the jewelry business. However, the Shang family is currently in a precarious position, with the Wang family eyeing them warily. They intend to marry Shang Mei off to Wang Hai, but she vehemently opposes it. Moreover, Wang Hai confronted Shang Mei regarding her connection with Yang Fendou and ended up receiving a beating from him. It appears there is a story behind this. If Shang Mei and Yang Fendou indeed share a bond, we will possess another bargaining chip. A hint of mystery graced Mu Zhao's delicate features as she commanded. You must now gather information on both the Shang group and the Wang group. Understood. Ling Yu responded swiftly before departing. Yang Fendou, once I secure the leverage, we shall see whether you will part with the sandalwood box. A rare smile graced Mu Zhao's face. After the trio emerged from the tea house, Shang Mei headed straight to her company, while Meng Kaiyu received a call from a former colleague en route to the hospital with Yang Fendou. Young Master Yang. Both Sun Gang and Wu Tian have been eliminated, all blame directed towards Wu Tian. Moreover, they discovered 2 bronze artifacts classified as second-tier cultural relics from him. Wu Tian is likely facing dire consequences. With excitement evident on his face, Meng Kaiyu relayed this to Yang Fendou. Yang Fendou smiled slightly and replied, "He has brought this upon himself. He will certainly implicate Li Jun next." Meng Kaiyu quickly interjected, "Does that mean Li Jun is in trouble as well?" Yang Fendou shook his head, stating, "Li Jun is quite astute. Perhaps he has anticipated all of this. Indeed, that old fox is 100 times more cunning than Wu Tian, but he will face his reckoning sooner or later." Meng Kaiyu nodded in agreement. Yang Fendou pondered for a moment before saying, "Meng Gu, swiftly initiate the necessary procedure for the shop. In a few days, we shall likely be opening." "And the shop's location?" he inquired with a chuckle. "That will be forthcoming," Yang Fendou replied. Meng Kaiyu, noticing that Yang Fendou remained silent, decided it would be prudent to change the subject. "The procedures are manageable. I have numerous connections. However, the name of the antique shop is of utmost importance. It must exude culture and depth. Let us not overthink it. Let us simply call it Jubilee Pavilion." "What?" Meng Kaiyu exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you joking, Yang? That name is akin to a scrap collection station." Yang Fendou chuckled and nodded. "Indeed, it signifies gathering treasures from all directions and the earth itself. It's straightforward and carries a positive connotation." "Very well, we shall proceed with your suggestion. However, if I venture into other businesses in the future, we must be more discerning with the names. Perhaps I shall consult a master. This is a matter of metaphysics." Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou shook his head with a wry smile. Before long, Meng Kaiyu escorted Yang Fendou to the hospital. Just as he was about to exit the vehicle, Yang Fendou suddenly recalled something and turned to Meng Kaiyu, saying, "I can let you in on a little secret. Once the shop matters are settled, we may have a significant business opportunity ahead. If successful," well, he left the sentence hanging, deliberately creating suspense. Indeed, Meng Kaiyu's interest was piqued by this remark, and he pressed for details. "What significant business are you referring to, Yang? Doing ligging me?" Yet, no matter how he inquired, Yang Fendou remained reticent, having already entered the hospital building. "Brother, you're here. How are you feeling today?" Upon entering the ward, Yang Xiaoxiao joyfully exclaimed, "I'm quite well, though I miss you since you're seldom around." Yang Xiaoxiao pouted. Their mother, Yi Yunxi, cast a loving glance at Yang Xiaoxiao, remarking, "This girl mentions you over 100 times a day." Yang Fendou approached the bedside, sitting before Yang Xiaoxiao with a reassuring smile. "Xiaoxiao, I know you're bored in the hospital, but we must focus on healing. And I have already asked a friend to search for a kidney donor." "Fendou, is there any news regarding the donor?" Yi Yunxi inquired with evident concern. Chapter 60. Only 3 months remaining. Yang Fendou understood the worries of his mother and sister, yet he knew there was no need for panic. He could only shake his head in helplessness. "Xiaoxiao, listen to your brother and stay here in the hospital. Mother believes there will definitely be a suitable kidney donor. And didn't the doctor say today that your condition is well managed?" Yi Yunxi gazed at her daughter, her eyes filled with sorrow. Gently, Yang Fendou brushed his fingers across Xiaoxiao's forehead. "All right, stop overthinking and get some rest." "Mm." Yang Xiaoxiao obediently replied, closing her eyes. After 5 minutes, confirming that Yang Xiaoxiao had fallen asleep, he joined his mother on the sofa. Yang Fendou's expression grew serious as he addressed her. "Mother, I noticed Xiaoxiao's complexion isn't good. Is her condition worsening?" Yi Yunxi glanced at Yang Fendou, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she choked out. "The doctor said your sister's situation isn't looking good. We can't delay any longer. If we cannot find a suitable kidney donor, I fear what?" Yang Fendou's expression shifted, urgency overtaking him. Yi Yunxi wiped away her tears and replied, "I fear she may have only about 3 months left." The weight of her words struck like a thunderclap. "If we cannot save your sister, I cannot fathom how to explain this to your father," Yi Yin lamented, her expression wrought with anguish. "Mother, please tell me, what is the truth of my sister's origins? Does she have any relatives by blood in this world? I would kneel and beseech them for a match." Yang Fendou's emotions teetered on the brink of despair. Yi Yin shook her head helplessly, replying, "The specifics of her lineage will be revealed to you in due time." Your father has merely informed me that Xiao Xiao has no living relatives. Thus this path is utterly futile. Had there been any kin, I would have sought them out for a match long ago. A wave of suffering surged within young Fendou. Yet, upon seeing his mother's distress, he suppressed his own pain and reassured her, "Do not be upset, mother. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will not allow my sister to leave us. Yes, I believe in you," Yi Yin replied, gazing earnestly at her son, nodding in affirmation. In that moment, she felt as though her son had matured into her pillar of support. Though they were not blood siblings, their bond surpassed that of true kin. The following day, Yang Fendou awoke early to prepare water for his sister's wash, eliciting both joy and excitement from Yang Xiao Xiao. Watching her son skillfully tend to Xiao Xiao's needs, Yi Yin wore a faint smile of contentment. After breakfast, Nurse Fengyu arrived to administer and for to Yang Xiao Xiao. "Good morning, Nurse Feng." Yang Fendou greeted her with a smile, yet she responded with a curt nod, leaving him feeling somewhat dejected as he reluctantly bid farewell to his mother and sister before departing the ward. He retrieved his electric bike from the hospital's parking area and made his way to the Jubeobo second-hand goods collection station. Despite the early hour, he encountered several scavengers arriving with their tricycles. Old Lu and Wang Shangin rushed out to greet them, eager to collect the recyclables. Yang Fendou observed as the two sorted through the refuse, noting that aside from some scrap metal and discarded boxes, little else was present. "Old Lu, I must say, I didn't expect you to be so business-savvy. After treating those scavengers to a meal, they seem eager to sell their wares to us." Old Lu scratched his head sheepishly, replying, "These individuals toil hard for their earnings and possess kind hearts. Treat them well, and they will reciprocate. They're merely seeking to earn a few extra coins. And as long as our prices are fair, they will come to us." Yang Fendou nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, remember, no matter the circumstances, one must never exploit the laborers at the bottom. It is a fundamental principle of humanity." Wang Shangin nodded emphatically, "Rest assured, brother. My time at the collection station has been enlightening. Growing up, I relied on the kindness of many families in the village, and I carry that gratitude with me." Yang Fendou chuckled softly and continued, "And do not forget the instructions I gave you. Those seemingly inconspicuous or peculiar old items must be set aside for me. They may hold treasures. Fear not, I am aware of your interest in antiques. While I may not be an expert, I can certainly recognize the old ones." Wang Shangin assured him. Lao Lu spoke with unwavering confidence. "Hee, you've worked hard." Yang Fendou nodded appreciatively, just as the phone suddenly rang. "Brother Meng." "Young Master Yang, where are you now? I've completed all the paperwork and am on my way to find you. There's something I need to discuss." Upon hearing Meng Kaiyu's impatient voice, Yang Fendou smiled and informed him that he was at the acquisition station. In less than half an hour, Meng Kaiyu drove over. Once Yang Fendou got into the car, they headed straight for the Shi Tea House, which had become their daily rendezvous. Both enjoyed tea and the serene environment it provided for discussions. "You should take a look at this. Our paperwork is all in order," Meng Kaiyu said, handing over a file folder before busily preparing tea for himself. Yang Fendou opened the folder and reviewed the documents, finding everything satisfactory. He nodded in approval. "Brother Meng, you're impressive. You've managed to get it done so quickly." "No choice. I had to use some connections," Meng Kaiyu replied candidly. Yang Fendou took a sip of tea and then inquired, "Didn't you mention there was something you wanted to tell me? What is it?" "Oh." Meng Kaiyu quickly set down his teacup and, with a serious expression, said, "Last night my father called me. He learned about Wu Tian's arrest and mentioned something else that I believe will pique your interest." Yang Fendou chuckled wryly. "Brother Meng, are you beginning to play coy as well?" After realizing that the old man was displeased upon discovering the truth behind the new bottle, he called Meng Dio, who informed him that the bottle was auctioned by Li Jun through Jiao Li. Meng Dio thought the item was commendable and showed it to my father. To their surprise, both the old man and Meng Dio were deceived. After Meng Kaiyu finished speaking, Yang Fendou's expression grew serious. After a long pause, he finally lifted his head and remarked, "It seems our initial suspicions were correct. There must be a significant figure behind Li Jun. The craftsmanship of that gourd bottle is not something an ordinary expert could discern." Meng Kaiyu nodded vigorously. "Indeed, we should take care of Li Jun directly to prevent him from causing harm." However, Yang Fendou waved his hand, saying, "Let's not rush. We must first find those behind him. And even if we can't, we must deal a decisive blow to Li Jun, all right. I will defer to your judgment. By the way, what is the status of our shop's address? Is all the paperwork complete? My impatient nature can hardly bear the weight." Meng Kaiyu shifted the conversation. Yang Fendou gently sipped his tea and replied, "It's coming along. Patience is essential, especially in our line of work. One must remain composed, or we will inevitably be outmaneuvered." Meng Kaiyu, with a pained expression, lamented, "Young Master Yang, I am a person of impatience. With each day the shop remains closed. I am consumed with anxiety, unable to enjoy tea or food. Hee, consider it a means of weight loss." Yang Fendou teased with a smile. Meng Kaiyu could only sigh in resignation, accepting that perspective. Observing Meng Kaiyu's expression, Yang Fendou could not suppress a chuckle and remarked, "Meng Xiao, if you find yourself with idle time, could you assist me in investigating someone?" "Who?" Meng Kaiyu inquired earnestly. "Su Man, the general manager of Jiatali Auction Company," Yang Fendou stated directly after a moment's contemplation. Yang Fendou had harbored suspicions regarding Su Man's identity for some time, ordinarily. How could the head of an auction house divulge the identities of the consignors? There was only one possibility. Su Man must have done so deliberately, though the motive eluded him. Upon hearing Su Man's name, a flicker of curiosity crossed Meng Kaiyu's face as he replied with a peculiar smile. "Oh, come on, Yang Xiao. Are you actually interested in her? Perhaps you should reconsider. After all, she's a close friend of Shang Mei, and her intentions towards you are rather apparent. Are you not playing with fire?" Yang Fendou was rendered speechless by this remark. Did Meng Kaiyu's thoughts perpetually dwell on such matters? "Meng Yi, could you refrain from jumping to conclusions? I assure you, there is no relationship between Shang Mei and me, and I am not contemplating this at all. My request for you to investigate Su Man stems purely from curiosity." "Curiosity?" Meng Kaiyu paused, then remarked, "Isn't it often the case that such matters between men and women begin out of curiosity? Forget it. I shall conduct the investigation myself." Young Fendou, exasperated by Meng Kaiyu's lack of seriousness, sighed. "Hey, I was just joking. What information do you wish to uncover about her?" Meng Kaiyu quickly offered a sheepish smile. "The more detailed, the better," Yang Fendou replied, casting a glance at Meng Kaiyu, whose face still bore that enigmatic smile. He then elaborated. "It is worth mentioning that as the head of an auction house, her willingness to share consignor information suggests something unusual is afoot." Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and declared, "I believe I understand the reason." "What is it?" "She's interested in you." "Get lost," Yang Fendou retorted, irritated. "All right, no more jokes. Did you not mention yesterday that we have a lucrative deal ahead? You only shared half the details, and I have ample time today. So please enlighten me." Yang Fendou observed Meng Kaiyu, whose face now mirrored his own with a curious smile, and shook his head. "Now is not the right moment. Let us discuss it when the time is ripe." "Oh, Yang Xiao, you truly have a knack for reciprocity," Meng Kaiyu remarked, utterly resigned. Yang Fendou shook his head and chuckled, leisurely sipping his tea. "By the way, why has there been no word from Shang Mei today? Has she not reached out to you?" he inquired, setting down his teacup in confusion. Meng Kaiyu shook his head and replied, "I heard that after we dealt with that scoundrel Wang Hai, he became utterly unhinged, snatching away several major clients from the Shang family. Moreover, the Wang family visited Shang Mei's home last night, and their intentions are clear. They are pressuring her into marriage. If Shang Mei does not wed Wang Hai, the Shang family may indeed face ruin." Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou's expression darkened. Though he held no romantic feelings for Shang Mei, she was nonetheless his friend, and he could not stand idly by while she faced adversity. Meanwhile, at the conference room of the Shang group, all the board members were seated, with an elderly man, his hair a mix of gray, positioned at the head of the table. Shang Mei occupied a subordinate seat. At this moment, the faces of those present were exceptionally grave. The elder, in a position of authority, wore a pallid expression, casting a cold glare over the assembly. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon Shang Mei, and he spoke in a somber tone. "Xiao Mei, can you provide me with an explanation regarding the crises currently plaguing the company?" "Grandfather, I have already discussed this matter with my father and the board members," Shang Mei replied. "Aside from the Wang family's malicious competition, we also have our own issues." The elder was none other than Shang Yuha, Shang Mei's grandfather. His expression darkened further as he pressed, "What issues do we have?" Shang Mei glanced at the board members present, most of whom were elder members of the Shang family. Furrowing her brow in contemplation, she stated, "It is quite simple. We are too entrenched in tradition and dare not take risks. The Wang family has already launched several new products, while we are still selling outdated models. Without innovation, how can we compete?" Her words stirred a tempest of dissent. "Nonsense. Our products were only released last year. How can they be considered outdated?" One board member retorted. "Indeed, it is evident that the issue lies with Shang Mei, the one at the helm. We can develop innovative products, but where will the funds come from? Where are the raw materials? If it weren't for your clandestine meetings with unfamiliar men, would the Wang family target us?" Instantly, the board members became incensed, directing their ire toward Shang Mei. Anger swelled within her, yet she found herself unable to defend against their accusations. Grandfather, I have already stated that I will not marry Wang Hai. My personal relationships are my own business and none of theirs. Absurd. Shang Yuhe slammed his fist upon the table, seething with rage. Marriage is no trifling matter. You cannot dictate the terms of your own union. If it were not for the alliance with the Wang family, would I have allowed you to assume the position of chairperson? At this revelation, astonishment flooded Shang Mei's countenance. She finally comprehended the reason behind her grandfather's insistence on her becoming chairperson. It was for this very purpose. She had indeed become a pawn, or perhaps a sacrificial lamb. Within the family, a chill gripped her heart. Grandfather, today I have learned the truth. Very well, I shall step down from the chairperson position, she declared, rising abruptly to leave. You dare? Shang Yuhe's voice thundered, filled with fury. If you take even a single step out of this room today, you will be branded a traitor to the Shang family. Chapter 62. The threat of Mu Xiaoshang. Mei's eyes brimmed with tears as she fought to maintain her composure, gazing at the faces of her blood relatives. In this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of desolation. Xiao Mei, please sit down. Grandfather was merely a bit too agitated earlier. Let us proceed, as you suggested. Let us hasten the development of new products, he said, his tone softening as he attempted to calm himself. You elder uncles and aunts, as the senior members of the Shang family, must recognize our current predicament. Let us refrain from idle chatter and focus on resolving this crisis. We must mobilize all available resources and invest in research and development, as well as swiftly locate quality raw materials. With Shang Yuhe's directive, none dared to oppose him, and all nodded in agreement. After the meeting, Shang Mei was asked to remain behind for a private discussion with Shang Yuhe. Xiao Mei, I apologize for my earlier emotional outburst. It was, of course, a performance for their benefit. You are well aware that when I selected you as the chairperson, there was considerable opposition. Now, if you fail to steer the company away from peril or choose to abandon your post, won't that play right into their hands? Shang Yuhe's gaze fell upon Xiao Mei, his expression grave. Even though Shang Yuhe's demeanor had softened considerably, Xiao Mei's heart remained icy. Grandfather, it is only today that I realize I have always been merely a pawn in your game. Xiao Mei exclaimed, her voice laced with grievance. Nonsense. Shang Yuhe interjected firmly. I admit to having such intentions. Yet if the company flourishes under your leadership, I would never intrude upon your autonomy. However, the current circumstances are vastly different. The Wang family is watching us closely. The solution to our crisis lies in a strategic marriage. They are already pressuring us to arrange a union. If we do not make our stance known soon, the Shang family will face ruin. But I am your beloved granddaughter. How could you bear to see me wed to a man I do not love? Wang Hai is nothing but a brute, Xiao Mei retorted, her face a mask of indignation. Alas, being born into the Shang family leaves little room for choice. You must refrain from wandering about. Focus on the company's affairs and begin preparations for your own engagement. Shang Yuhe sighed, turning to exit the conference room. As she watched her grandfather's retreating figure, Xiao Mei could no longer contain her sorrow and collapsed onto the conference table, weeping. At the Shihe City Hospital, Yang Fendou had just arrived when he received a call from Wang Jinan, who stated he needed to discuss something important. Half an hour later, they met in a quaint tea house near the hospital. Wang uncle, did you summon me in haste due to some urgent matter? Yang Fendou inquired while pouring a cup of tea for his companion. Wang Jinan nodded. Indeed, there is a pressing issue. I initially intended for you and Xiang Mei to come to my house, but she is too occupied with company matters, so I had to seek you out instead. Please, tell me what it is. Yang Fendou urget. Wu Tian and Sun Gang have been taken into custody by you? Wang Jinan asked quietly, setting down his teacup. Well, they brought it upon themselves, didn't they? Yang Fendou chuklet ligtli. Wang Jinan nodded gravely. That's correct, but just 2 hours ago, Li Jun was also apprehended. This was indeed new information. A flicker of surprise crossed Yang Fendou's face. Noticing this change, Wang Jinan continued. Li Jun is quite cunning. Even if Wu Tian acted under his direction, I suspect he has already prepared his defenses. I have also heard that you were the one to expose the matter regarding the snuff bottle. Thus I worry that your conflict with him may deepen. Yang Fendou nodded. Your assessment is accurate. However, I, Yang Fendou, do not instigate trouble, but am not afraid of it either. If he does not provoke me, why should I concern myself with him? Seeing Yang Fendou's demeanor, Wang Jianan expressed concern. Fendou, you have only recently entered this sphere. It is wise to remain discreet. Thank you for your counsel, Wang uncle. Rest assured, if any issues arise, I believe I can address them. The one who should be worried is not me, but him. As Yang Fendou's words faded, Wang Jianan could only nod in agreement, saying, "Very well, I came to discuss this matter with you. Just be cautious in everything. I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." After bidding farewell to Wang Jianan, Yang Fendou mounted his electric bike and headed to the hospital. At this moment, nothing was more paramount than caring for his sister, especially after learning about Yang Xiaoxiao's health condition. He felt an even stronger urge to be by her side. Meanwhile, Ning Yue had already gathered information about the Wang and Shang families, including the situation regarding Shang Mei. When she informed Mu Xiao about the crisis facing the Shang family, a flicker of intrigue crossed Mu Xiao's face. If indeed there was a romantic connection between Shang Mei and Yang Fendou, she had already formulated a plan in her mind. "Let's go meet Yang Fendou," Mu Xiao declared, rising to leave the villa. In no time, the two arrived at the entrance of the hospital, where Mu Xiao pulled out her phone and directly dialed Yang Fendou. He was seated on the sofa, scrolling through his phone while his sister slept, when he suddenly noticed Mu Xiao's call. His brow furrowed involuntarily. He knew little about her, only her name and the formidable power she wielded. After a moment of hesitation, he finally answered the call. "Yang Fendou, I believe it is necessary for us to meet." Mu Xiao's voice resonated through the line. "I apologize, but I've already stated that the sandalwood box in my possession is not for sale. If you disturb me again, I will not hesitate to report you for harassment." Yang Fendou retorted, annoyance evident in his tone. A chill passed over Mu Xiao's face as she replied, "Then what about your friend Shang Mei? Are you going to disregard her situation?" A blatant threat. Yang Fendou now understood the depths of a woman's wrath. His expression darkened as he rose from the hospital room. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Firstly, I must inform you that Shang Mei is not my girlfriend. Secondly, should you threaten me again, do not expect me to be polite." "Ha!" Mu Xiao laughed lightly, a rare sound from her. "Even if she is not your girlfriend, she is still a friend, is she not? Would you truly ignore a friend in distress?" "Where are you?" Yang Fendou asked, his face cold. "At the hospital entrance." Yang Fendou hung up the phone and hurriedly made his way to the entrance. Bang! 3 minutes later, Yang Fendou climbed into Mu Xiao's car, slamming the door shut with a cold voice. "What exactly do you want?" Noticing the icy demeanor on Yang Fendou's face, Mu Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of tension, pondering why his angry gaze was so intimidating. "Do not adopt such an attitude. We are here to discuss business. Your friend Shang Mei is currently facing a dire predicament, with formidable threats from both sides. The Shang group is in turmoil, and the Wang family, particularly Wang Hai, is pressing hard. As a friend, I trust you would not stand idly by." Mu Xiao steadied herself and spoke calmly. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that she was evidently leveraging Shang Mei as a means of coercion. Yang Fendou pondered for a moment before coldly inquiring, "What exactly do you want?" Chapter 63, A Sure Gain for You. Mu Xiao was not one to beat around the bush, and she addressed Yang Fendou directly. Yang Fendou recognized the inevitability of this outcome, a cold smile flickering across his face. "Miss Mu, your cunning strategy is truly impressive. The more you act this way, the more I suspect that the sandalwood box holds some significance, perhaps even treasure." At that moment, a pang of anxiety shot through Mu Xiao. She realized she had inadvertently revealed her thoughts. However, being an emotionally intelligent young woman, she quickly shook her head and replied, "You are overthinking. It is merely an ordinary puzzle box. The reason I wish to acquire it is simply that my grandfather has a particular fondness for it." Yang Fendou immediately discerned that she was fabricating her story, and he was already privy to what lay within the sandalwood box. After speaking, he opened the car door and stepped out, striding towards the hospital. Yang Fendou's words rendered Mu Xiao momentarily speechless, and by the time she regained her composure, he had vanished from sight. "You scoundrel, Yang Fendou!" Mu Xiao exclaimed in rare frustration, her cheeks flushed with indignation. "Miss, I told you that dealing with such a crude country bumpkin requires a firm hand. Should I confront him now? I refuse to believe we cannot retrieve the box." "Silence. Drive," Mu Xiao commanded coldly to Ningyu. Once the car departed, Yang Fendou reappeared in the courtyard, having concealed himself behind a stone pillar. His expression was grim, burdened with concern for Shang Mei. The reason he had not acquiesced to Mu Xiao earlier was twofold. He wanted to gauge her true intentions, and he was uncertain about Shang Mei's situation, which required clarification before making any decisions. Yang Fendou sat on the steps outside the inpatient department, pondering for a moment before pulling out his phone to call Shang Mei, only to find her line was busy. After a brief wait, when he attempted to call again, her phone had inexplicably shut off. With no other option, he rose and made his way into the inpatient department. Mu Xiao and Ningyu arrived at a cafe. settling into a cozy spot before ordering 2 cups of coffee. Shortly thereafter, a striking woman entered the cafe, scanning the room until she spotted Ningyu, who had risen to approach her. "Miss Shang, our esteemed lady is waiting for you over here." The newcomer was none other than Shang Mei. After having released her emotions through tears, she was now in search of jade ruffs when she received an unexpected call from a stranger, claiming they could assist the Shang family, prompting her hurried arrival. "Hello, were you the one looking for me?" Shang Mei inquired, taking a seat across from Mu Xiao, only to be momentarily taken aback by Mu Xiao's presence. She had always considered herself one of the most beautiful women in Shiha, yet in comparison to Mu Xiao, her appearance, physique, and aura paled significantly. Mu Xiao's beauty was of a caliber that could inspire envy among men and provoke jealousy in women alike. "Greetings, I am Mu Xiao," she said with a gentle smile. "You are from the Mu family in Kyoto, I believe?" "I have heard that Miss Shang is quite troubled regarding her family business," Mu Xiao stated directly. Shang Mei was unsure how Mu Xiao was aware of her family situation. Yet she had long known of the Mu family's formidable reputation in Kyoto, thus she felt no need for further inquiry. She was overcome with a profound curiosity about why Mu Xiao sought her out. "Miss Mu, as far as I recall, neither I nor the Shang family has had the opportunity to engage with you. I am quite intrigued as to why you wish to find me." Shang Mei inquired with a playful frown. Without further ado, Mu Xiao responded directly. "Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch." A thought crossed her mind, and Shang Mei, still curious, smiled and remarked, "With your capabilities, Miss Mu, what task could possibly require my assistance?" "You are friends with young Fendou, correct?" Mu Xiao inquired candidly. Shang Mei's expression shifted slightly, her heart fluttering with apprehension. "Is that relevant to our conversation?" she quickly asked. Observing her, Mu Xiao replied, "I perceive that you are a forthright person, Miss Shang. Hence, I shall speak plainly. I have taken a liking to the sandalwood box in Yang Fendou's possession. If you could persuade him to sell it to me, I would be able to assist the Shang group in overcoming its challenges." Upon hearing this, Shang Mei lowered her head in silence, her right hand stirring her coffee incessantly, the swirling brew resembling a vortex. She felt akin to a small boat caught within, at risk of being swallowed whole. Naturally, she was aware of the box, which she had acquired for a mere 10,000 at the auction. Why would the illustrious Mu family show interest in such an item? Though she could not fathom the reason, she sensed that there was more to the story. Shang Mei conjectured that Mu Xiao must have approached Yang Fendou previously but failed to reach an agreement, prompting her to seek Shang Mei's help. With this in mind, Shang Mei formulated a response. She offered Mu Xiao a wry smile and said, "Miss Mu, I believe you may be mistaken. I cannot truly consider myself a friend of Yang Fendou. We merely consult each other on occasion, and I compensate him for his expertise. Therefore, I fear I cannot be of assistance in this matter." Mu Xiao's expression remained unchanged, as if she had anticipated this very response. "Miss Shang, had I not conducted thorough research, I would not have approached you. I am aware that your relationship with Yang Fendou extends beyond mere friendship, and I suspect you harbor feelings for him." This assertion caused Shang Mei's complexion to shift once more. When one's innermost thoughts are revealed, subtle changes are bound to manifest on their visage. Despite Shang Mei's attempts to suppress her emotions, the fleeting alteration in her expression did not escape Mu Xiao's keen gaze. As their eyes locked, the two women, each with their own thoughts, found the atmosphere growing somewhat oppressive. After a few moments, Shang Mei regained her composure and responded, "Miss Mu, I truly think you are mistaken. My connection with Yang Fendou is not as profound as you might believe. Regrettably, I cannot assist you this time. I must take my leave now." With that, she grabbed her bag and prepared to depart. "Miss Shang, I harbor no ill intentions. Moreover, this favor could be accomplished with merely a word from you. Consider this. If you help me, the Shang group could navigate through its crisis. This arrangement would be mutually beneficial." Hearing this, Shang Mei hesitated in her steps. Chapter 64, Because I Hold It in Contempt. Noticing her pause, Mu Xiao's lips curled into a subtle smile, her enchanting gaze fixed upon Shang Mei, mistakenly believing she had acquiesced. Shang Mei slowly turned around, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Miss Mu, as friends, the most fundamental quality should be trust. I presume you have already sought out Yang Fendou and encountered obstacles. If I were to assist you in finding him again, it would, in my view, amount to betraying a friend. Such an act is beyond my capabilities. Furthermore, if I truly harbored affections for him, I would be even less inclined to assist you." Her words stirred something within Mu Xiao. Shang Mei was not mistaken. She found herself in agreement with her sentiment. However, she believed that her actions were justified in her quest to obtain the box. "Miss Shang, you may have misunderstood. This hardly constitutes a betrayal of friendship. It is merely a matter of passing along a message, a small favor, Mu Xiao explained after a moment of silence. I apologize, but if we were indeed good friends, I would be willing to help. After all, we are friends. However, for you to request such a thing on our first meeting strikes me as a betrayal. The Shang group is indeed facing a crisis, but I refuse to resolve it in such a manner, for I hold myself in higher regard. With that, Shang Mei turned and departed. Mu Xiao stood there in a daze, while Ning Yu, beside her, remarked with displeasure, "That woman has quite the sharp tongue. Frankly, she deserves her company to fail. Do not speak recklessly. We were indeed rather presumptuous in this matter," Mu Xiao replied as she rose and made her way outside. Shang Mei did not leave immediately, but sat in her car, perplexed. What could Mu Xiao possibly want with that box? After much contemplation, she decided it was best to inform Yang Fendou. However, upon glancing at the time, she realized it was too late and resolved to call him the next day. Yet, the following day, as she busied herself with company affairs, the matter slipped her mind entirely. The next day, at the hospital ward in Shihai City, Yang Fendou awoke early, tending to his sister's needs by combing her hair and washing her face. Yang Xiaoxiao was overjoyed, having seen her brother upon waking for 2 consecutive days, bringing her immense happiness. "Brother, if only you could do this for me forever," she exclaimed with delight. Yang Fendou chuckled. "What foolishness are you speaking? Once you grow up and find a boyfriend, you will surely tire of me as your brother." What was intended as a jest suddenly rendered Yang Xiaoxiao somber. "Brother, do you truly believe that day will come?" Yang Fendou's hand froze, realizing her words were not merely about finding a boyfriend, but rather a reflection of her fear that she might not live to see that day. "Mom, I fear I may not live to see that day," Yang Xiaoxiao said, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yi Yin felt a pang of heartache and gently embraced her daughter, soothing her. "Silly girl, do not speak such ominous words. Our Xiaoxiao is destined for a long life." Yang Fendou, too, felt a wave of sorrow, but forced a smile. "Silly girl, your condition is currently stable, and I will certainly help you find a kidney source, so you will recover." "Really?" Yang Xiaoxiao asked, her mood uplifting as she looked at her brother. "Of course." Both Yang Fendou and their mother replied in unison. With a smile, Yang Xiaoxiao nodded, "If that is the case, I will seek a man just like my brother." "All right, whatever my daughter says goes. Let's eat first," Yi Yin said with a face full of affection. After dining, Feng Yu came to administer and for to Yang Xiaoxiao. Yang Fendou intended to stay by Yang Xiaoxiao's side, but he received a call from Meng Kaiyu. Reluctantly, he informed his mother and sister that he was leaving the hospital. "Young Master Yang, the latest news is that Wu Tian is confirmed to be finished. Everything in his store has been cleared out and sealed away by my former colleagues. Furthermore, Li Jun has been released due to insufficient evidence." As soon as Yang Fendou got into the car, Meng Kaiyu excitedly relayed the information. Hearing this news, a slight smile crept onto Yang Fendou's lips. "An opportunity has arisen. Let's head to the antique street." Meng Kaiyu, puzzled by the sudden shift, started the car towards the antique street. Upon arriving, he curiously asked Yang Fendou, "Young Master Yang, you mentioned an opportunity. What exactly is this opportunity?" Yang Fendou turned to him, bewildered. "You still haven't figured it out?" Meng Kaiyu could only scratch his head awkwardly. Noticing his confusion, Yang Fendou explained, "Did you not say there were no vacant shops on the antique street? Now that Wu Tian is out of the picture, doesn't that free up a space?" "Ah, I see. Young Master Yang, no wonder you were so calm. You were waiting for this opportunity," Meng Kaiyu exclaimed, enlightened. "Stop dawdling. Young Master, there will be plenty of time to browse. We must hurry to secure the shop, or we risk losing it," Meng Kaiyu said anxiously. However, Yang Fendou shook his head with a smile. "Do not worry. No one will snatch it away." "Why not? The shops on the antique street are in high demand. Countless people are eager to rent," Meng Kaiyu replied swiftly. Yang Fendou turned to him and asked, "People in the antique business are quite superstitious. Do you think anyone would want to rent a shop after what happened to Wu Tian? When opening a business, they seek fortune. Who would willingly associate with such bad luck?" Meng Kaiyu was taken aback, then slapped his forehead, saying, "Right. Even naming a shop requires consulting someone. How much more so for an establishment like this?" Suddenly, Meng Kaiyu's expression shifted as he questioned, "If there are such superstitions, then why should we rent it?" Young Fendou, beaming with confidence, replied, "Because we are Wu Tian's nemesis. Conducting business in his former shop will surely lead to prosperity." "Goodness, young master, I am increasingly impressed by you. Perhaps I should bow in reverence," Meng Kaiyu exclaimed, hastily catching up to Yang Fendou. As they arrived at the entrance of Jichuan Pavilion, they noticed a small group of people discussing matters. The signboard of Jichuan Pavilion had been removed and tossed aside, trampled by passers-by. That scoundrel Wu Tian has truly caused me great distress. After such an incident, who would want to rent my shop? A person inside was sweeping the floor while grumbling. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou and Meng Kaiyu exchanged knowing glances and stepped inside the shop. Boss, I heard your shop is up for rent? Yang Fendou assessed the space with a cheerful demeanor as he inquired. Upon hearing these words, Yang Fendou could not help but chuckle, remarking indeed, the proprietor of the antique shop has mastered the art of fabrication, if not much else. Chapter 65, Gather Wealth. In an instant, the landlord's expression shifted dramatically. Initially believing these two to be strangers, he had anticipated an opportunity to promote his establishment. To his astonishment, they were already aware of the previous owner's circumstances. Cursing Wu Tian internally, the landlord hastily adopted a warm demeanor, saying, "Oh dear, what are you two saying? My shop is truly thriving." While Yang Fendou continued to scrutinize the shop, Meng Kaiyu could no longer contain himself, stating, "Let's speak plainly. We are well aware of the troubles faced by the former owner, Wu Tian." As he spoke, Meng Kaiyu cast a disdainful glance around the shop and continued thus. "I believe this establishment carries a certain bad luck. Yang Xiao, I suggest we refrain from pursuing this. If we were to rent such a shop, it could adversely affect our business." Before Yang Fendou could respond, the landlord grew anxious. With a quick glance, he plastered a smile on his face and addressed the two. "Oh, this is merely a coincidence. Wu Tian brought this upon himself. Look, while my shop may not be the largest, it occupies the prime location of the antique street, ensuring a high foot traffic and excellent lighting." Meng Kaiyu smiled and replied, "That is not entirely accurate. In the antique trade, such matters are indeed considered taboo. If we were to rent it for a different business, it might be acceptable, but since we intend to engage in the antique business, we must be meticulous about these details." Noticing Meng Kaiyu inching toward the exit, the landlord's urgency became palpable. He pleaded, "How about this? Normally, a shop of this size would command at least 18,000 a month, but for you, I can offer it for 15,000. Surely, this shows my sincerity?" Meng Kaiyu's interest was piqued. He was well aware of the rental prices on the antique street, and this offer was indeed reasonable. However, the final decision rested with Yang Fendou. After surveying the shop, Yang Fendou approached the landlord with a smile, stating, "The situation surrounding Wu Tian is common knowledge on the antique street, and your shop will inevitably be affected. Anyone aware of the circumstances would hesitate to rent from you. I estimate it will take at least a few years for things to improve." The landlord, fully aware of the truth, feigned stubbornness, asserting, "You speak too absolutely. With such a scarcity of shops, I will have it rented within 3 days." Yang Fendou shook his head with a smile, responding, "Our city, Shiha, is not like those first-tier cities where every inch of land is invaluable. If you are unwilling to rent, we are in no rush." With that, Yang Fendou gestured to Meng Kaiyu, and they both made their way toward the exit. Seeing them about to leave, the landlord became frantic and sprinted to block their path, saying, "How about this? 1 month for 13,000. This is the lowest price I can offer." The landlord's further price reduction brought joy to Meng Kaiyu, as this was undoubtedly the lowest price in history. However, Yang Fendou frowned slightly and shook his head. "I observed the layout of the shop earlier. To be frank, Wu Tian's troubles are somewhat tied to this property. A lack of wealth accumulation will inevitably lead to issues." Upon hearing this, rather than pondering the store owner's demeanor, Meng Kaiyu gazed at the serious expression of his counterpart, unable to suppress his thoughts. Could it be that Yang Xiao was not merely speaking nonsense, but rather spoke of genuine matters? The landlord, with a woeful countenance, hastily replied, "Brother, the rent for this property is already at the lowest possible rate. If it goes any lower, I will be unable to lease it out. If you're unwilling to rent, that is one thing, but please do not spread falsehoods." Yang Fendou, with his gaze fixed upon the landlord, replied with a smile, "I am not fabricating stories. This shop appears to span nearly 90 square meters, yet your entrance is so diminutive that it lacks grandeur. Regardless of the quality of your wares, few would be inclined to enter. All the shops here have entrances like this," the landlord retorted with displeasure. Anticipating such a response, Yang Fendou continued, "However, do take a moment to observe what lies directly across the street. A narrow alleyway, where vendors sometimes set up stalls," the landlord countered. Yang Fendou, with an air of mystery, proclaimed, "That is precisely the distinction. Where energy gathers, wealth accumulates, and where energy disperses, fortune dissipates. In essence, that alley serves as a wind tunnel, scattering the financial prospects of your shop. Not only will it prove unprofitable, but unforeseen mishaps are also likely to occur. Upon hearing this, the landlord's expression shifted to one of palpable anxiety. Yang Fendou smirked slightly and continued, "If I am not mistaken, when you purchased this shop, it must have been at a significantly lower price than others, correct?" The landlord's face shifted through shades of green and red, lowering his gaze, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Meng Kaiyu, having heard Yang Fendou's earnestness, began to believe in his words, reflecting that this young man possessed knowledge of feng shui. And it seemed the shop would not be rented after all. Opening the door to welcome auspicious energy is ideal, yet this location bears signs of dispersing energy. What a pity, Yang Fendou sighed, shaking his head in resignation as he prepared to leave the shop. Suddenly, the previously silent landlord obstructed Yang Fendou's path, stating, "Brother, it seems you possess an understanding of feng shui. You are indeed correct. This shop was considerably cheaper when I bought it. I had no idea it bore such significance. Could you assist me in resolving this?" Seeing the landlord's earnest belief, Yang Fendou's expression turned slightly troubled. "It is not that I am unwilling to assist, but there must be a certain affinity between the property and its owner. I sense a discord between you and this shop's energy, making resolution quite challenging, unless..." "Unless what?" The landlord eagerly pressed, noticing Yang Fendou's hesitation. "To be frank, it would be wiser to sell this shop rather than leave it vacant. Take the proceeds and invest in another property to lease," Yang Fendou suggested, casting a glance at the landlord. "Honestly, I have long contemplated selling this property, yet I have encountered numerous potential buyers who offer unsatisfactory prices. After the recent incident involving Wu Tian, I fear fewer will dare to purchase," the shop owner lamented. Hearing this, a hint of amusement flickered across Yang Fendou's lips as he proposed, "In that case, sell this property to us." The landlord's expression immediately soured, sensing something amiss, and swiftly retorted, "Brother, you are not attempting to fool me, are you?" Meng Kaiyu, standing nearby, also felt that Yang Fendou's statement was somewhat inappropriate, as anyone could discern the deception. "Hee, I previously mentioned that your connection with this shop is insufficient, and the energy is misaligned. However, since you choose to disregard my words, let us consider them unspoken." Yang Fendou chuckled lightly and stepped out of the store, with Meng Kaiyu hastily following suit. Suddenly, a crisp sound emanated from within the shop as they exited. Could it be that this young man was indeed correct? Was this an omen of incompatible energies? The landlord's eyes darted rapidly before he strode out to obstruct the path of Yang Fendou and Meng Kaiyu. "I have long intended to sell this shop, and selling to anyone is still selling. Since you two wish to purchase, let us discuss the price inside." Chapter 66. An acquaintance arrives. The landlord, having changed his mind, exchanged glances with Yang Fendou and Meng Kaiyu. "I shall not hide anything from you. When I initially bought this shop, it was 7,000 per square meter. Given the current market value, it should be around 15,000 per square meter. You need not negotiate. I offer a flat rate of 13,000 per square meter. If you agree, splendid. If not, so be it." Yang Fendou chuckled upon hearing this and replied, "Since the landlord is straightforward, I shall not haggle. It's a deal." After declaring this, he turned to Meng Kaiyu and said, "Young Master Meng, please take the landlord to complete the transfer procedures." "Certainly." Meng Kaiyu nodded readily and led the landlord away from the shop. Once they departed, Yang Fendou surveyed the premises, a proud smile gracing his lips. He had finally established his foothold in this antique street. "Is the landlord present? I heard that this shop is up for rent. Let us discuss the price." At that moment, a voice abruptly interrupted Yang Fendou's thoughts, causing him to frown as he moved toward the outer hall. There stood a familiar figure at the entrance. Yang Fendou, the other party, initially wearing a smile, froze upon seeing Yang Fendou. "What are you doing here?" It was none other than Li Jun. Upon seeing Li Jun, a flicker of surprise crossed Yang Fendou's face, but he quickly responded with a smile, "Why shouldn't it be me?" He laughed and shook his head, clarifying, "I did not rent it. I purchased it." Li Jun nearly choked upon hearing this. He had been eager to rent the shop, only to discover that Yang Fendou had seized it first. "You truly are cunning. You brought Wu Tian down and swiftly snatched his shop. Your speed is ruthless," Li Jun remarked coldly. A hint of frost crossed Yang Fendou's countenance as he retorted, "Mr. Li, it would be wise to choose your words carefully. You understand better than I how Wu Tian ended up in this predicament. I legally acquired this shop from the landlord. I have also heard that you, Mr. Li, have been caught up in this mess as well. Otherwise, I doubt I would have been able to purchase this shop." Though his words were not harsh, they struck deep. Li Jun's complexion shifted between shades of blue and red as he gritted his teeth, insisting, "Do not speak nonsense. I merely went in to assist in providing some evidence. How could I know what Wu Tian and Sun Gang were involved in?" "Mr. Li, You truly are astute. I commend you. Yang Fendou smiled as he said. In this first direct confrontation, Li Jun had decisively lost. Not only had he failed to gain any profit, but he had also hoped to acquire the shop to expand his business, only to have it snatched away by Yang Fendou. As Yang Fendou gazed triumphantly, Li Jun's eyes flickered, and he suddenly adopted a different demeanor. Observing Li Jun's feigned sincerity, Yang Fendou played along, chuckling, Mr. Li, it would be best to keep it this way. After all, we shall both conduct business on this street. Let us not allow misunderstandings to mar our amicable relations. Indeed, Li Jun replied with a smile, we are bound to encounter each other frequently, and, as I have long-standing ties with Wang Jianan, we should support one another. Your words resonate with me, Mr. Li. Being new here, I shall rely on your guidance. Yang Fendou reciprocated with a beaming expression. Absolutely. When you open your establishment, I shall personally extend my congratulations, Li Jun hurriedly added. Then I thank you in advance, Mr. Li. Alas, my place is in disarray, and I lack even a cup of water to offer, Yang Fendou said, revealing a hint of helplessness. Oh, do not let me hinder your tasks. I shall take my leave. There will be ample opportunities for tea in the future, Li Jun concluded, smiling and clasping his hands in farewell. Once Li Jun exited the shop, a cold demeanor replaced his smile, and he muttered through gritted teeth, just you wait. If you dare to conduct business under my nose, prepare for misfortune. Such trivial matters would not disturb his mood. An hour later, the shop was nearly tidy, with heaps of clutter swept into a pile. Young Xiao, all the paperwork is in order. This shop now belongs to us, Meng Kaiyu remarked. Huh, this is merely the first step. By the way, I'll transfer the rent to you, Yang Fendou said, reaching for his phone. However, Meng Kaiyu, visibly displeased, responded, Brother, as we embark on this venture together, why fret over such matters? The property rights are yours. Consider my contribution as an investment. Save your funds for your sister's medical treatment. I trust your judgment, Meng Kaiyu asserted with excitement. Let us seize the moment while there are stalls available. Perhaps we might find a hidden gem, Yang Fendou suggested, casting a glance at his companion. Yet Meng Kaiyu shook his head, saying, There is something of great importance I wish to inquire about. What is it? Yang Fendou asked, a hint of curiosity crossing his face as he turned towards the inner room. Upon hearing the matter, Yang Fendou chuckled and countered. Do you believe what I said to be true or false? Meng Kaiyu nodded earnestly. I find your reasoning compelling. It must be true. I had no idea you possessed knowledge of feng shui. At this, Yang Fendou gradually took a seat, his expression growing serious. Truth mingles with falsehood. To be candid, this location is not particularly auspicious, though it is not as mystical as I previously suggested. Meng Kaiyu interjected, eager to understand. Yang Fendou sighed, shaking his head. As the saying goes, fate, fortune, and feng shui. Our fate pertains to our physical and mental state. Fortune relates to our conduct with others, while feng shui concerns the harmony between us and our environment. Ultimately, regardless of our endeavors, we must not be swayed by superstitions. It all hinges on human agency. Success lies within our grasp. Indeed, this is quite a profound subject, Meng Kaiyu remarked, initially believing the matter to be rather eerie. However, the dark alley opposite the shop did evoke a sense of discomfort. With admiration, he turned to Yang Fendou. In Chapter 67, Treasure Hunting at the Antique Stall, Meng Kaiyu was still preoccupied with the situation. Yang Fendou chuckled and replied, In truth, when I first entered the room, I observed the landlord closely. From his tone, I discerned certain nuances. By reading his expressions and understanding his nature, everything fell into place seamlessly. I am enlightened. Meng Kaiyu clasped his fists in respect. Sitting up straight, he inquired, What purpose does hanging a gourd serve? Yang Fendou smiled and explained, In terms of feng shui, I interpret wind as energy and water as wealth. The alley across is imbued with wind, representing fortune. The gourd has been historically associated with gathering wealth and dispelling negative energies, regardless of its veracity. As long as it brings you peace of mind, it proves effective. With a hearty laugh, Meng Kaiyu responded, Indeed, your words resonate deeply within me. I shall take charge of procuring a gourd, ensuring it is both large and exquisite. Yang Fendou nodded in agreement, stating very well, Meng Gu, you shall oversee the shop's decoration. Remember, we are an antique store, and it must not be overly extravagant. A rustic yet grand ambience with a sense of antiquity would be ideal. Meng Kaiyu assured him, I've already enlisted my friends to draft the design plans. Within 3 days, our shop will be ready for business. Yang Fendou, confident in Meng Kaiyu's abilities, replied, Excellent. 3 days hence, we shall officially open. You will manage the shop's decoration while I will source the merchandise. Otherwise, an empty store upon opening would not bode well. Meng Kaiyu displayed a hint of concern. Is 3 days sufficient to gather enough inventory for such a large space? Yang Fendou chuckled in response. In retail, what is displayed outside is typically mundane and easily obtained. The truly valuable items are seldom showcased, primarily to avoid damage from the throngs of people and to deter unscrupulous characters. Realización tabnet on Meng Kaiyu. Oh, ise. Another lesson learned. After finalizing their plans, Meng Kaiyu departed to attend to the renovations. After locking the shop's door, Yang Fendou strolled towards the street stalls, not with the intent of merely hunting for bargains, but rather to acquire some items for display within the shop. As midday approached, the crowds had significantly thinned. Yang Fendou leisurely surveyed the stalls lining the street. After some time, he arrived at a stall selling porcelain, roughly 3 square meters in size, filled with an array of ceramic pieces. The vendor, an elderly man, eagerly promoted his wares as Yang Fendou crouched down. Young man, all the porcelain here is genuine quality. Take this plum vase you're holding. It's a fine piece from the Qing dynasty's Qianlong period. I haven't made a sale all morning. If you're interested, it's yours for 30,000. Yang Fendou shook his head with a smile, clearly aware that the vendor had mistaken him for a fool. 30,000 for a Qing dynasty blue and white plum vase. If true, that would indeed be a windfall. However, Yang Fendou remained silent, as he was still a stranger on this street. This allowed the stall owners to lower their guard, making it easier for him to seize genuine opportunities. He set down a vase and picked up a brush washer to examine it closely. This brush washer was from the Ru kiln and was worth even more than the Mei vase, approximately 50,000 yuan. The old man glanced around furtively and extended 5 fingers, as if afraid of being seen. This was a common tactic among stall owners, designed to convince buyers of authenticity. Yang Fendou continued to refrain from speaking, picking up several items in succession, and with each piece, the old man launched into extravagant praise. If an inexperienced buyer were to encounter him, they might indeed be deceived. In truth, these antique vendors possessed keen discernment. It's not just about their ability to appraise items, but also their capacity to read people, instantly discerning whether someone is naive. Yang Fendou maintained a facade of curiosity, picking up and setting down items, all while being a newcomer, which led the stall owner to firmly believe he was an easy mark. During this time, Yang Fendou stole a glance at the stall owner and, upon seeing his expression, confirmed that the old man had not perceived his true skill. He then smiled and said, "To be honest, these items are quite impressive. If they're truly as you claim, that would be even better." Upon hearing this, the old man seized the opportunity and became more enthusiastic, saying, "Young man, I can see we share a connection. Choose any item you like, and if you buy more, I can surely offer you a discount. Whether for gifting or collecting, you won't regret it." Yang Fendou replied with a smile, "I too feel we are fated. I'll select a few pieces." As he spoke, he lowered his head, feigning earnestness and caution. Most of the items at this stall were modern crafts, lacking any real value. However, 2 pieces did catch Yang Fendou's attention. One was a Republic-era imitation of a Qing dynasty sea bowl, though mass-produced during the Republic. The quality of the clay and glaze was commendable, and the form was intact, likely worth around 5,000 yuan. The other piece was more intriguing, a Republic-era snow scene porcelain vase, which the old man had placed in a corner. Yang Fendou recognized it as a valuable item at first glance. After casually inspecting the bottom of the vase, he noted the mark of Emperor Qianlong. With the aid of his enhanced vision, he clearly saw additional characters beneath the mark but chose not to linger on them, placing the vase aside. These stall owners were shrewd. Lingering too long could awaken their suspicions. Subsequently, Yang Fendou casually selected a few more items, totaling 5 in all. "Boss, I'll take these 5. What price do you offer?" he inquired, brushing off the dust from his hands and smiling at the stall owner. The vendor glanced at the items Yang Fendou had chosen and feigned surprise, saying, "Young man, you have a discerning eye. These 5 are indeed the finest pieces in my stall. Since we share a connection, I will offer you a special price of 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou chuckled and replied, "You truly are a savvy businessman. If I were to select a few other items, would you not claim they're the best in your collection as well?" The elderly man offered an awkward smile, surprised by the young man's unexpected depth of thought. "All right, let's be friends. Take it for 80,000. Yang Fendou shook his head with a wry smile. Observing this, the old man furrowed his brow and inquired, "Then how much do you propose?" Yang Fendou, with a cheerful countenance, slowly extended a single finger. "What, 1,000? That's far too little. Young man, you don't bargain like this. People usually make substantial cuts. Your offer is so low it feels like I'd be left with nothing. The old man, utterly astonished, shook his head vigorously. Yet, he had misunderstood. Yang Fendou clarified, I meant 1,000 for these 5 items. I shot them down in one go. What? Young man, are you jesting? At this price, I wouldn't even be able to make a sale. The old man was genuinely taken aback by Yang Fendou's offer. Chapter 68. A Battle of Wits in the Marketplace. Yang Fendou remained silent, confident that the old man had not recognized the true value of the sea bowl and snow scene vase. Otherwise, such a reaction would be inconceivable, given the modern replicas. These 5 items wouldn't total more than 200. Yang Fendou's offer of 1,000 was a strategic move to prevent the old man from realizing he wasn't a fool. In essence, it was a battle of psychology and perception. With an unawakened seller, everything was negotiable. It seems fate has not favored us today. Since you are unwilling to sell, I shall wander to other stalls, he said, glancing around to find no one else present. With a sigh, Yang Fendou shook his head, stood up, and prepared to leave. He was certain that within 10 steps, the old man would call him back. Young man, don't rush off. Let's discuss the price further. I genuinely wish to do business, the old man's voice suddenly called out, just as Yang Fendou took his 6th step, seeing that negotiation was still possible. The old man bowed his head in contemplation, as if making a significant decision. With a stomp of his foot, he proclaimed, All right, I'll concede today. If it weren't for my sincere desire to befriend you, I would never sell at this price. Even at this price, I might end up losing my trousers, he added, all the while packing the items Yang Fendou had selected into a box. After Yang Fendou paid him 1,000 through his phone, he joyfully accepted the items and departed. That kid, what a fool, the old man muttered, watching Yang Fendou's retreating figure with a sense of pride before squatting down to tidy his stall. The 5 items, along with the packaging, cost merely 100, yielding a profit of 900, enough to leave him in high spirits. Little did he know, the true fool was in fact himself. As the old man was organizing his stall, another individual approached. He looked up and instantly donned a broad smile. Boss Li, what brings you to this humble market? The newcomer was none other than Li Jun, the proprietor of Junlai Hall. Initially intending to dine out, he had spotted Yang Fendou receiving items from the stall owner from a distance. After avoiding Yang Fendou, he hurried to the stall. Oh, I was just about to head out for a meal. Old Zheng, it seems business has been good this morning, Li Jun remarked with a smile. Old Zheng waved his hand dismissively, saying, I managed to make a living, but I cannot compare to your esteemed establishment. Your business is grand, while mine is merely modest. However, Li Jun shook his head in response, stating, I just saw someone purchase several items from you at once. Hearing this, Old Zheng quickly replied, You know the merchandise in my stall, 5 items sold for a mere 1,000 yuan. This revelation surprised Li Jun, as he had expected the items to be worth only a couple of 100 yuan. What was Yang Fendou up to? Had he misjudged? Li Jun pondered and, with a smile, inquired, Which items did he buy from you? Old Zheng, unsure why Li Jun was interested in his goods, ultimately divulged the details of Yang Fendou's purchases. Satisfied, Li Jun nodded and engaged in casual conversation as they strolled towards the antique street. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised Yang Fendou's intention. Undoubtedly, he was seeking inventory for his newly opened shop. Ah, you clever lad, thinking you can flip some trinkets from a street stall into genuine antiques for your store. Just wait. I shall ensure you stumble, Li Jun mused internally as he walked. I have a plethora of friends. Everything is prepared, and they will come to work this afternoon, Meng Kaiyu remarked with a smile while seated on the sofa. Yang Fendou genuinely admired Meng Kaiyu's extensive network. Did you just acquire these? He asked, noticing 5 boxes on the coffee table, astonished. Indeed, just purchased from a street vendor, Yang Fendou confirmed with a nod. Eagerly, Meng Kaiyu opened the boxes, inspecting the 5 items. Although he was only somewhat knowledgeable, he furrowed his brow at the sight. Young Master Yang, can these even be considered antiques? They are clearly modern replicas. Yang Fendou chuckled lightly, responding, Your perception is indeed sharp this time. But these 2 pieces are rather fine and suitable for display on a treasure shelf. As he spoke, he slid the sea bowl and snow scene porcelain vase towards Meng Kaiyu, casually placing the other 3 into a box. Meng Kaiyu furrowed his brow, picking up the snow scene vase for a closer examination, particularly scrutinizing the markings on the base, which only deepened his frown. What is this? There is no structure whatsoever, and the base markings are terribly fake. Yang Fendou smiled mysteriously, saying, What you see illustrated is a mountain range extending upward from the vase's mouth. This is a snow scene in the mountains. Do not focus solely on the mountains. Consider the entire vase, The vast expanse of white represents the snow. With this revelation, Meng Kaiyu quickly extended his arms to create distance, his expression transforming into one of surprise. By heavens, what a splendid depiction of a snow scene in the mountains. Had you not pointed it out, I truly would not have noticed, he exclaimed, slapping his thigh in realization. Yang Fendou merely chuckled, continuing to admire the sea bowl adorned with blue and white floral motifs. That is not right. Yang Xiao, this inscription is not authentic. Soon, Meng Kaiyu's brow furrowed again. Yang Fendou took the bottle and remarked, this inscription was not engraved during the firing process, but rather inscribed later. It was likely mistaken for a modern imitation, which is why it bears the Qianlong mark, intending to deceive. However, I must inform you that although this is a piece of Republic-era porcelain, it is the work of a renowned master, thus it holds significant value. Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu quickly responded, the market for Republic-era porcelain has surged in recent years. Even mass-produced pieces can sell for 3,000 to 5,000 or even upwards of 10,000. This was Meng Kaiyu's strength. He was well-versed in the market trends of antiques and collectibles. In response, Yang Fendou handed the large bowl to Meng Kaiyu, stating, this particular piece is indeed mass-produced. Yet it exhibits commendable quality, especially its remarkable preservation, so it should be valued around 5,000. Meng Kaiyu took the bowl, examined it carefully, and gently placed it back in the box. His gaze once again fell upon the snow-scene porcelain vase, and he anxiously implored, Yang Xiao, please do not keep me in suspense. Tell me, what is the true nature of this vase? Chapter 69, A Fortuitous Encounter. Each time he witnessed Meng Kaiyu's impatience, Yang Fendou could not help but smile. Noticing Yang Fendou still chuckling, Meng Kaiyu wore a look of frustration and said, Yang Xiao, you are being rather excessive. Are you intentionally toying with my anticipation? Yang Fendou shook his head and replied, it is not that. I merely hope you can exhibit some composure. In our line of work, if one does not maintain a steady mind, and one's thoughts are easily discernible, how can one procure fine items? Moreover, one risks being deceived at any moment. There are no outsiders present. It is just the two of us now, Meng Kaiyu insisted. Yang Fendou proceeded to open a vial of essential oil, pouring a small amount to evenly apply it over the inscription. After a few minutes, he found a cloth and vigorously rubbed the inscription, revealing that the original Qianlong mark had vanished, giving way to the true inscription beneath. Gazing at the inscription, Yang Fendou could not suppress a smile. Su Ren's work? Meng Kaiyu stared blankly at the inscription and asked, who is Su Ren? Hearing this, Yang Fendou could not help but chuckle. You've hit the nail on the head. Who indeed is Su Ren? Ah, are you teasing me with tongue twisters? What kind of person is he? This piece is evidently a craft item. I fear you may have misjudged it, Meng Kaiyu said, shaking his head in resignation. Ignorance can be quite daunting. Brother Meng, I believe you should read more in your spare time. Are you aware of the 8 friends of Zhushan? After Yang Fendou's remark, Meng Kaiyu shook his head again. Su Ren is one of the 8 friends of Zhushan, a master of ceramic arts, particularly skilled in snow scene landscapes. Thus, although this vase is a product of the Republic era, it is indeed the creation of a master, significantly enhancing its value. Please wait a moment. I know that if Republic-era porcelain originates from a master, its value can be tremendously high. I recall several pieces auctioned in recent years, some surpassing 1 million, and one even fetching over 3 million. Upon hearing the potential value, Meng Kaiyu's understanding rapidly deepened. Ha! Yang Fendou shook his head, offering a wry smile. Yang Xiao, how much do you think this item could sell for? Meng Kaiyu inquired. This porcelain piece is not a creation from his peak period, and many people still have reservations about Republic-era porcelain. However, for a genuine collector, it should fetch around 300,000 to 500,000, of course at a standard price. It would start at 200,000. How much did you spend on these 5 pieces in total? Meng Kaiyu pressed on. 1,000 yuan. Goodness, Yang Xiao. Even if it were 10,000, you would still be considered incredibly fortunate. Purchasing something valued at 300,000 to 500,000 for just 1,000 is truly astonishing. Meng Kaiyu was visibly excited again. Yang Jintao, witnessing this, chuckled and remarked, well, these items are indeed rare finds. Today has been a stroke of luck. I had no high hopes and unexpectedly stumbled upon this treasure. Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu became even more animated. Your luck is extraordinary. Imagine if you had been actively seeking a bargain. You would have struck gold. Yang Jintao quickly shook his head. I mentioned before, such occurrences are serendipitous. If one fixates on finding a deal, they are bound to make mistakes. When one's mindset shifts, so does their perception. Thus, maintaining a tranquil state of mind is paramount. Do you understand? I understand, Meng Kaiyu nodded earnestly. All right, he replied enthusiastically, carefully packing away the 2 items. Just then, Yang Jitua's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing it was Xiang Mei, he quickly answered, Xiang Mei, are you all right? He had been unable to reach her the previous day, which had caused him some concern. And in his busyness today, he had forgotten to call her. Yem Mifine. Moreover, the crisis at Shang S is about to be resolved. Where are you? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Shang Mei's voice conveyed her evident good spirits. I'm with Mengge. Send me your location, and we'll head over right away. All right. After hanging up, Shang Mei sent over her location. Let us go. Shang Mei is treating us to dinner. Yang Jinta informed Meng Kaiyu as he stood up and headed out. Meng Kaiyu, momentarily taken aback, hurriedly followed, and the 2 locked up the shop with the chain lock Meng Kaiyu had just purchased before making their way out to the antique street. In my opinion, Shang Mei's invitation to dinner indicates she must be in high spirits. Something good must have happened, Meng Kaiyu remarked as he started the car. Unable to contain his thoughts, Yang Jinta nodded. She mentioned that the crisis at Shang S is about to be resolved. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a private dining establishment, parked the car, and entered. Shang Mei was already waiting for them. Upon their arrival, she greeted them with a radiant smile and a wave. Shang Mei, you seem to be celebrating something good? Meng Kaiyu, settling into his seat, inquired with curiosity. Only you would notice. Shang Mei shot him a playful glance before turning her attention to Yang Jinta. Our company is about to start designing new products. Yang Jinta smiled and replied, Congratulations. Just a few days ago, you mentioned a shortage of funds and raw materials. How did things resolve so quickly? Shang Mei nodded, saying, My grandfather instructed the company to allocate all the working capital towards designing new products. And this morning I received a call informing me that a batch of raw stones has arrived. Meng Kaiyu chuckled. That truly is wonderful news. Congratulations. Yang Xiao and I also have some delightful news to share with you. Shang Mei furrowed her brows and inquired, What good news? Unable to contain his excitement, Meng Kaiyu revealed, Yang Xiao and I have purchased a shop on Antique Street. We begin renovations this afternoon and will officially open in 3 days. Consider this an early notification, and don't forget to prepare a generous red envelope. Is that true? Shang Mei was skeptical of Meng Kaiyu's words, having always been candid. She only trusted Yang Fendou, thus her beautiful eyes were fixed on him. Yang Fendou chuckled helplessly and nodded, confirming, Indeed, we plan to open in 3 days. A hint of surprise crossed Shang Mei's delicate features as she exclaimed, Wasn't it said that there were no vacant shops on Antique Street? How did you manage that? She cast an admiring glance at Yang Fendou before turning her gaze back to Meng Kaiyu, stating, Since you both have good news, you should treat us to this meal. Look at my loose tongue. I should have waited until you settled the bill before saying that. Now I'm going to be the one paying for it, Meng Kaiyu lamented, slapping his mouth in regret. All of them had good news, and the meal was especially joyous, but Shang Mei's phone ringing shattered the cheerful ambience. After answering the call, Shang Mei stood frozen, slowly lowering her phone, her gaze shifting to the 2 men. What is wrong? Yang Fendou asked urgently upon noticing her expression. Shang Mei, still in shock, murmured, The raw stones we just received have issues. Chapter 70. Something is amiss. Meng Kaiyu drove swiftly, carrying Yang Fendou and Shang Mei to the storage area on the outskirts of Xia City. Noticing Shang Mei's unusually grim expression, laden with anxiety, Yang Fendou reassured her, Shang Mei, don't panic. Let us assess the situation first. Shang Mei merely nodded, speechless. Upon arrival, they found a crowd gathered at the entrance of the Shang family's raw stone warehouse. Shang Mei hurriedly navigated through the throng and dashed towards the person responsible for the stone procurement. Gazing at the mountain of raw stones, she coldly shouted at the responsible party, who hung his head and muttered, Only a few dozen of these stones are real. The rest are all fake. In a fit of rage, Shang Mei lost her composure and slapped him harshly. Anyone would lose their wits in such a situation. This batch of stones had cost nearly 80 million, consuming a significant portion of the Shang family's working capital. To discover they were all counterfeit was utterly devastating. Shang Mei, this is the outcome of your insistence on developing new products. Now that it's turned out like this, what do you propose we do? Several board members began to voice their grievances against Shang Mei. At that moment, Shang Yuhe and Shang Mei's father, Shang Mingsheng, rushed over upon hearing the news. Shang Mei, what were you thinking? Why didn't you personally oversee such a large shipment? Shang Yuhe cast a glance at the raw stones. His face contorted with fury as he directed his ire towards Shang Mei. You have brought ruin upon our Shang family, he exclaimed. Shang Mingsheng, their father, echoed his pain with a heavy heart. In that moment, Xiang Mei felt utterly desolate, for she had never concerned herself with the procurement of these stones. After all, the person responsible for their acquisition was one of her most trusted confidants. Little did she expect that this time it would lead to such a catastrophic disaster for the Xiang clan. Grandfather, I must admit my oversight in this matter. Rest assured, no matter the cost, I will rectify it, Xiang Mei asserted, her gaze shifting coldly to the stone procurement head. Tell me, from whom did you acquire these stones? Mr. Xiang, I initially planned to source them from Relics, but due to your urgent demands, I ended up purchasing this batch from a merchant in Kyoto. The phone number has been disconnected. I cannot locate him, the anxious official replied. Hearing this, Xiang Mei felt a chill enveloping her. It was evident they had been deceived. What day is it today? Why is everyone from the Xiang family here at the warehouse? Have they discovered the Imperial Green? Just then, a few individuals approached them. What is that scoundrel Wang Hai doing here? Meng Kaiyu, who had been observing from the crowd, gritted his teeth. Let us remain silent and assess the situation. It appears someone is deliberately orchestrating a scheme against the Xiang family. Yang Fendou urged quietly to Meng Kaiyu. Wang Xiao, it is truly humiliating. All the raw stones we acquired are counterfeit. Xiang Mingqing lamented upon seeing Wang Hai. Uncle Xiang, please do not let your anger consume you. Surely there must be some misunderstanding. How could the Xiang family commit such a fundamental error? Xiang Mingqiang sighed deeply. Grandfather Xiang, could this be true? Wan Hai Ingui, his face a mask of shock, though internally he was reveling in glee as he turned his gaze back to Xiang Yuha. Apologies for the embarrassment this has caused. Xiang Yuha replied with a sense of resignation. Grandfather Xiang, you speak as if this situation does not concern us. The troubles of the Xiang family reflect poorly on the Wang family as well, especially considering our family's impending union. Wang Hai feigned sympathy. Wang Hai, silence yourself. Xiang Mei snapped, her frustration boiling over at the nauseating tone of his voice. Xiao Mei, what are you doing? I came to see if there was any way I could assist. If you continue with this attitude, I might as well take my leave, Wang Hai retorted, a glint of mischief in his eyes. That vile creature. I wish I could kick him to the curb. ISNT this just taking advantage of our misfortune? Meng Kaiyu struggled to contain his anger. Yang Fendou, however, shook his head. Let's not act rashly. There is something amiss here. His gaze remained fixed on Xiang Mei and the others, and unnoticed by all. His fists were clenched tightly. Xiao Mei, mind your tone. Do you not realize the gravity of the situation? Wang Xiao is merely expressing concern for us. What is with your attitude? Sheng Yu chastised Sheng Mei. Wang Xiao, to be candid, our Xiang family is indeed facing a grave crisis. If this is not resolved appropriately, we may face utter ruin, Xiang Yuha concluded, turning his anguished gaze towards Wang Hai. Wang Hai furrowed his brow and said, Surely, Grandpa Xiang, this cannot be the case. It is merely a matter of purchasing counterfeit raw stones. The sky has not fallen. With a sigh of despair, Xiang Yuha lamented, 80 million. Just like that. It has gone to waste. Observing Xiang Yuha's distressed state, Wang Hai felt a surge of satisfaction and responded, Grandpa Xiang. Our Wang family could indeed assist you in overcoming this crisis, however. But what? Xiang Yuha, as if grasping at a lifeline, inquired eagerly. But this would not be above board, Wang Hai said, deliberately pausing with a smirk. Understanding the implications, Xiang Yuha quickly replied, I will take charge of this matter. If you can aid the Xiang family, I will arrange for Xiao Mei to marry you immediately. Grandfather, please be quiet, Xiang Mei interjected, but was met with an angry roar from Xiang Yuha. Grandpa Xiang, I propose we marry first, and then the Wang family can extend their assistance to the Xiang family. Wang Hai's eyes glinted with determination. Dream on, Wang Hai. Even if I were to die, I would never marry you, Xiang Mei retorted coldly. Wang Hai's gaze locked on a Xiang Mei, a cold smile playing on his lips as he remarked, Remember, you said that. Do not regret it later. Even if you kneel and beg, it will be of no use. Just as Wang Hai finished speaking, 3 vehicles approached, eliciting a wave of tension among the crowd. One belonged to the business bureau, while the other 2 belonged to the police. The uniformed individuals, whom Meng Kaiyu recognized, bypassed pleasantries and headed straight into the throng. Who was the person in charge of the Xiang group? One of them demanded, scanning the crowd sharply. All eyes turned to Xiang Mei, who stepped forward and announced, I am Xiang Mei, the chairwoman of the Xiang group. Chapter 71, A Wise Choice. As her words hung in the air, the colleague of the man stepped forward and directly restrained both Xiang Mei and the person responsible for purchasing the raw stones, leading them out of the crowd. It was disheartening to see that no one from the Xiang side spoke up, not even Xiang Mingqiang, who merely sighed. Meanwhile, the business bureau officials began sealing off the Xiang group's raw stone warehouse. Seeing Shang Mei being escorted away, Meng Kaiyu and Yang Fendou rushed forward to intervene. The uniformed personnel recognized Meng Kaiyu, and one of them quickly pulled him aside to speak quietly. Young Master Meng, I'm truly powerless in this matter. The situation has escalated significantly. The media in Shiha is already buzzing about it, and the higher-ups are taking this seriously. I can only conduct business as usual, so please do not make things difficult for my colleagues. Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu could only nod helplessly, saying, All right, brother, I trust your word. Thank you. Yang Fendou's gaze remained fixed on Shang Mei's face. Their eyes met, and while tears shimmered in Shang Mei's eyes, Yang Fendou managed to offer a reassuring smile. Do not be afraid. My brother Meng and I will ensure this matter is investigated thoroughly. Just cooperate with their work. Shang Mei nodded earnestly, and she was then taken away in a vehicle. Grandpa, it appears that our wedding is no longer feasible. I believe it is best to let this matter rest. I can no longer involve myself in the affairs of the Shang family. Wang Hai, having concluded his words, was about to turn away with those accompanying him. Upon witnessing this, Shang Yuha hastily approached, saying, Young Master Wang, do not be angered. This matter is beyond her control. I shall take charge. Once she clarifies the situation, I will promptly arrange your marriage. Upon hearing this, Wang Hai ceased to feign discontent, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his face as he replied, Master Shang, it is not that I, Wang Hai, am being unreasonable. Without legitimacy, I truly cannot assist you. However, your assurances bring me comfort. After my union with Xiao Mei, I shall help the Shang family navigate through this crisis. Union? You must be out of your mind. At that moment, a chilling voice rang out. Yang Fendou and Meng Kaiyu had approached Wang Hai. Seeing these two, Wang Hai instinctively took 3 steps back, his bodyguard immediately positioning himself in front of him. Shang Yuha and Shang Mingcheng exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, as Shang Mingcheng stepped forward to confront Meng Kaiyu and Yang Fendou. Xiaoyu, what do you intend to do? Shang Mingcheng asked coldly, fixing his gaze upon Meng Kaiyu. The latter, suppressing his irritation, replied, Uncle Shang, why is your family so misguided? This incident is clearly a ruse, aimed at undermining your family. Do you not understand? Upon hearing this, Shang Mingcheng's expression darkened. Xiaoyu, cease your words. The affairs of the Shang family are not for you to meddle in. Furthermore, Xiao Mei is about to marry young Master Wang. You should limit your contact with her to avoid gossip. With a look of helplessness, Meng Kaiyu retorted, Uncle Shang, you truly are mistaken. Do you believe that marrying Xiao Mei to this scoundrel will secure your family's safety? I assure you, the entire Shang group will fall under the Wang family's control. Shut your mouth, Meng Kaiyu. Do you wish for me to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father? Shang Mingcheng exclaimed, his face filled with anger. At that moment, a cold smile appeared on Wang Hai's lips. Meng Kaiyu, you should swiftly remove yourself. For the affairs between the Wang and Shang families have nothing to do with you. Already simmering with anger, Meng Kaiyu did not anticipate Wang Hai's provocations, his gaze turning icy. Observing this, Yang Fendou, who had remained silent, suddenly grasped Meng Kaiyu's arm, shaking his head. Fixing his gaze upon Wang Hai, Yang Fendou smirked. Wang Hai, do not be too pleased with yourself. Do you truly believe your actions are flawless? Wang Hai gritted his teeth, stating, Yang Fendou, remember this. The previous matter is far from settled. Once I marry Shang Mei, I will settle the score with you. With that, Wang Hai left a menacing remark before hastening toward his vehicle, haunted by the psychological shadow cast by their prior encounter and wary of Meng Kaiyu's father's influence. Departing was the wisest choice. Yang Fendou turned his attention to Shang Mingcheng and Shang Yuha, stating calmly, Greetings, I am Yang Fendou, a friend of Shang Mei. I believe it is unwise for you to linger here. We must find a way to ensure Shang Mei's safety. Meng Xiao is correct. This situation is clearly a setup aimed at harming your family. Shang Yuha's face darkened, glaring at Yang Fendou. You are Yang Fendou? Indeed, that is I advise you to keep your distance from Shang Mei from now on. The Shang family is not a realm for some of your ilk. Should you dare to harass Shang Mei again, do not blame us for being ungracious. With these words, Shang Yuha tossed his sleeves in indignation and turned away, prompting the Shang family members to hastily follow him. Observing their retreating figures, Yang Fendou shook his head in regret. Young Master Yang, please do not be angry. Shang Yuha is simply muddled in his old age, Meng Kaiyu said, noticing Yang Fendou's expression. However, Yang Fendou merely smiled and replied, a haughty disposition and stubbornness will inevitably bring ruin to the entire clan. Meng Kaiyu appeared momentarily taken aback and quickly added, Indeed, it's a pity for Shang Mei. Upon mentioning Shang Mei, Yang Fendou's gaze turned to Meng Kaiyu as he said, Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot turn a blind eye to Xiangmei's plight. You have connections, do you not? Think of a way to extricate her. Meng Kaiyu's expression faltered slightly as he responded, I just spoke with a former colleague. And the situation is quite serious. They are powerless to assist. I fear I may have to contact my father. Well, why not give it a try? Yang Fendou nodded in agreement. Meng Kaiyu promptly took out his phone and dialed Meng Liang, but within a minute, he hung up with a look of resignation. Sighing towards Yang Fendou, he said, My father also faces difficulties. He cannot intervene in this matter, but he advised us to investigate further, as something seems amiss. Uncle Meng's concerns are valid. We should devise our own plan. Let's first go to the tea house and calm ourselves, Yang Fendou suggested. With that, the two departed the storage park in their vehicle. Meng Kaiyu drove, while Yang Fendou perused his phone, inundated with news regarding the Shang Group's counterfeit jade stones. In an instant, the Shang Group found itself ensnared in an unprecedented crisis. Upon arriving at the company's entrance, Shang Yuhe and his entourage were besieged by numerous media outlets. Additionally, rumors circulated online alleging that all the jade jewelry sold by the Shang Group was counterfeit. Across Shihe City and even in distant stores, customers returning products had overwhelmed the establishments. Chapter 72. This is human nature. The entire corporate building was in disarray, given that the board members were predominantly family. They were eager to claim their share during the distribution of profits, yet none could withstand the current turmoil. In desperation, Shang Yuhe sought assistance from the Wang Group, as they were his only hope. Meanwhile, on another front, Wang Hai was reveling in delight, seated in a private room at a club, toasting with red wine, alongside Li Jun in celebration. Boss Li, your prowess is commendable. The Shang family is now thoroughly engulfed in panic, and the Shang Group is within our grasp, Wang Hai said with a sinister grin. Li Jun, equally beaming with joy, clinked glasses with Wang Hai and complimented. I cannot compare to young Master Wang. It is your brilliance that has orchestrated this success. Without your guidance, things would not have unfolded so smoothly. With a cold laugh, Wang Hai tossed a card to Li Jun, stating, This is the payment for your batch of goods. Li Jun's eyes sparkled as he caught the bank card, grinning. Then I shall not be modest, young Master Wang. At this moment, Li Jun felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. He had finally vented his frustrations and made a considerable profit. He naively believed that without the support of the affluent Shang Mei, Yang Fendou was merely a worthless pauper. His next move was to devise a way to deal with Yang Fendou. He chuckled, assuring himself that once he had secured both Shang Mei and the Shang Group, he would assist in taking care of that scoundrel Yang Fendou. Thank you, young Master Wang, Li Jun said, pouring another drink for Wang Hai. Meanwhile, Yang Fendou and Meng Kaiyu had arrived at the tea bar, both distracted by their phones instead of enjoying the tea. The Shang Group was embroiled in a scandal involving counterfeit goods. They had allegedly used fake jade to create jewelry, resulting in varying degrees of poisoning among consumers. The beautiful chairwoman of the Shang Group had been imprisoned for producing and selling fakes. Damn it. These media outlets write anything they please, Meng Kaiyu exclaimed, angrily tossing his phone aside and taking a large gulp of tea. Yang Fendou, however, remarked coolly, Such sensationalism is designed to attract attention. Yet, it appears this was orchestrated by someone deliberately manipulating the media. Meng Kaiyu quickly asserted, No need to speculate. It must be that scoundrel Wang Hai. I never expected him to resort to such despicable tactics. Yang Fendou nodded, stating that evidence was paramount, and the immediate priority was to find a way to rescue Shang Mei. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. I'll call my friend, Meng Kaiyu declared, picking up his phone and dialing incessantly. Yang Fendou's expression grew somber. Given his current capabilities, he was inferior to Meng Kaiyu when it came to seeking connections. He could only place his hopes in Meng Kaiyu. Sipping his tea, he waited as Meng Kaiyu made calls. After finishing a pot of tea, Meng Kaiyu finally set down his phone, looking helplessly at Yang Fendou. The situation is worsening. My friends are either powerless or unwilling to get involved. I've even heard that the bank has sent representatives to the Shang Group. Historically, many people are eager to offer help in times of prosperity, yet few provide support in times of need. Yang Fendou had anticipated this. When the walls crumble, the crowd pushes. This is the nature of humanity. Meng Kaiyu, now at a loss, sat in a wrought-tan chair, seething with frustration, realizing that none of his friends could assist him in this critical hour. While some genuinely could not help, most were simply keeping their distance. In that moment, he gained a deeper understanding of what friendship truly meant. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone broke the oppressive silence. Yang Fendou pulled out his phone and answered casually, Hello, is this Yang Fendou? This is Su Man. You are aware of the situation with Shang Mei, correct? Came the voice on the other end. Yang Fendou furrowed his brow and replied directly, "What do you mean? Where are you? I can come to find you. Perhaps I have a way to get Xiangmei out." Hearing this, Yang Fendou's eyes brightened. He glanced at Meng Kaiyu and quickly said, "Let us leave the tea bar." Noticing the change in Yang Fendou's demeanor, Meng Kaiyu straightened up and asked, "What is going on, young Master Yang?" Yang Fendou furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed, and remarked, "Su Man called, saying she could help us get Xiangmei out." With a sudden slap to his forehead, Meng Kaiyu exclaimed, "How could I have forgotten about her? She is Xiangmei's close friend and has broader connections in Shiha than I do. She might indeed have a solution." Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou's expression grew more serious, and he hastily inquired, "Mengu, wasn't I relying on you to gather information about Su Man? How is that progressing?" I blame myself for being so preoccupied with our shop's affairs these days that I completely overlooked it," Meng Kaiyu hurriedly explained, then sent an electronic document to Yang Fendou's phone, continuing, "This is what I had my colleague look into. Take a look." Yang Fendou nodded with a smile and opened the document on his phone. He quickly skimmed over the introductory information, uninterested, and moved on to the background details. Su Man's father, Su Wenhua, had previously worked at the Shiha City Bureau of Cultural Relics. However, he went missing along with a batch of artifacts during a catastrophic fire at the Bureau. Yang Fendou was quite familiar with the name Su Wenhua. He and his father had both been prominent figures in the Bureau, particularly renowned for their expertise in identifying artworks. Su Wenhua had even visited their home once. With his eyes slightly closed, Yang Fendou shook his head vigorously, and soon a hazy image of a young girl appeared in his mind. She was a few years older than him, and they had played house together. Could Su Man be that girl from back then? A thought flashed through his mind. Noticing Yang Fendou's expression, Meng Kaiyu couldn't help but show a hint of concern and asked, "Are you all right, Yang Xiao?" His reverie interrupted. Yang Fendou shook his head in response, saying, "I'm fine. I just didn't realize Su Man is a returee." Meng Kaiyu chuckled, then suddenly adopted a mysterious tone. "That's all mere triviality. I have some insider information about her that you might find intriguing." "What information?" Yang Fendou inquired, his curiosity piqued. Lowering his voice as if afraid of being overheard, Meng Kaiyu said, "The reason Su Man is so young yet holds the position of general manager at Jiatali is because she..." Just then, a series of knocks interrupted Meng Kaiyu's words. A server entered, escorting a stunning woman dressed in professional attire, Su Man herself. Upon seeing the impeccably dressed Su Man, Meng Kaiyu felt a surge of nerves, his gaze darting away, inwardly thinking, "Thank goodness she didn't over here. That would have been disastrous." "Su Dame, you've arrived so quickly. Please, have a seat," Meng Kaiyu muttered as he hurriedly stood to greet her. Su Man's beautiful eyes fell on Meng Kaiyu, and with a smile, she remarked, "Meng Xiao, you seem a bit off today, looking rather suspicious." Meng Kaiyu replied, surprised, and quickly said, "Su Dame, you truly have a sense of humor. I'm just a bit anxious about Xiangmei." At this moment, Yang Fendou's gaze was fixated on Xiangmei. Finding it difficult to reconcile the poised and beautiful Suman before him with a young lady he once knew. The only resemblance lay in Suman's large, sparkling eyes. As Suman settled into her seat, poised to speak, she suddenly caught Yang Fendou staring at her intently. Her delicate face flickered with surprise as she inquired, "Yang, is there something on my face?" "Oh no, my apologies. I was just a bit lost in thought," Yang Fendou quickly replied, a sheepish smile gracing his lips. Meng Kaiyu, ever the opportunist, chimed in with a grin, "A graceful lady is indeed a gentleman's delight. Yang must be captivated by your beauty." Yang Fendou was momentarily at a loss for words. Suman seemed accustomed to such compliments, responding only with a polite smile. "Meng, you certainly have a way with jest." Regaining his composure, Yang Fendou recognized that the matter concerning Xiangmei was of utmost urgency. He set aside his personal distractions and earnestly asked, "Suman, did you mention over the phone that you could help bring Xiangmei out?" What had initially posed a challenge for both of them seemed to roll off Suman's tongue with ease, as if it were a trivial matter to her. Meng Kaiyu, visibly astonished, interjected, "Suman, you are quite remarkable. I reached out to all my contacts, yet none could assist. How did you resolve it with just one call?" Yang Fendou shared the same curiosity, pondering how Suman possessed such formidable capabilities. Suman's beautiful gaze shifted to Meng Kaiyu as she smiled and remarked, "Meng, I believe the true measure of friendship lies not in quantity, but in the quality of support one offers. Those who merely gather for merriment but disperse when times are tough can only be deemed fair-weather friends." Meng Kaiyu was momentarily taken aback, not realizing that Suman's words could be more biting than Xiangmei's. With a hint of resignation, he replied, "Such blunt truths can be rather piercing, Suman." "Suman, maintaining her smile, responded, "I only speak candidly to those I deem worthy of my friendship." The initial embarrassment on Meng Kaiyu's face transformed into excitement as he exclaimed, "So, does that mean you consider me a worthy friend, Suman?" Suman merely smiled without comment. Yang Fendou, too, displayed a fleeting smile, acknowledging Suman's high emotional intelligence. The first statement left Meng Kaiyu a bit embarrassed, while the second subtly provided him with an escape. Indeed, Suman is right. Friendship is about mutual support, not exploitation. The distinction is profound. Upon hearing Yang Fendou's words, Meng Kaiyu nodded in agreement. "I understand. Let's focus on how we can assist Xiangmei." Ding! As Xiangmei's name was mentioned, Suman's phone suddenly received a message. After reading it, a smile of joy illuminated her face, and she eagerly announced to the two, "Xiangmei is already on her way out." That was quick. Meng Kaiyu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the Shang group is currently in disarray, he added, nodding in agreement. Suman confirmed this with a nod, then promptly dialed Xiangmei's number again. Less than half an hour later, Xiangmei arrived at the tea house, her appearance noticeably weary after just a few hours apart. Upon witnessing this, Suman furrowed her brows and quickly rose to embrace Xiangmei. In that moment, gazing at her friends, Xiangmei could no longer contain her tears and began to sob softly. Yang Fendou and Meng Kaiyu exchanged glances, a trace of helplessness appearing on their faces as they chose to remain silent. After a few minutes, Xiangmei's emotions began to settle somewhat, and Suman, filled with compassion, assisted her in taking a seat at the tea table. This situation is something none of us wish to confront, but since it has occurred, let us find a way to resolve it, Suman stated earnestly as she glanced at the others. Upon hearing these words, both Meng Kaiyu and Yang Fendou nodded in agreement. "Xiangmei, do you have any thoughts on this matter?" Yang Fendou inquired, looking at her thoughtfully. Xiangmei lifted her gaze to meet Yang Fendou's, a wave of grievance surging within her. At that moment, she truly wished to be enveloped in his arms. After all, this man had stirred feelings of warmth and excitement in her heart for the very first time. Yet with so many people present, she refrained from acting on her vulnerability and steadied her emotions, resolutely stating, "I can think of no one but Wang Hai." Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu quickly interjected, "We share the same sentiment, but currently, we have no evidence." Yang Fendou nodded in agreement, adding, "The situation is quite complex. Your Shang family has been thrust into the spotlight. If we do not resolve this promptly, I fear the matter may become exceedingly difficult to handle." Sheng Mai, upon hearing this, suddenly looked up at Yang Fendou, a bitter smile gracing her lips. "I understand. Everything now hinges on my stance. If I acquiesce to their demands, the Shang group may avert disaster. Have you lost your senses, Shang Mei? Marrying that scoundrel Wang Hai would be akin to a lamb entering the lion's den. Menke adclimat visibly displeased. Do I have any other options?" Shang Mei's words rendered the group silent. Yang Fendou, seated across from her, furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon her face. Coincidentally, Shang Mei also looked his way, their eyes meeting, and Yang Fendou felt a tinge of discomfort. He steadied himself and said, "But if you choose him, the Shang family will face the same dire consequences." Shang Mei's eyes brimmed with tears once more, leaving her momentarily speechless. "The media and the public are eagerly awaiting the spectacle. It is best for you to avoid the limelight in your current state," Yang Fendou remarked, his gaze shifting to Suman. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "Man Jia, please stay with her while I devise a plan." With that, Yang Fendou rose and moved toward the exit. Suman was taken aback. The address of Man Jia caused her cheeks to flush, a term she had only heard in her childhood. She couldn't help but ponder why Yang Fendou would refer to her in such a manner. Do not act impulsively. Neither Meng Kaiyu nor Suman can offer a solution. What can you possibly do? Shang Mei expressed her concern, fearing that Yang Fendou might confront Wang Hai and come to harm. "I have a plan," Yang Fendou stated flatly, casting a knowing glance at Meng Kaiyu, who promptly stood to follow him. Once outside the tea house, Yang Fendou addressed Meng Kaiyu directly. "Observing Yang Fendou es confident de mi honor." Meng Kaiyu's face was filled with confusion. "Yang Xiao, are you jesting? Is there truly a way to assist Shang Mei? When have I ever joked? Let's hit the road." After Yang Fendou finished speaking, he fell silent, leaving Meng Kaiyu no choice but to obediently start the car. Half an hour later, Meng Kaiyu parked the vehicle along the roadside outside Yang Fendou's residence. Upon entering his home, Yang Fendou retrieved the sandalwood box he had acquired at the auction from beneath his bed. Indeed, his plan was to seek help from Mu Xiao. He firmly believed that her capabilities could undoubtedly aid Shang Mei. Initially, he had intended to dangle the box as leverage over Mu Xiao, but time was of the essence. And for the sake of a friend, Yang Fendou was determined to exert all his efforts. This course of action was worthwhile. Naturally, Yang Fendou was certain that Mu Xiao valued the contents of the box, as the item was now in his possession. The box itself was nothing more than an ordinary sandalwood puzzle box. Giving it to her was inconsequential. After contemplating on the edge of his bed, he took out his phone and dialed Mu Xiao's number. As soon as Mu Xiao answered, Yang Fendou stated directly, "Let us discuss this in person." "All right, I will send you the location," Mu Xiao replied crisply. Once Yang Fendou left his home and entered the car, he received the location Mu Xiao had sent. "Mengu is taking me to September Cafe," Yang Fendou remarked casually. "Sure," Meng Kaiyu replied, starting the engine while instinctively glancing at Yang Fendou. His expression appeared calm, concealing any thoughts which piqued his curiosity. "Yang Xiao, are you making a deal?" "Yes," Yang Fendou nodded, saying, "When we arrive, you should head to the antique street first. The workers will come for renovations in the afternoon, and you need to keep an eye on things." As he spoke, Yang Fendou handed the shop keys to Meng Kaiyu. Upon entering the cafe, Yang Fendou immediately spotted Mu Xiao and Ningyu in the corner and made his way towards them. "Have you brought the item?" Mu Xiao inquired, glancing at Yang Fendou with a composed demeanor. Yang Fendou smiled slightly, replying, "You had already anticipated that I would engage in a transaction with you, hadn't you?" Mu Xiao shook her head, saying, "I lacked absolute certainty, but I did not expect someone to inadvertently assist me." "Wan Hai, Yang Fendou Gontret." Mu Xiao paused, then nodded in affirmation. Indeed, the Wang family has coveted the Shang family's assets for quite some time. They aim to dominate the Shihe jewelry business. Yang Fendou's gaze settled on Mu Xiao, and with a smile, he remarked, "Then let us dispense with pleasantries and discuss your sincerity." "Fair enough." Mu Xiao expressed with a hint of admiration, stating, "To go this far for a friend is commendable. To be frank, I approached Shang Mei yesterday, hoping she would convey a message to you, agreeing to hand over the box, but she also rejected my request." This revelation somewhat surprised Yang Fendou, as Shang Mei had not mentioned this matter to him. Even in her most difficult and desperate times, she had not resorted to using friends as bargaining chips. Indeed, Shang Mei was a friend worth cherishing. Noticing Yang Fendou's silence, Mu Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Thus, whether I sought you out or you sought me, I will not put you in a difficult position. I can provide the Wang family's dark history and evidence of Wang Hai's crimes, and I will arrange for prominent figures in the jewelry industry to collaborate with the Shang family. I believe the Shang family will undoubtedly become the largest jewelry company in Shihe City." "What is the timeline?" Yang Fendou nodded slightly and inquired. 3 days? He shook his head and, extending a single finger, replied, "At most 1 day. By tomorrow morning, the situation must be turned around, and I intend to ensure the complete downfall of the Wang Group." Mu Xiaolu furrowed her brow, biting her lip, and ultimately nodded. "All right, I agree." A faint smile graced Yang Fendou's lips as he produced a rosewood box, placing it gently on the table and sliding it towards Mu Xiao. This was the very box that had been photographed earlier. "How do I know you haven't switched it?" Yang Fendou stood to leave when Mu Xiao suddenly called out to him. He turned with a smile and reassured her, "It's genuine. The item originated from Jiao Li. If you doubt it, you may have it appraised. I trust you." Mu Xiao considered for a moment before adding, "I merely wish to purchase this box, without any ulterior motives." For some reason, she felt anxious that Yang Fendou might misunderstand her intentions. "Haha, no need for explanations. If you continue, it might seem as though you're trying to hide something." Before departing, Yang Fendou left behind a cryptic smile that stirred something within Mu Xiao. Once he exited the cafe, Ningyue whispered, "Miss, should I go to Jiao Li to verify the item?" Surprisingly, Mu Xiao shook her head. "No, I trust him." Ningyue looked on with curiosity, sensing that the lady before her was not quite the same person she had known. "Have you gathered all the evidence?" "Yes. Find a way to submit it. But remember to keep our identities concealed." "Understood." With that, the two rose and departed from the cafe. In the Guanyin Pavilion Villa area, upon returning home, Mu Xiao had spent half an hour examining the rosewood box. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, she still could not open it. Reluctantly, she set it aside and picked up her phone to make a call. "Grandfather, I have secured the rosewood box." Furrowing her brow, Mu Xiao added, "Please don't rush. I acquired it through a deal with Yang Fendou. I must assist him, and it may require the involvement of Jiuqian Jewelry." After hanging up, she bit her red lips, pondering for a few seconds before dialing another number. "Uncle Li, I will send you the information regarding the Shang Jewelry in Shihe City. Please discuss a potential collaboration with them tomorrow morning." "Understood, Mississippi." After ending the call, Mu Xiao's gaze returned to the rosewood box. Unyielding, She sat on the sofa and resumed fiddling with its mechanisms. Originally, Yang Fendou had planned to scour the antique street for treasures in the next couple of days. But given the situation with Xiang Mei, he had to set that aside until he resolved her issues. Entering the room, Yang Fendou glanced at the two and spoke first. "No need to worry. Everything is taken care of. It will be resolved within a day." Upon hearing this, both women displayed expressions of astonishment. "Yang Fendou, tell me the truth. How did you manage that?" Xiang Mei asked, her voice steady yet urgent. "I must warn you not to act recklessly. There is not a good person among the Wang family." Simultaneously, Su Man expressed her concern. "Yes, please be rational." Yang Fendou chuckled lightly upon hearing this, shaking his head and saying, "You are overthinking it. I have no intention of getting embroiled in legal troubles. I merely sought the assistance of a friend." "What friend?" Xiang Mei felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, suddenly recalling Mu Zhao's recent outreach. Initially, she intended to inform Yang Fendou about this situation. But after the issues that arose with the Shang family, she decided against it, fearing it would only complicate his thoughts. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know them anyway. As long as it helps you, that is all that matters." Yang Fendou replied with a smile. Xiang Mei furrowed her brows. On the verge of mentioning Mu Xiao, but with Su Man still present, she ultimately held her tongue. "All right." Yang Fendou nodded nonchalantly. Su Man then turned to Xiang Mei, offering a few words of comfort before she exited the private room. Yang Fendou sat calmly, sipping tea as though nothing had transpired. "You want to find Mu Xiao, didn't you?" With no outsiders around, Xiang Mei finally voiced her suspicion. Yang Fendou set down his teacup, smiled at Xiang Mei, and said, "This woman has reached out to you, hasn't she? Why would you do this?" With her status and position, she wouldn't be interested in an ordinary box without reason. Yang Fendou, however, shook his head with a smile, replying, "No matter how valuable the item, it pales in comparison to the worth of a friend." Upon hearing this, Xiang Mei's expression shifted slightly. She bit her lip and asked, "Is it worth it?" Yang Fendou nodded earnestly, stating, "It is worth it for a friend. Not just for you. If Menkai were in trouble, I would act similarly. Otherwise, I would deserve the title of friend." "Just a friend?" Xiang Mei pondered inwardly, the warmth that had briefly ignited within her dissipating in an instant, though she remained grateful to Yang Fendou. Noticing her silence, Yang Fendou chuckled softly and began browsing on his phone. Mu Xiao had not deceived him. The situation had taken a remarkable turn. "Take a look at the news," he said, raising his phone with a mysterious smile directed at Xiang Mei. Confused, Xiang Mei picked up the phone to examine it. In merely 5 seconds, her expression transformed from shock to sheer excitement. Indeed, the unfavorable news regarding the Shang group seemed to have vanished into thin air. Conversely, the dark history of Wang jewelry emerged, particularly the malfeasance of Wang Hai over the years, which had been thoroughly exposed. Unable to contain her exhilaration, Xiang Mei sprang to her feet and rushed to Yang Fendou, enveloping him in a sudden embrace before he could react. Yang Fendou's face flushed crimson. This was his first experience of such intimate contact with a girl. To be honest, Xiang Mei's closeness felt both peculiar and delightful. "Yang Fendou, thank you," she whispered softly in his ear. Then, Yang Fendou felt her body tremble slightly, followed by the sound of muffled sobs, tears of joy. Fearing he might lose composure, he hastily pushed Xiang Mei away, awkwardly saying, Xiang Mei gazed at him, her earlier distress evaporating into laughter, and with a meaningful look, she stated, "All right, I will handle the company matters first, and once I'm done, I will come find you." Before Yang Fendou could respond, Xiang Mei had already dashed out of the private room. The plot twist unfolds with astonishing rapidity. The Shang family appeared on the brink of collapse, yet has now transformed into the Wang family's jewel. Such is the nature of commercial warfare, ever-changing and unpredictable. It seems the Shang group has indeed fallen victim to a scheme orchestrated by the Wang family. As Xiang Mei hastily exited the tea house, she overheard several waitstaff whispering amongst themselves, a flicker of excitement crossing her face as she swiftly hailed a taxi towards the Shang group's headquarters. Coincidentally, the car radio was broadcasting news about the Shang group as well. Inside the private room, Yang Fendou took a sip of tea, finally regaining his composure. Truth be told, he had nearly made a grave error moments ago, but reason prevailed. Since he harbored no feelings for Xiang Mei, he absolutely could not engage in any indiscretions. Otherwise, he might lose even the semblance of friendship. The once chaotic Shang group was now filled with jubilant cheers, and Shang Yuhi's face radiated enthusiasm. "Indeed, the heavens are with us. They shall not forsake the Shang family," he exclaimed with palpable excitement. Truly, The head of the family is remarkable. Were it not for your steady hand at the helm, the consequences would have been unimaginable, one of the attendees remarked. Indeed, our leader is formidable, another echoed. These individuals may lack other talents, but their skill in flattery is unparalleled. Haha, your contributions are significant as well, Shang Yuhi replied, basking in the adulation. At that moment, Shang Mei strode into the company, drawing the gaze of everyone present. Upon seeing her, Shang Yuhi's expression shifted dramatically as he spoke in a lowered voice. The family board members began to murmur amongst themselves, and with a slight curl of her lips, Shang Mei coldly inquired, Grandfather, do you truly believe that the Shang Group's tranquility is a result of your deeds? I wish to ask what actions you have taken besides seeking the Wang family. Her words rendered Shang Yuhi's face crimson. Indeed, he had solely approached the Wang family. However, given that the Wang family's treachery against the Shang family was now irrefutable, how could they possibly offer assistance? You insolent child! Do you even comprehend whom you are addressing? Shang Yuhi retorted with a cold scoff. How dare you question me? We have all been devising solutions while you have been nowhere to be found. Indeed, it seems Shang Mei is evading responsibility, one family member chimed in. Head of the family, Shang Mei is utterly unfit to serve as the chairperson. I propose we elect a new chairman. In an instant, every accusatory gaze in the room converged upon Shang Mei. Yet, rather than displaying any sign of distress, a cold smile graced her features as she turned to Shang Yuhi and asked, Grandfather, do you also believe I am unworthy of the chairmanship? As she spoke, Shang Yuhi gestured to Shang Ming Cheng, who, being inherently weak-willed, hastily approached to pull Shang Mei away as he sensed his father's fury. Shang Mei forcefully shook off his grasp and addressed Shang Yuhi. Your initial decision to appoint me chairperson was merely a strategy to forge a connection with the Wang family. Now that they're in turmoil, I suppose you no longer require my association, correct? How laughable, considering you're all my closest kin. With that, she turned and departed. Watching Shang Mei's retreating figure, a flicker of something unrecognizable crossed Shang Yuhi's aged countenance. At this moment, Yang Fendou had already arrived at the antique street. With the matter concerning Shang Mei resolved, he felt a sense of relief. As he approached the shop, he heard the sounds of renovation from within and soon saw Meng Kaiyu rush out. Chapter 76. The burden is heavy and the road is long. Goodness, Yang Xiao. You truly are remarkable. There has been a real incident with the Wang family. I've just received confirmed news that their warehouse is filled with counterfeit jadeite rough stones, and half of their finished products are also fakes. The person in charge has already been taken away, but that scoundrel Wang Hai has vanished without trace. Observing Meng Kiyu's excited demeanor, Yang Fendou chuckled lightly. They have brought this upon themselves. It is not a matter of if, but when their downfall will occur. However, Meng Kaiyu shook his head in curiosity. I want to ask, who exactly did you find that yielded results so swiftly? Let's take a look at the renovation first. Yang Fendou deftly shifted the subject and stepped into the shop. It's just beginning. What are you looking at? You should tell me more, otherwise I want to be able to sleep well, Meng Kaiyu lamented, trailing behind Yang Fendou. In the end, Yang Fendou chose not to reveal the truth. Sometimes, Meng Kaiyu's loose lips could be as troublesome as a pair of ill-fitted trousers. If he let something slip, it could draw attention to the precious sandalwood box in Yang Fendou's possession. After all, the true treasure lay securely within his grasp. All right, let us not dwell on this matter. When the time comes, I shall tell you. For now, let me take you to the street to find some treasures. Fine. Seeing that Yang Fendou was unwilling to speak, Meng Kaiyu could only nod and follow him to the street stalls. Initially reluctant, Meng Kaiyu's spirits lifted as Yang Fendou discovered two exquisite items in quick succession, prompting him to venture off on his own to hunt for treasures. Clearly, there was much for Meng Kaiyu to learn. The road ahead was indeed long and arduous. Witnessing Yang Fendou shake his head, Meng Kaiyu felt an urge to smash the jar in his hand, but given that he had spent several thousand on it, he couldn't bring himself to do so. By evening, they returned laden with goods. Yang Fendou had spent over 2,000, acquiring 13 items, 10 of which held some value, while the remaining 3 were intentionally purchased replicas, meant to avoid alerting the stall owner. All 10 pieces were mass-produced porcelain from the Republic of China, each valued at several thousand. After all, the chances of unearthing a significant find at a stall were exceedingly slim. Acquiring these was already quite commendable. It was not until 8 in the evening that Yang Fendou finished explaining the items to Meng Kaiyu. To Yang Fendou's satisfaction, Meng Kaiyu grasped the concepts quite well. Yang Xiao, you must check your phone. The upper echelons of Wang's jewelry group have mostly been apprehended. This time, they truly seem finished. Meng Kaiyu picked up his phone and, upon glancing at it, suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, the departments of Shihe City have joined forces. All cash and real estate belonging to Wang's jewelry have been seized. All inventory and stocks have been confiscated. It's as if an earthquake has struck the jewelry circle of Shihe City. In mere hours, some of the leading jewelry enterprises in Shihe City had fallen to such an extent. Without discussing others, even the members of the Wang family are still perplexed as to how their clan could so suddenly collapse. They may never comprehend that Wang Hai had provoked a young man named Yang Fendou. Moments later, Yang Fendou put away his phone, leaning gravely against the sofa, expressing his concern. The Wang family is finished, yet Wang Hai is still on the run, which poses a significant risk. Meng Kaiyu, however, waved his hand dismissively, stating, based on my investigative experience, he will not escape. Yang Fendou shook his head, his expression serious. When a dog is cornered, it will leap over walls. When a rabbit is desperate, it will bite. Caution is imperative. With the Wang family's secrets exposed, another individual found himself unable to remain at ease. This individual was Li Jun, as he had supplied the counterfeit jade to Wang Hai and had collaborated with him over the years. If this were to lead back to him, it would spell disaster. Just as he sat anxiously in his shop contemplating strategies, the door was suddenly kicked open, and before he could react, a shadow swiftly entered the inner hall. The figure wore a long black hooded coat and a mask, making it difficult to recognize at first glance. Who are you and what do you want? Li Jun asked nervously. A glint of malice flashed in the stranger's eyes, who then removed his hood and mask, gritting his teeth. Boss Li, you have caused me considerable trouble this time. What one fears most often comes to pass. Just a moment ago, he was contemplating the Wang family's affairs, and now Wang Hai had arrived at his doorstep. Young Master Wang, please come and sit. I will brew you some tea, Li Jun hastily said, his demeanor overly respectful. Li Jun, you seem rather at ease. Even having the presence of mind to drink tea while my family is on the brink of ruin. What do you intend to do about this? Wang Hai's voice was cold as he took a seat. This is unjust, young Master Wang. I've been worried about you all along. However, this incident has little to do with me. It is merely the result of your family's past deeds being exposed, Li Jun lamented. If it weren't for your terrible suggestion, would my family be in this state? My cards are frozen. My properties and vehicles have been seized. I am now like a rat crossing the street. Wang Hai roared, his demeanor transformed from that of a once proud heir to a desperate madman. Ultimately, this situation stems from that wretched couple, Shang Mei and Yang Fendou. If you truly seek revenge, you should direct it toward them, Li Jun quickly interjected. Bring me money, and I will deal with that couple tonight. Wang Hai had completely lost his composure, having plummeted from heaven to hell. Young master, how much money could I possibly have? This is but a small business, Li Jun hurriedly explained. Are you pretending to be poor with me? Do you believe I won to deal with you first? As he spoke, Wang Hai suddenly produced a knife from his person, driving it forcefully into the rosewood tea table. Gazing at the glimmering blade before him, Li Jun trembled, collapsing to his knees. Young master, please don't be anxious. I will get you the money right away. Wang Hai coldly gestured, and Li Jun hurriedly moved to the safe, piling more than 100,000 in cash onto the tea table. At least you know your place. Remember to answer my call, or I assure you, your fate will be dire. Wang Hai declared as he swiftly stuffed the money into his bag and exited the shop. Li Jun, shaken to his core, collapsed onto the floor. He was merely a dealer of antiques. Despite his cunning and depth, he felt utterly insignificant in the face of true danger. After a brief moment of recovery, Li Jun hastily grabbed his phone and dialed. Hello, brother Wang Wu. Wang Hai's gone mad. He just robbed me of 100,000 yuan. If he exposes me, I am finished. Over the years, I have assisted you in numerous dealings. You cannot abandon me in my time of need. A dismissive grunt was the only response before the line went dead. Li Jun, now devoid of any desire for sleep, found his legs weak and unable to support him. As Wang Hai emerged from the antique street, he noticed a car parked not far away. A graceful figure exited, locked the door, and began to walk toward the antique street. Fortune smiles upon me. I never anticipated that you would come to me so willingly, you wretched woman. A sinister smile crept across Wang Hai's lips as he hastened toward her. Chapter 77. Shang Mei is kidnapped. Yang Fendou and Meng Kaiyu had intended to go out for a meal, but they received a phone call from Shang Mei. She mentioned she would come to see them and check on the shop. Reluctantly, the two remained in the store, awaiting her arrival. An hour passed, and Shang Mei was notably late. They hadn't even caught a glimpse of her. Meng Kaiyu, growing impatient, remarked, Is it possible that this woman has fallen into a well? My stomach is growling, and she is still absent. Yet, concern creased Yang Fendou's brow as he replied. Something is amiss. As he spoke, Yang Fendou pulled out his phone to call Xiang Mei, only to find that her phone was turned off. His expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Meng Kaiyu. This is not good. Something may have happened. Meng Kaiyu's face mirrored his alarm. While he lacked expertise in appraising antiques, he possessed a sharp intuition in matters like these. After a brief contemplation of 3 seconds, he exclaimed, "It must be Wang Hai." Their thoughts aligned at that moment. Suddenly, Yang Fendou's phone rang, and upon seeing it was Xiang Mei calling, he hurriedly answered. "Hello, Xiang Mei, where are you?" "Huh? Did you not expect this?" Wang Hai's voice cut through, sending chills down Yang Fendou's spine. "You two wretched lovers have brought ruin upon my family. If you wish for Xiang Mei to live, be at the rooftop of Wang's building within 15 minutes. If you are even a second late, I will take her life." Yang Fendou distinctly heard Xiang Mei's voice amidst the chaos, his expression darkening with dread. Just as he was about to respond, Wang Hai hung up. Xiang Mei was in Wang Hai's clutches, and if he did not arrive within 15 minutes, she would face a grim fate. Without hesitation, Yang Fendou dashed outside, while Meng Kaiyu, having witnessed similar situations in the past, simultaneously made calls to former colleagues. "Yang, do not panic. Xiang Mei will be fine." In the face of such turmoil, Meng Kaiyu remained remarkably composed, a skill honed during his time in the system. Yang Fendou, feeling a sense of urgency, exclaimed, "The Wang family is doomed. He has become a stray dog. In such circumstances, he is capable of anything." On the rooftop of the Wang building, Xiang Mei was gagged with a towel and tightly bound, curled up in pain on the ground, while Wang Hai squatted nearby with a sinister smirk on his face. "You filthy woman, if you have the guts, send me in too," she whimpered, unable to articulate her words, her tear-filled eyes reflecting a mix of terror and, predominantly, rage. With a swift motion, Wang Hai slapped her across the face, coldly stating, "If you 1T let me live in peace, then you shall not live either. When that bastard Yang Fendou arrives, I will grant you both the fate you deserve, allowing you to become a pair of star-crossed lovers." Time flew by, and 13 minutes had already passed since the phone call. Yang Fendou and Meng Kaiyu were nearing the Wang Group building. At that moment, Wang Hai stood up and walked toward the edge of the rooftop, peering down from the 20th floor to see a car parked below. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he turned back to Xiang Mei, grinning. "Yang Fendou has arrived, but there's only 1 minute left. If he does not reach the rooftop in that time, you shall meet him below." Upon hearing this, terror instantly filled Xiang Mei's eyes. Just as Wang Hai turned to approach her, he suddenly stumbled, his body tipping backward. Before Xiang Mei could comprehend the situation, Wang Hai had plummeted from the rooftop. A chilling scream echoed as he fell further away. As Yang Fendou and Meng Kaiyu exited their vehicle, Meng Kaiyu's former colleagues rushed over. Yet before they could act, a loud thud resonated, startling everyone. Yang Fendou felt a jolt of panic and dashed forward, only to find Wang Hai lying motionless on the ground. A nauseating mixture of red and white fluids slowly spreading around him. "Seal off the scene," he commanded. By the time everyone began to respond, Yang Fendou had already rushed inside the building, with Meng Kaiyu and several former colleagues closely following. Upon reaching the rooftop, they found Xiang Mei bound and unconscious. Yang Fendou hurriedly rushed to her side, lifting her and removing the towel from her mouth, freeing her from her bindings. "Xiang Mei!" His voice was laden with urgency. Slowly, she opened her eyes, gazing at Yang Fendou, a faint smile breaking through her weakness as she murmured, "Is it really you?" "Yang Fendou? Yes, it's me. You're safe now. Don't worry," he assured her. Moments later, Xiang Mei finally grasped her surroundings and began to weep in Yang Fendou's embrace. While everyone was occupied with the scene, a shadow swiftly vanished into the night. Meanwhile, far away at the antique streets, Junlai Hall, Li Jun received a phone call. "Brother Wang Wu, the matter has been resolved. You can rest easy now," a detached voice declared from the other end. "Really? That's wonderful news." Li Jun sighed in relief. Were it not for your years of assistance in facilitating business for the second master, he would hardly concern himself with this trivial matter. Do you understand what you ought to do from now on?" Wang Wu inquired with a cold snort. Understood. From now on, whenever you have goods, feel free to bring them to me. I am wholeheartedly devoted to serving the second master," Li Jun replied. By the time he finished speaking, the other party had already hung up. The tension that had marked Li Jun's face dissipated, allowing him to finally relax. After ensuring the scene was managed, Yang Fendou and Meng Kaiyu accompanied the shaken Xiang Mei to take her statement, only emerging in the early hours of the morning. Xiang Mei rested in the suite, while Yang Fendou and Meng Kaiyu sat outside, both wearing grim expressions. Yang Fendou, brow furrowed in contemplation, turned to Meng Kaiyu and asked, Brother Meng, given your experience in handling cases, do you believe Wang Hai fell accidentally? Meng Kaiyu shook his head. There is no absolute answer to this, but typically, individuals found face down are less likely to have fallen accidentally. If found face up, it usually indicates either a deliberate act of self-harm or a sudden situation that left no chance for response, suggesting a possibility of being pushed. Pausing for a moment, he continued, however, Xiang Mei claims she saw no third party, which renders this matter rather peculiar. We shall have to await the investigation and evidence collection for further clarity. Hearing Meng Kaiyu's analysis, Yang Fendou nodded slightly, his expression growing more somber. The counterfeit jadeite from the Shang group appeared to have been orchestrated solely by Wang Hai. With Wang Hai now deceased, the trail of clues had effectively been severed. In a certain sense, jadeite is also highly coveted among antiquarians. Thus, Yang Fendou harbored a lingering suspicion that the circumstances surrounding Wang Hai's demise were not as straightforward as they seemed, as if an unseen hand were subtly manipulating the situation. He felt an ominous premonition that this invisible force had its sights set upon him. Chapter 78. Their contribution at 9 o'clock in the morning, Xiang Mei finally awoke. Seeing Yang Fendou and Meng Kaiyu keeping vigil by her side filled her heart with warmth. How are you feeling, Xiang Mei? You truly frightened us both. Meng Kaiyu teased, deliberately adopting a light-hearted tone upon noticing her awakening. Understanding Meng Kaiyu's intent to reassure her, Xiang Mei managed a faint smile. Thank you both. I'm quite all right now. With that, both men breathed a sigh of relief, just as Su Man's call came through. The news of Xiang Mei's kidnapping and Wang Hai's fall had already spread. As her close friend, Su Man was understandably concerned for Xiang Mei's well-being. Online speculations ran rampant. Some believed Wang Hai had taken his own life out of guilt. Others suggested an accidental fall, while some claimed he had been pushed. At that moment, Yang Fendou's phone rang as well. Frowning at the caller ID, he hurried into the bathroom, turning on the faucet before answering. Is Sheng Mei all right? Mu Zhao's voice inquired. She's fine. I did not anticipate such an outcome, Yang Fendou replied, his tone measured. Mu Zhao's voice conveyed a hint of resignation. This situation is beyond my control. Yang Fendou responded coolly. This matter does not concern you. All I ask is that you do not hold me accountable, as my intentions were never malicious. You need not worry about the Shang group. Someone will be addressing it shortly. Thank you. After several encounters, Yang Fendou finally expressed his gratitude to Mu Zhao, albeit over the phone. Mu Zhao, standing in the airport's waiting hall, bit her lip lightly and, almost as if compelled by fate, uttered a sentence to Yang Fendou. She wished to convey that her business card was not merely a card. Two individuals from disparate worlds would likely never meet again. She wished him a safe journey. With that, Yang Fendou abruptly ended the call. As the busy tone echoed in her ear, Mu Zhao felt an inexplicable tinge of melancholy wash over her. Although Yang Fendou appeared to be an ordinary person, she sensed an air of mystery surrounding him, the specifics of which eluded her. Emerging from the restroom, Yang Fendou found Meng Kaiyu seated alone in the lounge, engrossed in his phone, while the door to Xiang Mei's room remained closed. Without uttering a word, he took a seat directly across from Meng Kaiyu. Yang Xiao, numerous explosive revelations regarding the Wang family have surfaced online, and they are all official announcements. I can't fathom who could have leaked such information, Meng Kaiyu remarked, his gaze fixed on Yang Fendou. Yang Fendou quickly comprehended the implications behind Meng Kaiyu's words. Since he had dealt with the Shang family situation, it was only natural for Meng Kaiyu to harbor suspicions about him. With a wry smile, Yang Fendou replied, Mengu, you truly have the instincts of a professional. Do I strike you as the instigator? If I possessed such formidable capabilities, do you think I would be unable to afford my sister's hospitalization expenses? His words rendered Meng Kaiyu momentarily awkward, and he hurriedly waved his hand, saying, Apologies, Yang Xiao. You know that isn't what I meant. I was simply contemplating that the online reports notably omitted any mention of counterfeit stones, leading me to believe that only Wang Hai was privy to this matter. Now that Wang Hai is deceased, the trail to uncover the source of the counterfeit stones has effectively been severed. It's a chilling thought. The true mastermind behind the counterfeit stones might very well be the one who orchestrated Wang Hai's demise. Upon hearing this, a hint of admiration flickered across Yang Fendou's face. Although he had already considered these possibilities, he was still somewhat taken aback by Meng Kaiyu's analysis. Mengu, I genuinely believe you should not resign, Yang Fendou suggested. In response, Meng Kaiyu quickly waved his hand, chuckling, I prefer antiques over casework. It allows for a more carefree and relaxed existence. Yang Fendou shook his head, countering. In fact, Dealing with antiques can sometimes resemble solving a case. Once you set your sights on an item, there are numerous factors to consider. Beyond the item's intrinsic value, one must ponder its origins and the stories it may carry. Haha, those are your concerns, not mine. I only need to know the price. Meng Kaiyu replied with a grin. At that moment, Xiang Mei emerged from a room. The two men were momentarily stunned by her presence. After a meticulous transformation, Xiang Mei had returned to her former radiant self. Feeling somewhat self-conscious under their gaze, she furrowed her brows and asked, "Why are you staring at me? Do I have flowers on my face?" Yang Fendou awkwardly chuckled and quickly averted his gaze. Meng Kaiyu jestingly remarked, "Xiang, you are inherently a frigid rose. And with this adornment, you have transformed into the aloof chairwoman of the Xiang family." Xiang Mei shot him a glance, stating, "From this moment forth, I am no longer the chairwoman of Xiang Group." Both Yang Fendou and Meng Kaiyu displayed surprise at her words, particularly Meng Kaiyu, whose face revealed astonishment as he inquired, "Are you speaking in your sleep, or are you having a fit?" With a resigned expression, Meng Kaiyu retorted, "How could your family be like this? Don't forget, without you, how would young Master Yang assist the Xiang family?" Meng Kaiyu, feeling displeased, exclaimed if young Master Yang had not intervened, the Xiang group would have been devoured by the Wang family by now. Although Xiang Mei harbored resentment towards her family, emotional ties still lingered. She was somewhat reluctant to hear Meng Kaiyu's words and hastily interrupted, "All right, enough of that. I have decided that from today onward, I will join you in the antique business." Meng Kaiyu, feeling helpless yet unwilling to say more, turned his gaze to Yang Fendou, saying, "You should discuss this matter with young Master Yang." Xiang Mei's beautiful eyes fell upon Yang Fendou, who had been silent, but he lifted his head to glance at her and smiled, asking, "Have you truly made your decision?" Xiang Mei nodded, affirming, "I have decided to partner with you to open an antique shop." Her intentions were dual-faceted, while her pursuit of antiquities was a pretense. Her desire to be close to Yang Fendou was genuine. Since he did not take the initiative, she resolved to abandon her lofty demeanor as a young lady and approach him directly. As the saying goes, a woman pursuing a man is as thin as a veil. After this incident, Xiang Mei became acutely aware of her feelings and recognized the necessity of winning Yang Fendou's heart. Yang Fendou shook his head with a smile, saying, "Even if you have made up your mind, your family may not agree. The Xiang group would still be at risk of collapse without you." Xiang Mei's delicate face shifted slightly as she pressed, "What do you mean by that?" Yang Fendou merely shook his head, replying, "It's nothing. The hour is getting late. Shall we go check on the progress of the renovations at the shop?" With that, he rose and walked towards the exit, prompting Meng Kaiyu to glance at Xiang Mei before hastily following him. Watching Yang Fendou's retreating figure, Xiang Mei bit her lip and murmured, "Umph. Even if you keep me at bay, I will traverse 1,000 miles to pursue you." However, as the trio exited the hotel, Xiang Mei's expression abruptly changed. Her father, Xiang Mingcheng, was waiting not far from the entrance, accompanied by more than 10 individuals, appearing quite anxious. Chapter 79. What should I do? The three halted in their tracks, and the gazes of Yang Fendou and Meng Kaiyu fell upon Xiang Mei simultaneously. "Haha, I guessed correctly, didn't I?" Yang Fendou remarked quietly to himself, observing Xiang Mingcheng and his entourage. Meng Kaiyu shook his head with a smile, saying, "Your father is here. It seems you have no choice now." Xiang Mei shot him a fierce glare. At that moment, Xiang Mingcheng hurried over, concern etched on his face as he exclaimed, "Xiao Mei, are you all right? I heard you were kidnapped by Wang Hai. I couldn't sleep a wink all night." Upon hearing this, Xiang Mei managed a bitter smile and shook her head, coldly retorting, "I was the one kidnapped, yet you were the one who couldn't sleep? I truly question whether I am your biological daughter." Xiang Mingcheng's expression stiffened as he hurried to explain. "Father misspoke. Your mother and I have been quite anxious and have been inquiring about your situation. Did we not come to pick you up early this morning?" Xiang Mei retorted, "I suspect my mother played mahjong all night." Upon hearing this, Xiang Mingcheng instinctively glanced at Meng Kaiyu and Yang Fendou, his face alternating between shades of green and white, as if he had exposed familial disgrace before outsiders. Noticing the change in his expression, Yang Fendou subtly gestured to Meng Kaiyu, and they both made their way toward a vehicle parked a short distance away. As they reached the car, Meng Kaiyu, wearing a puzzled expression, remarked, "People can change." Yang Fendou replied with a hint of indifference. At that moment, the father and daughter exchanged uneasy glances, their expressions betraying their discomfort. With a resigned sigh, Xiang Mingcheng said, "Xiao Mei, you should understand your father's position. Many matters are beyond my control. Even though you are the chairperson of the Xiang group, all family members, including your grandfather, harbor their own intentions. Your ascension to the chairmanship is not solely due to your exceptional abilities. Hearing her father's words, Xiang Mei felt a wave of coldness wash over her. She retorted icily, "Ultimately, if even my parents doubt my capabilities, how can I assert myself within a company? But now, it seems your plans have fallen through, and I have been dismissed. I have never felt as unburdened as I do now." After finishing her statement, she turned to approach Yang Fendou and Meng Kaiyu, but as she descended the steps, Shang Mingqing hurriedly positioned himself in her path. After the company's troubles, she had truly experienced the warmth and coldness of human relationships, transitioning from disappointment to despair. Her heart had grown cold. Indeed, through this ordeal, Xiang Mei had come to see many people and situations clearly. Most importantly, she understood what a woman ultimately requires. A bitter smile escaped her lips as she said, "So this is your true sentiment, is it? If that is the case, I shall sever all ties with the Shang family." The mention of Jiutian Jewelry Group stirred something within Xiang Mei, who in the jewelry industry was unaware of Jiutian's name. It is one of the premier jewelry groups in the nation, reportedly making strides into international markets with a commendable reputation. Yet, why would such a titan of the jewelry world suddenly seek collaboration with the relatively obscure Shang family? Setting aside her doubts, Xiang Mei's expression returned to its previous coldness as she remarked, "Huh, what a joke. In the end, it all circles back to using me." Just as she was about to refuse, a car suddenly pulled up in front of the hotel, and she saw Shang Yuha slowly exiting the vehicle. "Young Master Yang, something feels off. Shang Yuha has arrived. Could it be that the Shang family is in trouble again?" Meng Kaiyu said, his face betraying his anxiety. Yang Fendou replied with a mysterious smile, "For others in the Shang family, a good fortune may indeed spell trouble, but for Xiang Mei, this is undoubtedly a stroke of good luck." Meng Kaiyu, already bewildered, was left even more confused by Yang Fendou's words. What was happening? "Father, grandfather." Shang Mingcheng called out respectfully as he saw his father approach, while Xiang Mei, feeling discomfort in her heart, could not help but call out to Shang Yuha. Shang Yuha glared at Shang Mingcheng with a stern expression and coldly remarked, "You can't even handle such a trivial matter. Get out of my sight." Startled by the rebuke, Shang Mingcheng quickly retreated a few steps. Shang Yua's gaze then shifted to Xiang Mei, and his demeanor transformed into one of warmth as he smiled amiably, saying, "Xiao Mei, the fault lies with our family. Now, the Shang clan has encountered an unprecedented opportunity. The Wang family has met its demise. If we collaborate with Jiutian, our family shall surely rise to prominence." Experience speaks volumes. Observing a slight change in Xiang Mei's expression, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Shang Yuha's aged face, and he continued, "Xiao Mei, your grandfather understands that you have suffered this time. My approach to resolving issues was misguided, and I apologize for my impulsiveness." The emotional appeal was undoubtedly effective. Xiang Mei furrowed her brows, gazing at the elderly man before her, and felt her resolve waver. However, she refrained from responding and instead ran towards Yang Fenzhou in the distance. Just as Shang Mingqing was about to pursue her, he was halted by Shang Yuha's sharp command. Xiang Mei's beautiful eyes rested on Yang Fenzhou as she pondered, "What should I do?" In Chapter 80, overly self-assured, Xiang Mei yearned for Yang Fenzhou's advice. She disregarded Meng Kaiyu entirely, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Yang Fenzhou. He shook his head and said, "It's different this time. The conditions were proposed by Jiutian. If any clan member harbors ulterior motives, you can expel them directly. You can also sign an agreement with the family. They are merely motivated by financial gain, and no one would be foolish enough to oppose you when your business is flourishing." Meng Kaiyu, standing nearby, quickly gave Yang Fenzhou a thumbs up, expressing admiration. "Wow, Yang, that strategy is truly brilliant." This way, Xiang Mei shifts from passive to active. Yang Fenzhou simply smiled without comment. Xiang Mei internally agreed with his assessment, yet what she truly sought to hear was something different. Noticing Yang Fenzhou's silence, she ultimately nodded with a hint of disappointment and said, "All right, I understand." With that, she cast a complex glance at Yang Fenzhou before turning back toward Shang Yuha and the others. A single remark from Shang Mei caused Shang Yua's expression to change dramatically as he turned to cast a cold glance at Yang Fenzhou and Meng Kaiyu in the distance. The reality was that the primary condition for collaborating with Jiutian Jewelry was that Xiang Mei must assume the role of chairperson, and their patience was limited. Refusal would result in their immediate departure. Shang Yuha could not afford to miss such an opportunity. After agreeing with a nod, Xiang Mei promptly entered the vehicle. Old Master Shang Meng Kaiyu smiled and signaled. Shang Yuha responded with a brief acknowledgement, his gaze fixating on Yang Fenzhou as he coldly advised, "Regardless of your relationship with Xiang Mei, or For her own thoughts, I advise you to keep your distance. With your standing, you wouldn't even meet the threshold of the Shang family. In response, Yang Fendou chuckled. If it weren't for the fact that you are Shang Mei's grandfather, I would truly want to chastise you for your narrow-mindedness. With that, he opened the car door and entered, while Meng Qiu, momentarily stunned, hurriedly followed suit, pressing the accelerator as they sped away. I must find an opportunity to evade Shang Mei and Meng Qiu, to teach him a lesson. Otherwise, he truly does not comprehend the depth of the matter. Shang Yuha cast a cold glance at the bodyguard beside him and snorted softly. Indeed, Yang Xiao, you were absolutely magnificent just now. That old man's words were infuriating. I genuinely wished to rebuke him. However, you know the relationship between my father and Shang Mei's father. If this reaches my father's ears, I shall face dire consequences, Meng Qiu remarked, navigating the vehicle as he spoke to Yang Fendou. Yang Fendou replied calmly, if he does not alter his ways, a grim fate awaits him. Meng Qiu nodded in agreement. Precisely, he is far too arrogant. Yang Fendou turned his gaze to the window, his expression remaining unchanging and inscrutable. After a moment, he suddenly addressed Meng Qiu, Brother Meng. Please refrain from calling me Yang Xiao in the future. I am not a distinguished young master. I am merely an ordinary individual. You may call me by my given name, or simply Fendou. This abrupt declaration took Meng Qiu by surprise, yet after a moment's reflection, he nodded in agreement. Indeed, calling you Yang Xiao feels distant. We are brothers now. I shall call you Fendou, and you need not address me as brother. Simply refer to me as Lao Meng. Having reached a mutual understanding, both men shared a hearty laugh, as if the heavens were awaiting them to seize their fortunes. To be candid, conversing face-to-face with industry titans made Shang Mei somewhat anxious and awkward, as if she were still ensnared in a dream. Mr. Shang, please take a moment to review the contract, Li Hong said after engaging in a few pleasantries, pushing the contract before Shang Mei. With reverence, Shang Mei picked up the contract and began to peruse it. The document appeared fair, lacking any peculiarities, yet the last two clauses stood out conspicuously. The penultimate clause had already been articulated by Shang Yuha. The cooperation agreement with Jiutian Group would only proceed if Shang Mei held the position of chairperson of the Shang Group. However, the final clause took her by surprise, stating in black and white that should Shang Mei either voluntarily or involuntarily cease to hold the title of chairperson during the collaboration, Jiutian Group would immediately terminate the contract and pursue liability for breach of contract against the Shang Group. Gazing at the text, Shang Mei found herself perplexed. This clause seemed tailored to safeguard her against others in the Shang family. She glanced up at Li Hong, who returned her gaze with a cultured smile, prompting her to smile in acknowledgement. Passing the contract to Shang Yuha, the other board members gathered to scrutinize it. Upon reaching the conclusion, their expressions shifted noticeably. Shang Yuha's brow furrowed deeply as he respectfully inquired of Li Hong, Mr. Li, what does this final clause signify? Li Hong met his gaze coolly. Is my writing not sufficiently clear? And no, Mr. Li, Shang Yuha hastily gestured, do not take offense. That was not my intention. Shang Mei was deliberately probing to discern Shang Yuha's stance, and indeed, upon uttering her words, she observed his brow tighten, while the other board members displayed visible reluctance. Should this contract be signed, they would truly be beholden to Shang Mei. Yet, signing it would also mean an opportunity for the Shang family to collaborate with Jiutian Jewelry Group, a rare blessing earned over generations. Despite the turmoil within, Shang Yuha dared not display his displeasure outwardly, choosing instead to engage with Jiutian before addressing other matters. Observing the expressions of Shang Yuha and several other board members, Shang Mei felt a surge of satisfaction. Turning her gaze to Li Hong, she smiled and inquired, before we finalize the contract, I have a question I wish to pose to you. Li Hong promptly smiled and gestured for her to continue, his demeanor starkly contrasting with his treatment of Shang Mei and Shang Yuha. Shang Mei gathered her thoughts and asked, given the vastness of the Jiutian Group, what prompts you to collaborate with our Shang family? Additionally, I find the last two clauses of the contract somewhat contrived. In truth, Li Hong himself was unsure of the reasoning, as everything had been orchestrated by Mu Shaoan, who had expressly instructed that her name not be mentioned. After a moment's reflection, Li Hong replied with a smile, it is quite simple. We are in search of partners, and your capabilities have naturally caught our attention. As for the clauses, it is straightforward. We are collaborating with you, not merely the Shang Group. His words clearly implied that the Shang Group was but an accessory in this partnership. Meanwhile, Yang Fendou and Meng Qiu had unearthed a few ordinary trinkets in the antique street. After a brief pause, A mysterious smile flickered across Yang Fendou's face as he headed toward a narrow alleyway. Fendou, where are you going? Meng Kaiyu called out, but Yang Fendou merely waved his hand over his shoulder. Could it be that he had spotted another treasure? The thought crossed Meng Kaiyu's mind, fueling his excitement as he hurried after him. The stalls in the narrow alley were few, appearing mostly as temporary setups, as the main street was dominated by established vendors. As Yang Fendou ambled about with his hands behind his back, Meng Kaiyu caught up to him. Fendou, have you found something good again? Though Meng Kaiyu's voice was low, it caused Yang Fendou's heart to tighten. He quickly shot a glance at him, and Meng Kaiyu, understanding the cue, promptly lowered his head, refraining from further comment. Yang Fendou could only shake his head in resignation. It was clear that Meng Kaiyu needed significant improvement in discretion. Fortunately, it was midday, and the vendors were either eating from lunchboxes or napping on the ground, so no one paid much attention to Meng Kaiyu's earlier remark. After meandering around a few stalls, Yang Fendou squatted down at a small general goods stall. The stall, though modest, was a veritable treasure trove, containing an eclectic assortment of items: ceramic pillows, stone mortars, porcelain pen holders, bronze statues of Guan Yu, and bronze incense burners. Goodness, you truly have an extensive collection here, Yang Fendou remarked casually, picking up a few items to examine while addressing the middle-aged vendor who was busy with his meal. The vendor put down his lunchbox, wiped his mouth, and smiled. These are just small trinkets. It's a modest business compared to those larger stalls on the main street. If you find something you like, feel free to negotiate the price. Yang Fendou smiled in response without saying a word, and Meng Kaiyu also squatted down to inspect the various items. Picking one up and setting another down, examining them closely. All the porcelain appeared to be reproductions crafted by a single maker, although their aging differed. They resembled siblings when placed together. As for those bronze artifacts, they are hardly worth mentioning. The verdigris is merely applied, and some pieces are merely cast iron-coated in copper. However, Yang Fendou's aspirations transcend such trifles. Among these items lies an object that, at first glance, resembles an ordinary cigarette case, dark and unassuming like a piece of charcoal. Yang Fendou discreetly picked it up, curiosity piqued, and inquired, "What is this?" Upon hearing this, a pang of regret struck Yang Fendou's heart. It became evident that the vendor was genuinely uninformed, yet far more honest than those on the main street, who often speak in falsehoods. The vendor was correct. It indeed was ink, but not just any ink. It was an ancient ink cake, albeit its current condition rendered it somewhat unrecognizable. Nevertheless, the wear and even cracks present did not detract from its value as significantly as they would with porcelain. Yang Fendou did not linger on it. Instead, he casually picked up a porcelain figure pen holder, glancing at it before stating, "I will take these 2 items. Please name your price." At this moment, Meng Kaiyu, who had been observing, instinctively focused on the items Yang Fendou had selected, his gaze ultimately settling on the pen holder, which he believed to be a mistake. "Give me 300 yuan. I've spent the entire afternoon waiting for this sale. Had I known, I would have listened to those fools who claimed one could profit from antique street stalls. I reckon it would be better to sell toys at the park entrance." The vendor lamented, his face etched with frustration. Hearing this, Yang Fendou's suspicions were further confirmed. This individual was not a seasoned trader of such items and lacked understanding of the intricacies of the antique market. Indeed, there is profit to be found in every profession. One must simply choose what suits them best, Yang Fendou remarked with a chuckle, producing 300 yuan and handing it to the vendor. He smiled at the man as he turned to leave, and Meng Kaiyu hurriedly followed, cautious not to utter a word lest Yang Fendou reprimand him for his earlier near misstep. "Old Meng, close the door," Yang Fendou instructed as he stepped into the shop. "Oh," Meng Kaiyu responded promptly, rushing to shut the door behind them. Once settled in the inner chamber, a mysterious smile graced Yang Fendou's face as he said, "Old Meng, let us test your discerning eye." Meng Kaiyu, momentarily taken aback, excitedly sat across from Yang Fendou and eagerly examined the porcelain figure pen holder. A minute later, he set it down and picked up the ink cake. With just a glance, he frowned, even displaying a hint of disdain before hastily placing it back on the coffee table. "Should I express my thoughts?" Meng Kaiyu queried with curiosity. Yang Fendou nodded with a smile. Taking a deep breath, Meng Kaiyu replied, "I will share my insights. You must value the pen holder. Though it lacks notable markings, its form is commendable, and the figures depicted are quite appealing. It should be similar to those we collected previously, mass-produced porcelain from the Republic era." After speaking, Meng Kaiyu glanced once more at the ink cake, admitting, "To be honest, I cannot discern much about this piece, but I recognize it as ink. However, its condition is rather poor. I suspect you were concerned the vendor would awaken to its true worth, prompting you to make a hasty purchase." upon hearing Meng Kaiyu's assessment. A smile involuntarily crept across Yang Fendou's lips. Noticing this, Meng Kaiyu eagerly inquired, "Fendou, did I guess correctly?" Upon hearing those words, Yang Fendou found himself at a loss. Exhaling a sigh as he retorted, "What on earth are you talking about?" Meng Kaiyu was instantly rendered speechless. This ink block is merely a piece of craftsmanship. Even 10 yuan seems exorbitant. Yang Fendou's remark jolted Meng Kaiyu into a state of realization, prompting him to hastily pick up the ink block. His face a mask of astonishment. "Fendou, are you truly interested in this ink?" Yang Fendou remained silent, merely nodding slightly before taking the ink block into his hands. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he remarked, "Let me enlighten you. This is not an ink block, but an ink ingot." He paused, glancing at Meng Kaiyu, who appeared utterly perplexed, and continued, "To be frank, it is indeed somewhat regrettable. The vendor lacks discernment. The ink block is significantly worn down. Originally, it must have been rectangular with sharp edges, undoubtedly an authentic antique ink ingot." Meng Kaiyu still bore a look of confusion, inquiring, "Fendou, even if this item is remarkable, isn't it merely a consumable? Besides, with such wear, it holds little collectible value." Yang Fendou's gaze returned to the ink ingot, shaking his head softly as he replied, "Often, what one sees is not necessarily the truth." Chapter 82. Your perspective is limited. Meng Kaiyu, bewildered, asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Fendou's face broke into a mysterious smile as he said, "Old Meng, please fetch me that utility knife from the windowsill." Meng Kaiyu promptly rose to retrieve the utility knife. Yang Fendou accepted the blade, examining the ink ingot more closely, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With utmost care, he began to etch lines on the surface of the ink ingot. The knife deftly sliced away portions of the ingot, revealing its concealed essence beneath. Meng Kaiyu watched with bated breath, fully aware that Yang Fendou had uncovered something significant. As time passed, he dared not breathe, fearing he might disrupt Yang Fendou's focus. After 10 minutes, Yang Fendou finally ceased his work, nodding in satisfaction. He brushed aside the remnants of ink and powder he had removed, then gently lifted the now exposed ink ingot, blowing away the dust with a single breath. Just as Meng Kaiyu was captivated by the spectacle, he was suddenly engulfed by a cloud of powder, resulting in a fit of coughing, his face turning crimson as he covered his mouth and asked, "Fendou, what are you doing?" Before he could finish, his eyes widened in astonishment, for a pristine ink ingot had emerged before him. "Is this truly what an authentic ink ingot looks like?" Meng Kaiyu exclaimed, pointing at the ingot in disbelief. Yang Fendou nodded with a smile, affirming, "Indeed, and this is a genuine lacquer smoke ink ingot." Although Meng Kaiyu was unfamiliar with lacquer smoke ink, he could discern from Yang Fendou's tone that it was undoubtedly a treasure. After thoroughly inspecting the ink ingot, Yang Fendou's expression momentarily shifted with intrigue. "Fendou, do tell me, have we struck gold this time?" Meng Kaiyu asked eagerly. Yang Fendou nodded. In truth, when he cast his gaze upon the stall in the alleyway, the Yutong had already provided him with a clue. Yang Fendou approached the stall without employing the eye of insight. Instead, he relied on his keen vision to discern the extraordinary qualities of the ink stick. After calming his emotions, he turned to Meng Kaiyu and explained. The so-called lacquer smoke ink, as its name suggests, is primarily made from raw lacquer, supplemented with ingredients such as lard, musk, borneal, gold leaf, and other materials to create a type of ink for calligraphy and painting. The ancients claimed that one could write 1,000 characters without exhausting even 3 portions of this ink, referring specifically to lacquer or smoke ink, which boasts various shades, rendering it highly favored by scholars and artists alike. Meng Kaiyu, brimming with anticipation, carefully examined the ink stick he had received, noting the cloud patterns intricately carved on one side and the inscription of Meha Sanrin on the reverse. "Who is this Meha Sanrin?" he inquired, furrowing his brow. A faint smile graced Yang Fendou's lips as he responded, "Allow me to share a little tale that has been passed down through the ages." Meng Kaiyu, somewhat exasperated, thought it an inappropriate time for storytelling. "Undeteret, Yang Fendou continuet." Legend has it that the renowned painter Jia Shibiao from the early Qing dynasty was an avid collector of ink sticks, particularly this lacquer smoke variety. His friends, aware of his fine collection, sought ways to procure ink sticks from him. However, he was famously frugal with his ink, so they devised a plan to wrap inferior ink around the good ones, convincing themselves that his offerings were subpar, ultimately leading them to abandon their pursuit. When the topic of value arose, Meng Kaiyu felt a surge of confidence. Speaking of ink sticks, it reminds me of an auction in Kyoto a few years ago, where an ink stick from the Qianlong era fetched nearly 100,000. There are others that range from a few thousand to tens of thousands. While it possesses collectible value, its market value is comparatively weaker, which is why I haven't paid much attention. Given the current price trends, I would dare make a guess. Yang Fendou chuckled. A conservative estimate would place it at over 300,000. 300,000? Meng Kaiyu was taken aback. The thought of turning a mere 300 into such a sum was astonishing. Truly a case of 3 years of silence, yielding a bountiful return upon opening. Fendou, I suddenly have an idea, Meng Kaiyu said, after a moment of contemplation. Yang Fendou nodded. What is it? With an air of mystery, Meng Kaiyu replied. Once our shop opens, we should casually stroll through the streets, and if we manage to acquire just one item a day, we would surely reap a fortune. Yang Fendou's expression shifted to one of resignation as he chuckled wryly. Old Meng, do you think this is as simple as picking up trash? Setting aside the notion of unearthing treasures, once the shop opens, do you really believe the street vendors want to recognize us? I hadn't considered that. Meng Kaiyu admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. Seeing his friend's confusion, Yang Fendou felt compelled to clarify. Over the past few days, I've been wandering the stalls primarily to seize the opportunity during this pre-opening period to gather a few items for display, ensuring our shop doesn't appear barren. If you think simply buying and selling will suffice to establish our presence in the antique street, you are sorely mistaken. Ah, but it is substantial. 90 square meters. Meng Kaiyu expressed his amazement. Old Meng, I meant your perspective is too narrow. Yang Fendou replied, shaking his head in exasperation. Now he understands that mere passion and affection are insufficient for success. Meng Kaiyu has much to learn. Of course, he possesses his own merits. Yang Fendou decided to collaborate with him, partly due to Meng Kaiyu's commendable character and partly because of his previous status and connections. He has now formally entered the antique circle, and when the time is ripe, he will commence his investigation into his father's affairs. Noticing the slight embarrassment on Meng Kaiyu's face, Yang Fendou quickly added with a smile, Old Meng, in comparison to many, you are already quite remarkable. At least you have a foundation. It is merely that you have encountered too few tangible experiences. There will be ample opportunities to learn in the future. Meng Kaiyu nodded earnestly. Observing this, Yang Fendou changed the subject, saying, well, it is getting late. Let us tidy up and go out for a meal. Then prepare for the opening the day after tomorrow. Meng Kaiyu replied eagerly, we are nearly ready. The plaque is already customized. Tomorrow morning, we will finalize the renovations. And in the afternoon, all the furniture will arrive. They closed the shop door and casually found a restaurant outside the antique street for a meal. Just as Yang Fendou intended to visit his sister in the hospital, he received a call from Su Man, who wished to meet with him. Suspecting Su Man's true identity, he had planned to seek her out after finishing his current tasks, not expecting her to request a meeting first. It seemed that his previous address of Sister Man had raised her suspicions, which was the outcome he desired. Fendou, a word of caution. While Su Man appears slightly more beautiful than Shang Mei, do not provoke her lightly, lest you invite trouble. Chapter 83, A Clear Conscience. Meng Kaiyu's seemingly innocuous remark caused Yang Fendou to halt in his tracks, his expression turning serious. What are you thinking? She must have something to discuss if she is seeking me out. Yet, Meng Kaiyu mysteriously shook his head. After glancing around, he whispered, while I was gathering information about Su Man for you, I heard a rumor that the owner of Jiada Li, Meng Dio, is actually Su Man's godfather. Do you grasp the implications? Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Yang Fendou's face. He could discern the weight of this revelation from Meng Kaiyu's demeanor. If there were indeed a connection between them, he would feel somewhat disheartened regarding Su Man. I intended to inform you yesterday, but when Su Man arrived, I refrained from doing so, Meng Kaiyu added upon seeing Yang Fendou's change in expression. Yang Fendou shook his head, stating, Old Meng, it is wise not to take such rumors at face value. Meng Kaiyu insisted, yet they cannot arise from mere nothingness. You should remain vigilant. Meng Dio is not an inconsequential figure. Very well, take the time to read more. I must be off. Call me if you need anything, Yang Fendou replied impatiently, hailing a taxi to leave. Watching the taxi disappear into the distance, Meng Kaiyu sighed in resignation, murmuring to himself, the stunning Shang Mei is devoted to you. Is that not enticing? Oh man. Half an hour later, at Jiada Li Auction Company, Yang Fendou sat in a chair, gazing at Su Man in the opposite boss's chair, his face betraying no emotion. However, Su Man's expression was perpetually tinged with curiosity as she scrutinized Yang Fendou. Her thoughts a mystery. General Manager Su, what brings you to me? Yang Fendou, sensing the atmosphere was somewhat amiss, decided to inquire first. Inappropriate. Suman Kshutket. Are you testing me? As she spoke, she rose gracefully and circled around the desk, approaching Yang Fendou. A faint scent of perfume wafted into Yang Fendou's nostrils. He glanced up at Su Man, gazing into her familiar, beautiful eyes, and shook his head. General Manager Su, you may be overthinking it. Of course, if you don't mind, I could call you Sister Man from now on. His casual remark momentarily froze Su Man's expression, prompting her to quickly respond. Haha. Then you may call me Sister Man. I quite like that title. With that, Su Man walked directly to the sofa and seated herself, beckoning Yang Fendou. Fendou, come over for some tea. Yang Fendou rose and took a seat opposite her. Su Man skillfully brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for Yang Fendou before lifting her gaze to meet his. Fendou, you bear a striking resemblance to someone I knew in my childhood. Just as Yang Fendou was about to sip from his cup, he paused momentarily, his hand hovering in midair. The next second, he quickly drank from the cup, a fleeting smile gracing his lips as he said, many people have remarked on this. Perhaps it's due to my common features. Though Yang Fendou's momentary distraction was brief, Su Man observed it keenly. Well, let's set that aside. Your ability to assist Xiangmei through this crisis must have involved seeking out Mu Xiao, correct? Su Man shifted the conversation. This matter was not particularly secretive, and Yang Fendou nodded. Indeed, I sought out Mu Xiao. Upon receiving confirmation, a serious expression flickered across Su Man's face. I feel it necessary to remind you once more. Mu Xiao is not an ordinary person. It is best to limit your interactions with her. Yang Fendou couldn't help but chuckle at her words. In truth, your identities are all quite extraordinary to me. I am but an ordinary person with modest aspirations. Running a shop to earn money for my sister's medical treatment and leading a simple life is more than sufficient. After several attempts to probe, Yang Fendou remained inscrutable, prompting Su Man to bite her lip and suddenly adopt a serious tone. All right then, since you have nothing to share, I shall refrain from asking. The reason I called you here today is to present you with something. Yang Fendou, without much thought, accepted the booklet and began to peruse its contents. Meanwhile, Su Man took a gentle sip of her tea, her eyes fixed on him, observing intently. Indeed, after flipping through just 2 pages, a notable change appeared on his face. The booklet contained detailed information about various merchants, their names, phone numbers, addresses, and the antiques they possessed. This information might hold little value for others, but was undoubtedly a treasure for those within the industry. Yang Fendou closed the booklet and, with a puzzled expression, asked, Sister Man, this is highly confidential information for your auction house. What does this mean? Upon observing the change in Yang Fendou's expression, Su Man smiled gently and remarked, Fendou, do not overthink this. These are not from the company. They are items I've gathered over the years, even if some belong to company clients. The worth of the individuals I have documented is not significant enough to warrant auctioning. After a brief pause, she continued, now that you are about to open your own shop, consider this as my gift to you for your grand opening. While her explanation seemed reasonable, Yang Fendou found it to be somewhat forced. With a wry smile, he shook his head and inquired, Sister Man, what are your conditions? None, merely a matter of affinity. Su Man replied without hesitation. Yang Fendou chuckled. Last time you mentioned the owner's information as a condition. Now, you present me with a booklet as a matter of affinity. Do you truly expect me to believe that? Anticipating his skepticism, Su Man's expression turned serious. After a moment's hesitation, she stated, whether you choose to believe it or not, you must understand one thing. We can only be friends, and we will never be enemies. Yang Fendou's expression shifted slightly as he focused on Su Man's face, where sincerity glimmered in her eyes. How can I trust you? He asked. As she gazed at the earnest Yang Fendou, a flicker of sadness crossed Su Man's delicate features, her eyes subtly reddening. Many years ago, a fire at the Cultural Relics Bureau in Xia City led to the mysterious disappearance of 2 appraisal experts along with dozens of artifacts. One of them was named Su Wenhua. He was my father. Upon hearing this, a fleeting look of surprise crossed Yang Fendou's face. Gradually rising to his feet, he addressed Su Man, Sister Man, it is getting late. I must take my leave. Su Man remained silent, aware that Yang Fendou was grappling with conflicting emotions. Offering a wry smile, she remarked, let them slander. I know my own heart is clear. I understand. Yang Fendou nodded and turned to depart. Chapter 84. In misguided assistance, once outside the Jiaodali Auction Company, Yang Fendou exhaled deeply. At the moment Su Man mentioned the fire incident at the Cultural Relics Bureau, he felt his emotions beginning to swell uncontrollably. He paused, tilting his head to gaze at the sky, where the sun was peeking from behind a dark cloud. Indeed, the clouds cannot obscure the sun, and truth will eventually emerge. He could now ascertain that Su Man was likely not an enemy. However, He could not yet admit to being the son of Yang Jinsheng. He remained uncertain whether Su Man's approach was genuinely for the sake of truth or if there were ulterior motives at play. Every movement Yang Fendou made downstairs was clearly observed by Su Man, who stood by the large office window. Her brows were furrowed, arms crossed over her chest, one hand resting pensively against her cheek as she pondered deeply. "Uncle, I have revealed my identity to Yang Fendou and mentioned the fire incident at the Cultural Relics Bureau," she said slowly as the call connected. What was his reaction? Su Man shook her head. His lack of a strong response is somewhat normal. However, he should have guessed that I recognized him, yet he did not verbally acknowledge it. There is no need for a direct confession. It is perhaps for the best. If he chooses not to speak, it is wise not to inquire further. Engage with him more frequently, and when the situation demands, offer him protection. You're not the only one concerned about Yang Fendou. Those who genuinely pay attention to him are likely to emerge one by one. A voice filled with concern echoed through the phone. "I understand that he has now entered the antique business, and I intend to assist him in his swift development, which will facilitate our quest for the truth." Su Man nodded in agreement. It is best to let things unfold naturally. We must avoid revealing all the clues we possess at once. Gradual infiltration seems more prudent, serving as both a test for him and a means of safeguarding his well-being. Rest assured, I have waited all these years, and the more critical the moment, the more composed I must remain. Good child, remember, this matter must remain concealed from Meng Dio. Otherwise, it will cause trouble for both you and Yang Fendou. After conveying this, the caller abruptly ended the conversation. Su Man set the phone down, lost in thought as she sat in her executive chair, her mind drifting back to memories of her childhood with her father. "Dad, where are you?" At Xia City Hospital, Yang Fendou purchased some fresh apples at the entrance, knowing that Yang Xiaoxiao enjoyed them. As he approached the hospital room, he heard laughter emanating from within, which cast a look of confusion across his face as he pushed the door open. "Fendou, you're here. Your friend has come to see Xiaoxiao." His mother, Yiyun, greeted him with a smile upon his entrance. "My friend?" Yang Fendou murmured, only to see Shang Mei turn her face towards him. Surprised, he exclaimed, "What brings you here?" It was unexpected for him to find Shang Mei at the hospital. Shang Mei rolled her eyes at him, responding, "Why wouldn't I come? I called you, but your phone was off. Meng, Caillou mentioned you were at the hospital, so I thought I would drop by and see Xiaoxiao." Yang Fendou checked his phone and found it truly had run out of battery. He chuckled ruefully. "I forgot to charge it. Fendou, don't let Xiao Mei stand. Both of you sit down and chat. She has been waiting for you." Yiyun urged her son. Yang Fendou felt rather speechless. When had his mother and Shang Mei become so familiar, even affectionately calling her Xiao Mei? "No need for that, Mom. I'll talk to her outside." Yang Fendou stammered an explanation. "All right then. Goodbye, Sister Xiao Mei," Xiao cheerfully added. Yang Fendou could hardly believe how, in such a short span, he had become the outsider in this scenario. As fate would have it, the moment they stepped out of the hospital room, they encountered Feng Yu, who was coming to administer in 4 to Xiaoxiao. Upon seeing Yang Fendou and Shang Mei exiting the room, Feng Yu's expression soured slightly. Yang Fendou awkwardly smiled and attempted to strike up a conversation. "Nurse Feng, are you giving Xiaoxiao in 4? What else would it be? Are you expecting me to give you one?" Feng Yu replied curtly, striding into the room. Shang Mei, observing this interaction, noted the shift in her demeanor. Her gaze fixed on Yang Fendou for a full 5 seconds. "That nurse seems to have a liking for you," she remarked, her feminine intuition startlingly accurate. "You are rather tedious," Yang Fendou retorted, hastily making his way towards the staircase. Shang Mei's lips curled into a subtle smirk, for she held an undeniable advantage over the nurse, radiating confidence. After Nurse Feng administered in 4 to Xiaoxiao, she professionally offered a brief explanation before exiting the ward. Yiyun and Xiaoxiao exchanged a knowing glance. As someone with experience, Yiyun discerned Feng Yu's intentions. However, Xiaoxiao, ever the curious observer, innocently inquired, "Mom, between a wealthy heiress and a well-matched, virtuous partner, which one would you prefer as your daughter-in-law?" "Little one, what are you daydreaming about? Besides, your brother is now grown. He can make his own decisions without my concern," Yiyun responded, though internally she shared the same curiosity. Yang Fendou and Shang Mei ventured to the September Cafe, each ordering a cup of coffee. "Have you finalized the collaboration with Jiutian Jewelry?" Yang Fendou asked after taking a sip. "Yes," Shang Mei replied thoughtfully, suddenly lifting her head to ask, "What exactly did you do to have Mu Xiao assist the Shang Group in dealing with the Wang family? And not only that, but also secure a partnership with the jewelry giant Jiutian Group, specifically stating that the contract is solely with me." Shang Mei? Yang Fendou, hearing this, shook his head in resignation. It's merely the sandalwood box in my possession. As for how Mu Xiao is assisting you, I am not privy to those details. Xiang Mei, puzzled, retorted, I don't believe you. You must have agreed to other conditions. Otherwise, how could such an ordinary box compel Mu Xiao to act in this manner? You're pulling my leg. I've learned that while Li Hong is the owner of Jiutian Group, the true power lies with the Mu family. Seeing her perplexed expression, Young Fendou chuklet ye. I assure you, I speak only the truth. Do you really think I achieved this by sacrificing my integrity? Please be serious. Meng Kaiyu has clearly influenced you, Xiang Mei interjected, her cheeks flushing at his words. Yang Fendou, growing impatient, replied, since everything has transpired, you should put those thoughts aside. Focus on being a diligent chairwoman and ensure a prosperous collaboration with Jiutian. Your presence is essential for the Shang family's enduring success. How can I not think about it? How can I be at ease? Your assistance only leaves me at a loss for words, Xiang Mei lamented. What do you mean? Yang Fendou was confused, wondering if he had misstepped in his attempts to help her. It only makes me fall for you, Xiang Mei exclaimed, her voice rising in excitement. In that moment, the nearby couples turned their gazes towards them, casting envious and congratulatory looks. Xiang Mei's face flushed crimson, accompanied by an overwhelming warmth. Yang Fendou, taken aback by her declaration, awkwardly clasped his hands in apology to the onlookers, only to receive a flurry of thumbs up in response. Xiang Mei, this is all in jest. I mentioned this is merely a friendship, so please do not make any promises of devotion. I truly cannot bear that. Upon hearing this, a wave of indignation washed over Xiang Mei. Yang Fendou was the first man to stir her heart, and she had been the one to confess her feelings. She never expected him to utter such words. She lifted her head to gaze at Yang Fendou, her expression earnest as she declared, I am not joking. I have truly fallen in love with you. Yang Fendou, not made of stone, felt a surge of emotion and gratitude at the heartfelt confession from such an exceptional girl. However, his feelings were limited to that. As he looked at Xiang Mei across from him, his countenance grew increasingly serious. After a moment of contemplation, he stated plainly, I am not joking either. I do not love you. He was not a man prone to indecision or ambiguity, particularly regarding matters of the heart. He knew he had to be forthright with Xiang Mei since he felt no attraction toward her. Upon hearing his rejection, Xiang Mei's face was filled with a sense of injustice, tears brimming in her eyes. Yang Fendou felt a pang of sympathy and explained, I am sorry. I do not wish to make our friendship awkward, risking even that. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. As she watched Yang Fendou's resolute figure depart, she could no longer contain her sorrow and buried her face in her arms, weeping. The couples who had previously gazed upon them with envy now wore expressions of pity and compassion. To outsiders, Yang Fendou appeared heartless. Yet he understood that cutting through the emotional entanglement swiftly was the most prudent course of action, especially concerning romantic feelings. Upon exiting the cafe, and after calming his emotions, Yang Fendou felt considerably lighter. The situation with Xiang Mei had been definitively clarified, and it was time for him to focus entirely on his own affairs. The pressing issue was his sister's illness. To date, there had been no news regarding a kidney donor, and a sense of urgency began to swell within him. Thus, he decided to visit the antique collection station. In Kyoto, at the Mu family villa, the living room exuded a quintessential ancient aesthetic, adorned with traditional Chinese paintings. At the center stood a corner redwood leather sofa, accompanied by a grand black sandalwood tea table. To the north of the tea table loomed a 5-meter-long, 2-meter-high folding Nanmu screen, intricately carved with cloud patterns and embellished with scattered jade. Even the hinges were crafted from pure silver. Every piece of furniture in this living room was an antique treasure. At that moment, several individuals were gathered around the tea table. An elder, with hair flecked with gray and a rosy complexion, emanated a sense of dignified righteousness. He was peering through reading glasses at the sandalwood box brought by Mu Xiao. This was Mu Xiao's grandfather, Mu Yitong. To his left sat a middle-aged man, Mu Xiao's father, Mu Yuanzhong. Next to Mu Xiao was a strikingly handsome young man, her brother, Muin. All eyes were fixed on the sandalwood mechanism box in Mu Yitong's hands. With a soft click, as Mu Yitong's finger moved, the lid of the mechanism box sprang open. Excitement lit up the faces of the onlookers. As the mechanism was released, Mu Yitong cautiously placed the box on the solid wood tea table. Under the watchful eyes of the group, he carefully opened the box, only to be met with disappointment as they discovered it contained nothing at all. Mu Xiao's expression was particularly complex. She had not anticipated that the box, which she had so painstakingly exchanged from Yang Fendou, would be empty. How is it possible? Has Yang Fendou already deciphered the mechanism? Mu Xiaolu furrowed her brows, speaking with a hint of urgency. Xiao Xiao, remain calm and observe further, Mu Yitong said, his expression serious as he gestured with his hand. He picked up the box once more, along with a mini flashlight, and began to scrutinize the interior with care. Indeed, he soon discovered a seam at the bottom of the box, as fine as a hair, perfectly aligned. With his vast experience, Mu Yitong recognized it as the lining. In less than 5 seconds, he spotted a tiny indentation within, no larger than a grain of rice. Li Hua, please bring me a toothpick from the kitchen. He called out to a middle-aged woman diligently working in the kitchen. Dad, here's your toothpick, the woman, by Li Hua, who was Mu Zhao's mother, respectfully handed it to Mu Yitong upon entering the living room. With a gentle tap of the toothpick against the indentation, a soft sound was heard as the lining instantly protruded. Witnessing this, the others felt a surge of excitement, and Mu Zhao's anxious heart finally began to ease. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The lining remained empty. Dad, what is inside this box? Mu Yuan questioned, looking at Mu Yitong with confusion. You've truly misjudged this time. Muan remarked helplessly to his sister. Muan, be quiet, how annoying. Mu Xiao, already fraught with worry, felt as though her brother was mocking her. Muan could only smile ruefully, clearly doting on his sister and refraining from provoking her further. Grandfather, I've been deceived by young Fendou, she admitted reluctantly, her face a mix of anger and a hint of grievance as she turned to Mu Yitong. Mu Yitong leaned back on the sofa, silent, his expression grave as if lost in thought. The others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what Mu Yitong was implying. Mu Yuan, looking at his father with curiosity, cautiously inquired, Dad, what exactly is concealed within this box that compels Mu Xiao to pursue it at all costs? Muan quickly added, regardless of what lies within, or who might be manipulating events from the shadows, it has little to do with our Mu family. As for Xiao Xiao, she simply misjudged and was too trusting. Brother, be quiet and let grandfather speak. Muan intended to defend Mu Xiao, but she showed no appreciation for his words. He resigned himself to sipping tea quietly on the sofa. After some contemplation, Mu Yitong fixed his gaze on everyone and stated gravely, a few days ago, I received reliable information that the sandalwood box appearing in Shihe City conceals a treasure map. A treasure map? The word for Mu Yitong caused a noticeable shift in the expressions of those present. At last, Mu Xiao understood why her grandfather urged her to acquire the box at all costs. However, she did not expect such a revelation. Furrowing her brows in thought, Mu Xiao quickly asked, Grandfather, what kind of treasure map is it? Mu Yitong shook her head and said, the specifics of the treasure map are not included in the information we received, but it should indeed be authentic. Observing Mu Yitong's troubled expression, Mu Yuanzeng, who was seated beside his father, remarked, Father, this treasure map is a rare find, and, as with all things, it hinges on fate. It seems this treasure and our Mu family are not meant to be, so there is no need for you to feel disheartened. Upon hearing Mu Yitong's words, the expressions of the others shifted once more. Mu Yuanzheng hesitated briefly before inquiring, Father, are you suggesting that the treasure map might contain the information and clues we seek? Mu Yitong nodded. There is indeed such a possibility. Grandfather, did you not mention earlier that the information about the treasure map was deliberately leaked? If that is the case, the party involved must have ulterior motives. I believe it would be unwise for us to pursue this matter hastily, as it seems unrelated to the items lost by our Mu family. At that moment, Mu En, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected with a serious analysis. Leaning on the sofa, Mu Yitong pondered for a moment before responding, Xiaoan, we must seek out the items, but given our family's unique position in the antique circle, we cannot turn a blind eye to this news. Even if there is a conspiracy, we must uncover the truth. Across from her, Mu Xiao began to fidget, her delicate face shifting with displeasure as she retorted, in my opinion, if there is indeed a conspiracy behind this, it would be implausible for them to merely present an empty box. What significance would that hold? Thus, I am convinced that the treasure map was taken by Yang Fendou. That cunning fellow has outsmarted me. Hearing this, Muan couldn't help but chuckle. How rare. I never imagined that the renowned beauty and intellect of the capital, the first beauty of Kyoto, would be deceived by someone. My curiosity about Yang Fendou grows ever stronger. Mu Xiao, already in a foul mood, bristled at her brother's teasing, angrily retorting, Muan, you are not my brother. Her frustrated demeanor was a stark contrast to her usual self. Muan, taken aback by Mu Zhao's strong reaction, quickly offered an apologetic smile. Sister, please do not be upset. I am merely standing up for you. When I meet this Yang Fendou, I shall surely give him a good beating and see what audacity he possesses to deceive my sister. Enough. This matter is not your sister's fault, and we have yet to clarify the situation. Please do not provoke her further, Mu Yuanzheng admonished, casting a sympathetic glance at his daughter. Noticing Mu Xiao's troubled expression, Mu Yitong felt a pang of concern and slowly rose, saying, Xiao Xiao, come with grandfather to the study. All right, Mu Xiao nodded, rising to support Mu Yitong as they made their way to the study. Once inside, Mu Xiao quickly apologized. I am sorry, grandfather. I have ruined this matter. Mu Yitong gently turned, shaking his head with a loving smile. Do not blame yourself. You have encountered a worthy adversary this time. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiao's expression shifted slightly as she asked, could it truly be the doing of Yang Fendou? Mu Yitong nodded solemnly and remarked, I would estimate a 90% likelihood. Our earlier analysis was accurate. If there's indeed a conspiracy behind the scenes, the orchestrators must surely release some bait. How else could others be lured into the game? Upon hearing Mu Yitong's words, Mu Xiao felt a strong sense of agreement, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing her face. Grandfather, rest assured, I shall head to Shiha City immediately to obtain the treasure map from Yang Fendou. However, Mu Yitong shook his head, slowly clasped his hand behind his back, and gazed gravely at the exquisite Qinghua jar displayed on the bookshelf. This Qinghua General's jar was, in fact, the imitation acquired during the auction at Jayadali. Do you know why your grandfather asked you to take this Qinghua General's jar to Shiha? Mu Yitong asked earnestly, turning his back to Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao paused, her beautiful eyes also fixated on the Qinghua jar, and nodded, I understand. You wish for me to test whether anyone in Shiha City can recognize this piece as a counterfeit, rather than a genuine item for auction. Mu Yitong turned to Mu Xiao and nodded slightly, saying precisely. However, in all the world, aside from our Mu family, only the Yang and Chun families possess the knowledge to discern that this Qinghua General's jar is a replica. At these words, Mu Xiao's expression transformed, and she quickly inquired, are you referring to the Yang and Chun families, who once held equal renown with our Mu family? Mu Yitong slowly approached the window, his aged eyes staring vacantly at the scenery outside, his mind replaying memories of the past. The young man who recognized the imitation is named Yang Fendou. I have a strong suspicion that he is indeed a descendant of the Yang family. Both the Yang and Chun families faced calamity in the past. The Chun family was annihilated, while the Yang family dwindled to a mere few, retreating to seclusion in Shiha City. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiao suddenly realized, finally understanding why she sensed a certain enigmatic aura surrounding Yang Fendou. It seemed his background was indeed extraordinary. Grandfather, I have shared all I know about Yang Fendou. What should my next steps be? Should I continue seeking the treasure map from him? A hint of uncertainty crossed Mu Xiao's face as she asked Mu Yitong. No. Mu Yitong turned, his expression grave. Our objective is to locate the descendants of the Yang family. Now that we have essentially confirmed Yang Fendou's identity, the next step is to observe and evaluate this young man. The matter of the treasure map is merely a subplot. What do you mean by that? Mu Xiao was perplexed by Mu Yitong's intentions. If the treasure map is in Yang Fendou's possession, he will undoubtedly seek to find the treasure. In that case, you should cooperate with him, Mu Yitong stated plainly. A look of hesitation crossed Mu Xiao's face as she replied, Grandfather, you are unaware of Yang Fendou's true nature. He is far more complex than he appears, often exuding an air of aloofness. Mu Yitong, upon hearing this, could not help but chuckle. Isn't my eldest granddaughter much the same? Mu Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. With a light laugh, Mu Yitong continued, if Yang Fendou truly is a descendant of a Yang family, he will be exceedingly cautious in all his endeavors, making it quite difficult for him to trust others, a sentiment I can fully comprehend. As she spoke, Mu Yitong's expression suddenly revealed a hint of disappointment, and with a sigh, she remarked, in our Mu family, amidst so many individuals, the only ones truly endowed with capability and strength are you and your brother. However, since Mu Anshin does not engage in antiques, it seems the burden falls upon you. Perhaps this journey to Shiha can serve as a valuable experience for you. Chapter 87. The First Chair. Observing her grandfather's demeanor, Mu Xiao sensed the gravity of the situation. The success of the Mu family hinged upon gaining Yang Fendou's trust. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Xiao nodded, saying, I understand, Grandpa. This is not only an opportunity to get closer to Yang Fendou, but also to investigate the conspiracy behind the treasure map, to discern whether it is merely a quest for riches or if there are deeper secrets concealed. With a look of satisfaction, Mu Yitong replied precisely. Once we ascertain Yang Fendou's true identity, it is imperative that we protect him. For our family's quest to recover what is lost relies on the assistance of the Yang family. Understood, Grandpa. I shall set out for Shiha tomorrow to gauge Yang Fendou's intentions, Mu Xiao declared, turning to leave. Just then, Mu Yitang called out to her. You mentioned that Yang Fendou's foremost concern is his sister's surgery. This could serve as an entry point. If approached wisely, Yang Fendou will surely be grateful. I comprehend, Mu Xiao said, a smile gracing her fair face as she exited the study. At that moment, Mu Yitang's expression grew serious once more. After a lengthy silence, he muttered to himself, after generations of quietude, it is time for some movement. In Shiha's city, at the Jujia Old Goods Acquisition Station, Yang Fendou stood before a pile of antiquities, his face alight with excitement, while Wang Shangin and Old Lu beside him wore equally joyful expressions. The items before them were largely relics from the early days of the Republic. While such antiques were common at street stalls and might attract collectors, their value was typically modest. However, what thrilled Yang Fendou was not these items, but a wooden chair set aside nearby. At first glance, its lower half formed a cross, a distinctive feature of ancient folding chairs. Yang Fendou's gaze fixated on this chair, despite a thick layer of dust, with the aid of his extraordinary vision. He could discern a halo emanating from it. Brother, are these truly antiques? Wang Shangin inquired, noticing the change in Yang Fendou's expression. Yang Fendou turned to them, smiling as he replied, most of these items date back to the Republic's early years. If we encounter a collector passionate about such pieces, they would be inclined to purchase them, albeit at a modest price. And what about this folding chair? Old Lu eagerly pointed to the chair. With a chuckle, Yang Fendou couldn't help but laugh again, correcting Old Lu. This is called a folding chair, not a stool. It could be considered an upgraded version of a stool. However, I must say, both of you have excelled this time. This folding chair is indeed a genuine treasure. Upon hearing this, both men's faces lit up with excitement. Brother, do tell us what makes this folding chair so remarkable, Wang Shangin urged eagerly. Yang Fendou rested his right hand on his chin, contemplating the armchair before him. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard the sound of a car approaching. There was no mistaking it. The noise indicated that Meng Kaiyu had arrived. I can't believe it took me so long to find you, Fendou, Meng Kaiyu exclaimed as he stepped out of the vehicle, immediately expressing his frustrations. Yang Fendou then recalled that his phone had run out of battery, and with an apologetic smile, he said, my apologies, old Meng. I forgot to charge my phone. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and handed it to Wang Shangin, who hurried off to the Color Steel House to charge it for him. Fendou, I need to discuss something important with you, Meng Kaiyu began, but Yang Fendou interrupted him with a gesture, indicating for him to wait. He pointed to the armchair on the ground and said, Old Meng, come take a look at this. Following Yang Fendou's direction, Meng Kaiyu bent down to examine the chair, his previously anxious expression suddenly transforming into one of astonishment. He rushed over and knelt beside the armchair, disregarding the dust on its surface. With hands that caressed it as tenderly as one would a beloved, he gently traced the contours of the chair. Seeing Meng Kaiyu in such a state, Yang Fendou was left bewildered. It was the first time he had witnessed him so enamored with an object. Even during their encounter with the Tao inkstone, Meng Kaiyu had not displayed such fervor. Old Meng, what are you doing? Yang Fendou asked, exasperation evident in his voice. Yet, Meng Kaiyu seemed oblivious, pressing his face against the armrest. To Yang Fendou's astonishment, he took a deep whiff and exclaimed, Ah, this rosewood has an exquisite fragrance. Hearing this, Yang Fendou's expression shifted. It was indeed remarkable that Meng Kaiyu could identify the material of the armchair as rosewood. This revelation caught Yang Fendou off guard. Wang Shangin, emerging from the Color Steel House, noticed Meng Kaiyu's behavior, furrowing his brow as he approached Yang Fendou and whispered, Brother, is there something off with Meng's head? Curious, Yang Fendou inquired. So, old Meng, it seems you have a deep understanding of this armchair. A flicker of pride crossed Meng Kaiyu's face as he confidently replied, Let me put it this way. My fascination with antiques began with an armchair. Intrigued, Yang Fendou urged, Please share your story. I'm all ears. Meng Kaiyu glanced at the armchair and shook his head, stating, Before I tell you about this armchair, allow me to recount my own experience. The first antique I ever encountered was actually a Ming Dynasty armchair. As he spoke, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, his gaze fixated on the armchair. When I was a child, my father took me to a friend's house. I spotted an armchair in their living room, and, not knowing any better, I sat down. My father swiftly pulled me away and slapped me, explaining that it was a Ming Dynasty collectible, a genuine Wang Wally cloud pattern armchair, and that if I damaged it, the cost would be beyond our means to repay. Yang Fendou nodded in agreement. your father was right. Ming Dynasty armchairs are indeed more precious, as they represent the pinnacle of craftsmanship during the period. Meng Kaiyu nodded and said, ever since then, I silently vowed, what is so remarkable about it? I too shall possess a chair of such grandeur. Subsequently, I became enamored with books on ancient furniture, and eventually, my passion extended to other antiques. Upon hearing Meng Kaiyu's words, Yang Fendou was also filled with reflection, acknowledging that childhood experiences can indeed shape a person's entire life. For instance, without his father, how could he have been introduced to antiques at the tender age of 3? As per your suggestion, this chair shall remain in the shop. Yang Fendou stated after a moment of silence. Very well, this shall be the first chair. When the time comes, you may sit, and I shall stand guard. Meng Kaiyu responded with fervor. Yang Fendou, however, smiled and shifted the conversation, saying, let's assess its provenance. Meng Kaiyu's expression turned to one of astonishment. Yang Fendou Chuklet. Though your story is quite captivating, I must ascertain whether you truly comprehend ancient furniture. Chapter 88. This time I believe it. The boast has grown too grand. Meng Kaiyu scratched his head, hesitant to speak. Noticing the look of discomfort on his face, Yang Fendou inquired playfully, Old Meng, you aren't fabricating a tale, are you? How could that be? Meng Kaiyu vehemently denied, turning towards the chair. After a careful examination, he remarked, the chair likely evolved from the hoop bed of the late Eastern Han Dynasty, flourishing during the Ming Dynasty, where it was primarily crafted from Wangwali wood, while in the Qing Dynasty, it was predominantly made of rosewood. Thus, this chair should belong to the Qing era. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise crossed Yang Fendou's face. He had not anticipated that Meng Kaiyu would indeed speak accurately. At the very least, it proved that Meng Kaiyu had genuinely perused literature on the subject. Continue. Yang Fendou enjoyed Raget. Meng Kaiyu gazed intently at the chair for a moment before continuing. This is a Qing Jiaqing rosewood chair adorned with cloud patterns. The circular backrest is wrapped in bronze at the mortise joint. Yet the backrest features only the hollowed cloud carvings. The outwardly flared armrests lack any mythical beast motifs, indicating it was not an imperial or noble possession, but rather belonged to merchants or cultured gentlemen. Yang Fendou was taken aback, astonished at how closely Meng Kaiyu's assertions aligned with the truth. Old Meng, you are quite impressive. Meng Kaiyu beamed with pride and added, the only lamentable aspect is that this piece is poorly preserved, with numerous spots of chipped lacquer and some cracks at the base. However, overall, it is still commendable. With Yang Fendou's praise, Meng Kaiyu's confidence surged, and he deliberately adopted the demeanor of an expert. Old Meng, this time I believe you. Your father indeed must have educated you regarding this chair. Not all. I was merely complimenting you. As they spoke, Yang Fendou approached the chair, pointing at the circular seat and stating, observe the bronze fittings above. They are clearly not of the Qing era, as their rust color and oxidation differ significantly. Thus, this section must have been repaired and re-wrapped with new bronze fittings. Meng Kaiyu closely examined the details and nodded in agreement. Yang Fendou slowly threw jet down. A hint of regret on his face as he remarked, furthermore, the axis nails are made of steel and the protective washers are standard spacers. These too were added later. The footrest not only shows signs of chipped lacquer, but also has areas of damage, which is rather unfortunate, as this rosewood chair adorned with cloud patterns has undergone excessive restoration. Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu's face reflected a hint of helplessness as he sighed. The preservation of Ming and Qing furniture to this day is indeed rare, especially if it only requires minor repairs. However, this armchair has undergone extensive restoration, which is truly regrettable. Is that so? It sounds like we've stumbled upon a significant find. Let me tell you, in 2018, an auction in Kyoto, a Wangwali armchair adorned with a Qilin and longevity motif fetched an astonishing price of over 27 million. At that time, it was heralded as the most expensive armchair. Upon hearing this, old Liu was left dumbfounded. He had never encountered such a sum, nor even heard of it. Nonetheless, our piece is from the Qing dynasty, and it did not originate from the imperial palace. Given the extensive repairs, its value is not exceedingly high, but it could still be worth over 1 million. Meng Kaiyu remarked. Even a valuation of over 100,000 left old Liu's face awash with astonishment. We may have acquired this armchair at a bargain, but I believe we should reward both old Liu and Gentsi with a substantial bonus. Meng Kaiyu stated earnestly, casting a glance at old Liu and Wang Shingan. Yang Fendou nodded with a smile. You can take care of these arrangements. Ultimately, Meng Kaiyu decided to grant each of them a reward of 10,000 yuan. Since old Liu could not recall his bank card number and possessed a basic mobile phone, Meng Kaiyu transferred 20,000 to Wang Shangen, instructing them to divide it among themselves. In response, Old Lu and Wang Shangen expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Meng Kaiyu. Meng Kaiyu's intention was straightforward. He hoped that both men would remain steadfastly loyal to Yang Fendou and not be tempted to act unwisely upon discovering the high value of the item. After all, such inclinations are inherent to human nature. Yang Fendou could easily surmise this, but chose not to address it, believing Meng Kaiyu's actions were entirely justifiable. Jinsi, please find some foam to carefully wrap the chair, along with those old items I selected, and place them in Old Meng's vehicle, Yang Fendou instructed. Noting that time was of the essence. Understood, Wang Shangen replied and began to assist Old Lu. Yang Fendou then turned his attention back to Meng Kaiyu, inquiring, "Did you not mention you had matters to discuss with me?" At this, Meng Kaiyu smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "Look at me, so caught up in excitement that I almost forgot the important business. I wanted to inform you that by tonight, our store will be thoroughly renovated. I have made all the necessary arrangements, and the furniture will be in place tomorrow. We can select an auspicious time to open the day after." Yang Fendou pondered for a moment before smiling. "Let us set the opening for the day after tomorrow at 9:58. It coincides perfectly with the bustling street traffic." Meng Kaiyu agreed. "That works for me. I have already sent invites to many of my friends. You can notify anyone else you deem necessary." "I will do just that," Yang Fendou acknowledged with a nod. At that moment, Wang Shangen and Old Lu had completed loading the items into Meng Kaiyu's trunk. Yang Fendou then asked Wang Shangen to bring him the phone and informed him to assist at the antique shop the following day before he and Meng Kaiyu departed in their vehicle. "Fendou, there is one more thing I need to discuss with you," Meng Kaiyu suddenly stated, somewhat hesitantly, as they exited the acquisition station's courtyard. Yang Fendou turned to glance at him, smiling. "Feel free to share whatever is on your mind." Meng Kaiyu's expression suddenly turned tense after a moment's hesitation. He spoke, "I couldn't reach you today, so I called Xiangmei. She seemed rather upset and unleashed a barrage of scolding upon me, demanding to know what you've been up to these past few days, knowing her temperament." Yang Fendou, visibly impatient, interjected, "Old Meng, stop rambling. What is going on?" Meng Kaiyu leaned slightly, reducing the car's speed, and replied, "I told her that aside from being at the hospital and the antique street, you met with Su Man." Upon hearing Su Man's name, she simply hung up. Yang Fendou's expression darkened instantly, and he sighed, "Old Meng, you really thrive on causing trouble, don't you? What transpired between the two of you? Xiaomei is acting strangely." Meng Kaiyu pressed further. "What exactly happened?" Yang Fendou treated him as a confidant and recounted the events that unfolded at the cafe. Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu's face shifted, worry etched across it. "This is bad. Xiaomei will surely think you rejected her because of Su Man. You needn't guess. Given her nature, she will definitely seek out Su Man." Yang Fendou shared a similar concern, aware that the situation with Su Man was unknown to outsiders. "Yang Xiao, I must say Xiaomei is truly more suited for you than Su Man. Old Meng. Just focus on driving. I'll handle this myself," Yang Fendou replied coolly, turning his gaze to the window. He had already clarified everything with Xiaomei, and all that was left was to let things unfold naturally. Presently, Yang Fendou's mind was preoccupied with the shop's opening in 2 days. A new beginning he felt a tinge of excitement for. Chapter 89, No Need for Apologies. He had finally embarked on the path trodden by generations of his family. Even though the journey in antiquities was now fraught with challenges, each step laden with traps and perils, he was determined to carve a bloody path, uncover the truth of the past, and restore his family's former glory. The Jujiatang antique shop in Shihe City marked the commencement of his journey. "Fendou, what are you pondering?" Meng Kaiyu inquired, noticing Yang Fendou's serious demeanor as he stared out the window. "Old Meng, thank you. Please extend my gratitude to the old man as well." Yang Fendou expressed cette gratefully. "We are brothers now. There is no need for such formalities," Meng Kaiyu quickly replied. At Shihe City Hospital, Yang Fendou arrived at the ward to find his sister asleep, while his mother sat on the couch outside, wiping her tears. A pang of concern gripped Yang Fendou as he approached, asking, "Mom, what is wrong? Is it about my sister's condition?" Upon seeing her son, his mother nodded, her voice choked with emotion. "The doctor just informed me that Xiao Xiao's condition is becoming increasingly unstable. If we delay, we may miss the optimal time for surgery, and there may be no hope left." Hearing this, Yang Fendou's expression changed instantly. This was the last thing he wished to confront. Yet, many matters do not cease to exist simply because one is unwilling to face them. "I'll go ask the doctor," Yang Fendou said, anxiety creeping into his voice. No matter what, I absolutely cannot let my sister leave us. Young Fendou spoke earnestly, fully aware that his words would only provide Li Yun with a momentary sense of relief. As they conversed, Yang Xiaoxiao had already awakened, prompting Yang Fendou to swiftly conceal his sorrow and muster a faint smile as he approached his sister's bedside. Li Yun, in turn, hurriedly wiped away her tears with her sleeve, resolutely determined not to let Xiaoxiao discern her true feelings. That night, Yang Fendou remained at the hospital, seated beside his sister's bed, fearful that if she fell asleep, she might never awaken again. The following day, Yang Fendou continued to assist his sister with her grooming, and under his attentive care, Yang Xiaoxiao appeared particularly joyful. With the store set to open the next day, he resolved to spend the entire day at the hospital with his sister, entrusting the store's affairs to Meng Kaiyu. Fortunately, Wang Shingen was also at the antique street, providing assistance. Yang Fendou's phone rang, interrupting the conversation between him and his sister. Upon seeing the caller ID, he furrowed his brow and offered a wry smile to his sister before stepping outside to take the call. "Hello, Yang Fendou, where are you? We need to meet." Mu Xiao's voice was tinged with coldness, as she was convinced that Yang Fendou had deceived her. "Mu Xiao, is there still a necessity for us to meet?" Yang Fendou inquired with a hint of indifference. He had already surmised the reason for her call upon seeing her name flash on his screen. "I strongly suggest we meet. Otherwise, you may regret it for the rest of your life," Mu Xiao insisted. Yang Fendou's brow furrowed slightly, and he finally replied, "The hospital." With that, Mu Xiao abruptly hung up. Half an hour later, Yang Fendou was seated in Mu Xiao's car, while Jingyue and the driver awaited outside. Mu Xiao's piercing gaze lingered on Yang Fendou for a full 10 seconds, creating a subtly tense atmosphere within the vehicle, while Yang Fendou maintained a demeanor of calm. Mu Xiao bit her crimson lip and spoke coolly. "I never anticipated that you would deceive me, especially considering my favorable impression of you." Yang Fendou replied blandly, "I fail to comprehend your accusations. We have no grievances between us, so why would I deceive you? Besides, you assisted my friend. What benefit would I gain from misleading you?" A flicker of cold amusement crossed Mu Xiao's face as she shook her head, retorting, "Put away your facade of virtue. Tell me, what about the items in the sandalwood box?" At that moment, Yang Fendou's expression shifted, not due to her latter statement, but rather because of her claim that he was hypocritical. "Mu Xiao, I conduct my affairs with a clear conscience. Your perception of me is inconsequential, but you cannot defame my character." Mu Xiao clenched her teeth, asserting, "I speak only the truth." Her words prompted Yang Fendou to shake his head and let out a cold laugh, his sharp gaze now fixed on Mu Xiao as he countered. "What was it that you initially wanted to purchase from me?" "The sandalwood mechanism box." Mu Xiao replied without hesitation. Yang Fendou nodded and continued, "And what was your rationale?" Mu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, her eyes meeting his, and an inexplicable wave of anxiety and even fear surged within her. His gaze was overwhelmingly intense. "I said my grandfather simply liked the box," Shang Mei replied, her conviction wavering. In an instant, the previously domineering demeanor of Mu Xiao dissipated, replaced with a hint of insecurity on her charming face. Upon witnessing the situation, Yang Fendou spoke again. "Mu Xiao, whether there is anything in the box is something I feel no obligation to disclose to you, for you merely desire the box itself. If you approach me today regarding this matter, I sincerely apologize, but I have nothing to explain." With that, Yang Fendou made to open the door and exit the vehicle. "Wait a moment." Seeing him about to leave, Mu Xiao felt a twinge of panic and called out to him. "Am I not being sufficiently clear?" Yang Fendou turned his head to inquire. Mu Xiao hesitated for a moment, as if summoning great resolve, and quietly said, "I apologize. My earlier demeanor was inappropriate." It was utterly unexpected that the renowned beauty of Kyoto, likened to stars in the sky, would offer an apology to Yang Fendou. If this were witnessed by others, it would undoubtedly incite admiration from men worldwide, although many would also harbor jealousy toward him. There was no significant animosity between them, and Yang Fendou had no desire to hold a grudge. He shook his head and replied, "There is no need for an apology. I merely wish to advise you against making assumptions. What you believe may not be the truth." Mu Xiao felt a surge of dissatisfaction within, yet she was reluctant to express it, as she needed to collaborate with Yang Fendou. Collaborate? Yang Fendou furrowed his brow. Chapter 90. The Terms of Exchange. Yang Fendou frowned, his gaze once again fixed on Mu Xiao. "What is there for us to collaborate on?" Mu Xiao stated directly, "To be candid, I greatly value what you retrieve from box." Yang Fendou anticipated her response and chuckled. "You are making assumptions again. How can you be so certain of what I obtained from the box?" Mu Xiao confidently nodded. "I am aware of your capabilities. I trust that with your skills, you have undoubtedly deciphered the secrets of the mechanism within the box, so the item must be in your possession. My assertion is based on sound judgment. This time, Yang Fendou did not refute her. He had witnessed her emotional intelligence. However, he reiterated, regardless of whether the item is in my possession, I'm not inclined to collaborate with you, as I believe cooperation must be founded on trust. The matter of benefits is secondary. Yang Fendou shook his head. It is not that I distrust you. I am merely feeling a bit anxious. Mu Xiao reflected before offering further clarification. Yang Fendou turned to look at her and asked, give me a reason to trust you. Mu Xiao contemplated for a moment and then replied, I know you acquired a treasure map from the sandalwood box. In truth, calling this a collaboration is inaccurate. I simply wish to accompany you in the treasure hunt. Should we indeed find it, all the treasures will belong to you. Indeed, Mu Xiao had surmised the existence of the treasure map, which was also why Yang Fendou did not deny it. She was remarkably astute. Or perhaps her family's influence surpassed his imagination. Nevertheless, her assertion clarified to him that she undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives, a truth that need not be explicitly stated. Noticing Yang Fendou hesitating in silence, Mu Xiao furrowed her brows and added, I have found the source for your sister's kidney. What? Upon hearing the words, kidney source, Yang Fendou's expression shifted dramatically. The source for saving your sister's kidney has been located, Mu Xiao reiterated. Yang Fendou's most pressing concern at present is to save his sister. However, he was taken aback to discover that Mu Xiao had found a suitable kidney source, a revelation that caught him off guard. Yet, upon reflection, he quickly grasped the situation and inquired, are you proposing to use the kidney source as a bargaining chip? Mu Xiao shook her head. You are overthinking it. Even without the matter of the treasure map, had you declined my offer today, I would still provide kidney support for your sister. It is not for any ulterior motive. I merely wish to demonstrate that I am not a person who takes advantage of others' misfortunes. Yang Fendou was momentarily stunned. If what Mu Xiao said was indeed true, then his previous thoughts had been rather petty. Yet, he was left wondering why Mu Xiao would go to such lengths, as they could hardly be considered friends. Soon, an idea struck him, and he earnestly stated, regardless of your intentions, let us consider this matter settled. If you can save my sister, I will gladly hand over the treasure map. Upon hearing this, Mu Xiao slowly shook her head and replied, I have no interest in your treasure map. What I truly desire is to accompany you on your treasure hunt. I do not seek the treasure itself. I simply wish to partake in the adventure. An intention devoid of purpose is the greatest purpose of all. Yang Fendou understood that Mu Xiao's true interest likely lay far beyond mere riches. His expression grew serious as he contemplated the implications. Finally, he nodded earnestly at Mu Xiao. I agree to your terms. Where's the kidney source? Once you finalize arrangements with the hospital, I will summon the most esteemed specialist from Kyoto to perform the surgery on my sister here in Shiha. Mu Xiao replied directly. Thank you. Yang Fendou expressed his gratitude and swiftly exited the vehicle, making his way to the hospital. Observing his hurried retreat, a faint smile graced Mu Xiao's lips. Given the bond between Yang Fendou and his sister, she was certain that this incident would significantly reduce his wariness towards her, allowing her to remain close by his side. The first step had been successfully executed. Lingyue, contact the experts in Kyoto and prepare them to come to Shiha City at any moment. Mu Xiao said eagerly as soon as she entered the car. Yes, Lingyue promptly responded. In the hospital room, after hearing the news that Yang Fendou had located a kidney source, Yi Yun and her sister were both left in stunned silence, scarcely able to believe their ears. Yang Fendou repeated the information, and Yi Yun's eyes filled with tears of joy as she embraced her daughter, weeping, Xiao Xiao, we are saved. Mom, I don't have to die. Looking at the sobbing mother and daughter, Yang Fendou felt his own eyes welling up. He was acutely aware of the suffering his sister had endured since her illness began, and he understood the immense pressure his mother had been under. Once he regained his composure, Yang Fendou quickly sought out the doctor. In less than 5 minutes, 7 or 8 specialists arrived in the room to conduct a series of examinations. Ultimately, they reached a unanimous decision. The surgery could proceed at any time. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou's face lit up with excitement as he hurriedly pulled out his phone to call Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao, my sister is ready for surgery at any moment. Understood. Please have the doctors prepare for the procedure. I will notify the team in Kyoto immediately. Mu Xiao, if my sister's surgery is successful, you will be forever regarded as my benefactor. After finishing the call, Yang Fendou promptly hung up the phone. Mu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, a sweet smile gracing her lips. An hour and a half later, a helicopter emblazoned with the Red Cross insignia landed steadily on the helipad of Shiha City Hospital. Soon, 6 medical professionals clad in white swiftly disembarked from the aircraft. The hospital had already received notification, and the director personally led a welcoming party. Given the urgency, there was little time for pleasantries. As they walked, Lu Ming briefed the Kyoto experts on the patient's condition. Smile, stay strong, my dear, I believe in you. Do not fear. After the anesthesia, you will sleep, and everything will be all right. Yi Yun and Yang Fendou reassured Xiao Xiao. Do not worry, I am not afraid. Xiao Xiao responded with a bright smile before being ushered into the operating room. Rest assured, Auntie, in the eyes of the Kyoto specialists, this is merely a minor procedure. Feng Yu comforted Yi Yun, hastily following her into the operating room. In no time, the group of medical professionals had entered the surgical suite, leaving Yang Fendou and his mother without the chance to exchange a word. What lay ahead was the most excruciating and protracted wait. After helping his mother to a seat, Yi Yun gripped Yang Fendou's hand tightly, and he could feel the clamminess of her palm. This emotional turmoil could perhaps only be truly understood by those who had experienced it. At that moment, Meng Kaiyu called, initially intending to ask Yang Fendou to check on the store, but upon hearing the news of Xiao Xiao's surgery, he quickly ended the call and informed Wang Shangyan before driving towards the hospital. While waiting at a traffic light, he called Shang Mei. At that time, Shang Mei was having coffee with Su Man originally. She had planned to inquire about the relationship between Su Man and Yang Fendou, but upon hearing the news, her mind was entirely consumed. Furrowing her brows, she shared the news with Su Man, and the two hastily departed the cafe, heading to the hospital. Before long, Meng Kaiyu, Shang Mei, and Su Man arrived at the hospital. Fendou, how is everything? Meng Kaiyu asked anxiously. The surgery has just begun, Yang Fendou replied to the group. Do not worry. The operation will surely be successful, Su Man said, her face filled with concern. Shang Mei took a seat beside Yi Yun, offering her comfort. Thank you all. Yang Fendou expressed his heartfelt gratitude upon seeing the three of them. At that moment, two more individuals approached them, Mu Xiao and Ning Yu. Mu Xiao, Su Man and Shang Mei exclaimed in surprise upon seeing her. They were unaware that it was Mu Xiao who had assisted in finding the kidney source. The group slowly rose from the bench, and Mu Xiao acknowledged them with a nod before walking directly to Yang Fendou, her expression one of genuine concern. Do not worry. The surgeon performing your sister's operation is a recognized authority, both nationally and globally. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged knowing glances, their understanding deepening. Yang Fendou nodded and quickly turned to his mother, saying, Mom, this is Mu Xiao. She is the one who helped find the kidney source for Xiao Xiao. I am truly grateful to Miss Mu for the care she has shown towards my daughter, Yi Yun expressed on behalf of the family. After Yi Yun rose, she slightly bowed to Mu Xiao in gratitude. Mu Xiao, sitting opposite her, quickly shifted her body and said, Auntie, you are too kind. I am merely a friend of Yang Fendou. It is an honor to assist you. With this single remark, Mu Xiao inadvertently strengthened her bond with Yang Fendou, eliciting expressions of surprise from those around them. The fact that Mu Xiao referred to Yang Fendou as her friend was noteworthy. Naturally, Yang Fendou caught the underlying implication of her words, but at that moment, his thoughts were solely occupied with his sister. Upon hearing this, Yi Yun nodded her thanks once more, her gaze instinctively assessing Mu Xiao. Among the three young women present, Shang Mei and Su Man were relatively equal in stature. Whereas Mu Xiao appeared like a celestial being, her aura suggesting an extraordinary background. Of course, she had no time to ponder how her son knew Mu Xiao. Her primary concern was her daughter's well-being. Mu Xiao, in turn, was observing Yi Yun, confident that she was no ordinary woman. Her demeanor and speech indicated that Yi Yun possessed both refinement and upbringing. Even her plain attire could not conceal her inherent nobility. Mu Xiao's first impression of Yi Yun was that the mother of Yang Fendou was indeed remarkable. Currently, the most troubled among them was Shang Mei. She harbored feelings for Yang Fendou and was confident she could surpass Nurse Feng Yu, even compete with Su Man. Yet, in the presence of Mu Xiao, her self-assurance waned, leaving her feeling dim and overshadowed. Particularly upon hearing Mu Xiao refer to herself as Yang Fendou's friend, a sense of unease began to creep into her heart. Could this be the reason Yang Fendou had rejected her? As the lengthy wait continued, Mu Xiao noticed the tension and gently remarked, Do not be anxious. Everything will be fine. Yang Fendou merely nodded in response, remaining silent. Su Man and Shang Mei, too, displayed concern on their delicate faces, wishing to rise and comfort Yang Fendou. However, upon seeing Mu Xiao, they hesitated and ultimately chose to remain seated beside Yi Yun. Old Meng, it seems the opening of the shop will be delayed. Yang Fendou directed his gaze towards Meng Kaiyu. What time is it? The most pressing matter now is Xiao Zhao's well-being. Everything else can wait. A few days' delay in opening is of little consequence. Meng Kaiyu quickly waved his hand dismissively. Yang Fendou cast a grateful glance at him and chose not to say anything further. 2 hours passed. 3 hours went by. Just as they approached the 4-hour mark, the door to the operating room slowly opened. Several nurses emerged, pushing Xiao Xiao out. Upon seeing this, everyone rushed forward. Annie, Xiao Xiao is still under the effects of anesthesia. We need to take her to the recovery room. Feng Yu informed Yi Yun, hastily wheeling Xiao Xiao away. Gazing at her daughter, whose complexion had turned pale in unconsciousness, Yi Yun's eyes brimmed with tears as she covered her mouth with one hand. Fearing she might cry out loud, Yang Fendou embraced his mother gently, offering her comfort, just as a few specialists stepped out. The mother and son hurriedly approached the doctors. Doctor, how did my sister's surgery go? Yang Fendou inquired anxiously. The expert across from them removed his mask, smiled, and nodded, reassuring. Rest assured, the surgery was remarkably successful. Upon hearing this affirmative response, everyone collectively exhaled in relief. Yi Yun hurriedly expressed her gratitude to the doctor, saying, Thank you so much. The others also felt their hearts lighten, their faces brightening with smiles. Yes, I have received the notification. Do not worry, Miss Mu. The patient's physical condition is quite good, and recovery will be swift, the doctor stated earnestly. After the medical staff departed, Yang Fendou, wearing a broad smile, deeply bowed to the group, expressing, Thank you all for your concern. Once my sister has recovered a bit, I will treat everyone to a meal. Haha, Fendou, we are friends. There is no need for such formality. Meng Kaiyu quickly replied with a smile. All right, brother, there is nothing more to be done here. You should head to your shop now. You worked hard these past few days. Enough of this. We are brothers. No need for such trivialities. I shall take my leave, Meng Kaiyu remarked, waving goodbye to Shang Mei and Su Man before turning to exit the hospital. Thank you for everything, Yang Fendou said earnestly, turning his gaze towards Mu Xiao. Mu Xiao glanced at him and replied, Now that the surgery is successful, you need not worry. I have other matters to attend to and will take my leave. Yang Fendou nodded, saying, All right, once my sister's condition stabilizes, I will call you. Without saying more, Mu Xiao strode towards the exit. Shang Mei and Su Man, however, had no intention of leaving. They accompanied Yi Yun towards the hospital room. At present, Xiao Xiao was in a sterile isolation unit, and they could only wait. Feng Yu, thank you, Yang Fendou said hurriedly upon receiving the news. It is my duty. Feng Yu responded, casting a glance at Yang Fendou before turning her attention to Shang Mei and Su Man. After a moment of hesitation, she exited the room. All right, children, you all have your own matters to attend to. There is no need to stay here with us. Hurry along. Yi Yun expressed her gratitude to Su Man and Shang Mei. The two exchanged glances, reluctantly stood, and offered Yi Yun a few comforting words before heading outside. Mom, I'll see them off. No need for that. Quickly go upstairs and keep Aunt company, Su Man said earnestly. Well, regardless, thank you all for coming. Yang Fendou nodded in appreciation. Shang Mei appeared to want to say something, but her lips moved without sound, and ultimately, she remained silent. Ha! Su Man couldn't help but laugh. Silly girl, we are best friends. How could I do something unethical? I simply feel a strong connection with Fendou, much like a brother. Upon hearing this, Shang Mei paused, her expression turning melancholic. But you saw it yourself. That Mu Xiao claimed Yang Fendou is his friend, and even helped Xiao Xiao find a kidney source, inviting expert from Kyoto. Enough. It is only because you care for Yang Fendou that you are overthinking things, Su Man consoled her, pulling her towards the car. Am I overthinking? Shang Mai pondered silently. Chapter 92. The strength is remarkable. Mu Xiao had just settled onto the sofa when a look of satisfaction flashed across Ningyu's face. Miss, this time Yang Fendou will undoubtedly feel immense gratitude towards you. Mu Xiao smiled and shook her head, saying, I do not require his gratitude. However, one thing is certain. After this, Yang Fendou will likely exhibit less wariness and resistance towards me, which will be beneficial for our interactions with him. Ningyu nodded in understanding. To be frank, she harbored a deep-seated dislike for Yang Fendou, particularly disapproving of his indifferent demeanor. Now, continue your investigation regarding the treasure map. Remember, this must remain discreet. We need to uncover who is truly behind the scenes. Understood, Ningyu replied before turning to leave, while Mu Xiao sat pensively on the sofa. After a moment, she picked up her phone to call her grandfather. Meanwhile, Yang Fendou dared not leave the hospital even for a moment, as his sister lay in critical condition and he needed to support their mother. The store opening that was originally scheduled for the following day had to be postponed. Fortunately, Meng Kaiyu and Wang Shangin were overseeing the shop, which had already been fully renovated. Everything was in place, awaiting the right moment. The next day, Xiao Zhao's mother reassured her, "It's all right now. You must focus on your recovery. Before long, we shall be able to leave the hospital." Hearing her mother's voice, Xiao Xiao managed to muster a faint smile and replied, "Mom, I'm sorry for worrying you and my brother. Once I am discharged, I will take care of you. Dear child, your mother is not yet so old as to require your care. Nonetheless, it brings me joy to see my daughter so considerate," Yiyan responded, gently stroking Xiao Zhao's forehead. Yang Fendou, filled with excitement, said, "Sister, I've already made plans. Once you are out of the hospital, I will buy a large house for you and Mom and enroll you in a prestigious school. I will listen to my brother," Xiao Xiao said earnestly. Gazing at Yang Fendou. After exchanging a few more words, Yiyan insisted that Xiao Xiao rest, fearing she might tire herself. Yang Fendou then went to meet with the lead surgeon. Upon exiting the doctor's office, Yang Fendou's expression was somewhat grim. The doctor had informed him that while the surgery was successful, the subsequent period of organ rejection would be long, and the survival rate post-surgery was limited to about 20 years, with the chances of reaching 50 being more elusive than winning the lottery. However, this was not absolute. Everything depended on the subsequent rejection and medication, as well as the patient's emotional state. Yang Fendou let out a deep sigh. Regardless of how slim the chances of a full recovery were, he vowed not to give up. With modern medicine's advancements, he believed solutions would surely arise. Upon returning to the ward, he found young Xiao Xiao already receiving in 4 drip. Her face brightened with 2 faint dimples upon seeing him. "Brother, I just heard that because of my surgery, the antique shop's opening has been postponed." Yang Fendou smiled and replied, "In my heart, nothing is more important than my sister." Yet, Yang Xiao Xiao shook her head, asserting, "I am fine now and shall be discharged soon. You should attend to your matters." Beside them, Yiyan encouraged indeed. "After all, you are in partnership with others for the shop. Do not keep them waiting too long." Yang Fendou quickly responded, "It's all right. I have already discussed it with Lao Meng. He understands. Regardless of the circumstances, one must uphold integrity. Over time, even if unspoken, others may harbor reservations. Therefore, let us proceed thus. Today you shall spend the day with your sister, and tomorrow we shall formally commence our endeavors." Yiyan's demeanor was resolute, and Yang Fendou could only acquiesce with a smile, saying, "Very well, I shall defer to you and your sister." As time passed, noon approached. After Yang Xiao Xiao finished her 4 drip and consumed a light meal, she fell asleep. Yang Fendou and his mother settled onto the sofa outside. At this moment, Yiyan gazed earnestly at Yang Fendou and inquired, "Fendou, are you truly prepared?" Yang Fendou nodded, replying, "Mother, I am indeed ready. Entering the antique trade is merely the initial step. After all, my father was well known in this circle, so I'm certain I will uncover numerous clues within the antique realm." "Very well, but remember to exercise caution in all matters, and refrain from hastily forming judgments about others. Many individuals may appear honest and straightforward, yet harbor hearts as treacherous as a viper's. Also, be wary of those who approach you with ulterior motives, like the girl you were with yesterday." Yang Fendou's expression shifted, and he quickly interjected, "The girl you refer to is named Su Man, the manager of Jiadali Auction House." Upon hearing this, Yiyan furrowed her brow, momentarily lost in thought before looking up at Yang Fendou and stating, "Her father should be named Su Wenhua." Yang Fendou nodded eagerly, "Indeed. I only recently learned this," and she even shared details about the devastating fire at the Cultural Relics Bureau years ago, during which her father went missing. Yiyan pondered for a moment and remarked, "It seems she is also investigating this matter. However, you must remain vigilant. Su Wenhua had a close relationship with your father. Yet we cannot ascertain whether Su Wenhua's disappearance was intentional or otherwise." The implication in Yiyan's words was clear to Yang Fendou. It was not beyond the realm of possibility that Su Wenhua's vanishing was deliberate. "Do not worry, mother. I shall proceed with utmost caution," Yang Fendou assured her. Yiyan nodded slightly, confident in her son, but still harboring a tinge of concern. "Moreover, you should pay particular attention to the young woman named Mu Xiao. She clearly hails from an extraordinary lineage, capable of summoning expert from Kyoto to perform surgery on your sister. Such prowess is not to be underestimated." It must be said that Yiyan's insights were astute, as she meticulously analyzed every individual and situation. Yang Fendou felt deep appreciation and replied, "Mother, I shall remain vigilant. Your son can handle this." In the evening, Yang Fendou called Meng Kaiyu to inform him of the store's opening the following day at precisely 9:58 a.m. Upon receiving the call, Meng Kaiyu's face lit up with excitement. and after hanging up, he and Wang Sheng began preparations for the grand opening. The next morning, Yang Fendou bid farewell to his sister and mother before departing the hospital, mounting his electric bike and heading towards Antique Street. Chapter 93. The Difficulties of a New Beginning. Upon arriving at Antique Street, Yang Fendou found the crowd sparse and quickly made his way to his shop. At this moment, Meng Kaiyu was directing Wang Shengin to hang the signboard. Upon noticing Yang Fendou approaching, he hurriedly went to greet him. "Fendou, come quickly and take a look at these characters." Yang Fendou chuckled lightly and raised his gaze towards the door plaque, where the 3 gilded characters of Jubao Hall stood out magnificently. The brushwork was vigorous and imposing. "Excellent. It is evident that this was penned by a master." Yang Fendou remarqued, nodding in satisfaction. Meng Kaiyu beamed with pride and said, "Indeed, I had a master from the Calligraphy Association write it for me." Yang Fendou maintained a broad smile, but suddenly caught sight of a large gourd hanging at the entrance and couldn't help but laugh. "Old Meng, you really hung a gourd?" "Of course. It attracts wealth and dispels misfortune," Meng Kaiyu replied. Subsequently, Yang Fendou stepped into the shop. As he surveyed the interior, a hint of surprise crossed his face. The decor exhibited a classic antique style, particularly the display shelves, all crafted from Zeton wood. This was precisely the aesthetic Yang Fendou favored. Presently, a plethora of items adorned the shelves: porcelain, calligraphy, and jade artifacts, all acquired from the antique street over the past few days. The inner chamber was also well appointed, featuring a set of rosewood sofas and a tea table personally selected by Meng Kaiyu, exuding an air of rustic elegance. Meng Kaiyu had even placed a Zeton armchair prominently, instantly enhancing the shop's charm. "Old Meng, you have not disappointed me. This style aligns perfectly with my expectations." "Thank you for your hard work," Yang Fendou said, his face radiating contentment after inspecting the premises. Meng Kaiyu shook his head and smiled. "Isn't this what I ought to do? You needn't be so formal." Yang Fendou nodded and turned his gaze towards Wang Shengin, saying, "Jinsi, from today onward, you will stay here on Antique Street. Follow me and Old Meng to learn some knowledge, and during your spare time, take care of the customers. Of course, if you encounter any disrespectful individuals, do not hesitate to stand your ground." Upon hearing this, Wang Shengin was visibly excited. "Thank you, big brother." Naturally, he was eager to remain in the antique shop and collection station. Around 9 o'clock, the shops along Antique Street began to open, and the vendors set up their stalls. Just then, 2 familiar figures approached them, Su Man and Shang Mei, 2 stunning beauties, laughing and chatting as they linked arms. Meng Kaiyu frowned slightly and quietly asked Yang Fendou, "This seems illogical. Shouldn't Shang Mei regard Su Man as a rival?" "Get lost," Yang Fendou replied, exasperated. Meng Kaiyu paused momentarily before quickly heading towards the 2 women. "Welcome, the 2 beauties of Shiha. Your presence truly brightens my humble shop." "Meng Kaiyu, you adapt to your role quite swiftly. It's rather amusing," Shang Mei remarked with a playful glance. Su Man nodded in agreement, smiling. It seems Meng Xiao is starting to embody the essence of an antique shop owner. Meng Kaiyu quickly waved his hands in modesty. "Please, do not tease me. The true owner is right here." The group's gaze fell upon Yang Fendou, who sighed and said, "Let us head inside and take a look." As the 2 individuals nodded and were about to enter the shop, a voice suddenly echoed, "Kafo, I've only been away for a few days, and you've already established your shop." The speaker was none other than Wang Jinan. Yang Fendou promptly smiled and cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "Uncle Wang, I had intended to inform you personally, but I've been quite busy lately. I heard you went out of town for an event, so I could only convey it over the phone." Wang Jinan sighed. "Please, do come inside and see how my shop looks." As Yang Fendou gestured invitingly, the group exchanged greetings before stepping into the Jubitang. Quite impressive. The decor is perfectly balanced, antique and elegant, yet refreshingly unconventional. Moreover, the design of the display shelves is quite reasonable and complements the overall aesthetics beautifully, remarked Wang Jinan, an expert in the field, as he surveyed the outer hall with a nod of approval. Meanwhile, Shang Mei and Su Man, being novices, simply appreciated the decor without discerning any deeper nuances. "Meng Kaiyu, what do you think of these items?" he inquired, smiling at Wang Jinan. In truth, Wang Jinan had already assessed these pieces and replied with a grin. At this stage, the quantity and quality are secondary. An antique shop requires time to build its reputation. As your inventory increases, customers will naturally come, and you will receive substantial orders. Yang Fendou understood the implication behind Wang Jinan's words, that the items currently visible were mostly commonplace. There were, of course, several pieces Yang Fendou had instructed Meng Kaiyu to keep hidden for the time being, reserved for familiar clients. You are absolutely right. Every beginning is challenging, and we shall take our time. Yang Fendou nodded in agreement. Wang Jianan acknowledged him with a nod and proceeded towards the inner hall, his gaze immediately drawn to a particular armchair prominently displayed. He quickly turned to Yang Fendou and exclaimed, I must admit, my earlier comments may have been a bit absolute. I truly did not expect to find this exquisite piece here. As he approached the chair, Meng Kaiyu could not help but mutter, this is hardly the only outstanding piece. Yang Fendou shot him a warning glance, urging him to remain silent. Fendou, you have done well. I haven't seen a Qing dynasty armchair in such pristine condition for many years. Wang Jianan expressed with excitement. Yang Fendou chuklet ligli untle wang. It's not entirely complete. There are several restoration marks, which significantly diminish its value. Wang Jianan waved his hand dismissively and countered, you must not speak like that. At least it's not a mere assembly of parts. The repairs are not detrimental, and furniture cannot be assessed solely on market value. The collectible worth of this piece is indeed quite high. You are correct, Uncle Wang, Yang Fendou replied with a smile. Haha, how come no one informed me about the grand opening of Jubatang? I was in high spirits until I noticed you were here, and now my expression has changed, said a newcomer, cupping his hands in greeting as he approached Wang Jianan. So, it appears you have arrived before me, Mr. Wang. Wang Jianan returned the gesture with a smile, saying, I came uninvited myself. I hope you do not hold any grievances against Fendou regarding this matter. Li Jun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly smiled and explained, not at all. I have come here to congratulate young Master Yang. Thank you, Boss Li. Yang Fendou immediately cupped his fists in gratitude. At that moment, a few more people entered the shop, and Meng Kaiyu hurriedly greeted them. These were friends he had invited, mostly amateurs, merely here to lend their support and join the festivities. Brother, the time is nearly upon us. Wang Xingjin glanced at the clock and quickly approached Yang Fendou to whisper. Yang Fendou nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, and he cheerfully announced, Ladies and gentlemen, the auspicious hour has arrived. Please step outside. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and made their way outside. The commotion at Zhu Bao Tang naturally caught the attention of others on the street, and in the blink of an eye, a crowd had gathered around the shop. Yang Fendou surveyed those present, his face brightening with a hint of joy. Thanks to everyone's support, our little shop, Zhu Bao Tang, is officially opening today. From now on, we shall all be neighbors. As we conduct business, let us maintain a harmonious relationship and prosper together. After speaking, he signaled to Meng Kaiyu, and together they grasped a length of red silk. As the clock struck 9:58, the silk fell away, revealing the three large characters of Zhu Bao Tang before the crowd. Simultaneously, Wang Xingjin ignited the firecrackers. With the new shop's opening, most people began to applaud enthusiastically, wishing for good fortune for themselves while celebrating others. Amidst the crowd, many began to recognize Yang Fendou's visage. This person recently bought a plethora of items from my stall. Indeed, he has purchased from mine as well. It's unexpected. This young man's discernment seems rather mediocre for someone opening an antique shop. Is he not just inviting losses? Do you think all the shop owners on Antique Street possess keen insight? Apart from a few, most are merely half-hearted in their endeavors. It seems this young man has money to burn. He will surely regret it after a few missteps. The stall owners murmured among themselves, unaware that the true naivete lay within themselves. Well, from this point forward, I, Yang Fendou, will establish my roots here. Being still young, I will need everyone's assistance in the future. If I falter in any regard, I ask for your understanding. As the sound of firecrackers subsided, Yang Fendou spoke once more, then warmly welcomed the gathering crowd at the entrance, saying, Please, everyone, come inside. As his words fell, Wang Jian and Li Jun were the first to step inside, followed closely by Hishang Mei and Su Man, and lastly, Meng Kaiyu's friends. Of course, many curious onlookers also followed suit. In no time, the shop was bustling with patrons, while others continued to squeeze in at the entrance. Naturally, on the first day, most were there to observe rather than purchase. Fendou, to commemorate your new shop's opening, I will be the first to make a purchase. I wish to gift you this statue of Guanyin, Wang Jian said, pointing to a ceramic figure. Upon seeing this, Yang Fendou quickly smiled and nodded. Thank you, Elder Wang, for your support. Wang Jianan nodded slightly and retrieved a large red envelope from his bag, presenting it to Meng Kaiyu, who was momentarily taken aback as he intended to offer a statue of Guanyin. The envelope was extraordinarily large. Wang Lao had certainly overstepped, for the statue was worth at most 3,000, yet this was a full 30,000. At this remark, Wang Jianan merely smiled without uttering a word. Yang Fendou hurried over to Meng Kaiyu, whispering, "What do you mean by overstepping? This is customary in our industry. Do not falter. Quickly present the guanyin to Wang Lao." Meng Kaiyu, suddenly enlightened, turned and carefully procured the statue. "Fendou, for the opening of your new store, this is a modest token from both of us." At that moment, Su Man and Shang Mei approached, each handing him a sizable red envelope. "Haha, I shall not be polite. Thank you, lovely ladies," Yang Fendou said with a light chuckle. "But these envelopes do not come without expectations. Should you receive any delightful treasures in the future, do not hoard them for yourself. Make sure to bring a few to my Jada Li for auction," Su Man teased, flashing a mysterious smile at Yang Fendou. He understood her implication, clearly referencing the matter of that little booklet, and nodded in agreement. "Of course, rest assured." "What about me?" Shang Mei inquired, casting a glance at Yang Fendou. He smiled and replied, "Jade and gemstones fall under the category of antiques. Should I come across any exquisite jade in the future, you shall be my priority." Shang Mei smiled, satisfied with his response. The shop was becoming increasingly crowded, leaving little room to maneuver. Su Man then remarked, "Well, with your new store opening, you must be quite busy. It is not suitable for us ladies to linger here. We shall take our leave. Will you not stay a little longer?" Yang Fendou asked. Shang Mei's face lit up with a mysterious smile as she replied, "We have more pressing matters to attend to. You carry on." Unbeknownst to him, the pressing matter Shang Mei referred to was a visit to the hospital to see Yang Xiao. With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he approached. "Bosley, have you found anything appealing?" "This bottle is quite nice. I'll take it," the other replied. "You were right. We shall see each other often. And if there are any good items, do not keep them to yourself." As he spoke, the other person also handed Yang Fendou a red envelope. Looking at the insincere smile of the other, Yang Fendou was reluctant to accept the envelope. However, given the occasion of the new store's opening, he accepted it despite his inner discontent. He maintained a smile, saying, "What do you mean, Bosley? I am but a newcomer and will rely on you in the future." "Haha, young Master Yang, you are too modest. I have witnessed your capabilities," Li Jun exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "Old Li, you have purchased something as well." Just then, Wang Jianan approached from a distance, smiling as he addressed Li Jun. Li Jun nodded in agreement. With young Master Yang's new store opening, we in the industry must naturally show our support. Boss Li is indeed a thoughtful person. Yang Fendou responded, also smiling. While the three conversed, several newcomers entered, among them 2 young men, each carrying a large floral arrangement, followed by a balding man in his 30s, striding confidently into the shop. The bald man surveyed his surroundings with an air of arrogance, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Yang Fendou and his companions. "How is it that no one informed me, the esteemed leopard, of this new antique shop's grand opening?" At this moment, the attention of others also gravitated towards the group at the entrance. Upon recognizing the newcomers' appearances, numerous patrons hastily retreated in fear, clearly intimidated by the individual before them. Not far away, Meng Kaiyu, who was engaged in conversation with friends, took note of the commotion. After discerning the identities of the newcomers, he exchanged glances with his companions, intending to approach, only to be restrained by Meng Kaiyu. He shook his head and remarked, "Let's not rush. Let's first ascertain what this fellow intends to do." At that juncture, Yang Fendou stepped forward, a mocking smile adorning his lips as he inquired, "Do I know you? Why should I notify you?" The bald man, puffing with pride, retorted, "Who doesn't know that this antique street is under my protection? These 2 floral arrangements are a token of my goodwill." He gestured towards 2 large flower baskets held by his underlings. Yang Fendou caught a glimpse of the baskets from the corner of his eye and coldly replied, "It seems those baskets are rather costly. I commend your cleverness." The bald man, brimming with arrogance, responded, "Indeed, I am quite astute." Yang Fendou sighed with a wry smile, stating, "I advise you to vacate my establishment post-haste. Otherwise, you shall regret it." At his words, the bald man's expression shifted dramatically, and he signaled to his subordinates, who promptly placed the flower baskets on ground. "So, it seems I have encountered a formidable opponent today," he barked, suddenly summoning more than 10 additional men from outside. The onlookers, initially drawn by curiosity, retreated in trepidation. Wang Jianan, standing beside Yang Fendou, furrowed his brow in concern at the unfolding situation. Conversely, Li Jun wore a smirk of satisfaction. Observing this, Yang Fendou's demeanor darkened, and he called out to Wang Shangin, "Root, show them out." Wang Shangin, eager for action, stepped forward to confront the bald man. The latter's expression soured as he spat. "You are the traitor who betrayed Old Wu, aren't you?" Wang Shangin, with a chilling demeanor, responded, "I had thought that leopard possessed some remarkable prowess. Alas, It seems he is merely a thug reduced to extorting protection fees. The bald man, realizing the truth in Wang Shingen's words, recognized that he lacked any substantial backing and was merely a collector of protection money. After Yang Fendou dealt with Wang Hai, it was the bald man who had instigated Old Wu to create trouble for him. With both Old Wu and Wang Hai out of the picture, he had initially feared to show his face, but the allure of a substantial sum of money had emboldened him to confront Yang Fendou directly. "You're the first to dare speak to me, leopard, in such a manner. You seek a fight," the bald man exclaimed defiantly, and his lackeys surged toward Wang Shingen. A cold smile crossed Wang Shingen's lips as he unleashed a flurry of punches, sending two thugs crashing out of the shop. "Get lost. Do not tarnish my brother's establishment," he declared with a disdainful snort, delivering several more blows that sent the remaining goons retreating in fear. They did not anticipate that Wang Shingen would be so formidable. "Damn it, give it your all. I'll take responsibility." The leopard, upon witnessing this, displayed a fleeting expression of anxiety, quickly retreating behind his subordinates while shouting orders. As Wang Shingen saw these individuals charging at him once more, he raised his fists and struck out fiercely. Each punch landed with a corresponding scream, and in less than 3 minutes, over 20 ruffians had been subdued by Wang Shingen alone. "Fight on, young brother. Your skills are quite impressive," Wang Jianan remarked to Yang Fendou, observing Shingen's agile and ruthless strikes. Yang Fendou, with a hint of a smile, nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, it is quite remarkable. The commotion at the gathering of treasures naturally attracted a considerable audience, and seeing this scene, the leopard was overtaken by terror, attempting to escape into the crowd. "Did I permit you to leave?" A cold smirk appeared on Wang Shingen's lips as he dashed into the throng, seizing the leopard by the collar, and, with a forceful twist of his wrist, hurled him out of the masses. Thud! Ah! The leopard collapsed to the ground, letting out a wretched cry. But before he could rise, Wang Shingen placed a foot firmly on his waist. The leopard howled like a slaughtered pig. At that moment, Yang Fendou, standing at the entrance, smiled and gestured to Shingen, prompting him to ease the pressure of his foot slightly. "Sir, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your stature and inadvertently offended you. Please, I beseech you, grant me mercy." The leopard, now terrified, cried out in desperation. Yang Fendou slowly descended the steps to stand before the leopard. Looking down with a cold smirk, "I once believed you possessed significant capabilities, yet it appears you are merely a petty thug. Indeed, I am but a lowly ruffian. It is only due to others' flattery that I have pretended otherwise," the leopard hastily replied. "Then explain why you sought to trouble me." Yang Fendou's expression turned icy. The thug, glancing furtively, found himself in a quandary. He dared not reveal any information about his employer, fearing dire consequences. "Sir, truly, no one employed me. I heard a new shop was opening on Antique Street, so I thought I'd come and make some quick money," the leopard hurriedly explained. "Is that so?" Yang Fendou pondered briefly before addressing Meng Kaiyu. "Old Meng, let your colleagues handle this matter." Meng Kaiyu nodded. "They have already arrived." Immediately, several of Meng Kaiyu's friends approached swiftly to apprehend the leopard. The leopard was left dumbfounded. It turned out these individuals were former colleagues of Meng Kaiyu, who had donned plain clothes to avoid drawing attention, but unexpectedly found themselves in such a predicament. As the group of ruffians was taken away, they cast a glance back at Yang Fendou, where they noticed Li Jun with his head bowed. Moments later, tranquility returned to the surroundings. Yang Fendou smiled at those present, proclaiming, "Let us consider this a beggar seeking fortune, heralding a prosperous opening for our gathering of treasures." In response, Wang Jianan could not help but chuckle indeed. "It is a good omen." Yang Fendou nodded, then turned his gaze to Li Jun, smiling. "What say you, boss Li?" Li Jun's lips twitched before he hastily nodded, affirming, "Yes, indeed, this is a good omen." Yang Fendou smiled with a hint of profundity and said, "All right, please come in, everyone. Let us chat over some tea." The group once again headed towards a shop. Li Jun, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, hurriedly addressed Yang Fendou. "Young Master Yang, I have some matters to attend to at my shop. I must take my leave." "Oh, is that so? Then I shall not impose upon you," Yang Fendou replied, a trace of regret in his voice. Li Jun hastily departed, while Yang Fendou and Wang Jianan entered the inner hall of the shop side by side. Jinsi brewed a pot of tea for the two and then went to the outer hall to attend to the guests with Meng Kaiyu. "Uncle Wang, please have some tea," Yang Fendou said as he poured a cup for Wang Jianan and handed it over. With a smile, Yang Fendou remarked, "Li Jun has indeed brought me a gift." Wang Jianan took a sip of tea and nodded. Li Jun knows all sorts of people. It is wise to remain vigilant. Yang Fendou quickly responded, "Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Wang. However, since I have the courage to open a shop and conduct business. I am prepared for that. Let's not dwell on this. Wang Jianan waved his hand and, smiling, inquired, surely, you possess more than just these ordinary goods? Though Wang Jianan did not own a shop, he was well aware of the norms. Every shop would inevitably have some unsold stock. He suspected that since Yang Fendou had the audacity to open a shop, he must possess some valuable items as well. When a stranger inquired, Yang Fendou would typically remain tight-lipped, but with Wang Jianan asking, he felt it inappropriate to conceal anything. Uncle Wang, indeed I have a few rather fine pieces, though they're not exactly unsold stock. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianan recognized Yang Fendou as modesty and quickly exclaimed, please, let me have a look. Without hesitation, Yang Fendou stood up, approached the safe, and retrieved 2 boxes. He placed them on the tea table and said, Uncle Wang, please take a look. Wang Jianan was taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 boxes. Noticing the seriousness on Wang Jianan's face, Yang Fendou chose not to interrupt, instead savoring his tea. Wang Jianan opened the smaller of the 2 boxes, revealing an item wrapped in moisture-proof paper. Curiosity flickered across his face as he carefully extracted the object and gently unwrapped the protective layer. Upon seeing the item, Wang Jianan's expression transformed into one of exhilaration. Good heavens, it's an old ink block! Wang Jianan exclaimed with excitement. Yang Fendou chuckled and said, take a closer look. Wang Jianan raised his eyes to Yang Fendou, furrowing his brow as he quickly donned his glasses to examine the item more closely. Could it be lacquered ink? He mused. Yang Fendou felt a surge of admiration. Wang Jianan truly had an eye for detail. Wang Jianan carefully flipped the ink block over, and a new wave of excitement crossed his face. Meiwa Shanshu, is this the ink collection of the early Qing painter Zha Shibiao? His astonishment was palpable as he gazed at Yang Fendou. Yang Fendou nodded and replied, initially, I was somewhat uncertain, but with your insight, I now feel assured. This was a clever remark, and not only flattered Wang Jianan, but also allowed him to maintain some mystery regarding his own discernment. Wang Jianan, with utmost care, attempted to wrap the ink block back and, beaming with joy, said, you, my boy, have not disappointed me. Yang Fendou remained silent, while Wang Jianan opened another box. At first glance, his brow furrowed, for he discerned that it contained items from the Republic of China, which were of little value. However, upon inspecting the base markings, his knitted brows instantly relaxed, replaced by a look of astonishment as he gazed blankly at Yang Fendou. Produced by Su Run, my dear fellow. How on earth did you manage to acquire this snow-scene porcelain vase? Quite remarkable, Wang Jianan exclaimed with excitement. Initially, he harbored concerns about Yang Fendou's venture into the business world, but now he felt entirely reassured. This young man's discernment was undoubtedly superior to his own. In truth, neither of these items could be considered particularly exceptional. Business is a gradual endeavor, Yang Fendou remarked with a smile. Wang Jianan, his curiosity piqued, inquired, setting that aside, do enlighten me on how you came by all this merchandise in this room. It couldn't possibly be a family heirloom, could it? Wang Jianan's words invited contemplation. Upon their first meeting, he had found Yang Fendou somewhat familiar, yet he could not quite place him. Through their interactions over the past few days, he had formed a hypothesis. Yang Fendou possessed a remarkable eye for detail, likely honed from a young age, suggesting that someone in his family must be an expert in this field. He sought to test his theory against Yang Fendou's response. Unfortunately, Yang Fendou's reply left him somewhat disheartened. Uncle Wang, to be candid, everything outside, and these 2 pieces were all acquired by me from street stalls over the past few days. What? Wang Jianan's face registered shock. He quickly added, that cannot be. While I might believe that the items on the outer display were sourced from the street, these 2 are clearly exceptional finds. Wang Jianan was not speaking without basis. He often strolled through the antique street markets in his spare time, yet he had never once stumbled upon such treasures. Why was it that Yang Fendou could continuously unearth valuable finds? Furthermore, the current stall owners were increasingly shrewd. It was unlikely they would let anything slip by easily. Had it been anyone else, Yang Fendou would have certainly refrained from revealing the origins of his goods. However, since Wang Jianan had inquired, he felt compelled to share a few details, especially since these items were not particularly valuable and revealing their origins posed no risk. Setting down the teapot, Yang Fendou smiled as he explained, it's quite simple, really. I'm a stranger on the street, and they perceive me as a novice. Thus, they do not hesitate to showcase their wares before me, allowing me to take advantage of the situation. Of course, luck played a part as well, as I happened to be in the right place at the right time. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianan's understanding dawned, and he chuckled. My dear fellow, this is not merely luck, it is your keen insight. Yang Fendou waved his hand in modesty. Uncle Wang, you flatter me. Wang Jianan took another sip of tea, his gaze falling upon the ink ingot box. How about this? I will find a buyer for your ink ingot. What do you think? That would be splendid. Yang Fendou replied eagerly, for as a new business owner, he naturally wished to sell his items. Moreover, the ink ingot was a unique piece, not easily encountered with a suitable buyer. Since Wang Jianan had offered, Yang Fendou readily agreed. Wang Jianan nodded and continued, all right, I will bring the buyer to your shop when I have the chance. You can negotiate the price directly, as it is your business. I shall not interfere. Thank you very much, Uncle Wang. In accordance with the customs of our trade, should the transaction be successful, I shall give you a red envelope. Yang Fendou hurriedly assured him. Young man, are you seeking trouble? If that's the case, I believe I shall pass. Upon hearing these words, Wang Jianan feigned indignation. With a wry smile, Yang Fendou could only clasp his fists in apology to Wang Jianbao. Observing the situation, Yang Fendou urged Uncle Wang. It just so happens that it's noon, and since my shop has just opened, I must insist on treating you to a meal. Wang Jianan shook his head, replying, perhaps another time. I genuinely have some matters to attend to today. With that, he turned and walked towards the exit. Yang Fendou had no choice but to see him off from the shop. At that moment, Meng Kaiyu, feeling parched from speaking, poured himself a cup of tea and gulped it down. After setting the cup down, he addressed Yang Fendou. Fendou, what is the matter? I need to step out for a bit. Yang Fendou shook his head, saying, these items all have their prices, and the fluctuations are minimal. Just let Jinsei keep an eye on them. Upon hearing this, Meng Kaiyu comfortably leaned back on the sofa, nodding in agreement. That works. I could use a break. I've been utterly exhausted this morning. Yang Fendou poured him another cup of tea, then, with a serious expression, inquired, have you spoken to your friend about the leopard incident today? Meng Kaiyu straightened up, casting a glance towards the outer hall before whispering. When he came to create a disturbance, I was closely observing. Li Jun's demeanor was quite off. Initially, he was triumphant, but soon he appeared rather anxious. So, it was evident to me that this old fox was behind it. Yang Fendou nodded in agreement. I share your thoughts, but I prefer to refrain from acting against Li Jun for now. I intend to use him as bait. Meng Kaiyu quickly assured him, rest assured, I will handle the matters regarding the leopard. While they were conversing, Wang Shangin unexpectedly entered, addressing the two, big brother Meng. We just sold 2 more pieces of porcelain, totaling 7,800. Yang Fendou nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, make sure to record it. A good memory is not as reliable as a poor pen. Noticing the time, Meng Kaiyu smiled at them. Since there are no customers at the moment, shall we have lunch? My stomach is growling. Yang Fendou chuckled. Indeed, we were supposed to host a banquet today, but since everyone has left, let us 3 celebrate together. I have a matter to discuss with you. All right then, let us go. Meng Kaiyu cheerfully stood up and headed outside. Chapter 97. Haste makes waste. As the 3 exited the shop, Wang Shangin locked the door and they all proceeded towards the antique street. Meng Kaiyu drove them directly to the private dining restaurant they had visited last time. Being a regular, the proprietress greeted them with a warm smile. Captain Meng, what would you like to eat today? Proprietress, I shall no longer be referred to as Captain Meng. Let us keep it as usual, Meng Kaiyu replied with a grin. The proprietress instinctively assessed him, her smile unwavering, realizing she would soon be calling him Young Master Meng or Boss Meng. Please come inside. You not only possess beauty but also charm in your words, Meng Kaiyu jested. After a while, the 3 arrived at the private room frequently used by Meng Kaiyu. Once seated, Yang Fendou, with an expression of resignation, remarked, Old Meng, I truly suspect you have another profession. How is it that you never forget to flirt with the ladies wherever you go? Meng Kaiyu mysteriously shook his head and remarked, you are mistaken. This is not flirtation, but rather a normal exchange. The proprietress is a generous person who enjoys jesting. To this, Yang Fendou could not agree. Soon, the proprietress personally brought the dishes into the private room. Young master, now that you have ventured into this business, you must take care of my affairs in the future, she said with a smile while serving the dishes. Just a splash of water, Meng Kaiyu's comment nearly provoked a burst of laughter from Yang Fendou and Wang Shangin. Thank you then. Enjoy your meal, and if you need anything, just call for me, the proprietress said before hurriedly exiting the room. Noticing the peculiar expressions on the faces of the two, Meng Kaiyu helplessly remarked, life is meant to be lived joyfully. Don't be so tense. How could Meng Kaiyu comprehend the backgrounds and experiences of the two? Wang Shangin had grown up eating from many households, while Yang Fendou harbored the worries of his father's situation, making it impossible for him to fully relax. Yang Fendou remained silent and stood up to pour a cup of tea for each of them. Today marks the opening of our establishment. We still have to open a shop this afternoon, so let us toast with tea instead of wine, he declared, raising his neck and downing a cup of warm tea. Meng Kaiyu and Wang Shangin followed suit. After they settled down, they began to eat. After tasting a bite of the squirrel fish, Meng Kaiyu hurriedly asked Yang Fendou, you mentioned earlier that there was something to discuss? Yang Fendou's gaze landed on the two, and he replied, now that the shop is open, we cannot wait for customers to come to us. We must take the initiative. What does that mean? Meng Kaiyu and Wang Shangin exchanged puzzled glances. Yang Fendou set down his chopsticks and continued, starting tomorrow, Shangin will stay to manage the shop, while you, old Meng, will accompany me to procure supplies. Procure supplies? Meng Kaiyu looked bewildered and asked, Fendou, you speak so lightly of it, but do you know whose goods? Furthermore, those who do have supplies are keeping them tightly under wraps. It's not that easy to obtain. Wang Shangin frowned as well and said, brother, I know nothing about this. How can I manage the shop? In response to their inquiries, Yang Hao's lightly chuckled. He turned his gaze to Shangin and continued, do not worry about your end. I've already noted the prices of the items in the shop. As long as the fluctuations do not exceed 10%, we are fine. Wang Shangin instinctively nodded, but suddenly recalled something and asked, but what if someone comes to sell goods? We will not accept anything. Yang Fendou asserted earnestly. Just tell them the boss is not here and ask them to return when I'm present. Wang Shangin agreed. Yet Meng Kaiyu remained perplexed and queried, do they really have to wait for your convenience to sell their goods? A smile flickered across Yang Fendou's lips as he replied, what is meant to be ours will not escape us, and what is not meant to be ours will elude us. Moreover, since the shop has just opened, it lacks popularity, so most people would not sell to us. Seeing that both still harbored doubts, Yang Fendou felt compelled to explain further, haste makes waste. We must prepare thoroughly, and then find a way to make a resounding success. How do we achieve that? Meng Kaiyu asked, utterly confused. I have arrangements in place for this, Yang Fendou concluded, picking up his chopsticks to continue his meal. Brother, I also have something I wish to discuss with you. At this moment, Wang Shangin suddenly approached the two with a perplexed expression. The two exchanged glances, and their eyes simultaneously landed on Wang Shangin. After a moment of hesitation, he said, somewhat awkwardly, you both are aware of my situation. A single person's satisfaction does not feed the entire family. I was wondering if I could stay in a shop, which would save on rent and allow me to keep an eye on it. Upon hearing this, both were momentarily taken aback. Gezi, if you're short on money, speak up. There will be opportunities to earn later. Don't even mention renting. Buying a house wouldn't be a problem, Meng Kaiyu replied with an air of ease. However, Yang Fendou pondered for a moment and replied, that sounds reasonable. Not only does it eliminate the need for rent, but having Gezi help look after the shop is also quite beneficial, though it may be a bit taxing for you. No worries, big brother. I'm not afraid of hard work, Wang Shangin quickly assured. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou nodded and said, all right then, this afternoon, take some money from the shop to buy a bed and place in the back room. At this moment, Meng Kaiyu wore a look of confusion. Instinctively guessing a glance at Yang Fendou. Noticing the other's gaze, Yang Fendou, with a faint smile, seemed to understand his unspoken concerns but chose to remain silent. Wang Shangin, now beaming with joy, hurriedly poured tea for the two. He then stood up, holding a cup of tea, and gazed at them with gratitude. Big brother, thank you for taking me in. Menggu, thank you for not thinking poorly of me. With that, Wang Shangin downed his tea in one gulp. Hee, Gezi, you and I are brothers. Henceforth, there is no need for such formalities, Yang Fendou chuckled, also drinking it down in one go. Meng Kaiyu, being perceptive, recognized that Yang Fendou's words were directed at him as well, so he chose not to overthink it. Gezi, since you are brothers with Fendou, then we're brothers too, so let us forego the polite talk. After the three of them clinked their cups and drank, they chatted while eating. Yang Fendou and Meng Kaiyu went to the back room, while Wang Shangin stepped out to buy a bed, intending to stay at the shop that very night. Meanwhile, Yang Fendou had already retrieved a notebook from the safe and casually handed it to Meng Kaiyu, who was brewing tea. Take a good look at what's inside, Yang Fendou said with a mysterious smile. What is it? Meng Kaiyu asked, flipping through the notebook nonchalantly. In the next moment, he abruptly straightened up from his laid-back position on the sofa, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After examining a few pages, he looked at Yang Fendou in astonishment and asked, Young Master Yang, this is a treasure. Where did you acquire it? Chapter 98, Just a Fool. The information in this notebook was entirely transcribed by Yang Fendou from Su Man's booklet. Of course, there were a few pieces of information he had omitted, as they were of no help for opening a shop, yet they held significant importance for him. Seeing Meng Kaiyu's exhilarated expression, Yang Fendou smiled and nodded. Now do you understand why I wanted to take you for the goods? Fendou, stop keeping me in suspense. The owner information is so detailed. Tell me, where did you get it? Lao Ming exclaimed, both excited and anxious. Yang Fendou chuckled and shook his head. Just focus on your part. I assure you, I have my methods. Yang Fendou, naturally articulate, refrained from probing further when his counterpart remained silent. Coming to this realization, Meng Kaiyu hastily remarked, well, it matters not whence the information originates, as long as it holds truth. Yang Fendou nodded and replied, rest assured, I shall convey all that you need to know. Now, let us set this matter aside for the moment. While Jinsi is absent, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Hearing this, Yang Fendou chuckled lightly. You refer to the notion of having Jinsi reside in the shop, correct? Meng Kaiyu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded affirmatively. Yang Fendou's expression shifted to one of earnestness as he said, Old Meng, I have known Jinsi since childhood, although we have been apart for many years. I trust in his character. Your concerns are unfounded. Are you certain? Meng Kaiyu asked, his demeanor equally grave. Absolutely. Yang Fendou affirmed once more. Observing the sincerity in Yang Fendou's expression, Meng Kaiyu nodded in agreement. Very well. If that is the case, I shall not harbor any further worries. Yang Fendou smiled, adding, Old Meng, one should employ without doubt, yet doubt those who are unworthy of trust. Meng Kaiyu nodded, intending to recline on the sofa for a moment of relaxation, when suddenly, they heard voices from outside. The two exchanged glances and hastily rose to head towards the outer hall. Fendou, I have found a buyer for you. Just as they stood, they noticed Wang Jinan entering the inner hall accompanied by another individual. Old Wang, I truly did not anticipate a buyer would materialize so swiftly. Yang Fendou exclaimed, greeting the two warmly. A quick glance revealed that the person Wang Jinan had brought appeared to be around 50, somewhat frail, yet in fair spirits. Wang Jinan smiled and introduced, Fendou, allow me to present Zhu Changshui, a renowned painter from Shihe. His works have gained considerable popularity in recent years. Old Zhu, this is the Yang Fendou I mentioned to you, Wang Jinan added, directing his attention to Zhu Changshui. Yang Fendou extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill, but to his surprise, Zhu Changshui scrutinized him with a frown, unwillingly shaking his hand. With an air of superiority, Zhu Changshui's demeanor left Yang Fendou with a clear impression of disdain. Lacking any interest in such a character, he nonetheless maintained a polite smile out of respect for Wang Jinan. Wang Jinan, perceptive to the tension, awkwardly interjected, Old Zhu, your time is always limited, as you're often engrossed in your artistic endeavors. Old Wang, enough of this. Did you not mention that the shop possesses fine ink? Zhu Changshui, casting a glance around the inner hall, frowned again, remarking, this shop appears quite new, scarcely filled with goods. Can there truly be anything of quality here? At these words, Yang Fendou's smile faltered, and he slowly replied, even a humble abode can give rise to a master. The jester may dwell in the palace, yet the true master wanders the streets. Surely, you have heard this adage? You. Zhu Changshui's expression shifted, irritation evident as he retorted, though young. You are quite presumptuous. Is this how you conduct business? Witnessing this, Wang Jinan felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly interjected with a smile. Gentlemen, the weather is dry. Let's sit down for tea. Regardless of the outcome of this transaction, let us at least cultivate a friendship. Yang Fendou felt quite displeased. The old man was exceedingly arrogant. However, for the sake of Wang Jinan, he could only smile and nod. Once seated, Meng Kaiyu poured tea for the group. Fendou, old Zhu's time is quite precious, so he is somewhat anxious. Aren't you planning to present that ink block? Do so promptly, Wang Jinan remarked, directing his words toward Yang Fendou. Were it not for the guests brought by Wang Jinan, Yang Fendou would certainly have been reluctant to engage in business with such a person. Out of respect, he merely gestured toward Meng Kaiyu. Old Zhu, please take a look at the quality of this ink block. It is indeed the top-grade lacquer ink collected by Mei Hisan Run, Jia Shibiao. Meng Kaiyu placed the item on the tea table, and Wang Jinan eagerly interjected. Zhu Changshui squinted, exuding an air of arrogance, casting a glance at the ink block before picking it up for a cursory inspection. Old Wang, is this genuine? With that remark, Yang Fendou nearly chuckled. This so-called artist was merely a fool. Those unaware might be misled into believing Zhu Changshui possessed considerable talent. Wang Jinan quickly reassured, the item is undoubtedly authentic. It is a rarity in the market, hence the somewhat steep price. Zhu Changshui's expression changed abruptly as he coldly retorted, Old Wang, are we not meeting for the first time? Am I someone who lacks money? I could easily sell a single painting for several $100,000. Can I not afford a piece of ink? Wang Jinan immediately felt a twinge of embarrassment, saying, Old Zhu, that was not my intent. As he spoke, He instinctively exchanged a meaningful glance with Yang Fendou, who grasped the implication. In the antique business, one must not be combative, and having discerned Wang Jinan's intent, Yang Fendou felt it prudent to engage in negotiations. With this in mind, Yang Fendou smiled and said if old Zhu truly desires it, and as a friend of Wang Lao, let us settle on a firm price of 1 million. Upon hearing this price, Meng Kaiyu was momentarily stunned. Yang Fendou truly dared to ask such an amount. Wouldn't this frighten the other party away? However, considering the old man's demeanor, he suspected that even 1 million might be viewed as insufficient. You are quite young, yet your demands are lofty. You dare to quote 1 million for this ink block? Indeed, Zhu Changshui's lips twitched in displeasure. Yang boss is not mistaken. If collected, this ink block holds significant potential for appreciation, Wang Jinan added with a smile. Now, Zhu Changshui found himself in a precarious position. He had clearly overplayed his hand. Nevertheless, the axiom that sellers are invariably more astute than buyers remained unaltered. All eyes were fixed on Yang Fendou, particularly Meng Kaiyu, who believed the proposed price to be quite favorable. Unexpectedly, Yang Fendou shook his head with a smile, saying, "This price is truly unfeasible. Given that you're a friend of mine, and my shop has just opened, I shall extend a generous discount." "How much?" Zhu Changshui appeared somewhat intrigued. 90,000. With Yang Fendou's words, Zhu Changshui's expression stiffened, evidently falling short of his expectations. Zhu Changshui's face twitched as he turned to Wang Jinan. Displeased, "Old Wang, your young friend doesn't he seem as commendable as you claimed? Does he assume I am wealthy enough to be exploited?" Wang Jinan's expression shifted slightly as he said, "Old Zhu, in the world of antiques, transactions should be voluntary. If you find the price too steep, perhaps it is best to let it go." Upon hearing this, Zhu Changshui became displeased, as if Wang had struck a nerve. "Old Wang, what do you mean by that? Am I short on money? I merely question the worth of this shabby inkstone. Demanding 90,000 at the outset, does it truly merit such a price?" Yang Fendou had been observing Zhu Changshui and found him to be nothing more than a pretentious individual with a little wealth. Had he exhibited a more amiable demeanor, Yang would have behaved differently. However, given his lack of decorum, Yang felt no obligation to extend him any courtesy. "Old Zhu, if you choose not to purchase, then so be it. In the realm of commerce, integrity prevails, but I kindly ask that you refrain from disparaging my merchandise. I had not mentioned it earlier, but I wish to sell my items to those who are truly meant for them. Since you and this inkstone are not fated to meet, and if funds are tight, perhaps it is best to part ways." As Yang spoke, he gestured subtly to Meng Kaiyu, who immediately understood and prepared to reclaim the inkstone. Indeed, the disdain emanating from this young upstart infuriated Zhu Changshui, whose face flushed with indignation. It was now a psychological battle, and all gazes were fixed upon Zhu. Wang Jinan, noting Zhu's silence, furrowed his brow and remarked, "Old Zhu, perhaps we should let this go. Yang is correct. Integrity must remain intact even when transactions falter. If something good comes along in the future, I shall inform you." Initially, Wang had intended to introduce business to Yang, having met Zhu through mutual acquaintances. However, witnessing Zhu's attitude had left him quite unsettled. Was he not diminishing his own dignity before Yang? 90,000, you say? Fine, I shall agree. Zhu Changshui finally bit the bullet. This unexpected turn took everyone by surprise. Yang Fendou smiled and confirmed, "Old Zhu, I must remind you that once the transaction is complete, there shall be no grounds for further negotiation. Everything is based on mutual consent. Enough of the pleasantries. I want the item. But if it turns out to be a counterfeit, I will not accept it," Zhu retorted coldly. Yang, with a serious demeanor, assured him, "Rest assured. If it is a fake, I shall compensate you tenfold." "Very well, I shall take it." Upon hearing this, Yang turned to Meng Kaiyu and instructed, "Please prepare an invoice for old Zhu." Certainly, Meng Kaiyu responded, heading to the counter to issue the invoice. Within a minute, the 90,000 was transferred, and Meng Kaiyu neatly packaged the item for Zhu Changshui. As Zhu stood to leave, Wang Jinan mentioned having some matters to discuss with Yang, requesting Zhu to linger a bit longer. Thus, Zhu departed alone. "Uncle Wang, I sincerely apologize. I was left with no choice. Your friend speaks frankly." Once Zhu had exited, Yang Fendou displayed a hint of regret on his face. However, before he could finish his thought, Wang Jinan gestured for him to stop. "There is no need to elaborate. This situation is a consequence of my oversight. I have only known Zhu Changshui for a short time and was unaware of his pretentious nature, which is why I brought him to your establishment." Yang Fendou Busili remarqued, "I understand that Uncle Wang wants me to open the shop soon, and I should express my gratitude to you. Nodding, Yang Fendou continued, indeed, setting a trap is not advisable, but his earlier demeanor truly displeased me. However, it cannot be considered a trap. That ink ingot is genuine, and in a few years, 1,000,000 is not out of the question. That is true, yet this person is difficult to gauge. Wang Jinan expressed his lingering concern. Yang Fendou shrugged indifferently. As long as the goods are authentic and the transactions are clear, even if he comes looking for me again, I will not feel a fault. The two engaged in casual conversation for over half an hour before Wang Jinan finally took his leave. Haha, I can't believe it. Fendou, that was exhilarating. Selling those ink ingots for 900,000 is incredible. Meng Kaiyu exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement. Observing Meng Kaiyu's exuberance, Yang Fendou remained calm and replied, had it not been for Zhu Changshui's condescending attitude, I would not have acted this way. In response, Meng Kaiyu shook his head. We haven't done anything wrong in this matter. You mentioned that our goods are authentic. The rest is merely about the price. As long as both parties are satisfied with the price, it's akin to buying vegetables. We haven't erred in any way. Yang Fendou did not argue further, acknowledging the validity of his companion's perspective. Spotting Wang Shangyan struggling to move a box, they both hurried to assist him. Jinsi, did you purchase a folding bed? Yang Fendou inquired with curiosity. Wang Shangyan wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled sheepishly. Yes, it's convenient. I can pack it away the next day. I would want a guest to see it and mock me. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou expressed a hint of appreciation. That must be quite a burden for you. Meng Kaiyu nodded in agreement. Sleeping on a folding bed for an extended period is tough on the body. Not a problem. Having this is quite good. In the past, I've spent nights in the wilderness. Wang Shangyan replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, at Jumlatang, Li Jun was not idle either. Just as he was about to stroll down the street, he suddenly spotted Zhu Changshui exiting Jubatang. As leaving the antique street necessitated passing by Jumlatang, Li Jun quickly welcomed him into his shop. Li Jun and Zhu Changshui shared a bit of camaraderie, and knowing Zhu's character, he lavished him with a flurry of compliments upon entering the store. Zhu Changshui's demeanor toward Li Jun softened considerably. Bosley knows how to speak well. By the way, you've been wanting my painting for some time, haven't you? Once I finish this piece, I will show it to you first, Zhu Changshui offered. That will be wonderful. To be honest, I, Li Jun, have coveted your masterpieces for quite a while. I must add one to my collection when the opportunity arises. Li Jun laughed heartily, noticing Zhu Changshui's change in attitude. Li Jun's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, Zhu Lao, I saw you at that newly opened shop earlier. Were you there to make a purchase? At the mention of this, a flicker of displeasure crossed Zhu Changshui's face. I heard from Wang Jinan that Jubatang had a fine ink ingot, so I want to take a look. It is indeed a good piece, the lacquered ink by Cha Shibiao. Upon hearing this, Li Jun's eyes gleamed with interest. Did you buy it? Yes, though the price was a bit steep. It cost me 900,000, Zhu Changshui acknowledged with a nod. Upon hearing these words, Li Jun felt a surge of dissatisfaction within him. Yang Fendou had managed to achieve a splendid opening on his very first day. He absolutely could not allow him to bask in this comfort. Chapter 100, Numerous Strategies. Old Zhu, even if this lacquered ink stick is from a renowned collection, the price is simply outrageous. Is the ink stick in your possession? Might I have the opportunity to behold it? Li Jun pondered for a moment and inquired of Zhu Changshui. Boss Li is an expert. It would be prudent for you to lend your discerning eye. As he spoke, Zhu Changshui retrieved the ink stick from its box. Li Jun cautiously took it in his hands, examining it closely. Internally, he could not help but curse. You scoundrel. Yang Fendou, how could you possess such a treasure? Nevertheless, he maintained an expression of grave seriousness. Noticing this, Zhu Changshui promptly asked, Boss Li, have you discerned any issues? Li Jun feigned profundity and shook his head, expressing difficulty. It appears satisfactory, yet my knowledge of ink sticks is somewhat limited. Perhaps I might take a photograph and consult a friend versed in this field. Zhu Changshui had no objections. Taking a photograph would not damage the ink stick. Li Jun took out his phone and captured several angles of the ink stick. Boss Li, if this ink stick is authentic, do you think it holds potential for appreciation? Zhu Changshui inquired as he stored the ink stick away. Li Jun furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding, Old Zhu, I shall speak candidly. Do proceed. Zhu Changshui, growing impatient. Urge him on. Li Jun smiled and continued, if the ink stick is genuine, it should indeed have appreciation potential. However, this item belongs to a niche category of antiques, and the market of buyers is relatively small, primarily consisting of collectors. Therefore, selling it may pose some challenges. As for the price you've paid, I believe it is rather steep. I'll confront him. Upon hearing Li Jun's words, Zhu Changshui abruptly stood in anger. Noticing this, Li Jun hastily said, "Old Zhu, please do not be hasty. I have not yet concluded my statement." Realizing his error, Zhu Changshui suppressed his ire and seated himself back on the sofa. Li Jun attentively poured a cup of tea for him, smiling. "Please, have a cup of tea to calm your nerves." Once Zhu Changshui took a sip, Li Jun continued. "While you are indeed a renowned artist, your understanding of the antique trades custom seems somewhat lacking." Zhu Changshui, upon hearing this, grew displeased, retorting, "What nonsense customs? If the price is too high, I should be able to refuse the purchase." Li Jun quickly interjected, "To be frank, there is no such provision. Transactions are based on mutual consent, emphasizing the clarity of money and goods. If the item is authentic, matters become even more complicated. However, if it is counterfeit and the seller has deliberately deceived you, that is an entirely different scenario." Upon hearing this, Zhu Changshui's expression shifted. His gaze fixed intently on Li Jun, asking, "Bossly, are you implying something?" Noticing Zhu Changshui's demeanor, a barely perceptible smile flickered across Li Jun's face. "Old Zhu, let us discuss this privately. I have heard that Yang Fendou from Jubatang shares quite a close relationship with Wang Jianan." As soon as these words left his mouth, Zhu Changshui's expression changed dramatically. No wonder Wang Jianan had been so ardently assisting me in securing this deal today. Li Jun felt a surge of excitement in his heart. It seemed that Zhu Changshui had indeed been convinced. With a smile, he remarked, "Who can say for certain? You just visited the Gathering Treasure Hall, which has just opened today, and there are hardly any substantial items in the store. Are you implying that they conspired against me, deceiving me with counterfeit goods?" Zhu Changshui's expression turned cold. No. As I mentioned, allow me to have a friend examine the item for you. In my opinion, it appears quite genuine, though the price is rather outrageous. I dare not speak further, lest I offend my peers. After all, one must be cautious in this industry, as they say. After 3 years of silence, one must feast for 3 years. Li Jun's eyes gleamed as he whispered, "Humph, even if it is real, I shall not suffer this loss in vain. Those who dare to deceive me, Zhu Changshui, will surely pay the price when the opportunity arises." Zhu Changshui was thoroughly enraged. "Li Jun, could you possibly finish your thoughts in one breath?" Zhu Changshui said coldly. After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Changshui nodded. "I am aware of some details. It seems to relate to the snuff bottle incident. Indeed, this is a scheme orchestrated by Yang Fendou behind the scenes. I confess, without a hint of embarrassment, that I nearly became enmeshed in it myself." Li Jun feigned a look of helplessness. Inda, Li Jun Loga." Though Zhu Changshui could not perceive the mixture of pride and mockery in that laughter. In essence, Zhu Changshui had overstepped his bounds. After bidding farewell to Zhu Changshui, a sinister smile emerged on Li Jun's face. After savoring a cup of tea, he picked up his phone and began to operate it with swift precision. Ultimately dialing a number, "Brother, it is now your turn to shine." Inside the Gathering Treasure Hall, as evening approached, only a few scattered customers had come and gone, leaving Meng Kaiyu feeling somewhat helpless. "The scarcity of our offerings is a pressing issue. We cannot continue like this." Yang Fendou set down his notebook and smiled at Meng Kaiyu. "Isn't this the nature of our industry? Besides, we will be receiving new stock tomorrow. Why the haste?" "I am merely voicing my frustrations," Meng Kaiyu replied with a wry smile. Both turned their gaze toward the main hall, where Wang Shingen had been standing before the treasure rack for 2 hours, examining one item repeatedly. They both admired his tenacity. "This fellow possesses remarkable determination." Meng Kaiyu nodded in approval. "Well, it seems there are few customers left. I shall head to the hospital." Yang Fendou noted as he glanced at the time before stepping outside. Yang Fendou rode his electric bicycle, taking nearly 40 minutes to reach the hospital. "Brother, you've come." Upon seeing Yang Fendou enter, Xiao Xiao joyfully exclaimed. You seem to be in good spirits today," Yang Fendou replied with a smile. Yi nodded and said cheerfully, "The specialists from Kyoto have examined me, and my recovery is progressing well. If this continues, I should be able to be discharged in about 20 days." It was evident that Yi Yun's long-held worries were gradually alleviating, and the smile on her face was genuinely heartfelt. Yet over the past few days, Yi Yun had scarcely slept through the night. Observing the weariness etched on his mother's face, Yang Fendou felt a pang of sorrow. "Mother, you must be utterly exhausted these past few days. Tonight, I shall keep you company at the hospital. Please rest well." "Mother, please heed your son's words. If you continue to exhaust yourself like this, it will deeply distress me." With a sympathetic expression, Xiao Xiao added. Gazing at her understanding children, Yi Yun smiled and nodded. "By the way, Today, Xiangmei and Suman came to visit your sister, bringing along a plethora of nutritional supplements. When you have a moment, please convey my gratitude to them." After settling into the sofa, Mother turned to Yang Fendou and spoke. Upon hearing this, Yang Fendou was momentarily taken aback.